9 Sun God King Chapter 527 to Chapter 583. Rock Paper Scissors. There was still some time left for an incense stick to burn, but the Azure Thundersword Academy had lost. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. After the barrier closed, Xianxia asked an old man from the medicine hall, "Senior, if they had taken the antidote, would it be possible to check their blood?" "Of course. The antidote to the intoxicating bone flower poison must be dissolved in the blood. Furthermore, the antidote's medicinal strength is very strong, so it's very easy to see." As the old man from the medicine hall spoke, he came to the side of a pool of blood and examined it. There were more than 10 onlookers in the medicine hall, including young and middle-aged people. Right now, they were like students, following their teacher to check the blood of the Azure Thundersword Academy disciples. The blood on their bodies has traces of taking the antidote, and it's a large dose at that. They had taken a large dose of antidote beforehand, so if they were poisoned, they could quickly detoxify it. The old man from the medicine hall said with a grave expression, "It seems like they were the ones who poisoned it." It was indeed the disciples of the Azure Thundersword Academy who had poisoned it. It was teacher who ordered us to do it," a middle-aged man cried out. The other disciples of the Azure Thundersword Academy who could still speak also began to reveal their teacher. They even said that the poison was given by that teacher. The teacher of the Azure Thundersword Academy said angrily, "You actually joined forces to frame me. I have painstakingly taught you for so many years in vain." Jian Lang gave the 2 golden-robed elders a meaningful glance, and the teacher was taken away. "Qin Yun, how did you cure the poison? You can't eat pills during the offensive and defensive battles." An old man from the Yang family walked over and questioned. The people of the Yang family were elders of the Saber Sword Villa and had quite a high status. Their words carried quite a bit of weight. "That's because I have a special spirit artifact that can absorb the poison in my body," Qin Yan replied coldly. "What spirit artifact? Take it out and let's see." The old man from the Yang family extended his hand. "Here you go." Qin Yan took out a black bead and placed it in the old man's palm. The old man from the Yang family took a look and his palm immediately turned black. He was so shocked that he hurriedly threw the bead to the ground. "Qin Yun, are you trying to kill me?" He hurriedly removed the poison from his palm. "You were the one who wanted to see my spirit artifact." Qin Yun picked up the black bead and snorted. "All right. Go back and rest, you still have to continue attacking tomorrow." The Sword Hall Lord also felt very tired, because they had 2 sword academies that had severely broken the rules during the defensive battle. Although the position of the Hall of Sabers was low, they had never broken the rules when it came to defense. This time, the Sword Hall had lost. Qin Yun and company were also very tired as they hurried back to the Common Saber Academy. After returning, Yu Wulan returned the cute little jade rabbit to Qin Yun. She and Tian Rolling only found it magical and did not ask any further questions. The inferior grade Common Saber Academy had once again taken down a superior grade Sword Academy. Furthermore, it was done under the condition of being poisoned. For 2 rounds in a row, the academy had broken the rules. The Azure Thundersword Academy had even used poison. This was unexpected for all the disciples of the Saber Sword Villa because the consequences were extremely serious. Of course, the disciples of the Azure Thundersword Academy had also been crippled by Qin Yun. The next morning, Qin Yun used 1,000,000 purple coins to buy the option to attack the Sharp Brilliance Sword Academy. The 11 middle-aged men of the Sharp Brilliance Sword Academy were in the spirit formation martial field of their own academy. When they saw Qin Yun, Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan arrive with a murderous aura, their legs immediately went soft. Yesterday, the people from the Sharp Brilliance Sword Academy naturally knew about the matter between the Heavenly Sword Academy and the Azure Thundersword Academy. At that moment, they were filled with regret. They should not have thought about the bounty and instead thought of crippling Qin Yun and company. At the start of the attack, the 11 middle-aged men of the Sharp Brilliance Sword Academy were all defending with incomparable fear. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the attack stopped. Back then, when the 11 people from the Sharp Brilliance Sword Academy attacked the Common Saber Academy, they constantly mocked Qin Yun and company. Furthermore, he was filled with confidence, swearing to cripple Qin Yun and company to obtain the bounty. When the 11 of them attacked, they used extremely vicious attacks to besiege Qin Yun, Tian Rolling, and Yu Wulan. Tian Rolling remembered this scene very clearly. You attacked us. If it was a normal sparring session, then it would have been fine. As for all of you, you are all here for the bounty. You swore to cripple our Dao cores and turn us into cripples. All of you reap what you sow. Now, you've finally reaped what you sowed. Tian Rolling's voice was bone-chilling. When everyone saw the disciples of the Sharp Brilliance Sword Academy being crippled, they immediately felt that the Long and Yang families were all evil spirits. If it wasn't for the bounty, they wouldn't have incited so many disciples to deal with Qin Yun and company. Furthermore, during the examination, it was the Yang and Long families who provoked them first. Tian Rolling and Qin Yun had only resisted in order to protect themselves. The disciples of the Yang and Long families were the source of all evil. After taking down 3 high-grade sword academies in a row, the Common Saber Academy had obtained 24 points and was still ranked first. In the afternoon, Yu Wulan, Tian Rolling, and Qin Yun followed Dao Fan to the plaza of the Saber Hall. The disciples of the Saber Hall all revealed looks of reverence as they watched the people from the Common Saber Academy walk in. Even the disciples of the high-grade Saber Academy were looking at them with respect. No one would compete with the Common Saber Academy for the right to choose, so Qin Yun could obtain the right to choose for 1,000,000. This time, we will choose the Genius Sword Academy. Qin Yun said. The Genius Sword Academy was an inferior grade academy. Even if they won, they would only get 2 points. With Qin Yun and company's strength, attacking the high-grade Sword Academy would not be a problem at all. They would even be able to obtain 8 points. The Genius Sword Academy had Jian Meng and another disciple of the Jian family. The other 2 were Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian, so they were extremely powerful and were currently ranked second. Although they were ranked second, they were still a few points away from the first Common Saber Academy. Qin Yun, the Genius Sword Academy's Jian Meng is not easy to deal with. Xiong Dao hurriedly said, "Are you sure you want to attack the Genius Sword Academy?" A middle-aged man from the Saber Academy said, "Not only is Jian Meng difficult to deal with, Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian are also very troublesome. It will be difficult for us to break through them. Qin Yun, if you want to attack the Genius Sword Academy, you will need to put in a lot of effort to defeat those 2 sword cultivators." Many people were talking about how terrifying the Genius Sword Academy was. Qin Yun was not surprised. Jian Meng's origin sword was a heaven-defying existence to begin with. It was equivalent to a Xian artifact. Let's go. Qin Yun had already made his decision. This was what they had discussed last night. Dao Fan walked in front and led his disciples to the Genius Sword Academy. Although the Genius Sword Academy was an inferior grade academy, its environment was not bad. The Spirit Formation Martial Field was also a 100 meters wide circular plaza. Jian Meng had his hands behind his back as he stood straight in the middle of the Spirit Formation Martial Field. He was like a sword that revealed its sharpness. The moment Qin Yun entered the Genius Martial Arts Academy, he felt Jian Meng's dense sword intent. Although Jian Meng was blind, his 5 senses were very strong. He immediately knew that Qin Yun had arrived. The sword intent on his body immediately disappeared. Tian Rolling sensed that Jian Meng's sword intent had disappeared and knew that he was expressing his goodwill. Although Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian were expressionless, they were somewhat worried in their hearts. Yang Mutian, Long Wuchen, long time no see. You look good. Yu Wulan said with a charming smile, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. The 2 of you have placed a bounty on me. You really think highly of me. Yang Mutian, you knelt down once before. Don't tell me you still haven't learned your lesson? Tian Rolling took out her cold cloud saber and carried it on her shoulder. She looked very domineering. Yu Wulan, Tian Rolling. You 2 bitches, don't be arrogant. I guarantee that you will die miserably. Yang Mutian was also infuriated as he gnashed his teeth and said. They are my big sister and second sister. If you scold them, I will smash your mouth in a moment. Qin Yun said coldly. Qin Yun, you can only be arrogant in Saber Sword City. If you dare to leave the city, you will definitely die without a burial ground. Long Wuchen said with a sneer, you have killed 2 more people from our Long family. This has completely offended all the disciples of the Long family. Qin Yun shook his head and sighed, it was clearly your Long family who caused the trouble first. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys were arrogant and unreasonable and wanted to steal our things, how could this have happened? Tian Rolling sneered, the disciples of the Long family were originally a group of bandits. Relying on the powerful family behind them, they burned, killed, and plundered everywhere, doing many heartless things. Your Long and Yang families are used to being arrogant. Now that someone is rebelling, you guys can't take it anymore? Yu Wulan sneered, don't worry, this kind of resistance will continue until your clan is exterminated. Many martial artists knew very well what kind of character the Long and Yang families had in the Spirit Desolate Land. However, they usually only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. After all, these two families had disciples in the 5 great star sects and the 5 great immortal sects. They were not to be trifled with. Let's begin. Jian Lang only hoped that there wouldn't be any problems with this attack. The barrier was opened, there were a total of 9 disciples in the Genius Sword Academy. After they began, they dispersed one after another. This was also the defensive method of many sword academies, each taking care of themselves. Our targets are only Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian, but there are 3 of us. What should we do? Yu Wulan smiled tenderly and said, Xiao Yun, I don't want to give second sister to you. I want to make a move too. I want to teach them a lesson too. Tian Rolling also said. What should we do? I want to fight too. Qin Yin frowned. Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian immediately flew into a rage. They had never been looked down upon like this before, the onlookers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 3 people from the Common Saber Academy were actually fighting to deal with Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian. He made it sound as if anyone could easily kill these 2 people. Let's play rock paper scissors. The one who wins first gets to choose. Qin Yin said. All right. Yu Wulan hurriedly nodded. Rock, paper, scissors. Tian Rolling shouted coldly. Tian Rolling used scissors while Qin Yin and Yu Wulan used paper. I'll win first, I want to hit Long Wuchen. Tian Rolling said happily. Following that, it was time for Qin Yin and Yu Wulan to play rock paper scissors. Qin Yin's rock won against Yu Wulan's scissors. Yang Mutian is mine. Qin Yin said with a chuckle. Humph. Yu Wulan looked unhappy as she pouted. The most unhappy ones were Yang Mutian and Long Wuchen. In order to deal with them, Qin Yin and the 2 women had actually used rock paper scissors. Sword Star Sect Tian Rolling held the Cold Cloud saber in her hand as she charged at Long Wuchen with a murderous aura. Long Wuchen hurriedly mobilized all the power in his body and gathered it to receive Tian Rolling's terrifying saber strike. You slut, don't be too arrogant. I, Long Wuchen, am not someone to be trifled with. Long Wuchen let out a deep roar and hurriedly used his sword to block the Cold Cloud saber that was slashing down. Whoosh! The collision of the saber and sword produced a cold aura that froze the surroundings. Long Wuchen gritted his teeth and shouted, barely managing to block Tian Rolling's saber. However, it was extremely strenuous. When Qin Yin saw that Tian Rolling's aura was not bad, he felt relieved. He looked at Yang Mutian and gripped the saber in his hand tightly. Trash from the same vein, come at me. I'm not afraid of you at all. Yang Mutian sneered, last time, I had no choice but to kneel to you. If it weren't for Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan, you wouldn't have been able to rely on a Dao artifact. My strength is indeed not that great, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Qin Yin raised his saber and walked over. He did not release any aura at all. After he went over, it was an ordinary slash. Yang Mutian easily blocked this saber strike. Yang Mutian's hand was only slightly numb from the shock. He laughed loudly and said, You're only SOSO. You're not as powerful as the legends say. Ha ha ha. That saber of yours just now didn't have any strength at all. It's no different from those women. Was that your strongest defense just now? Qin Yin said indifferently. As he spoke, he slashed down with another ordinary saber strike. I don't even need to use my strongest power to block against you. Yang Mutian said that, but when he blocked, he used all his strength. Clang, Qin Yin's saber struck Yang Mutian's sword and an electric current burst out. The electric current passed through the sword and entered Yang Mutian's arm, causing his arm to feel slightly numb. However, Yang Mutian didn't think much of it. After all, he believed that it was Qin Yin's strongest attack. It was normal for him to feel numb. 2 slashes and you're still so soft and powerless. Yang Mutian laughed loudly as he mocked Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and cleaved for the third time. It looked like a very ordinary cleave, like chopping firewood. However, after this slash, it was very strange. It actually created a huge gap in the sword in Yang Mutian's hand. Yang Mutian was shocked and wanted to escape. However, Qin Yun's saber suddenly became very fast and fierce. It brought with it a very berserk aura, as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves, accompanied by flashing lightning. When the saber descended, it was as if it had split apart a huge wave, completely severing the sword in Yang Mutian's hand. Ah! After Yang Mutian's long sword was cut in half, the front of his body was also struck by the violent saber force, creating a large hole. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Mutian had a good royal-grade spirit armor to protect his body, the force of the saber strike just now would have pierced through his body. Yang Mutian, say goodbye to martial arts. Qin Yun flew over and punched Yang Mutian's abdomen. Stop. At the same time, an old man from the Yang clan roared. However, Qin Yun's fist had already reached Yang Mutian's abdomen. Boom, a deafening sound was accompanied by a gust of wind. Qin Yun was also forced to retreat as he said in astonishment, "Pill protection talisman?" When his fist struck, he sensed a strong force rushing out from Yang Mutian's dantian. Xiao Yun, their dantian is very strong, it's hard to break it. Although Tian Rolling had struck Long Wuchen and caused him to be covered in wounds, Long Wuchen's Dao core was not shattered. They have pill protection talismans. That is a type of talisman that protects the Dao core and dantian. This kind of defensive strength should be a Xian talisman. Qin Yun said with a frown, this Xian talisman is inside their dantian, so it can't be detected by the barrier. When Tian Rolling heard this, she cursed a few times and attacked even more ferociously. With a few slashes, she cut off Long Wuchen's arm. As for Yang Mutian, his entire body was covered in saber wounds as he constantly cursed Qin Yun. The old man from the Yang family, who was watching the battle from the outside, also kept on threatening him. This infuriated Qin Yun even more. Ah! Yang Mutian cried out loudly. One of his arms had been cut off. Qin Yun, you will die a horrible death. When the old man from the Yang family saw this, he roared angrily. Qin Yun tried a few times but was unable to break Yang Mutian's Dao core. He could only attack even more ferociously. Not long after, Yang Mutian and Long Wuchen were beaten up by Qin Yun and Tian Rolling to the point of being drenched in blood. It was a tragic sight. In the beginning, they were very arrogant but now, they were in such a miserable state. This caused everyone to sigh endlessly. I want to completely cripple them. Qin Yun stepped on Yang Mutian's abdomen as his fist gathered a ferocious force. Just as he was about to throw a punch, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly attacked him. Boom, a purplish gold bolt of lightning, as large as a water jar, descended from the sky and struck Qin Yun's body. Who? Qin Yun roared angrily as smoke rose from his body. Suddenly, 3 people slowly descended from the sky. Everyone was alarmed. Of the 3 people, 2 were middle-aged and 1 was a young man. They were all dressed in white and there was a star tattooed on their foreheads. These were people from the Sword Star sect, and the one who had attacked Qin Yun through the barrier was an official Xian Wu martial monarch. If not for the barrier's protection, Qin Yun would have been severely injured or even killed by that strike. Arrogant thing. It's just a simple offensive and defensive battle, is there a need to be so ruthless? A slightly plump middle-aged man coldly looked at Jian Lang with an angry voice. Close the barrier and get him out to heal his injuries. Bullshit. These 2 fellows have always wanted to kill us. If they were strong enough, they would have been even more ruthless than us. When Tian Rolling saw Qin Yun being struck by lightning, she was infuriated. Shut up. The middle-aged man was also infuriated. He hurriedly brandished his sword and shot out a bolt of purple gold lightning. Jian Lang hurriedly flew over and summoned his origin sword. With a swing of his sword, he opened the bolt of lightning and said coldly, on account that you are a senior, I will not pursue the matter of you attacking Qin Yun. If you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite. The moment the origin sword in Jian Lang's hand appeared, everyone's swords began to tremble slightly. Even the origin sword in Jian Mang's hand was trembling. Close the barrier, I want to save someone. When the middle-aged man saw Jian Lang attack, his expression changed slightly. Yang Yanqing, we are currently in an offensive and defensive battle. Jian Lang's attitude seemed to be very resolute as he refused to open the barrier. Of the 3 people from the Sword Star sect, one was a Xian realm martial monarch, one was a spirit realm martial master, and the other was a martial artist at the 9th level martial Dao. The Xian realm martial monarch was once a disciple of the Saber Sword Villa. Otherwise, Jian Lang would not have addressed him as senior. Yang Yanqing's sudden appearance was obviously to protect Yang Mutian. Jian Lang, this is the token given to me by the old villa master. Yang Yanqing took out a golden token. It was engraved with the pattern of a sword and saber. Furthermore, it flickered with light and emitted a terrifying sword aura. Just the sword aura of this token caused everyone to tremble. Don't tell me you don't even recognize the old villa master? Yang Yanqing said with a sneer, if you don't recognize him, then I'll clean up the sect for Saber Sword Villa. Jian Lang looked at the token and gritted his teeth. He could only open the barrier. After the barrier was opened, Yang Yanqing brought his men in to check on Yang Mutian's injuries. Qin Yun, you bastard? Yang Yanqing glared at Qin Yun angrily. The people from your Yang family are a bunch of beasts. Tian Rolling said angrily. Damned woman, it's not your turn to interrupt. Shut up. A cold and arrogant youth from the Sword Star sect coldly snorted. His movement technique was extremely fast as he flashed in front of Tian Rolling and slapped her. Pow! Tian Rolling was sent flying by the slap and landed on the ground. Blood still flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qin Yun was infuriated as he slashed at the young man with his saber. All of you, stop. Whoever attacks again will die. Jian Lang was about to lose control when he released a sword aura. Like a huge mountain, it pressed down on everyone present. He hit someone, what about it? Qin Yun felt his body become incomparably heavy as he looked at the young man and roared angrily. Yang Yanqing sneered, if you don't accept it, then fight him to the death. Let's fight. Tian Rolling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were red with anger and killing intent seemed to surge out from her eyes. When Qin Yun saw that Tian Rolling's injuries were not light, he naturally would not let her go on stage. Yu Wulan supported Tian Rolling and said softly, Big sister, just let little Yun attack. That guy is not easy to deal with. The injured Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian were carried out of the martial field. If you kill Qin Yun, our Yang family will give you 500 million purple coins. An old man from the Yang family shouted loudly. The cold and arrogant youth became even more pleased with himself. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he held a sharp sword tightly and looked at Qin Yun. Yang Yanqing said coldly to Jian Lang, I will use the old manor lord's token to order you to open the barrier. Jian Lang's expression was ice-cold to the extreme. With anger, he slowly opened the barrier. Dao Fan stood beside Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling, worried that they would be attacked by the people from the Sword Star sect. Jian Lang, look at the token in my hand and listen carefully. Other than the old manor lord or the manor lord, no one can close the barrier and interfere in the life and death battle inside. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Only when one person dies inside will the barrier be closed and the person inside will be allowed to come out. Yang Yanqing's voice was filled with majesty and arrogance as he looked at Jian Lang. Don't worry, I will definitely do as you say. Jian Lang was very displeased and hoped that Qin Yun would win. Shuisong, you are the most talented of my disciples. You are also the #1 swordsman of the Sword Star sect. You must kill this guy. As long as you kill him, our Yang family will definitely reward you with 500 million purple coins. Yang Yanqing's face was cold as he looked at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. At this time, Xiong Dao had also arrived. After knowing what had happened, he was also very angry. He stood together with Dao Fan to protect Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. The Sword Star sect had suddenly sent someone. Furthermore, it was a powerful figure of the Yang family. He even had the old manor lord's token in his hand. This was something that many people did not expect. Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian were being treated by the people from the medicine hall. They had already gradually recovered and their faces were filled with resentment as they looked at Qin Yun in the martial field. Duel of Arms. The Sword Star sect is one of the 5 major star sects and its strength is also very strong. Among the 5 major star sects, it was one of the best. Shui Yisong was the strongest martial Dao cultivator in the Sword Star sect. That meant that he definitely had something very powerful about him. Qin Yun, your reputation is truly not small. Not only did he slap Lu Chongqing, he is also wanted by the Long and Yang families. Shui Yisong is obviously jealous of Qin Yun's fame. Qin Yun did not care about this so-called fame at all. In the Spirit Desolate, there were definitely many upper echelons of the sects who knew about his matter in the Martial Desolate. That was the most sensational news. My battle to the death with you has already begun. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yun took out a saber and said coldly. Because you're going to die soon, I want to talk to you more. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way. The longsword in Shui Yisong's hand shone with profound runes. It was actually a profound sword. After all, this was a life and death battle, not a spar where weapons could be freely used. Qin Yun, take out your Dao artifact. Shui Yisong said with a sneer, I'm not afraid of your Dao artifact. Shui Yisong was only using a Xian artifact, but he was not afraid of a Dao artifact, which surprised many people. Qin Yun was not surprised because he could tell that the Xian sword in Shui Yisong's hand had been refined to an extremely mature level. If the runes on the weapon are very bright, it means that the weapon has been refined very well. The profound weapon in Shui Yisong's hands was 70 to 80% like this. It belonged to the very good kind. If the Dao artifact used was not refined, it would be far inferior to his Xian artifact. Therefore, Qin Yun only used the royal grade spirit saber because it was more compatible with him. I'll use this blade. I'm afraid your profound sword won't be able to handle it. As Qin Yun spoke, he was the first to attack and slashed at Shui Yisong. As soon as he drew his saber, he used the 6-style Wind Slayer to attack. He slashed out 6 times in a row with great momentum. The waves of thunder-like slashes were also very shocking. As for Shui Yisong, he would always cleave apart Qin Yun's ferocious saber with his sword. Every time Qin Yun slashed out, Shui Yisong would gently swing his sword, dissipating the power within the saber. Seeing Shui Yisong easily deflect Qin Yun's attack, everyone was astonished. Especially Yang Mutian, who was the most shocked. Because he knew very well how terrifying Qin Yun's saber technique was. As for Shui Yisong, he had easily dispersed the power of the violent strike. This was indeed an eye-opener. Is this the strength of the 5 major star sects? Qin Yun should be considered one of the top martial Dao realm cultivators in our saber sword villa, but he is being suppressed like this. Isn't that right? Otherwise, why do you think it is so difficult to enter the 5 great star doors? Indeed, Qin Yun can only be arrogant in saber sword villa. In front of the outstanding disciples of the 5 great star sects, he is not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Some people sneered and mocked Qin Yun. Jian Meng said, no, Shui Yisong's sword is a bit more powerful. After all, it is a Xian sword that is very compatible with Shui Yisong. The power it unleashes is very strong. Qin Yun did not use any Dao tools. It should be because he did not refine those Dao tools, so he was unable to unleash much power. In the spirit formation martial field, Qin Yun's every powerful attack was dissipated. However, he was still neither fast nor slow as he continued to attack. Jian Lang also nodded and said, Shui Yisong is powerful in that sword. The Xian artifact was engraved with Xian runes. If it had the ability to dissipate energy in battle, it would indeed be of great help. Qin Yun was constantly attacking in search of a way to break it. Shui Yisong was quite strong, especially his reaction speed. No matter how fast the attack was, he could dodge or block it. In this aspect, Qin Yun was not inferior to Shui Yisong. Therefore, when Shui Yisong attacked Qin Yun could also dodge. The strength of the two seemed to be on par with each other. Their offense and defense were equally strong. When Qin Yun had executed the 6-style Wind Slayer, he had used a very strong vibration Dao power mixed with thunder and fire Dao power. However, it was still dispersed by Shui Yisong's Xian sword. That guy's Xian sword is truly evil. Qin Yun was alarmed and anxious. If he did not kill Shui Yisong quickly, he might lose in the end. Shui Yisong was even more anxious than Qin Yun because even in the Sword Star sect, the other martial Dao realm cultivators were unable to deal with him for that long. He also knows that the reason why he can block Qin Yun's ferocious attack is because of that powerful Xian sword. If Qin Yan had a powerful Xian artifact and it was very compatible, then Zhui Yisong would definitely lose. This kind of life and death battle did not have too many restrictions. Zhui Yisong was forced into a corner and hurriedly threw out a royal-grade spirit talisman. The talisman flew out and suddenly burst into flames. I can use talismans? Qin Yan was enveloped in flames as he blocked Zhui Yisong's slash. He shouted in shock and anger. Why not? Zhui Yisong smiled coldly. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Yan throw a talisman over. It was a body-securing talisman. When Zhui Yisong felt the power of the body-securing talisman, he said in surprise, "This is a body-securing talisman?" Qin Yan hurriedly slashed down with his saber but was blocked by Zhui Yisong's sword. Zhui Yisong was not immobilized. It could be seen that he had a very strong armor on his body. He can even wear armor. Qin Yan cursed inwardly. He had forgotten that this was a life-and-death battle. It did not have as many restrictions as an offensive and defensive battle. Zhui Yisong laughed loudly and said, "Your body-securing talisman is useless against me." Just as he finished speaking, he saw a very small flying knife flying over. The flying dagger was extremely fast and instantly pierced into Zhui Yisong's eyes. Disciple. Xianxia immediately shouted angrily, "Qin Yan, you used a concealed weapon. Didn't you see such a big flying knife? Is this a concealed weapon? Hidden weapons my ass." Qin Yan controlled the small flying dagger to fly out. Yang Yanqing flew into a rage and shouted, "Jian Lang, remove the barrier. If they don't decide life and death, I won't be able to open the barrier unless the Villa Master or the old Villa Master comes." Jian Lang said indifferently, "Otherwise, even if you kill me, don't even think about making me open the barrier." "Disciple, use a Dao artifact." Yang Yanqing shouted. Zhui Yisong hurriedly took out a Dao artifact. It was a silver-black longsword. The moment the sword appeared, a faint mist flowed around it, giving off a very strong deterrent force. "That's the old Villa Master's sword. It contains the old Villa Master sword intent." Jian Lang said in astonishment. "That's right, that was given to me by the old Villa Master. I'll temporarily lend it to my disciple." Yang Yanqing smiled proudly. "Disciple, quickly get rid of him." Qin Yan hurriedly controlled a few flying daggers to fly over. Zhui Yisong waved his sword and produced a strange suction force that sucked the flying daggers onto the sword's body. Then, they disappeared into the sword's body. Qin Yan never expected that the flying daggers would lose their effectiveness just like that. Helpless, he could only rush over and slash with his saber. Shwa shwa shwa. Qin Yan felt that his saber was very fast, but it was blocked by his opponent's Dao sword. When he retracted his saber, it was extremely strenuous. This was because Zhui Yisong's Dao sword had a very strong suction force. Could it be that this guy's Dao sword has something like a magnet added to it? It can absorb other people's weapons? Qin Yan found it inconceivable. After a few consecutive slashes, he was careless and the saber in his hand was sucked away. Zhui Yisong immediately laughed maniacally, "Your saber is gone. Ha ha ha, I'm going to dig out your eyes and place them on mine." Yang Yanqing felt a lot more at ease and revealed a complacent smile. The people from the Yang family, as well as Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian, all heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Yu Wulan and Tian rolling with sinister eyes. Zhui Yisong took advantage of the fact that Qin Yan did not have a weapon to rush over and slash with his sword. His speed was very fast. In a few moments, he had stabbed out more than 1,000 times. Even though Qin Yan dodged, his body was still stabbed a few times. Fortunately, they were not in any vital spots. He took out a Dao saber and after slashing at it, it was sucked in by Zhui Yisong's sword. In order to prevent Zhui Yisong from sucking away his saber, Qin Yan hurriedly used his vibration power. He allowed his saber to vibrate and break free from the strange sword. "Qin Yan, stop struggling. Just die obediently." Zhui Yisong laughed maniacally and said, "I want your eyes." As he spoke, Zhui Yisong slashed out thousands of times. The sword shadows blotted out the sky and the sword energy was like a violent storm, forcing Qin Yan to the edge of the martial field with his back against the barrier. Qin Yan constantly brandished his saber to block. He never expected that Zhui Yisong's sword would be too strange. After blocking for a short while, his saber was sucked away. After the saber was sucked away, it entered the sword. At that moment, Zhui Yisong used his Dao sword to hold Qin Yan's neck. Then, he took out a throwing knife from the sword and stabbed it at Qin Yan's eyeballs. Qin Yan's eyes immediately widened as he spat out two black flames at Zhui Yisong. His eyes had been tempered by the star flame liquid and could release flames. Zhui Yisong never expected Qin Yan's eyes to suddenly spew out such terrifying flames. He was immediately forced to retreat dozens of meters as his face was burned to ashes. Do you want to fight with weapons? Qin Yan took out a pale golden hammer and smashed it down at Zhui Yisong. Zhui Yisong hurriedly blocked with his sword. Clang! After the nine-sun divine hammer in Qin Yan's hand smashed down, a violent flame splashed out, burning the sword and saber until it was red hot. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. That Dao sword had actually been bent. After the Dao sword was damaged, the flying daggers and the two sabers that had been sucked away flew out. Qin Yan hurriedly controlled a few flying daggers to pierce through Zhui Yisong's body, creating dozens of holes in an instant. Zhui Yisong hurriedly took out the Xian sword from before, but it was broken by Qin Yan's hammer. Long Wuqian and Yang Mutian, who had recovered from their injuries, saw that Zhui Yisong, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, was now riddled with holes. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. Jian Lang, quickly remove the barrier and let me in. Yang Yanqing panicked as he grabbed Jian Lang and roared. If you have the guts, kill me. Jian Lang sneered. Zhui Yisong screamed in despair. Master, quickly save me. My Dao core has been pierced. Just as he finished speaking, he was ruthlessly slapped by Qin Yan. Enlightened Qin Yan quickly put away the nine-sun divine hammer. He had no choice but to expose the hammer. He did not want others to see it for too long in case they discovered something. He walked over, grabbed Zhui Yisong's hair and made him kneel towards Tian rolling. Kowtow and admit your wrongs to my big sister. Qin Yan pressed down on Zhui Yisong's head and slammed it into the ground. Bang 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 bang, Qin Yan forced Zhui Yisong to kneel down and kowtow to Tian rolling many times until his forehead broke. Yang Yanqing was watching from outside the barrier, incomparably furious. He constantly shot out bolts of lightning at Qin Yan who was inside the barrier, but they were all blocked by Xiong Dao. Yang Yanqing, that's enough. This is a life and death battle, they must decide life and death. Jian Lang sneered, look at yourself, how embarrassing. Qin Yan, if you dare to kill my disciple, I will kill you here and now. Yang Yanqing growled before looking at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. And these two women. I will also tear them to pieces. When Qin Yan heard this, he was immediately infuriated. On the ground, Zhui Yisong, who was severely injured, said with a sinister smile, Qin Yan, your weakness is that you are too emotional. My master said to kill those two women, but you hesitated, ha ha ha. You bastard. I didn't want to kill you. But your master said before that one of us must die before the sword hall master can remove the barrier. If he doesn't remove the barrier, how can I get out? There's only you and me in this barrier, so you must die. So, I'm sorry, it was your master who asked me to kill you. With that said, Qin Yan struck Zhui Yisong's head with a ferocious palm. The intense flame energy, accompanied by the shockwave, turned Zhui Yisong into ashes. Zhui Yisong was dead. The so-called number 1 martial Dao realm of the Sword Star sect had been blasted to smithereens just like that. At the same time, Xiong Dao and Dao Fan, as well as a few of his old friends, hurriedly protected Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. Jian Lang was very calm when he saw Zhui Yisong die. As for the others, they were so shocked that their mouths were agape, unable to say a word. Qin Yan's actions had not only offended the Yan family but also the Sword Star sect. The strongest martial Dao cultivator of the Sword Star sect has been defeated by a disciple of our Saber Hall. Xiong Dao's words also woke up the people of Saber Sword Villa. In that case, does this mean that our Saber Sword Villa can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great star sects? Jian Lang smiled slightly. Zhui Yisong was killed, but Yang Yanqing was surprisingly calm. Yang Yanqing looked at Qin Yan and said coldly, Jian Lang, you can remove the barrier now. Jian Lang saw Qin Yan nod before controlling the barrier to close. As soon as the enchantment closed, Yang Yanqing's entire body surged with killing intent. causing the wind and clouds to surge. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as if doomsday had arrived. Xianlang hurriedly summoned his origin sword and charged over. Scram! The furious Yang Yanqing threw caution to the wind and hurriedly sent the sword wave flying. Yang Yanqing was a martial lord in the Xian realm. At that moment, he was furious and the power on his body was terrifying to the extreme. With a furious roar, he set off a gust of wind. The force sent Xianlang flying thousands of meters away. Qin Yun, run! Xianlang roared from afar. Qin Yun, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Turn into pieces for me. Yang Yanqing's angry roar shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by countless bolts of lightning. Qin Yun looked at Yang Yanqing who was flying over. At the same time, he was alarmed. He hurriedly took out the dragon suppression cauldron and made it very large. The dragon suppression cauldron was released by Qin Yun. After it expanded, it came crashing down, covering Yang Yanqing inside. Following that, Qin Yun controlled the dragon suppression cauldron to shrink. Then, he quickly closed the lid and kept the small cauldron. Because there was too much lightning just now, they were almost blinded. As a result, many people did not clearly see what cauldron it was. Xianlang flew back. When he saw that the place was calm and tranquil, his eyes widened in shock. Sword Hall Master, we are attacking the Talent Sword Academy. How are we going to win? Qin Yun acted as though nothing had happened as he asked the dumbfounded Xianlang. There was also a middle-aged martial master from the Sword Star sect here. He hurriedly charged at Qin Yun but his arm was cut off by Xiong Dao who flew over. Trash from the Sword Star sect, don't even think about touching my Saber Hall's people. Scram! Xiong Dao shouted angrily. He was also very surprised. He wanted to know what Qin Yun had just released. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulon both knew that it was Qin Yun's cauldron for smelting materials. However, they never expected that this cauldron would be so powerful that it could trap a Xian realm cultivator in an instant. Are the people of your Saber Sword Villa crazy? Don't tell me you don't want to arrange for disciples to enter our Sword Star sect? The middle-aged martial master of the Sword Star sect shouted in anger as he picked up his arm. Sword Star sect? Humph. Our Saber Sword Villa wants to become a sect stronger than the 5 Great Star sects. Go back and tell your Sword Star sect leader that your strongest martial Dao realm disciple has been defeated by us. If you don't accept it, come again. Xiong Dao sneered. Saber Sword Villa had always been regarded as a second-rate sect. Now that they had a rare opportunity to display their strength, they had to seize this opportunity. If the time was right, the people from Saber Sword Villa who had gone to the other star sects or immortal sects would quickly return to take charge. The Xian realm and martial kings of Saber Sword Villa had all gone out. They were also cultivating in the 5 Great Star sects and 5 Great Immortal sections. If necessary, there would still be a portion of the disciples who would come back to take charge. Of the 3 people sent by the Sword Star sect, only one could return alive. Furthermore, one of his arms had been cut off. Qin Yun looked at Jianmeng and said, in this attack, let's consider it our Dao Fan Academy's loss. Jianmeng was Jianlang's man. Earlier, Jianlang had also sided with Qin Yun. That was why Qin Yun had sold a favor to the Genius Sword Academy. In any case, it was only 2 points. The injured Yang Mutian and Long Wuchen were also taken away to recuperate. Such a big thing had happened in Saber Sword Villa, it naturally caused a huge commotion. After Jianlang and Xiong Dao discussed, they decided to temporarily seal off Saber Sword Villa. If the 2 of them worked together, they would have a lot of prestige in Saber Sword Villa. The Medicine Hall and the Inscription Hall were fence-sitters. Whoever was powerful in Saber Sword Villa, they would follow. There were many elders in the Hall of Elders. These elders were only from the Yang and Long families. They did not listen to Jianlang and Xiong Dao. The other elders maintained a neutral attitude. After sealing off Saber Sword Villa, no one could leave or enter. This was also to allow the offensive and defensive battles to proceed smoothly. The elders of the Yang and Long families said that they wanted Yang Mutian and Long Wuchen to return to their families to recuperate and insisted on leaving the city. Jianlang and Xiong Dao did not stop them. This was because the people from the Yang and Long families knew that they had completely lost power in Saber Sword Villa. Leaving Saber. Sword Villa this time could be considered as withdrawing. In this way, the entire Saber Sword Villa was of one mind. Xianxia immediately abolished the bounty offered by the Long and Yang families. In order to win over the hearts of the people, Xianxia and Xiongdao had even changed the rules. In the offensive and defensive battles, as long as one entered the top 50, they would not need to go out to mine. Originally, they needed to enter the top 20. In the following month, the offensive and defensive battles also ended. Without any suspense, the Dao Fan Academy won first place. Obtaining first place in the saber sword attack and defense competition would allow one to obtain the rewards of the 5 halls. The saber hall's reward was the moon-splitting mysterious art. The sword hall's reward was 100 million purple coins each for Qin Yun, Tian Rolling, and Yu Wulan. The reward for the medicine hall was 3 bone spirit Xian pills, and the reward for the inscription hall was 3 violent thunder Xian talismans. On the other hand, all the elders in the Hall of Elders worked together to activate the Dao spirit formation, allowing Qin Yun and company to cultivate a Dao spirit. At the 9th level of the martial Dao, one needed to begin cultivating a Dao spirit. That was a very miraculous thing. As long as one cultivated a Dao spirit, they would be able to reach the peak of the martial Dao realm. They were only half a step away from the spirit martial realm. For example, Qin Yun, Tian Rolling, and Yu Wulan had just stepped into the martial Dao realm not long ago. They had no concept of something as illusory as a Dao spirit. At this time, if there was something to guide them to open their spirits, they would be able to quickly cultivate their Dao spirit and cultivate to the great perfection stage of the martial Dao realm. Of the 5 halls rewards, the Saber Hall and the Elders Hall had the most generous rewards. The Saber Hall's Xian technique was extremely rare. Qin Yun had wanted to cultivate it for a long time. As for the Elders Hall, they had activated the Dao spirit formation and guided them to open their spirits. This was also very valuable. The Dao spirit formation was located on the top floor of the 7-story tower to the east of Saber Sword Villa. After resting for 2 days, Qin Yun, Yu Wulan, and Tian Rolling arrived at the top floor of the 7-story tower. Xiongdao and Jianlang followed them to the bottom of the 7-story tower. After activating the Dao spirit formation, it would continue to operate for 9 days. Once this formation was activated, it would need to rest for a few months or even a year before it could be activated again. After circulating once, the runes on the formation would also be damaged once. Big sister, second sister, what exactly is this spirit opening? Qin Yun had only heard Xianxia mention it briefly, but he did not understand the specifics. Dao spirit is the source of all spirits. After we cultivate a Dao spirit, we can cultivate other miraculous spirits. Yu Wulan smiled gently, her expression was extremely beautiful and enchanting. Tian Rolling added, after cultivating a Dao spirit, we will be at the great perfection stage of the martial Dao realm. After that, as long as we condense a bone spirit, we will be able to step into the spirit martial realm. Bone spirit? Qin Yun was filled with anticipation and curiosity. I don't know the specifics either. In short, these spirits are very mysterious. Martial masters of the spirit martial realm usually don't reveal themselves. Tian Rolling said, when we cultivate a Dao spirit, we should be clear. At that time, we can ask Elder Fan. The Dao spirit formation suddenly opened. After it opened, Qin Yun felt an incomparably dense amount of 9 sun spiritual energy appear inside. When the Dao spirit formation was in operation, it would release a strange power that would draw the 9 sun spiritual energy into their bodies and souls in a very mysterious way. Not long after, Qin Yun felt his soul bathing in the 9 sun spiritual energy. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring filled with 9 colored lights. It was extremely comfortable. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were both 5 meridians and 6 meridians, so they did not see as much light as Qin Yun. Qin Yun was immersed in the space created by his consciousness. It was extremely comfortable. But suddenly, a black sun appeared in the sky above his fantasy space. A strange Dao spirit Qin Yun is most familiar with this black sun. It is the nether sun. What's going on? His heart is filled with anxiety. He doesn't know if this is a good thing or not. Could it be that this is condensing the so-called Dao spirit? Qin Yun looked at the nether sun in the sky, which is constantly absorbing the 9-colored light. He suddenly felt a bit relieved. He has 3 martial spirits, but only the nether sun has appeared. This means that the Nether Sun martial spirit is the strongest. That's why it came out to condense a Tao spirit. Xianxia knows nothing about Tao spirits because he has never seen them before. He has never heard anyone talk about them in detail. He only knows that Tao spirits are very special existences. They are connected to the soul. Moreover, Tao spirits are also very weak. It is said that even the Tao spirits of martial kings are also very weak. Therefore, no one has ever released a Tao spirit. The function of a Tao spirit is to make one's Tao power stronger and allow one to fully display the power of the great Tao life mark. Time passed bit by bit. The speed at which the Nether Sun in the sky absorbed the 9-colored light gradually slowed down. What Xianxia did not expect is that the Nether Sun actually turned into a pearl. Soon after, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the black pearl. What the hell is this? Xianxia looked at the cracked pearl and could not help but be stunned. His fantasy space is a world created by his consciousness after he closed his eyes. Because Xianxia feels that he is as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Therefore, in the fantasy space of his consciousness, he is soaking in a hot spring. This is a very strange state. However, in his space of consciousness, the 9-colored light and the pearl formed by the Nether Sun are not his own imagination. Rather, they really did suddenly appear in the illusory space of his consciousness. The black pearl cracked open and a very small beauty appeared inside. She is only the size of a palm and has a pair of translucent black wings, like a little fairy, different from Momo. This little fairy's hair is black and wavy. Her small and exquisite face is charming and beautiful. Her pair of slender eyes are like the eyes of a seductive fox spirit, charming and enchanting. You are the one who woke me up. The black-winged fairy flew towards Xianxia. You are in my fantasy space? Xianxia is stunned. What exactly are you? Fantasy space? This should be called an illusory space. It's the dwelling place of your soul. The little fairy's voice was also very sweet as she giggled. Xianxia said with a frown, "All right, so be it. How did you appear in my illusory space?" "I'm cultivating my Tao spirit." "I am your Tao spirit, little fool." Although the little fairy was very small, she looked like an adult. She crossed her arms over her chest and giggled at Xianxia. "You are my Tao spirit." This caused Xianxia to jump up in fright. He never knew that Tao spirits could speak and even have their own thoughts. This charming little elf flirtatiously combed her wavy black hair and chuckled, "I am Ling Yun. Just call me Yun. Although you're a little fool, there's nothing I can do about it." "Who asked you to be my master?" Xianxia was puzzled. He was cultivating a Tao spirit, but such a little thing had popped out of his illusory space. In the past, his illusory space was mainly used to relax and enter a state of selflessness. His own various fantasies would sometimes appear in this illusory space. And at this time, there was an outsider in the illusory space. Doesn't this mean that some of his messy thoughts would be known by this Ling Yun? Xianxia hurriedly imagined a black cloth bag and covered Ling Yun. "What are you doing?" Ling Yun saw a black thing coming over and with a wave of her hand, the cloth bag dissipated. "This is my most private space. How can you appear here?" Xianxia said in a very unhappy manner. "I was clearly cultivated by you. Do you think I'm willing to follow an idiot like you?" Ling Yun said unhappily, "You have to be clear that when many people cultivate their Tao spirit, they can't wait to cultivate a Tao spirit in human form. And you despise me." The more Ling Yun spoke, the angrier she became. Her charming face was stiff as she snorted and complained. "Really?" Xianxia said in surprise. "Of course it's true. It's very rare for me. Of the two women who cultivated Tao spirits with you, one of them cultivated the moon and the sea and the other cultivated a world of ice and snow." Ling Yun said with an unhappy expression. Xianxia guessed that in the illusory space of Tian Rolling, a world of ice and snow appeared and Yu Wulan cultivated the moon and the sea. This was all related to their personalities, growth experiences, and martial spirits. Then, wouldn't my usual fantasies be seen by you? When Xianxia thought of this matter, he felt as if there was a knot in his heart. What does it matter? I saw it and I can't tell anyone. I will be in your illusory space for the rest of my life. I can't leave and I can see your fantasies to relieve my boredom. Ling Yun teased, "You little fool, to be able to cultivate such a beautiful Tao spirit like me, it's most likely because you often fantasize about beauties. How is this possible? I am a very pure person. Xianxia curled his lips. Whether you are pure or not, I will definitely be able to verify it through your fantasies in the future. Xianxia giggled. All right. What are the benefits of me cultivating such a strange Tao spirit like you? Xianxia asked. There are many benefits. You will know in the future. Xianxia said, quickly imagine some flowers in here. I want many beautiful flowers. With a thought, Xianxia created flowers that covered the mountains and plains. Xianxia flew around happily. I hope this isn't a scam. Xianxia thought to himself. How could I be a scam? Xianxia said unhappily, first of all, I am a nether sun fairy. I know a lot of things. Alright, tell me, where is big sister Yang? Xianxia asked hurriedly. Well, I'll take a look at your big sister Yang first. As Xianxia spoke, she began reading Xianxia's memories. Xianxia sensed that his memories were being checked by the little thing. He immediately shouted, quickly stop. Xianxia curled her lips and said, with just your memories, I've finished reading them in an instant. Then tell me, where did big sister Yang go? Xianxia cursed in his heart. However, his curses were heard by Xianxia. Xianxia snorted lightly, don't scold me. I am equivalent to your soul steward. I know everything you know, see, do and think. Alright, didn't you say that you know a lot of things? Quickly tell me, where did big sister Yang go? Xianxia asked. She left when she saw a red moon, and in her previous life, she was the young palace master of the Moon Palace. Therefore, she knows the meaning of the blood moon very well. Xianxia indeed read Xianxia's memories and said, the appearance of the blood moon means that the moon is giving birth to the inscription spirit. She wants to seize the inscription spirit and she doesn't understand the Tao of inscription, yet she wants to snatch it. What do you think it's for? For me? Xianxia said with a frown. You're not stupid. Xianxia laughed. I'm not stupid to begin with. Xianxia hurriedly reached out and pinched Xianxia. However, he could not pinch her. His body was illusory inside. Alright, tell me about elder sister Grand Preceptor. Xianxia said again. In her previous life, your elder sister Grand Preceptor was the daughter of Mog and the immortal emperor. She cultivated a rare immortal devil body, which is extremely terrifying. It is said that she could dominate the entire immortal desolate land. Later on, she was killed by the immortal emperor. However, the immortal emperor was unable to destroy her body, so he sealed her in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. You should already know this, right? Xianxia said. She has already reincarnated. Xianxia said, is she still buried in the immortal graveyard? Yes, her immortal devil body is still in the immortal graveyard. Because her soul is too powerful after awakening and her body is unable to withstand it, she is currently very weak. Also, her soul is rather special. She cannot be illuminated by the sun or else it will be very painful. Xianxia indeed knew a lot of things. Xianxia fell into deep thought. He never expected that Xianxia would encounter such a thing. He still did not understand and asked, why did the immortal emperor kill his own daughter? Xianxia said, I'm not sure either. I guess there are two reasons. One is that Xianxia's immortal devil body is too terrifying and the immortal emperor is worried that she will lose control. In addition, the immortal desolate immortal emperor was afraid that his position in the immortal desolate land would be taken away by his daughter, so he acted ruthlessly. Big sister Grand Preceptor said that my mother's soul is in the immortal graveyard. Is this true? Xianxia asked. Your big sister Grand Preceptor dotes on you very much. Why would she lie to you? This is indeed true. After she died, she was cursed and her soul floated into the immortal graveyard. Xianxia stroked her long hair and said, do you have any other questions? Also, what about the empty coffin that Aunt Xiao and I encountered when we entered the Tian Xiao Imperial Tomb? This was also a mystery in Xianxia's heart. The Xiao family is one of the dragon bloodline inheritances. They also participated in the construction of many immortal tombs. As for the empty coffin at the bottom of the Tian Xiao Imperial Tomb, it can teleport the dead to the immortal graveyard. As long as one goes there, their soul will never be destroyed. The people of the Xiao family believe that by doing so, they will have a chance to revive in the future. Qinyan thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He asked curiously, "Why do you know so many things?" Ling Yun'er said proudly, "Because I am a Nether Sun fairy. The Nether Sun has always been in the sky, witnessing what happened in the 9 desolate land of the 9 suns. I only need to use your memories to make a slight guess and I will be able to get a general idea." "So you guessed it?" Qinyan snorted. "Even if it's a guess, it's not far from the truth." "Oh right, your big sister Grand Preceptor wants you to enter an immortal sect so that you can steal the immortal origin. That is the lifeline of an immortal sect." Ling Yun'er giggled. "Don't worry, with my help, you will get twice the result with half the effort." "What's the use of the immortal origin?" Qinyan asked hurriedly. Bone Spirit Shen Pilonli. Now did Qinyan know that Xiaqiru let him enter the immortal sect with such long-term considerations. "Yun'er, do you know where Big Sister Yang is going to get the inscription spirit?" Ling Yun'er said. "She must have returned to the Nether Moon Palace first. In short, you don't have to worry about this matter, she will definitely get the inscription spirit for you." "How can you be so sure?" Qinyan did not think so because there must be a lot of people who want the inscription spirit. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, "Don't worry." Qinyan really wanted to know where Xianxia is now, but Ling Yun'er did not seem to know. "After I cultivated you, Tao Spirit Fairy, did I improve in all aspects?" Qinyan asked. "Of course there is improvement. Didn't you not know how to use the power of the Nether Sun before? I can guide you in using it now." Ling Yun'er smiled. This made Qinyan secretly happy. If he could truly use the power of the Nether Sun Tao Core, it would indeed increase his strength by quite a bit. In the beginning, the power of the Nether Sun martial spirit is not used for battle but for development. For example, the Nether Sun fire can quickly burn many things. However, this is only a relatively ordinary sun fire. Ling Yun'er giggled and said, "Don't worry, I will guide you to become stronger in the future." Qinyan is still a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of Ling Yun'er. After all, she lives in his consciousness. "Yun'er, do I have a past life?" Qinyan suddenly thought of this matter and quickly asked. "N. The memories of your past life are sealed in your soul. Your soul is too weak to bear so many memories at once, so it will not awaken for the time being." Ling Yun'er said, "Your Imperial Preceptor sister can awaken her memories because her soul is strong enough. It's just that her body can't keep up, so there is a problem." "Will she be alright?" Qinyan is very worried. If this goes on, something will definitely happen. Unless we can quickly help her find her original body, which is the immortal devil body. You must know that her powerful soul is born from the immortal devil body. Even if she reincarnates, she will be able to grow rapidly in a short period of time. Ling Yun'er's words made Qinyan more worried. Her soul is growing crazily at every moment. She should be relying on the Nining spirit to suppress that powerful soul and slow down its growth. Otherwise, her soul would not have a body to carry it, and it would be more dangerous. Qinyan had no way of interfering in such matters. He sighed helplessly and worriedly. Xiaqiru's powerful immortal demon body was sealed in the immortal graveyard and could only be found through the immortal graveyard diagram. If he did not have the top strength of the spirit desolate, he would not be able to succeed. He also doesn't dare to take the risk because if something happens to him, Xiaqiru's hopes will be shattered. Ling Yun'er broke Qinyan's contemplation and said, "The matter of helping Xiaqiru can be delayed a bit. Your current cultivation is too low, working hard to develop yourself is the right way. Oh right, don't tell anyone about your Tao spirit. In fact, everyone's Tao spirit is very mysterious and they never tell anyone about it." Qinyan nodded. Then, his head suddenly sank and he opened his eyes in a daze. Just now, it was as if he had taken a nap. Am I dreaming? Ling Yun'er doesn't exist? However, I do know a lot of things. Whatever, as long as this little demoness is not in my consciousness. Qinyan was secretly delighted. I'm still here, he he he. I've said it before, I'll accompany you for the rest of your life. Ling Yun'er's voice sounded in Qinyan's mind. Qinyan let out a long sigh in his heart before looking at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. Tian Rolling's body emitted waves of cold air. Her black clothes were covered in snow-white frost. As for Yu Wulan, her body overflowed with a holy silver moonlight. She was extremely beautiful. At this moment, Ling Yun'er's voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Of the two of them, which one do you want the most? Or do you want to do it together? You little demoness, don't randomly guide my thoughts. I am very pure. Qin Yun shouted in his heart. That's true. There are no other dirty thoughts in your mind. This is not normal. Ling Yun'er laughed tenderly. Let me change you. Let you become more normal. Damned demoness, don't mess around. Qin Yun was alarmed. He was also somewhat worried that Ling Yun'er would control him. Qin Yun was the first to wake up. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling were still cultivating. The Tao spirit formation was still operating. Qin Yun had successfully cultivated his Tao spirit and did not continue to absorb the power of the formation. However, his Tao spirit was very strange and maddening. Master, quickly go and kiss Tian Rolling. Now is the best time to kiss her. With her current state, she can also feel the outside world. If she accepts you in her heart, she will naturally cater to you. Ling Yun'er suddenly said, if you don't accept it, based on your relationship with her, she won't say anything. Qin Yun shouted in his heart, little demoness, I'm warning you, don't instigate me to do bad things. If I, Qin Yun, want to chase after a woman, I will definitely use open and aboveboard methods. There is no need to be so sneaky. I am such a pure person, why would I cultivate a little demon like you? He wailed in his heart, looking as if he had nothing to live for. He, this might have something to do with your previous life, right? Ling Yun'er giggled. Qin Yun wished he could grab this little thing out of his illusory space and seal her mouth. However, the illusory space was originally a place where his consciousness fantasized. It was extremely illusory. It was as if it was his own dream, there was no way to grab the things inside. Master, quickly go and touch Yu Wulan. She will definitely be very happy. Ling Yun'er laughed, don't waste this opportunity. Enough. Qin Yun could not help but glance at Yu Wulan. She was indeed very tempting. At this moment, Tian Rolling slowly opened her eyes and the frost on her body quickly disappeared. Big sister. Qin Yun said with a smile, have you cultivated a Tao spirit? After I cultivated my Tao spirit, my spiritual veins seemed to have increased by a lot. It allowed me to sense even denser spiritual energy and absorb even more spiritual energy. After it entered my body, it turned into spiritual energy. Tao spirits also need to absorb this kind of spiritual energy to continuously strengthen themselves. The stronger the Tao spirit, the stronger the great Tao power I can release. Furthermore, there are other special places. Tian Rolling nodded and revealed a happy smile. Qin Yun found it strange. Why did Tian Rolling know about this after she broke through, but he did not? Soon after, Yu Wulan also woke up with a sweet smile on her face. Great, we are just a little bit away from stepping into the spirit martial realm. Yu Wulan smiled and touched Qin Yun's cheek. Xiao Yun, I have to thank you for this. Tian Rolling said, although the medicine hall gave each of us a bone spirit Xian pill, it is still very difficult for us to cultivate a bone spirit. Yu Wulan faintly sighed, if I had more than 10 bone spirit Xian pills, I might be able to successfully awaken my Tao bone. Qin Yun said with a smile, more than 10? We'll just go buy it. Bone spirit Xian pills are very precious. They are rarely sold on the market. Yu Wulan shook her head. She also knew that Qin Yun had a lot of purple coins, but sometimes, no matter how many purple coins he had, it would be difficult to buy some rare Xian cores. I'll pay 100 million for one, can't I buy it? Qin Yun curled his lips. It really won't do. If it was any other Xian pill, it might be possible, but the medicinal ingredients used to refine the bone spirit Xian pill are all 1,000-year-old herbs. The growth cycle is 3,000 years and the medicinal ingredients are difficult to find. Only in the immortal sects might there be more. Tian Rolling said coldly. Qin Yun never expected that these pills would be so precious. They were the same price as Xian artifacts. If we don't have the bone spirit Xian pill, we won't be able to cultivate a bone spirit. Qin Yun asked with a frown. The bone spirit Xian pill can allow a person to quickly cultivate a bone spirit. If not, then it will take a long time. Yu Wulan said, it might take decades or even 100 years to cultivate a bone spirit. Tian Rolling said, the advantage of the immortal sex and the 5 great star sex is that they have many rare pills. As long as they compete, they can be obtained. If one's talent is outstanding, they will be able to advance by leaps and bounds in these sects. Let's go out. Yu Wulan said. Qin Yan and company walked out of the tower and returned to the Common Saber Academy. They had been in the tower for a few days. In the past few days, some things had happened. Someone from the Sword Star sect had come. They wanted Qin Yan to release Yang Yanxing. After all, he was a Xian martial realm martial monarch. To a sect, he was rather important. There were also people from the Yang family. However, they were all sent away by Jian Lang. The Saber Sword Villa was still very confident. Even a 5 great star sect like the Sword Star sect did not dare to barge in. Other than the people from the Sword Star sect and the Yan family, there was also a guest from the Divine Inscription Palace. As long as someone from the Divine Inscription Palace came and was not an arrogant person, the Saber Sword Villa would always be polite and treat them well. This person was a Xian inscription master. He was a fat middle-aged man. He did not say his name and only said that he was looking for Qin Yan. When Qin Yan heard this, he knew that it was Mu Feng. Back then, Mu Feng had helped to evacuate many people from the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Qin Yan had always wanted to thank him. Qin Yan hurriedly invited Mu Feng to the Common Saber Academy. Xiong Dao and Jian Lang were extremely respectful towards a Xian inscription master like Mu Feng. They were also curious as to how Qin Yan knew such a person. Qin Yan brought Mu Feng to his room. Mu Feng wore a white robe and his face was full of smiles. Qin Yan, the things you do are always so shocking. Mu Feng drank his tea and chuckled. There's nothing I can do about it. I have too many good things in my hands. Sometimes, if I accidentally expose them, I will naturally be targeted by others. Fatty Mu, why did you come to find me? Just say it. Xing Jun and Yu Ji. Mu Feng did not immediately answer Qin Yan. Instead, he sipped on his tea. After he finished the cup of tea, he slowly said, I came to talk to you about 2 things. The first thing is, did you also see a blood moon before? Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. Xianxia had also suddenly left at that time. After he cultivated the Tao Spirit Fairy, he learned that the appearance of the blood moon was the appearance of an inscription spirit. An inscription spirit has appeared, are you interested? Mu Feng chuckled and said, this inscription spirit is an extremely powerful one. As long as it's an inscription master, they would all want it. The spirit desolate is so big and there are as many experts as the clouds. I'm just a small 9th level martial Tao cultivator, so I won't join in the fun. Qin Yan also wanted to take a look because Xianxia was very likely to be there. But he was also worried that he would stir up a lot of trouble there, and then he would implicate others. You're not weak at all. As long as you don't meet a genius spirit martial realm martial master, you will be fine. Mu Feng said with a smile. What's the second matter you came to me for? Asked Qin Yan. Well, I remember that Hong Mengshu had a mystic moon saber. The moon runes on it were damaged, but they were repaired later on. Did you repair it? Mu Feng asked with a smile. That's right. Qin Yan nodded. Mu Feng hurriedly took out a large bell. Help me fix this thing, and I'll give you a reward. Qin Yan looked at the huge bell. Indeed, there were some moon runes on it. They were not considered complicated. What's the reward? Qin Yan felt that Momo could repair it, so he directly asked for the reward. What do you want now? Tell me, I'll see if I can help you get it. Mu Feng also knew that Qin Yan did not lack purple crystal coins. Bone Spirit Xian Pill. Qin Yan just happened to need this kind of Xian Pill. After Mu Feng heard this, he shook his head. I can't get it. There are more of these things in the major star sects and immortal sects. The other sects and families all treat them like treasures. Sigh. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, can you get the medicinal ingredients needed for the Bone Spirit Xian Pill? That depends on what kind of medicinal herb it is. Every sect's Bone Spirit Xian Pill recipe is different. Mu Feng said with a smile, I need to see what kind of herbs your saber sword villa needs. Qin Yan's mysterious pill scripture recorded the recipe for such a pill. He did not know if it was useful or not. According to his own memory, he writes down 3 kinds of drafts, all of which are low-grade drafts. Xian Beast Bone, Night Lotus, Moon Spirit Rose. Mu Feng looked at the names of the ingredients and frowned. Are you sure this is the formula for refining the Bone Spirit Xian pill? What? Don't tell me it doesn't look like it? Qin Yan did not know if what was recorded in the mysterious pill scripture was true or not. Xian Beast Bones are very easy to get. Night Lotus and Moon Spirit Rose can also be obtained, but these are both low-grade drafts. That Bone Spirit Xian pill seems to be a mid-grade Xian pill. Can these medicinal ingredients refine a Bone Spirit Xian pill? Mu Feng was very suspicious of this. Just get it for me. How long will it take? How many purple coins? Qin Yan asked. Xian Beast Bones are very cheap. Night Lotus and Moon Spirit Rose seem to cost 10 to 20 million each. They are still quite expensive. Mu Feng put away the piece of paper and said with a smile, as long as you help me repair that bell, I'll get one for you. Only one? Qin Yan said disdainfully. Apart from the Xian Beast Bones, the other 2 are rare goods. They take 2,000 to 3,000 years to mature. If I can get one, it would be amazing. Mu Feng said with a smile. All right. Qin Yan thought for a moment and nodded. After Mu Feng left, Qin Yan hurriedly let Mo out to repair the bell. He did not know what use this bell had. However, Ling Yuner, the little demoness, knew. This bell is a Dao tool. The runes on it. The main function is to produce a unique sound wave that can attract many powerful beasts. This should be used to hunt powerful beasts. Ling Yuner said. Mo was in the storage space, playing very happily with little Jade Rabbit and Yang. Their days were very enjoyable. After she obtained the moon totem, she could condense a lot of moonlight essence. She didn't need to eat magical beast crystal eggs to be full all day. Qin Yan looked at Mo and thought to himself, little Mo is so cute. It would be great if Ling Yuner was the same as her. Ling Yuner heard Qin Yan's thoughts and said with a chuckle, Xiaoyun, I'm also very cute. Mo calls me big brother but you call me Xiaoyun all day long. Qin Yan said in a bad mood. You silly brat, I'm much older than you, so I naturally have to call you Xiaoyun. Ling Yuner giggled and said, oh right, this little duckling, the 9th heaven Xian sparrow, is not easy to raise. You have to be mentally prepared. Really? Qin Yan suddenly felt worried. Yang's appetite is very big. Little Jade Rabbit and little Mo can eat the moonlight essence to be full but that duckling wants to eat dragon meat. After eating this dragon, you will have a big headache. Ling Yuner said. Then what should we do? We can't just let her go. Qin Yan was also reluctant to part with the cute duckling. Besides, he had raised it for a period of time and fed it a lot of dragon meat. He could not let it go to waste. This is a divine beast, of course we can't let it go. Ling Yuner said, you'd better master the method to refine royal grade Xian pills. When the time comes, just feed it the pills. Qin Yan also remembered that in the mysterious pill scripture, there were pills for beasts to eat. He suddenly felt very puzzled because he needed to eat pills very much and now he had to feed Yang. Little Mo is so cute, innocent and beautiful. It's a pity that I can't get out, otherwise I would touch her little face all day long. Ling Yuner said pitifully. It took Mo a day to repair the big bell. Qin Yan also ate the Bone Spirit Xian pill and began refining it. The Bone Spirit Xian pill could not strengthen the Dao bone. It would only release a strange power that seeped into the Dao bone. After the Dao bone absorbed enough medicinal power, it would gradually open its spirit. Ling Yuner also said that when opening the spirit, one needed to prepare a powerful beast spirit. At the moment of opening the spirit, absorbing the beast spirit would make one's bone spirit very strong and have the special power of a beast. As for the choice of beast spirit, it must have a certain degree of compatibility with the martial spirit in one's body. Only now did Qin Yan know how difficult it was to step into the spirit martial realm. Cultivation in the spirit martial realm is also incomparably difficult. A few days passed and he refined the Bone Spirit Xian pill. Because his Dao bone is too strong, a bone spirit Xian pill did not have any effect at all. Mu Feng is also waiting in the hall outside. Qin Yan went out and pulled him into the room. He said, "It's repaired." "So fast. How did you repair it?" Mu Feng is very curious about this. "Secret." Qin Yan said with a smile, "What about my things, did you bring them?" "Here. Xian beast bones are cheap, so I helped you get a lot. Consider it as a gift. There is only one night lotus and moon spirit rose." Mu Feng handed Qin Yan 2 jade boxes with a smile. Inside were 2 flowers that did not look too good. The night lotus is black and the moon spirit rose is silver. It does not release any brilliance or spiritual energy. It looks lifeless. They are all inferior. Qin Yan said with some dissatisfaction. To tell you the truth, this is trash from the 5 great immortal sects. Your saber sword villa's medicinal herbs are probably these as well. Mu Feng curled his lips and said, to be able to get these is already very good. Qin Yan could only accept it. In the future, he would use the Sun Moon Profound Bowl to make the Xian medicine better. Qin Yan, are you really not going to look for the inscription spirit? As far as I know, it might be the Star Lord or Moon Lady. Mu Feng said with a smile. Qin Yan possessed the inscription spirit, the Beast King. This would allow him to carve beast runes or beast totems with twice the result with half the effort. If I can obtain the Star Lord or Moon Lady, it will be very easy to carve the star runes or moon runes. Mu Feng said with a smile. I won't go for now. Qin Yan knew that Xianxia had gone. If she failed, it would not be too late to go. He was worried that if he went now, it would only add to the chaos. Xianxia had the memories of the young palace master from her previous life. She definitely had a way to obtain the inscription spirit. That's fine. In any case, it's not that easy to obtain the inscription spirit. It's not too late to wait. Mu Feng said, right now, the people from the various sects are looking for the inscription spirit, so they don't have time to bother with you for the time being. No time to bother with me? Even if they have time, what can they do to me? Qin Yan was not afraid at all. I don't know either. Mu Feng shook his head and said, I'm leaving. If you want to find me, you can go to the Immortal Weapon City's inscription palace to find me. I'm doing pretty well there. After Mu Feng left, Qin Yan hurriedly took out the Sun Moon Profound Bowl. Ling Yin'er said anxiously, Xiao Yun, this is not a Xian artifact. It's called the Sun Moon Divine Bowl. It's a divine artifact and it's a good item. The Xiao family really picked up a treasure back then. However, it was damaged and has been unable to unleash its strongest power. It's like a Xian artifact. Divine artifact? This kind of thing should be from the divine desolate land. How did it flow into the border area? Qin Yan was pleasantly surprised as he asked curiously, why didn't I see it before? You can't tell because the divine runes are all dark runes. This is a mix of all kinds of runes. Why did it flow into the border area? I don't know either. In short, this is a good thing. If Momo is strong enough, she can completely repair it. With little Momo's current strength, she is still unable to repair the divine runes on it. Ling Yun'er only knew about the existence of this thing through Qin Yan's memories. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she knew that it was a divine artifact. Qin Yan was pleasantly surprised as he placed the Sun Moon Divine Bowl on the table and let it condense the essence of the sun and moon. The condensed essence of the sun and moon can accelerate the growth of plants. As for how fast it can accelerate, I'm not sure. Ling Yun'er said, this bowl is really powerful. It's so damaged but it can still be used. Qin Yan now has the medicinal ingredients. He only lacks a Xian tool for refining medicine. In his alchemy scripture, there is a special refining Xian tool for refining the bone spirit Xian pill. This kind of Xian tool needs to be engraved with star and moon runes as well as some Xian runes. The difficulty of refining is still relatively high. Qin Yan is only at the 9th level martial Dao realm. He has just cultivated his Dao spirit and does not possess the power of the spirit martial realm. Just as Qin Yan was having a headache over this matter, he heard Yu Wulan shout from outside, Xiao Yun, Demon Moon Island's elder fox is here. Alchemy. It was obvious that Hu Jingxian had come to find Qin Yan for something important. Qin Yan brought her into a room for a secret discussion. Hu Jingxian was wearing a charming pink dress as she looked at Qin Yan with a charming expression. She was always intentionally or unintentionally teasing Qin Yan's mind, especially when she smiled faintly. Her expression was extremely charming. "Elder Hu, what's the matter?" Qin Yan asked with a calm expression. "I heard that you have a devil-chasing talisman, right? I want one. How do you plan on selling it?" Hu Jingxian said. "Is this devil-chasing talisman very useful to you? Are you in a hurry to use it?" Qin Yan asked after some thought. "It's not too urgent, but it's indeed very useful. This will allow us to kill many magical beasts in the magical desolate land." Hu Jingxian smiled sweetly. "Quickly name a price." "As for the price, this kind of thing is priceless." Qin Yan sighed. "Furthermore, it's extremely difficult to refine." Hu Jingxian spat lightly and said, "I know that you won 5 billion purple coins and then received the purple crystal coin reward from the Sword Hall. You don't lack it at all." "I really don't lack purple coins." Qin Yan smiled. "I do lack bone spirit Xian pills. I wonder if Elder Hu has any." "No." Hu Jingxian sighed. "Our bone spirit Xian pills are also purchased from the medicine Immortal Valley. They're extremely expensive." Hu Jingxian also knew that Qin Yan had cultivated his Tao spirit. Next, he needed to cultivate his bone spirit and step into the spirit realm. "Our Demon Moon Island really doesn't have any bone spirit Xian pills." She pouted and said bitterly, "Don't you plan on selling the devil-chasing talisman to us?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "Of course not. I just want to ask you for a favor. It's not too difficult, it just takes a bit of time." "Is it here?" Hu Jingxian asked. "N." Qin Yan nodded. "Alright, what is it? Speak." Hu Jingxian understood Qin Yan quite well and agreed. "Assist me in artifact forging." Qin Yan smiled as he scratched his head. He had originally planned to ask Dao Fan to help, but this Hu Jingxian was a Xian realm martial monarch, so she was definitely better than Dao Fan. "Assist in refining? How?" Hu Jingxian was also very interested. Her charming fox eyes flashed with a curious light. Qin Yan took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. When Hu Jingxian saw the cauldron, she exclaimed softly, "Yang Yanqing is locked inside, isn't he?" "Yes, this fellow is running around inside." "Can you help me seal him first?" Qin Yan said, "I don't want to kill him for now. In the future, I can use him to threaten the Sword Star sect." Hu Jingxian took out a rope and said, "This rope is specially used to tie up martial monarchs." Qin Yan opened the lid a little and let her put the rope in. Not long after, the rope automatically tied Yang Yanqing up. "All right." Qin Yan smiled and took out Yang Yanqing and placed him in a large vat. After Qin Yan emptied the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, he took out some materials and entered the secret chamber. He began to refine and forge them. Previously, when he was refining the Xian Royal Cannon, he needed Ziqingqing's help to forge the materials. Now, he had the Nine Sun Divine Hammer, so he could forge the materials himself. He only needed Hu Jingxian to pour her powerful martial lord power into the Xianyuan steel so that when the Xianyuan steel was being forged, it would become even stronger. "You're refining a Xian artifact?" Hu Jingxian frowned and asked. "When I came, I saw Tian rolling and Yu Wulan sparring in the courtyard. Did you refine the royal grade spirit artifacts they used?" "I refined them. That is the foundation of a Xian artifact. I now have the body to refine a low-grade Xian artifact, but I still can't carve Xian runes." Qin Yan said. "That's still very powerful." Hu Jingxian also knew that Qin Yan was a genius inscription master when he was in the Martial Desolate. Now, she had personally witnessed the process of Qin Yan forging. "Do you want to refine a very strong royal-grade spirit artifact?" Hu Jingxian asked curiously. "No, I want to refine a Xian artifact." Qin Yan took out a blueprint and looked at it before continuing to forge the materials. Hu Jingxian's charming face was immediately filled with surprise. Qin Yan was only at the 9th level of the martial Dao, but he was already able to forge a Xian artifact. "Are you joking?" Hu Jingxian could not believe it. "I need your help to inscribe Xian runes." Qin Yan suddenly became serious as he sped up the forging of the materials. He wanted to refine 2 low-grade alchemy Xian artifacts. They were 2 boxes. One was used to make medicinal powder and the other was used to make medicinal liquid. Only with medicinal powder and medicinal liquid could he mix them together to refine pills. Qin Yan was in the secret chamber. He began to knock on the door and the commotion was not small. Yu Wulan and Tian Zirua had once experienced the process of 2 cold cloud sabers and willow moon sabers. Therefore, they knew very well that Hu Jingxian had been pulled by Qin Yan to help refine artifacts. Because Qin Yan was a rather special disciple, Dao Fan did not care much about him. If Qin Yan had any problems that he wanted to consult, he could just look for Dao Fan. Inside the secret chamber, Qin Yan looked at the charming beauty who was dripping with sweat and felt that it was pleasing to the eye. He did not know if it was a habit, but he always wanted to find such a beauty to do odd jobs. It would give him a different sense of accomplishment. Of course, Hu Jingxian, a martial monarch at the Xian martial realm, did not complain. Instead, she enjoyed it. From time to time, Ling Yuner would instigate Qin Yan to flirt with the charming fox spirit Hu Jingxian. Qin Yan was somewhat moved by Ling Yuner's words. After more than a month, Hu Jingxian finally helped Qin Yan refine 2 alchemy Xian artifacts. They did not stay in the secret chamber all day. Every day, they would rest for 2 to 4 hours and go out to relax. Hu Jingxian was often responsible for purchasing various materials and herbs. Naturally, she knew very well that it was a Xian artifact. This shocked her even more. That was because not only did Qin Yan refine a Xian artifact, he also refined a very difficult Xian artifact. You plan to become an alchemist? Hu Jingxian's charming eyes were filled with surprise. There's no other way. The pills are too expensive. I can't afford it. I can only do it myself. Qin Yan wiped his sweat and said with a smile, It's been hard on you, Elder Hu. This is your reward. Hu Jingxian took the 2 devil-chasing talismans and snorted, You're really something. You actually pulled me to do odd jobs. Who told you to be so good-looking? If I refine artifacts with you, I won't be so bored. Qin Yan chuckled. Our Demon Moon Island has many beauties and demonesses like me. Do you want to go? Hu Jingxian flirtatiously flipped her hair. Her silky charming eyes were filled with affection and captivating. I'm not going. I'm worried that I will die inside. I can't afford so many beauties. Qin Yan said with a smile. Hypocrite. Hu Jingxian spat lightly, opened the door and walked out. Hu Jingxian obtained the soul-chasing talisman and left in a hurry. Qin Yan walked out of the room and listened to Dao Fan's explanation of the Broken Moon mysterious technique with Tian rolling and Yu Wulan. The Xian ability can release a martial spirit to attack and release a very powerful force. More importantly, he needed to protect his martial spirit and prevent it from being harmed. After Qin Yan finished listening to the lesson, he hurriedly returned to his room. His Sun-Moon Divine Bowl was finally filled with sun and moon essence dew. He took out 2 flower pots. The flower pots were specially refined royal-grade spirit artifacts and the soil used in the flower pots was also cultivated spirit soil. There was also a special space in the flower pot for purple coins to provide energy to the Xian flower. Qin Yan carefully dripped the essence of the sun and moon into the flower pot and watered the 2 Xian flowers. Not long after, the originally poor complexion of the Xian flower gradually released a beautiful aura. It became full of spiritual energy and recovered its vitality. As expected of a divine artifact. Qin Yan looked at the Sun-Moon Divine Bowl and said in pleasant surprise. After the 2 flowers recovered, Qin Yan carefully plucked them off. There were still roots. As long as he continued to water them with the essence of the sun and moon, he would be able to make the flowers grow again. Qin Yan followed the instructions in the mysterious pill scripture and placed the 2 flowers into the 2 boxes. Then, he closed the lid and released the flames. He needed to control the flames and gently burn the night lotus and the moon spirit rose. The night lotus needed to be refined into medicinal powder and the moon spirit rose needed to be refined into medicinal liquid. This process was completed in just 4 hours, then, he added the Xian beast bone that had been ground into powder. The 3 were mixed together and placed into the furnace. He used his mental energy to control them and fused the 3 materials together. The key was in the furnace, the process of condensing the pill. Qin Yan was very proficient in controlling fire and his mental energy was also very strong. Under the pressure of his mental energy, the three materials gradually fused together. The moon spirit rose's medicinal liquid had the effect of dissolving and solidifying. Even under the burning of the flames, the mist formed was still an energy that lingered around the outside of the pill, forming a faint silver cyclone. The cyclone slowly rotated and was controlled by Qin Yan's mental energy as it slowly seeped into the pill. After tossing and turning for an entire day, Qin Yan finally refined a bone spirit Xian pill. After so long, I've only managed to refine one. Qin Yan looked at the bone spirit Xian pill and sighed with emotion. In fact, he was very successful because it was his first time refining this pill and he was able to refine it in a day. Many Xian alchemists would not be able to refine this pill so smoothly for the first time. Of course, Qin Yan's pill formula was different from others. The most important thing were the two Xian artifacts. Other people's Xian artifacts only had Xian runes carved on them. As for Qin Yan's two Xian artifacts, they had even added star runes and moon runes. The medicinal liquids and powders refined were also very special. After Qin Yan ate it, he realized that the medicinal power of this pill was much better than the one he had eaten before. I wonder how much I need to eat to cultivate a bone spirit. Qin Yan looked at the Sun-Moon Divine Bowl and shook his head with a sigh. The Sun-Moon Divine Bowl gathered the essence of the sun and moon too slowly. It took 10 days to make a bowl. If he wanted to bloom, he didn't know how many bowls of sun and moon essence he would need to water. Qin Yan could only place the Sun-Moon Divine Bowl in the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit and use his own body to absorb the power of the sun and moon to condense the essence of the sun and moon. As he thought about the bone spirit Xian pill, he came to the courtyard and saw a youth dressed in white. It was Jian Lang. Hall Master Jian, are the people from the Sword Star sect here again? Qin Yan said with a smile. No. Jian Lang smiled. I came to find you this time because I want to bring you to the Immortal Weapon City. The Villa Master is there and wants to see the #1 academy in the saber sword attack and defense battle. All right. Qin Yan hurriedly agreed. Among the 5 great immortals, the Immortal Weapon City had the highest level of inscriptions. Immortal Weapon City is a huge city and it is also one of the 5 great immortal sections. Unlike other immortal sects, the Immortal Weapon City is open to the public. As long as you meet the conditions of the Immortal Weapon City, you can enter the city. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a group of soldiers from the Immortal Desolate who lived here and established a city as a logistics base. They were in charge of forging all kinds of weapons to be used in war. And in the middle of the Immortal Weapon City is the camp of the immortal soldiers back then, and now it has become one of the 5 great immortal sections. Mu Feng was in the Immortal Weapon City's Divine Inscription Palace, so Qin Yan wanted to take a look. When Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan learned that they were going to meet the Manor Lord, they were also somewhat excited. It had to be known that Wu Lu was the head of the Saber Sword Villa and the head of the 5 great star sects. He rarely showed his face and was always a guest elder in the immortal sect. Xiong Dao had said before that the Villa Master of the Saber Sword Villa was a guest elder of the Immortal Weapon City and the Sword Immortal Pavilion. These guest chamberlains were in charge of things that were not convenient for the people from the immortal sects to do. After agreeing to go to the Immortal Weapon City, Jian Lang hurriedly left Saber Sword Villa with Qin Yan, Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling. Jian Lang's flying magic treasure was a flying tiger puppet. The flying tiger puppet was 10 or so meters long and had a pair of massive wings. Its body was hollow inside, and it was split into 2 levels. There were some chairs and tables. The first floor was made up of chairs, and the second floor was made up of several small rooms. During long-distance flights, they would need to rest or cultivate in their rooms. Yu Wulan sat on a chair and looked outside through the window. She said enviously, Hall Master Jian, your flying magic treasure is really good. How many purple coins do you need to buy it? I don't know either. Anyway, the Manor Lord rewarded me. I asked someone to help me refine it. In terms of value, it's probably worth 1 billion purple crystal coins. Jian Lang looked like a youth, but he was actually very old. It was only because he had eaten some miraculous pills that his appearance didn't change. Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yan and said with a charming smile, Little Yun, do you want to buy one? 1 billion for one, it's too expensive. Xianxia curled his lips and said, it's only worth 200 million at most. He was an expert in smithing. As soon as he came up, he roughly understood the structure of this flying magic treasure. This isn't a real puppet, because it doesn't even have totem patterns. Unless there's a flying tiger totem or an eagle totem carved on it, then it can be considered a puppet. This flight artifact is only inscribed with royal grade wind manipulation rune and flight rune. It doesn't have any defense at all, and the materials used are of poor quality as well. I can destroy it with a single punch. Jian Lang was slightly taken aback as he looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Is this true? When the manor master gave it to me, he warned me not to sell it for less than 1 billion purple crystal coins. The construction cost is less than 100 million. Even if you were to sell it to me for 200 million, I wouldn't even want it. Qin Yun said with a look of disgust, I admit that a golden tiger with a pair of big wings is indeed very domineering, but it's just for show. You know how to forge? Jian Lang had used it for a long time, but he did not discover anything. I know a little bit, but I don't understand. Were you tricked, or was it the manor master who was tricked? Qin Yun said with a smile, this thing is really not worth 1 billion purple coins. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan had originally thought that this flying magic treasure was very powerful. Now that Qin Yun said that, they began to despise it. They believed Qin Yun's words because Qin Yun's artifact forging skills were very strong. I want to ask the manor master. Jian Lang's face was filled with displeasure. Back then, I made a great contribution and he actually gave me such a scammer. Hall Master Jian, don't tell me that little Yun told you. This will make the manor master unhappy. Yu Wulan asked with a smile, oh right, Hall Master Jian, what great contribution did you make back then? When I went out to train, I picked up a large meteorite and obtained 1,000 genes of space Xian stones. I was young and ignorant at that time, so I handed it over. Jian Lang curled his lips and said, only later did I find out that a gene of space Xian stones is worth 50 million purple coins. That's 50 billion purple coins. What a huge loss. Yu Wulan covered her mouth and laughed. Hall Master Jian. With your contributions, you should at least obtain a set of Dao artifacts. Saber Sword Villa gave you this broken flying tiger magic treasure? Qin Yun was the clearest about the significance of the 1,000 genes of space Xian stones. There's also a pill. It said that it's a royal grade earth pill. After I ate it, I became like this and maintained my youthful appearance. Because Jian Lang was able to cultivate his origin sword, he did not have much of a pursuit for Dao artifacts. With his cultivation at that time, to be able to obtain a flying tiger worth 1 billion was quite domineering. Along the way, Jian Lang was extremely depressed. Qin Yun secretly regretted telling Jian Lang the truth about the flying tiger magic treasure. After flying for a few days, they arrived outside the Immortal Weapon City. Outside the city, one could see many tall towers in the city, towers that were hundreds of meters tall filled the interior of the Immortal Weapon City. Some of them were snow white, like ice buildings, some of them were completely black, as if they were made of hard black iron. There were all kinds of buildings. It could be seen that there were many people inside the Immortal Weapon City. What are the conditions to enter the city? Qin Yun asked. You have to have status. You are all disciples of the Saber Sword Villa, there is no problem with your identity. Jian Lang said, then, you have to register your purple card number. What's the point of registering? Qin Yun said, can we not register? The main purpose of registration is to collect taxes. If there is a change in the amount of purple coins on the purple crystal card and a transaction occurs, the Divine Inscription Palace will record it. If you don't pay taxes, you can't leave the city. If you don't register a purple crystal card, you can't trade in the city. If my purple crystal card is registered, if I transfer purple coins to an unregistered purple crystal card, I will be discovered by the Divine Inscription Palace. I will be responsible for paying that tax. If you don't want to register your original purple crystal card, you can get a new one when you enter the city. Qin Yun had billions of purple crystal coins in his purple crystal card. He did not want to expose his wealth. How much tax do you usually have to pay for transactions? Yu Wulan asked. 30%. If you earn 1,000 purple coins, you have to pay 300. This tax is split between the Divine Inscription Palace and the Immortal Weapon City. Jianlang sighed and said, now you know why the Immortal Sect is so powerful. It's because they are very rich. Why are there so many people squeezing into the city? Tian Rolling looked at the densely packed buildings and said doubtfully, I don't like this kind of environment. It's too crowded. I like places with mountains and rivers. Saber Sword City is pretty good. Because there is something called the Immortal Origin in the Immortal Weapon City. Inside, you can absorb the 9 suns spiritual energy mixed with immortal energy. As for what use it has, it varies from person to person. In short, this is the reason why the Immortal Weapon City can prosper for so long. Jianlang looked at the city gate and said, are you ready to register? Once a purple crystal card is registered, even if a transaction occurs outside the city, you will have to pay taxes when you enter the city. Otherwise, you will be prohibited from entering the city by the Immortal Weapon City. I'll get a new one. Qin Yan did not want to expose his wealth. To enter the city, he had to pay 100,000 purple coins. It was said that the Immortal Weapon City was the #1 city in the Proud Star State. A large number of the elites of the Proud Star State were gathered here. Qin Yan applied for a new purple crystal card. This purple crystal card and his identity card needed to be dripped with blood. This way, when he entered and left the city, even if he changed his appearance, he would still be discovered. Since he was a martial monarch at the Xian martial realm, his identity would be strictly examined when he entered the city. You guys are only here to play and not to earn purple coins, so you don't have to worry about being taxed too much. Jianlang laughed. Jianlang had been here many times, so he was very familiar with this place. As soon as he entered, he immediately called for a flying car. Then, he transferred 1,000 purple crystal coins into the purple crystal card of the flying car. Only then could he control the flying car. These flying cars were all released by the Immortal Weapon City and there were a lot of them. After entering the city, he could only use the flying magic treasure of the Immortal Weapon City. The feeling that the Immortal Weapon City gave Qin Yan, other than being spectacular, was that it knew how to earn purple coins. As long as he entered, the Immortal Weapon City would always have a way to squeeze out purple coins. Jianlang brought Qin Yan and company to a medium-sized inn to stay. He needed to contact the Manor Lord before they could meet up. The Immortal Weapon City was still relatively large. There were more than 10 gates and the number of martial artists was over 100 million. After resting for a night, Jianlang contacted the Villa Master. He was in the Southern Inscription Palace Hall. There were also many large and small Inscription Palace halls in the Immortal Weapon City. The Southern Inscription Palace Hall was the largest in the Southern District. Qin Yan did not know which Inscription Palace Hall Mufeng was in. Jianlang called for a flying car and brought Qin Yan, Tian Rolling, and Yu Wulan to the Southern Inscription Palace Hall. After flying for half a day, they finally arrived at the Southern Inscription Palace Hall. This hall was a giant tower. It was several hundred meters tall and it was extremely imposing. On the first floor, there was a very noisy lobby where all sorts of transactions and things were happening. Qin Yan and company followed Jianlang and arrived at a relatively gorgeous lobby on the second floor. There were hundreds of people here. However, the people here were all dressed in gorgeous clothes. Most of them were martial masters of the Spirit Martial Realm and martial monarchs of the Xian Martial Realm. There were also some young juniors who followed their elders. The moment Qin Yan entered, he saw Mufeng. Mufeng, the fatty, was dressed in a green luxurious robe. He was dressed like a noble as he leaned on a comfortable animal skin chair and ate the snacks and fruits that had been served. My friend is over there. I'll go greet him. Qin Yan said to Jianlang before walking over. Mufeng looked at a rusty dagger as he ate. He was extremely serious. Qin Yan walked over and patted his head from behind. Mufeng immediately became angry and hurriedly stood up. Why are you here? Mufeng had previously told Qin Yan to come to the Immortal Weapon City to play. He never expected Qin Yan to arrive so quickly. When Mufeng saw that Jianlang was also here, he roughly guessed that Qin Yan was here to meet the Villa Master of Saber Sword Villa. Let's talk somewhere else. We have something to discuss. Mufeng waved at Jianlang from afar and hurriedly pulled Qin Yan out of the hall. Star Lord Mufeng smiled and ordered many good dishes to entertain Qin Yan. Fatty Mu, What were so many people doing in the lobby just now? Xianxia asked curiously. Haha, the War of the Southwest. Western Inscription Palace and Southern Inscription Palace are fighting. I am here to watch the show. Mufeng chuckled. So you are not from the Southern Inscription Palace? Xianxia also ate the delicious dishes in big mouthfuls. I am from the Eastern Inscription Palace. My mission here is to fan the flames and make them fight to the death. Then, the business of our Eastern Inscription Palace will be much better. Mufeng smiled treacherously. Xianxia was not surprised that there would be internal strife in the Divine Inscription Palace. There were so many capable people in such a huge faction. No one was willing to submit to anyone. It would be strange if they did not fight. I'm here to see our Saber Sword Villa's Villa Master. I really don't know why we're meeting here. Xianxia curled his lips. Your Villa Master seems to be a guest elder of the Southern Inscription Palace. It's normal for him to appear here. I reckon that this Villa Master plans to let you 3 stronger Martial Dao Realm disciples fight for face. Mufeng shook his head and said, I have to say, the Southern Inscription Palace is weaker than the Western Inscription Palace. This time, the Southern Inscription Palace will definitely suffer a loss. When Xianxia heard this, he knew that the Villa Master had other motives for bringing them here. He didn't just want to see them. Alright, who asked us to be disciples of the Saber Sword Villa? If the Villa Master wants us to help, we can't not help. As long as he did not risk his life, Xianxia did not think much of it. Xianxia, I just received a piece of news. It's related to Inscription Spirit. The reason why Mufeng brought Xianxia here was to discuss this matter. What news? Asked Xianxia. That Inscription Spirit is called Star Lord. As long as you obtain it, you can easily carve star runes. Mufeng said with a smile, this is an inscription spirit that the moon has absorbed for many years. This inscription spirit fell into the remote Moon Mountain range and was obtained by Xianxia. Now, many experts from various powers are searching for Xianxia in the remote Moon Mountain range. Mufeng's words made Xianxia stand up abruptly. Xianxia had indeed obtained the inscription spirit, but her current situation was not good. Xianxia is not even at the spirit martial realm. For her to be able to obtain the inscription spirit is truly surprising. Mufeng sighed, that kind of thing is of great significance to us inscription masters, but it was obtained by her. What's the situation inside the remote Moon Mountain range? Xianxia wanted to immediately go over and take a look. The remote Moon Mountain range is more dangerous. There are countless mountains in the mountain range and half of those mountains are soaked in water. They are a combination of water and mountains. There are many powerful mountain beasts and also water beasts. Mufeng said, if you really want to go in, now is not the time. Xianxia sat down and was secretly worried. He asked, why isn't it the right time? Xianxia must be hiding very well. You shouldn't have to worry. Moreover, she is a disciple of the Nether Moon Palace. Mufeng poured a cup of wine for Xianxia and continued, what is more important to you is how to enter the Immortal Sect. Entering the Immortal Sect is too important for you. It will allow you to break through to the spirit martial realm even faster. Do you remember Lu Chongsheng? That guy is now a martial master of the spirit martial realm and has become a main sect disciple. I also know the importance of entering the Immortal Sect, but it's not easy to enter. Xianxia also wanted to enter a better Immortal Sect, but it was not easy at all. Xianxia, there is a great opportunity right now. This Immortal Weapon City is different from the other Immortal sections. Sometimes, they will also openly select some disciples to join. Mufeng picked up his chopsticks and said, the 5 great immortal sects have joined forces with our Divine Inscription Palace to open a desolate domain. This desolate domain is rather special. Only Martial Dao Realm cultivators can enter. I heard that this is the lair of a group of ancient heavenly beasts. There are many heavenly beasts inside, such as heavenly lions, dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and so on. Furthermore, there are some treasures related to heavenly beasts. Xianxia's eyes widened as he looked at Mufeng. He was very surprised by this. Mufeng chuckled, all the immortal sects want these things, so they need to send some powerful martial Dao realm cultivators in. If your villa master recommends you to enter, if you can get good things for the Immortal Weapon City, you might be able to enter the Immortal Weapon City sect. Your Saber Sword Villa's Villa Master is a guest elder of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, Immortal Weapon City and the Southern Inscription Palace. He definitely has a way to get you into the Immortal Sect. Qin Yun nodded. This was indeed a good opportunity. Mu Feng and Qin Yun were eating and drinking in the private room upstairs. However, the lobby downstairs was bustling with noise and excitement. Mu Feng, who was originally planning to watch the show, seemed to have forgotten about this matter. Jian Lang asked Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan in a low voice, "Is there any way to contact that little brother of yours?" Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan shook their heads. "The Villa Master is here," Jian Lang said in a low voice before walking towards a white-robed old man. The white-robed old man was very tall. He had a child's face and white hair. He had a kind face and a short sword hung from his waist. This kind-looking old man was the Villa Master of Saber Sword Villa, Chu Binyu. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling hurriedly walked over and greeted Chu Binyu in a low voice. Chu Binyu nodded with a smile on his face. "Chu Binyu, I've finally met you. Is your Saber Sword Villa's Qin Yun here?" A golden-robed old man suddenly asked in a loud and angry voice. "Who are you?" Chu Binyu's face was filled with doubt. Although his voice was hoarse, it was filled with gentleness. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling were both surprised. They never expected the Villa Master of Saber Sword Villa to look so benevolent. "I am Sword Star Sect's Yang Qiangjin. Yang Yanxing is my son." Qin Yun used a powerful Dao tool to capture him. "I'm here to find you for him." Yang Qiangjin had a fat head and big ears. His face was covered with a white beard. He looked valiant and had a ferocious aura. Chu Binyu smiled. "Then I'm really sorry. When I see Qin Yun, I will definitely discuss this matter with him." "Discuss? You should just let him go," Yang Qiangjin said angrily. "That won't do. Back then, your son wanted to kill Qin Yun first. It's natural for Qin Yun to capture him. If Qin Yun were to let go of someone who wanted to kill him, it would indeed not be appropriate." Chu Binyu's voice was gentle as he slowly said. The people in the lobby all looked at Chu Binyu and the others. When they saw Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan, two beautiful women dressed in black, they also guessed their identities. They just felt that it was strange that Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling had come but Qin Yun did not. "Everyone else, stop messing around. Today is a duel between our Western Inscription Palace and the Southern Inscription Palace. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it another day." A bald old man with white eyebrows and black armor led a group of people into the spacious lobby. There were more than 1,000 people in the lobby, but it was still very spacious and did not make people feel crowded. The people from the Southern Inscription Palace were already here. When they saw the group of black-armored people from the Western Inscription Palace arrive, their faces were immediately filled with hostility. Yang Qiangjin of the Yang family also heard the news and learned that Chu Binyu was here. That's why he rushed over. He did not know about the conflict in the Southwest Inscription Palace. When Yang Qiangjin saw Chu Binyu together with the people from the Southern Inscription Palace, he was secretly surprised. He did not expect Chu Binyu to have such a good relationship with the Divine Inscription Palace. Just now, he yelled at Chu Binyu, it was indeed too rash. Chu Binyu was easy to talk to, if it was someone else, they would definitely drive Yang Qiangjin out. "Chu Binyu, are you also participating in this fight?" The bald old man from the Western Inscription Palace asked with a sneer. "I am a guest elder of the Southern Inscription Palace, naturally I have to contribute my strength. When the time comes, I ask everyone to give way," Chu Binyu said with a very polite smile. "Is there no inscription master in the Southern Inscription Palace? You actually invited a guest elder." The bald old man's laughter was full of ridicule. "The people from the Southern Inscription Palace are very angry." "Don't be angry because there is something that will make you even angrier. Your Southern Inscription Palace occupies such a large area but you can't provide high-quality talismans, materials, and various weapons. We can't stand it anymore, we must let the people in the Southern District know how bad your Southern Inscription Palace is." The bald old man is from the Western Inscription Palace. There are fewer people in the Western District and their business is also very poor. The Southern District is relatively large, there are many people and the business is very hot. However, the overall strength of the Southern District is relatively weak, so it is targeted by the Western District. Bald old man, you said that the level of inscription in our Southern Inscription Palace is not as good as you? A middle-aged man said with a dissatisfied face. It's not inferior, it's far inferior to us. The bald old man said very confidently, if you don't agree, then let's compete. Only Chu Binyu was not angry in the Southern Inscription Palace. He still had a kind smile on his face and said, how do you want to compete? Let's compete on two basic levels, material refining and inscription finesse. The bald old man touched his bald head and smiled proudly, when my granddaughter comes, she will compete with you. Your granddaughter? Chu Binyu frowned slightly and asked, is it the little girl who entered the spirit martial realm before she was 20? This sentence suddenly caused a commotion in the lobby. Less than 20 years old martial master, this is simply a genius among geniuses. The bald old man was even more proud and said with a smile, yes. She is now a main sect disciple of Immortal Weapon City. It turns out that Lu Jingming is the granddaughter of the bald old man. How could the bald old man have such a powerful granddaughter? Did you pick her up? Yes, the bald old man is just like that. It is impossible to have such a good bloodline inheritance. If his granddaughter is also bald, then she is his son's daughter. I heard from the disciples of Immortal Weapon City that Lu Jingming is very beautiful, she is not bald. Everyone suddenly began to talk. The bald old man's face was ugly and he wanted to beat up these people who talked nonsense. Immortal Body Qin Yun and Mu Feng came down from upstairs and saw the bald man was furious, cursing those who talked about his granddaughter. This is the second master of Western Inscription Palace, West Wind Bald Man. He is a very interesting character. His granddaughter Lu Jingming is very heaven-defying, 20 years old martial master and Xian inscription master. When Mu Feng talked about Lu Jingming, he could not help but sigh. It was also at this time that a young girl rushed in recklessly, bumping into many people along the way. The girl has a pair of bright and beautiful big eyes, a slightly round face, beautiful and elegant with a bit of innocence. She looks like a very simple girl. She was originally wearing a white dress but now it is dirty and covered with some mud. When she came here, she saw so many people looking at her, she immediately shyly lowered her head and shrank behind the bald man. Everyone immediately guessed that this is Lu Jingming. When Qin Yun saw Lu Jingming, he could not help but think of the lovely Qi Malian and a burst of longing surged in his heart. Meng, how did you become like this? After the bald man saw his granddaughter, his originally very evil face suddenly became very kind, his eyes are full of doting. Everyone secretly despised this bald man, he actually has two faces. When I went back to the city, I met some children, they asked me to play with them in the mud, I played with them for a while. Because it was fun, I forgot to come here. Lu Jingming is very low, timid and soft voice. Playing with mud, everyone was dumbfounded by this. A less than 20 years old spirit martial realm martial master is actually playing with mud like a child. Bald man, can your granddaughter do it? How come we never knew that she knows the Tao of inscription? A middle-aged man from Southern Inscription Palace said with doubt. Why not? My granddaughter is a primary Xian inscription master. The bald man suddenly shouted, his face full of arrogance, how many old guys here are hundreds of thousands of years old, they are just spirit inscription masters. After the bald man finished, he touched his little granddaughter and said, Meng, take out your badge. Lu Jingming is a little shy, she pouted her little mouth and slowly took out a purple gold badge covered with mud. Although it is covered with mud, it is shining with purple gold light. The inscription masters here are all silent, that badge indeed belongs to Lu Jingming. Meng, this is a very valuable thing. Don't play with it in the future. The bald man warned her in a gentle voice. I think it's beautiful, so I took it out for those children to see. Lu Jingming stuck out her tongue slightly. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Although they hated the baldy, they couldn't hate his silly granddaughter. On the contrary, they liked her a little. The bald old man's face was full of pride as he looked at Chu Binyu. Let's first compete in the production of materials and then compete in the fineness of the runes. Let my granddaughter challenge all the Xian inscription masters of your Southern Inscription Palace. As long as you can win one match, it will be considered your victory. These words were domineering and filled with arrogance, causing the people from the Southern Inscription Palace to feel a great deal of ridicule. If our Western Inscription Palace loses, we are willing to merge with your southern inscription palace. If your southern inscription palace loses, we don't need you to merge with us. We just need to open a branch palace in the southern district. How about it? The bet that the bald old man said made many people slightly exclaim. In the immortal weapon city, there are 4 inscription palace. The eastern inscription palace is the strongest, followed by the northern inscription palace and the southern inscription palace. The western inscription palace is at the bottom. If the southwest and south inscription palace merged, it would be the largest inscription palace here. This kind of thing, Chu Binyu can't make the decision. However, an old man from the southern inscription palace nodded in agreement. Then let's start the competition now. First, refine the materials. Within an hour, forge 1 gene of low-grade Xianyuan steel. Whoever can increase the weight of Xianyuan steel the most, who wins. We will only send Meng Meng here, you can send anyone on your side. The bald old man is very confident and proudly smiled. On the southern inscription palace's side, there are a total of 6 Xian inscription masters. In addition to Chu Binyu, there are 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men. Qinyan feels that he is very powerful, but Lu Jingmeng is even more heaven-defying. She stepped into the spirit martial realm before the age of 20 and is also a Xian inscription master. Xiao Yun, that little girl, has a very strong bloodline inheritance and divine ability martial spirit. If I am not wrong, she is born with an immortal body of fire and the flame is very strong. Ling Yuner suddenly said. Immortal body? What the hell is this? Qin Yun was surprised. Immortal body is the body that can become an immortal. Ling Yuner said, the people of Immortal Weapon City can definitely see her physique. There is such a saying. Qin Yun did not expect it. Of course, there are things like sacred body and divine body, but they are even rarer and they are all evolved from immortal body. Ling Yuner said again. Xiao Yun, if you work hard, you may be able to cultivate heavenly lion Xian body. Although Xian body is a relatively poor physique, it can give you a very strong power and you can evolve into an immortal body. Qin Yun listened to Ling Yuner's words and his heart moved. He wanted to give it a try. If he cultivated that kind of strong physique, it would definitely be of great help to his future cultivation. Start! The bald man shouted. In the middle of the lobby, there is an open space where the Xian inscription masters of both sides are competing. The furnace and forging hammer used are also the same. No one thought that Lu Jingmeng, who looked silly, actually became very serious and calm when forging materials and seemed to be immersed in it all at once. Lu Jingming's little hand clasped a forging hammer and when it fell, the hammer overflowed with blue flames. Blue fire. Is it a blue martial spirit? That is a divine ability martial spirit. Someone shouted. I don't know what kind of divine ability martial spirit it is. From the momentum, it is not weak at all. The granddaughter of the bald man is really heaven-defying. The blue divine ability fire is very strong. Everyone exclaimed. Chu Binyu and several others were also shocked and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. At the scene, there has been a loud sound of forging. 1 hour is over soon. The old Xian inscription master who competed with Lu Jingmeng also had some agreement in his heart. They did not expect Lu Jingmeng to have divine ability fire. Of course, even if Lu Jingmeng has divine ability fire, if they lose, they will lose very ugly. One must know that these old Xian inscription masters are all very old. Losing to a girl who is less than 20 years old is indeed very shameful. Now, the weight of the Xianyuan steel began to be weighed one by one. After 2 hours of forging, the half a kilogram of low-grade Xianyuan steel had shrunk a lot. Although it has become smaller, if the person who forged it is powerful, he can make this piece of Xianyuan steel heavier. The weighing is over soon. Lu Jingming's Xianyuan steel is 2 Gen 8 Liang, and Chu Binyu and the other older generation, the heaviest one is only 2 Gen 5 Liang. One must know that they are all powerful martial monarchs or martial kings. In terms of energy intensity, they are stronger than Lu Jingmeng. In the first round, Lu Jingmeng won. Those who had doubts about Lu Jingmeng's strength were shocked at this time and did not say anything more. The next second round is to compare the finesse of the royal grade spirit inscription. Within an hour, carve the same royal grade spirit inscription and compete in finesse. Qin Yun, like many people, is looking forward to the results and seriously looked at Lu Jingming's spirit inscription. Because the distance is too far, he can't see the level of finesse and can only wait for the final test. During the competition, the carving knife used is the same, they are all engraved on a piece of Xianyuan steel plate. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, Lu Jingming seems to have completed it very easily. Then began to test the finesse. The result gave Qin Yan a huge shock. Lu Jingming's finesse is actually 8th level. Chu Bingyu and the other older generation also have 8th level finesse. This match is considered a draw. Just with an ordinary carving knife, you can carve 8th level finesse? Qin Yan was also hit hard. He felt that when forging materials, he cannot lose to Lu Jingming. And in terms of finesse, he may at most reach 7th level finesse or even 8th level finesse, according to the bet. As long as the Southern Inscription Palace wins one match, they will win. If they can't win one match, it is a loss. Several old Xian inscription masters of the Southern Inscription Palace lost the first match to Lu Jingming, but in the second match, they tied. This means that they did not win a single match. Ha ha ha. Meng Meng, we won, our Western Inscription Palace can open a branch in the Southern District. The West Wind bald old man is very happy, he smiled and touched Lu Jingming. At this time, everyone looked at Lu Jingming with eyes full of admiration. Many young talents present also want to marry such a good wife. Motherfucker, the Southern Inscription Palace actually lost. The Western Inscription Palace is going to rise. Mu Feng suddenly felt pressure because the Western Inscription Palace will be his competitor in the future. He had originally thought that the two Divine Inscription Palace would fight to the point where both sides would suffer heavy injuries. However, it was not as he had imagined. At this time, suddenly a young man in golden clothes came out with a smile and came to the middle of the competition field. He looked at the bald old man, with a proud smile on his thin face. He said, I am the son of the Northern Inscription Palace's General Director, Long Yuetao. Our Northern Inscription Palace also wants to experience the exquisite skills of your Western Inscription Palace. When everyone heard this name, they were suddenly surprised. Long Yuetao? Isn't this the Medicine Immortal Valley Xian Inscription Master? At the age of 50, he stepped into the Spirit Martial Realm and became a Martial Master. He is also a Xian Inscription Master. A first-class genius. I did not expect him to actually appear here. 50 years old and still so young, it is also because he broke through quickly. Long Yuetao himself is a child of the Long family and his father is the General Director of the Northern Inscription Palace. Do you want to compete like this? The bald old man naturally trusts the strength of his granddaughter. The method is the same as before. The bet, as long as you win, your Western Inscription Palace can open a branch in my Northern District. If you lose, you will marry Lu Jingming to me and your Western Inscription Palace will also merge with us. How about it? One game to decide the outcome. Hearing this bet, the bald man was slightly angry and said, I am too lazy to compete with you. Haha, Lu Jingming marrying me is the best choice. In the Immortal Weapon City, no one is worthy of her. If you ruin her, you will regret it. Long Yuetao sneered. This made the bald man even more angry. He looked at Lu Jingming and whispered, Meng Meng, don't be afraid, we will not compete with him. How about this, if you win, not only can you open a branch in our Northern District, our Northern Inscription Palace will also be closed for a year. How about it? Long Yuetao said again. It can be seen that he is very persistent in marrying Lu Jingming. Can you decide this matter? The bald man asked coldly. Everyone watched quietly from the side, but in their hearts, they felt that a big show was about to be staged. Long Yuetao entered the Medicine Immortal Valley more than 10 years ago and he was very famous at that time. Even after more than 10 years, many people still remember him. A middle-aged man suddenly came out of the crowd and said with a smile, Bald man, of course my son can decide this matter. Lu Jingming is from the Immortal Weapon City, my son is from the Medicine Immortal Valley and they are also young Spirit Martial Realm Xian Inscription Masters. It is not a big deal to let them compete. If you lose, your granddaughter will marry my son, it will not be a loss. The middle-aged man is also wearing a set of golden clothes with a dragon pattern. His face is also somewhat similar to Long Yuetao's. Mu Feng whispered to Qin Yun, this is the General Director of the North Palace Hall, Long Quan, also the youngest General Director. When Lu Jingming heard that she is going to marry, she wrinkled her curved eyebrows and puffed her face was full of reluctance. We will not compete. The bald man loves his granddaughter very much and immediately refused. Bald man, isn't your granddaughter very powerful? You actually dare not compete? Haha, this will make your West Palace Hall and Immortal Weapon City a joke. Long Quan laughed mockingly. No wonder your West Palace Hall is so useless, it turns out to be so cowardly, you deserve to be the worst inscription palace hall here. Long Yuetao laughed, bald man, you are really a coward. Lu Jingmeng, who has been very shy, suddenly shouted loudly. Scoundrel, you are not allowed to scold my grandfather. I would rather die than marry a scoundrel like you. I won't lose to a scoundrel like you. Haha, come on, I am afraid that your grandfather will not let you compete. Long Yuetao laughed. Meng Meng, don't be provoked by him. Don't compete. The bald man was very rational in the face of this kind of thing. At that moment, Qin Yin suddenly squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the martial field in the middle. Jian Lang, Yu Wulan and Tian Roling were secretly alarmed when they saw Qin Yin appear. Jian Lang wanted to pull Qin Yin back but he was a step too late. Long Yuetao, don't bully the little girl, I will compete with you. Qin Yin said. What are you? You want to compare with me? Long Yuetao coldly glanced at Qin Yin and said with disdain. I am not a thing, I am Qin Yin. I have also killed a few people from your Long family. I wonder if I am worthy? Qin Yin smiled faintly. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. The influential figure of the Saber Sword Villa had finally appeared. This is Qin Yin? Sure enough, he is arrogant. He killed the elder of the Long family and captured the martial monarch of the Yang family. He actually dares to be insolent here. The master of the Saber Sword Villa is here, he is naturally not afraid. While everyone was whispering, Yang Qiongjin also walked over. Qin Yin, quickly release my Yang family's Yang Yanqing. Yang Qiongjin shouted angrily. He wants to kill me, I will not let him go. Unless you can guarantee that he will not kill me. Qin Yin was not afraid of Yang Qiongjin and calmly replied. At this time, Chu Binyu, the master of the villa, naturally went to protect Qin Yin. Long Yuetao was also secretly surprised, he did not expect Qin Yin to actually come out. He had a good relationship with Lu Chongxing in the Medicine Immortal Valley and naturally knew about Qin Yin. Yang family people, wait for me to finish with the genius of the Long family. You wait first. Qin Yin finished, looked at Long Yuetao and said, let's talk about the bet. Yang Qiongjin was angry to the extreme but when he saw Chu Binyu, his kind eyes flashed with killing intent, he calmed down and walked to the side to watch. Long Yuetao coldly said, you have a Dao tool, I know this. How many do you want to bet? That depends on how many chips you have. Qin Yin smiled. 2 billion purple crystal coins, is it enough? Long Quan quickly said. Qin Yin's Dao tool is an ancient Dao tool, it is absolutely worth this price. Betting purple crystal coins, isn't it too vulgar? Qin Yin smiled and said, I don't accept purple crystal coins, I will be taxed. Then how do you want to compete? Long Yuetao also wants to get an ancient Dao tool, if it is used for research, the value is still very great. If you lose, you'll become my slave. I lose, be your slave, how about it? Qin Yin asked lightly. In the lobby, there was a sudden silence, the bald man and Lu Jingmeng also looked at Qin Yin in surprise, this kind of competition is really good. This is not good, not good. Long Yuetao quickly said. Oh, you just competed with the little girl, you want her to marry you. Now I want you to be my slave, why don't you want to? You coward. The face of the entire Medicine Immortal Valley has been lost by you, a coward. You are a spirit martial realm, you don't dare to compete with me, a 9th level martial Dao realm, in this spirit desolate, I am afraid even a smelly mouse is more daring than you. Qin Yin laughed out loud. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Qin Yin, are you here to pick a fight? Long Quan suddenly became furious. Qin Yin smiled, hey, you just forced the little girl to compete with you and said that the little girl is timid and dare not compete. Now it's your turn, how can you be like this? Let's make it a little more ruthless. If anyone loses, who will destroy their own Dao core, how about it? Do you dare to come? Everyone swallowed their saliva and secretly admired Qin Yin's courage. They also understood why he made so many big events. Chu Binyu has always been very interested in Qin Yun, and now he finally saw the power of Qin Yun. Long Yuetao is really afraid. In terms of momentum, he is not as good as Qin Yun. Just now, Long Yuetao was aggressive towards the bald man and Lu Jingmeng. Now, his momentum has long since disappeared and he doesn't even dare to say a word. If we win, it's just you, a son of a bitch, that's all. What's in it for us? Long Quan snorted. Qin Yun is not angry, he leisurely said, well, if I lose, I will destroy my own Dao core and give you 4 ancient Dao tools. If I win, Long Yuetao will destroy his own Dao core, how about it? This is not in line with our interests. Long Quan gritted his teeth and said. You don't dare to gamble, why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and get out of here. Tian Rolling came over and sneered. You only dare to bully the little girl, bully the weak and fear the strong. Yu Wulan naturally came over and ridiculed the Long family. The 3 of them are still wanted by the Long family, this is a big enmity. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan. You killed our Long family's disciples, we will settle with you sooner or later. Long Quan said with a cold face. Qin Yun sighed, you quickly give me an answer, do you want to compete or not? Qin Yun, if you really want to compete, be serious. Long Quan said. I am serious. I have enmity with your Long family, as long as there is an opportunity to kill your Long family disciples, I will never miss it. Qin Yun said coldly. Long Yuetao said coldly, I am cultivated by Medicine Immortal Valley, even if I want to bet with you, I have to get the consent of Medicine Immortal Valley, this is also my responsibility to Medicine Immortal Valley. Well, this is a good reason. Qin Yun nodded and said, let's compete, if I lose, I will give you 4 ancient Dao tools. If I win, South Palace Hall and West Palace Hall can open branches in your North District and your North Palace Hall will be closed for 5 years, how about it? You just want to help South Palace Hall and West Palace Hall to seek benefits? Long Quan is somewhat puzzled. As long as it hurts your interests, it is the biggest benefit for me. Qin Yun smiled, in the long run, helping South Palace Hall and West Palace Hall will be of great benefit to him. Good. You can refine tools? Long Quan agreed. Long Yuetao was also extremely aggrieved, he is a very good main sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley but he was insulted by a martial Dao realm cultivator. The effect that Qin Yun wanted has also been achieved, that is to severely attack Long Yuetao's dignity and make him unable to fight back. Refining tools? Not really, I am learning but I think my talent is very good, I should be able to win against this dragon. Qin Yun said with a confident face. Mu Feng quickly came up and shouted, Qin Yun, Long Yuetao's level is not low, especially in the finesse, but he is famous for being powerful. Really? Qin Yun has no confidence in the finesse. Fatty Mu, so you know him. Long Quan looked at Mu Feng and coldly snorted. The bald old man also quickly said, little brother, Long Yuetao is really famous for his finesse. When carving royal grade spirit runes, it is very likely to reach the 9th level of finesse. Competing to carve royal grade spirit runes, this is too cheap, how about we compete to carve totem runes? Qin Yun smiled and said. You have totem runes? Long Quan asked in shock. Golden ape totem obtained by chance, it is not too good. Qin Yun smiled and said, don't you have totem runes? Ape totem, it is also not bad. Mu Feng exclaimed, he is amazed that Qin Yun has heavenly lion totem rune, he also has golden ape totem rune. Long Yuetao said coldly, of course I know how to carve totem runes but it takes a long time. How about this, we only compete to carve totem runes and use our own carving knife, so that we can save more time. If we carve totem runes, the finesse is the same, then we compete to refine materials. Yes. Qin Yun had no choice but to do so, his mental resonance Xian Pen has Beast King inscription spirit. If he carves totem runes, he will definitely win. This kind of competition is also Ling Yun'er's idea. Totem competition. Many of the Xian inscription masters here have mastered totem runes but they are relatively ordinary and mainly used to refine puppets. Long Yuetao is a Xian inscription master and he knows how to carve totem runes, which is also very normal. And Qin Yun, who is nothing, can actually carve it, this made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. Qin Yun, Do you really understand totem runes? Long Yuetao still has some doubts, worried that Qin Yan will cheat. What are you afraid of? Since I have bet, will I go back on it? I am not like some people. Qin Yan said very confidently. Long Yuetao took out a piece of animal skin and said, let's carve on the animal skin, the time is 8 hours. It takes a long time to carve totem runes, 8 hours is relatively fast. Good. Qin Yan nodded. Many people saw Qin Yan's confident appearance and could not help but be curious. They only know that Qin Yan is a 9th-level martial Dao realm. Even if he understands the Dao of inscription, he is at most a junior spirit inscription master. Only by stepping into the spirit martial realm can one become a high-level spirit inscription master. And like Lu Jingmeng, it is a very rare situation. Even Long Yuetao became a Xian inscription master in his 50s. Long Yuetao's talent can be regarded as the top. The Long and Yang families hate Qin Yan to the core. Especially Long Yuetao and others, they were just insulted by Qin Yan, they were scolded as cowards and they lost face. Now he has to get back at them. Qin Yan held the mental resonance Xian pen and very smoothly carved the dark lines of the totem runes. Everyone saw that he is so skilled and they were amazed. Because Qin Yan gives people the feeling that he is an experienced inscription master. However, this drawing speed is too fast. What makes everyone puzzled is that Qin Yan is only 9th-level martial Dao realm, he should not have mastered such a brilliant inscription technique. Long Yuetao saw that Qin Yan can carve the dark lines of the totem runes so smoothly, the pressure in his heart is not small. Of course, Long Quan, the general director of the North Palace Hall, the pressure is the greatest. Once their North Palace Hall loses, it is almost finished. Although Yutao entered the Medicine Immortal Valley, the Medicine Immortal Valley's inscription technique is very strong. You must know that the Xian tools and Dao tools needed for Medicine Immortal Valley alchemy are also refined by Medicine Immortal Valley themselves. Long Quan said even Immortal Weapon City does not dare to say that inscription technique surpasses Medicine Immortal Valley. Many onlookers also nodded slightly, agreeing with Long Quan's words. The Divine Inscription Palace is formed by many sects, so there are also many sects forces inside. The 9 Suns sects, as well as some of the superpowers, held the highest authority. The other superpowers were in charge of some regions, and there were all sorts of battles going on. Originally, the 9 Suns sects were the 9 strongest powers in the 9 wastelands. However, because they had been fighting with each other for a long time, many other powers had risen. In order to maintain their rule, the 9 Sun sects roped in many sects or clans to become their subsidiary powers. Many sects and clans seemed to have nothing to do with the 9 Sun sect, but they were secretly inextricably linked. Of course, there are also sects and clans that did not succumb to the 9 Sun sect and secretly developed to become a force that surpassed the 9 Sun sect. In the 9 wastelands, although the visible powerful forces are very large, in the dark, there are many invisible superpowers that secretly rule the world. Like the 5 clans in the Spirit Desolate, they can develop so strong and certainly have a relationship with the 9 Suns sect. Even if they are not affiliated with the 9 Suns sect, they have close cooperation with the 9 Suns sect. Now, there are only 8 9 Suns sect left and many new rising forces want to become the 9th 9 Suns sect and are working hard for this. When Long Yuetao carved the totem rune, he was not very skilled, so it was very slow. However, he was able to carry on. Long Yuetao originally thought that Qin Yan, who was in his 20s, only had the cultivation of 9th level martial Dao realm. Even if he knew the inscription technique, he would not be able to carve the totem rune. Certainly not as good as him in the spirit martial realm. However, after Long Yuetao glanced at Qin Yan, he found that when Qin Yan was carving the totem rune, his pen was as fast as flying. Qin Yan, are you serious? Long Yuetao looked a little annoyed. You are not teasing us, are you? What if you don't give us the Dao tools? Qin Yan was carving the dark rune, so he could not see what he was carving, he could only see that he was carving quickly. In contrast, Long Yuetao was cautious. The carving knife sword moved slowly, concentrating, that is the appearance of carving the totem rune. Son of a bitch, shut up, don't disturb my thoughts. Qin Yan snorted, you bunch of cowards, you don't even dare to gamble your life, why are you talking so much? Long Quan angrily snorted, "You obviously have the help of the West Palace Hall, East Palace Hall and South Palace Hall. If our North Palace Hall wins, even if you cheat, we can't do anything." "What, you want to go back on your words now?" Tianrua coldly snorted. "How can we go back on our words?" Long Quan was furious, "You guys are looking down on people too much." "Not looking down on you guys, but you guys are all like this." Yu Wulon lightly snorted. While Qin Yan was carving the totem rune, he took out a Dao tool broadsword, threw it at the feet of Long Quan and said, "This is a mortgage, are you relieved?" When everyone saw this, they all stared at the Dao rune on the broadsword. Even Long Quan was a little surprised. Qin Yan actually dared to throw the broadsword directly. Of course, Long Quan did not dare to take this broadsword. Everyone knows that Chu Binyu, the villa master, looks kind but he is very difficult to provoke. The time of the competition is 4 hours. After an hour, Qin Yan finally finished carving the dark rune and began to carve the bright rune. Seeing the bright rune come out, those inscription masters all whispered, "It looks like that is a real totem rune." The outline of the golden ape is gradually revealed by the inscription. When carving the totem rune, how can Qin Yan be so fast? Chu Binyu is not specialized in the Tao of inscription, he is only interested in this aspect. Therefore, he is only a Xian inscription master at his age. But he can also see that Qin Yan's level is not bad at all. Mu Feng already knew that Qin Yan is not simple but he found that he still underestimated Qin Yan. Jian Lang suddenly remembered that Qin Yan once commented on the flying tiger magic tool. He secretly glanced at the villa master Chu Binyu and cursed a few words in his heart. He is very sure that he was cheated by the seemingly harmless villa master. "Grandpa, he is so powerful, that totem rune is not easy at all, he can actually carve it so fast." Lu Jingmeng, who was standing behind the bald old man, is also in a daze, her cute little face is full of surprise and whispered. The bald old man's impression of Qin Yan is very good. If Qin Yan did not suddenly stand up just now, they would definitely be entangled by the long father and son of the North Palace Hall. 2 hours passed quickly and there is still half of the time left before the end of the competition, however, Qin Yan has completed it. The mental resonance Xian pen has the Beast King inscription spirit, carving beast totem runes and inscriptions is very smooth. Qin Yan deliberately slowed down, otherwise it would be too fast to be common sense. "I am done." Qin Yan looked at Long Yuetao with a smile and said, "Medicine Immortal Valley Genius, you don't have to be too anxious, take your time." Long Yuetao was hit hard, he is indeed very talented and his understanding of inscription is very high but now he is being compared to Qin Yan. "Don't be proud, it mainly depends on the finesse, you carve so fast, the finesse is certainly not high." Long Quan sneered. Qin Yan sat there, looking at the totem rune carved by Long Yuetao and said, "Your totem rune is very powerful, it is a pig totem, have you learned it for a long time? What is the specific use? Can you tell us about it?" Everyone is very curious about what Long Yuetao's totem rune is, they did not expect it to be a pig totem, this made many inscription masters suddenly laugh. "Qin Yan, don't bother Yuetao." Long Quan was furious. Qin Yan smiled and did not continue to speak. Long Yuetao sweated profusely and continued. The pig totem that he carved was not very useful. It was mainly used for practice. For those who have just become Xian inscription masters, finding some useless totem runes to practice can also improve their basic level. In the future, it will be much easier to start with high-level and complex totem runes. And like Qin Yan's golden ape totem, it has a high value. A powerful beast totem could also release a very strong power. 4 hours passed and Long Yuetao finally finished, it has to be said that the pig totem he carved is also quite good. Now, it is time to test the finesse. Qin Yan, 6th level finesse. The tester is Chu Binyu. Subsequently the bald man also took out the equipment and came up for the test, it is also 6th level finesse. Long Quan naturally wants to test it himself. Only 6th level finesse? Before Lu Jingmeng and the old Xian inscription masters, they all have 8th level finesse. Yes, Qin Yan used his own carving knife and it is only 6th level finesse, it is really bad. With this level, he dares to come out and be arrogant? Long Yuetao 1, our North Palace Hall will usher in a few ancient Dao tools. The people from the North Palace Hall were pleasantly surprised. Everyone also felt that Xianxia's finesse is too low. Laymen naturally do not know what the 6th level finesse of totem runes means. But the old inscription master knows that it is quite a high level. Long Yuetao's totem rune, 4th level finesse. Chu Binyu shouted happily. Just now, Chu Binyu was worried that Long Yuetao's finesse is very high. He did not expect it to be so much lower than Xianxia. Xianxia smiled, picked up the Dao Tool broadsword and said, I won, your North Palace Hall, you have to fulfill your promise. This is a problem. How can your totem rune reach 6th level and so fast? Long Yuetao is very dissatisfied. After Long Quan examined Xianxia's totem rune, his face was also ugly. There is no problem at all. This spirit desolate is so big, the number of people is innumerable. What's wrong with some geniuses? Aren't you a rare genius? Can it be that only you have talent and others are not allowed to have talent? The bald man said with a smile, because according to the bet, their West Palace Hall can also open a branch in the North Palace Hall. In this way, the biggest benefit is the bald Old West Palace Hall can open a branch in the South Palace Hall and the North Palace Hall. Long Quan calmed down, took a deep breath and said, Xianxia, do you dare to compete again? I will compete with you. Xian Dragon Blood Long Yuetao lost and their North Palace Hall suffered heavy losses. Therefore, Long Quan wanted to win something back. What? If it is refining Xian tools, carving Xian runes or something, I can't do it. Xianxia smiled and said, I am just a beginner in inscription, I will not compete with the difficulty. None of the people present believed his nonsense. How can a beginner carve such a high-precision totem rune? The fineness of totem rune is very difficult to achieve. Because a complex totem rune has a lot of content, to maintain the overall accuracy, it requires a strong foundation. Xianxia carved Golden Ape totem rune, which is relatively complex but still able to maintain a very high degree of fineness. Long Yuetao carved Pig totem rune is very easy but it is only at the 4th level of fineness. Let's compete in material refining. Long Quan said coldly, if you lose, the 4 ancient Dao tools are mine. If you win, I will give you a bottle of inherited Xian dragon blood. Father, isn't the inherited Xian dragon blood for me? Long Yuetao heard and quickly came up. Rest assured, I can win. Long Quan waved his hand and said confidently. Hearing the inherited Xian dragon blood, everyone was amazed. That is a very famous thing of the Long family. It is refined by the secret method of the Long family. As long as you absorb the inherited Xian dragon blood, you can get dragon blood. This is also the pursuit of many Long family children in their life. The most powerful thing of the Long family is the dragon blood inheritance. Like Long Yuetao, he can awaken the dragon blood, he also wants the Xian dragon blood, also to cultivate the Xian dragon body. Xiaoyun, get the Xian dragon blood, it is useful for you, maybe you can let him cultivate the heavenly lion Xian body. Ling Yin'er said, the energy contained in the Xian dragon blood is very strong, the heavenly lion blood can also be improved by absorbing it. Long Yuetao saw his father so confident and was relieved. The competition of refining materials is the same as before. Within an hour, forge 1 gene of Xian Yuan steel, whoever can increase the weight of Xian Yuan steel, who can win? Long Quan said. Xianxia did not immediately agree. He is only 9th level martial Dao realm, when forging, he is not confident that he can compete with Long Quan. Xianxia, do you want Xian dragon blood? If you can obtain it, you will be able to obtain the dragon bloodline, which will allow your strength to rise to another level. Long Quan saw Xianxia hesitating, he knew that Xianxia's level in forging materials is not very high. Xianxia asked, when forging, can I use my own forging hammer and furnace? Of course not. Long Yuetao shouted quickly. Everyone knows that Xianxia has many Dao tools and among them is a very powerful hammer. If he were to use these Dao artifacts to forge, he would definitely win in the end. Xianxia said with a frown, I am only at the 9th level martial Dao. It will be too difficult for me to forge Xian Yuan steel. Long Yuetao sneered, nonsense. If you don't take the risk, how can you get the Xian dragon blood? Everyone knows how precious the Xian dragon blood is. It is equivalent to the bloodline of a dragon. It takes 100 years to refine a bottle of it. There's no market for it. Little brother Qin Yun, you shouldn't compete with them, there is no need to compete with them, the bald man said. Qin Yun, stop competing. No matter how you look at it, they have the advantage. If you are in the spirit martial realm, it's almost the same. Chu Binyu quickly persuaded Qin Yun. Long Yuetao suddenly laughed and said, Qin Yun, are you afraid? You coward. I am not afraid, but I don't have the strength. I don't need to compete to know that I can't compete with your father. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, if I compete with you, it's almost the same. Long Chuaning became the general manager of the North Palace Hall. He definitely has the strength and he is also a child of the Long family. He definitely has the dragon bloodline. Ha ha ha, you don't dare to compete? Long Quan also laughed loudly. Qin Yin suddenly said, let Lu Jingmei replace me, is that okay? Long Quan looked at Lu Jingmei and said, yes. As long as she loses, you just have to give me 4 ancient Dao artifacts. Qin Yin smiled and said, well, it's settled. Wait. I want to compete with you, so you can do it. Long Quan suddenly reneged, apparently worried that he would lose to Lu Jingmei. When carving totem runes, it is mainly a test of inscription talent and mental power. When forging materials, it is different. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the energy and the quality of the forged materials will be much higher. Like Chu Binyu, who has cultivation beyond Martial King, but he is the kind of inscription master who does not do proper work, so he is not as good as Lu Jingmei. Lu Jingmei has the divine flame and a mysterious power is hidden within it. The materials she forged are better than many Xian inscription masters. Qin Yun is a 9th level martial Dao realm and it is still difficult to deal with Xian Yuan steel. I don't want to compete, it's too hard to win. Qin Yun thought about it and shook his head. How about this, I will give you 2 hours, I will only use 1 hour. Long Quan is very persistent, it can be seen that he wants to compete with Qin Yun, otherwise the father and son will lose a lot today. Only by winning against Qin Yun can they get back their face and recover some losses. Alright then. Qin Yun finally nodded and agreed. Chu Binyu, Mu Feng and the bald man are very worried that Qin Yun will lose. That's settled. Long Quan smiled, let's start now. The furnace and forging hammer used are the same. The piece of Xian Yuan steel is also provided. This can prevent cheating. After the start, Qin Yun quickly put the Xian Yuan steel into the furnace to burn, he is also under great pressure. Although his Dao tool is easy to get but he can't let the Long family get it. Not long after the start, Long Yuetao smiled and said, you may not know, my father has just passed the king-level Xian inscription master assessment. His words made Mu Feng, Chu Binyu, and others stunned, an inscription master who can refine a king-grade Xian tool is also extremely terrible. My father is a VIP elder of Medicine Immortal Valley, compared to those unorthodox guest elders, I don't know where he is. Long Yuetao looked at Chu Binyu, his voice is full of ridicule. Lu Jingmei hid beside the bald man, frowning, clutching her grandfather's clothes, worried that Qin Yun will lose. The bald man whispered, Long Quan, you are a martial King Xian inscription master, competing with a 9th level martial Dao realm kid, do you think it is glorious to win? Qin Yun's talent is very high. It is not easy to win against him. Long Quan said very seriously. In another 10 or 20 years, he will be able to step into the spirit martial realm. At that time, his level should be similar to mine. Long Yuetao smiled and said, now, he is only a little worse than me, but it is really not easy to win against him. Everyone secretly despised the father and son. When Qin Yun wanted to abolish their cultivation, they were scared like dogs. Now, they are so arrogant. Ling Yun'er's voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind, little Yun, I will let you use the power of Nether Sun. You cultivated my Dao spirit, mainly to guide you to use the power of Nether Sun. The Nether Sun fire you use is not strong enough. Ling Yun'er said. Qin Yun was secretly surprised and quickly talked to Ling Yun'er, teach me to release a stronger flame. Your Nether Sun divine ability is devouring power, but you can't control it now, so don't use the power of divine ability for the time being. Ling Yun'er said, fortunately, you have the tree totem, you can smoothly suppress the Nether Sun martial spirit, otherwise, when you cultivate the divine ability, it would have been long gone. I know, don't talk nonsense. Qin Yun is very anxious. What are you anxious for? You do as I say and absorb the 9 Sun immortal energy. Ling Yin'er said, this immortal weapon city has immortal origin, it can gather a trace of immortal energy, you gather the immortal energy in the Nether Sun Dao core. Qin Yin quickly followed and soon sensed the 9 wisps of immortal energy hidden in the 9 Sun spirit energy. He has stayed on the moon and knows what immortal energy is like. Gradually, he gathered quite a lot of people. You used only Nether Sun spirit fire before. Now, I will follow you to control the immortal energy and condense the Nether Sun immortal fire, but only a little bit, this is enough for you to improve the quality of Xianyuan steel. Ling Yin'er said. You will follow my control? Qin Yin did not understand. I am your Dao spirit, my control is the power of Dao spirit, it is very strong, you relax your whole body, leave everything to me. Ling Yin'er said, she controlled Qin Yin's Nether Sun martial spirit to absorb the gathered 9 Sun immortal energy. Under the control of Ling Yin'er, the Nether Sun martial spirit condensed a black and white flame, released it from his arm and shot it into the furnace. Don't move, if this immortal fire gets out of control, your arm will be burned to ashes in an instant. Ling Yin'er very seriously warned Qin Yin. Qin Yin now knows what kind of power his Dao spirit has, it is also very special, it can guide him to use the Nether Sun martial spirit. All kinds of ores in the 9 desolate land are gradually condensed after absorbing the power of 9 suns for many years. Now, the Xianyuan steel is being softened by the immortal fire and absorbing the energy contained in the immortal fire, the quality is also constantly improving. 1 hour passed and Long Quan also finished refining the Xianyuan steel. Although Qin Yin has 2 hours, he is still burning the Xianyuan steel. My Xianyuan steel weighs 3 genes. Long Quan laughed, even Lu Jingmeng, this girl, is only 2 genes and 8 genes, I will win. 1 gene of Xianyuan steel, after forging, has a weight of 3 genes, this is indeed a very high level. Qin Yin, is there something wrong with you? It's been 2 hours and you are still burning Xianyuan steel. If you want to improve the quality, you should forge more. Don't tell me you're so scared that you don't know how to refine the materials? Long Yuetao saw his father has such a high level, he is also very proud. Qin Yin did not speak, he is responsible for absorbing the immortal energy, letting Ling Yin'er control the Nether Sun martial spirit and release the Nether Sun immortal fire. The Nether Sun immortal fire is very weak, only the size of a hair, it is burning around the Xianyuan steel. Heavenly Lion Xian body. While Qin Yin was refining the Xianyuan steel, he sat there motionlessly. Ling Yin'er didn't allow him to move because she was releasing Nether Sun immortal fire. If he moved, it would be very dangerous. Alright. Ling Yin'er also breathed a sigh of relief, it's too dangerous. If you're not careful, you might burn yourself to death. If it wasn't for this critical moment, I wouldn't have let you use it. Qin Yin only heard from Ling Yin'er that it is very dangerous. He has never seen it with his own eyes, so he doesn't know how terrible the Nether Sun immortal fire is. However, he felt that if he tried to control it, he would not be able to deal with the Nether Sun immortal fire. After so many days, he finally knew Ling Yin'er's ability. In the future, Ling Yin'er can also guide him to display the power of Nether Sun martial spirit. After being burned by the Nether Sun immortal fire, the quality of the Xianyuan steel had indeed improved a lot. Qin Yin was quite satisfied with this improvement. If he were to do it himself, he would not be able to reach this level. Yin'er, thank you. Qin Yin said very happily and then used the forging hammer to forge the Xianyuan steel. After forging, the quality of Xianyuan steel could be improved a little. During this hour, Qin Yin had been desperately attacking the piece of Xianyuan steel. Finally, for hours were up, Qin Yin was sweating profusely as he finally stopped. His piece of Xianyuan steel had also become much smaller. It's so small, it's certainly not heavy. Long Quan walked over and took the piece of Xianyuan steel. His complexion slightly changed. Because according to his feeling, the Xianyuan steel that Qin Yin had refined was very heavy, close to 3 kilograms. Quickly weigh it. Qin Yin said with a smile. Long Quan quickly took out the equipment to weigh it, and his complexion became incomparably ugly. 3 genes and 2 tails. Qin Yin said with smile, I won. Everyone was in an uproar, Qin Yin had won, many people looked at each other in disbelief. Many of the people present were old Xian or spirit inscriptionists. They all knew Long Quan's level, but now, in terms of refining materials, he actually lost to a young man. Qin Yun had actually won the match by a small margin. The faces of Long Quan and Long Yuetao are ugly to the extreme. Especially Long Yuetao, because the bottle of inherited Xian dragon blood was originally meant for him. Take out your inherited Xian dragon blood. Qin Yun's victory was not easy. Chu Binyu, Jian Lang and the bald-headed man were all in disbelief. They did not expect Qin Yun to have such a profound level in refining materials. Even Chu Binyu was inferior to Qin Yun. Mu Feng knew Qin Yun rather well, but he was still extremely surprised. With Qin Yun's cultivation level at the 9th level of the martial Dao, it was impossible for him to refine Xianyuan steel of such quality. If he was a spirit martial realm martial master, it would make sense. No matter how Mu Feng thought about it, he could only believe that it was thanks to Qin Yun's many Dao cores. Don't tell me you want to act shamelessly? Qin Yun smiled and said, that's not good. Chu Binyu smiled and said, if you want to act shamelessly, you definitely won't be able to leave the Southern Inscription Palace Hall. The bald man also nodded and then quickly went over to block Long Yuetao and Long Quan. Long Quan's heart was filled with hatred. His face was filled with unwillingness as he slowly took out a bottle. The white bottle contained Xian dragon blood. Long Quan's hand trembled as he handed over the bottle. Qin Yun took it and opened it and looked at it. After Ling Yun'er's appraisal, it was indeed a real thing. Qin Yun, I want to buy this bottle of Xian dragon blood from you, I will pay. Long Quan just finished speaking and saw Qin Yun drink it in one gulp. Long Quan and Long Yuetao suddenly cursed in their hearts. Chu Binyu was also speechless. He originally planned to study it a little. Now, it was all drunk by Qin Yun. You too, I am really grateful to you. Although I have a death feud with the Long family, you still gave me a bottle of Xian dragon blood. I Qin Yun am grateful. Qin Yun said with a smile, his face full of sincere gratitude. Long Quan was so angry that he couldn't stand still. You, Qin Yun drank the Xian dragon blood on the spot, and it was also Ling Yun'er who asked him to do it. He was worried that it would be taken back or asked for by Chu Binyu. By the way, how did you get this Xian dragon blood? I heard that the Long family can only refine a bottle in 100 years. You just gave it to me, won't you be blamed by the Long family? If possible, I also want to ask you for a bottle. The taste is not bad, a little sweet. Every word in Qin Yun's words was like a needle, stabbing the heart of the Long father and son. Qin Yun, you drank the Xian dragon blood, the consequences are very serious. Long Yuetao was so angry that blue veins appeared. Did you poison it? Qin Yun deliberately pretended to be very frightened. The Xian dragon blood was originally given to me. I want to take it back, and under the guidance of my master, I will integrate the Xian dragon blood. You eat my Xian dragon blood, Medicine Immortal Valley will not let you go. Long Yuetao clenched his fists in anger and his eyes almost spewed fire. He could not wait to eat Qin Yun. Qin Yun suddenly frowned and said, your father lost the Xian dragon blood to me, why is Medicine Immortal Valley looking for trouble with me? This doesn't make sense. Because it is something that belongs to me. Long Yuetao was also incoherent. I am an excellent disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley, a top genius. Medicine Immortal Valley will definitely help me. Tower, let's go. Long Quan pulled Long Yuetao and quickly left. What is funny is that Yang Qiongjin of the Yang family, no one knows when she left. Chu Binyu said, Qin Yun, you just drank the Xian dragon blood, quickly refine it. Okay. Qin Yun followed a person and came to a secret room. Qin Yun himself has the Heavenly Lion bloodline. If he absorbs the Xian dragon blood, he can improve his bloodline and cultivate the Heavenly Lion Xian body. Yun'er, what should I do now? Also with the guidance of Ling Yun'er, he dared to mess around. Yun'er is his Tao spirit and is one with his soul refining. Once he dies, Yun'er will also die, so she will certainly not harm him. To cultivate the Heavenly Lion Xian body, you need to fuse the bloodline and totem rune together. You may also need to fuse the thunder and fire Tao core. Ling Yun'er said, maybe, you will also need to fuse the dragon and tiger totem. What about the vibration Tao core? Will there be any problems? Qin Yun felt that the Heavenly Lion's arm, suddenly missing the Tao core, will not be used to it. This is not certain. If the vibration Tao core and thunder and fire Tao core are integrated into the body, it would also be very good. In this way, your flesh and bones will have the characteristics of vibration and thunder and fire. Isn't it very strong? At that time, it will be more convenient for you to use the power of divine power. Ling Yan'er said expectantly. Qin Yan thought for a moment. So in the future, will I mainly cultivate the Nether Sun martial spirit? If my heart doesn't have the vibration martial spirit, will my defense drop? You can rest assured that the vibration martial spirit and thunder and fire martial spirit are only integrated into your flesh and bones and are still with you. Your heavenly lion totem will also be completely integrated with your body to cultivate the heavenly lion Xian body. At that time, your body will be much stronger than it is now. Maybe it will be much easier to cultivate the bone spirit. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and then did as Ling Yan'er said and took out the sun gathering formation. The sun gathering formation can gather the power of 9 suns to temper the body and put in a lot of purple crystal coins to activate this formation. Then, according to the Star Sun Heart Sutra's Yang refining body, to cultivate the body. Later, Ling Yan'er helped Qin Yan cultivate and guided various energies to converge and fuse. This is a very complicated process. Qin Yan can't do it alone, but Ling Yan'er can do it. She is very proficient in the characteristics of various energies and understands the rules of energy operation. After all, she is a Nether Sun spirit. Nether Sun can devour thousands of powers in the world and all kinds of power, so she knows all kinds of energy like the back of her hand. Qin Yan doesn't know what will happen to him. In short, he now trusts Ling Yan'er very much. More than 10 days passed and Qin Yan also woke up from the transformation. In the past, after his heavenly lion arm broke out, it was the strongest part of his body. Now, he felt that the power in his whole body is as terrible as the heavenly lion arm. The first moment he woke up, he immediately felt that the abundant power in his body seemed to be roaring, eager to burst out. It's done, vibration Tao core and thunder fire Tao core are integrated into the body. Ling Yan'er smiled and said, you have also successfully cultivated the heavenly lion Xian body. Qin Yan only felt that the power of the vibration martial spirit has become stronger and the control of the earthquake divine ability is more arbitrary. In the future, the Nether Sun Tao core will specifically enhance the heavenly lion Xian body and deliver energy to the Xian body. Ling Yan'er said. Qin Yan's mind moved and the vibration martial spirit immediately attached to his body, giving him a stronger vibration power. After he put away the power, he was relieved. Qin Yan, do you want to know how strong the heavenly lion Xian body is? Ling Yan'er asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Yan said with some excitement. Take out a sharp knife and stab it in your hand. Ling Yan'er said. Qin Yan quickly followed, gritted his teeth and gently stabbed his palm, but he couldn't stab it. Then, he tightened the flesh of his palm, making the flesh of his palm as hard as iron. After the tip of the knife was forcefully stabbed into the stiff palm, it broke in an instant. That is the tip of a royal-grade spirit tool. My body is as strong as a Xian tool. Qin Yan was shocked. Not really, if you meet a strong person who uses a Xian tool to attack you, it can still cause great harm to you. However, if a spirit martial realm martial master is not strong, even if they use a Xian tool to attack you, it will be difficult to cause great harm to your body. There is also the power of Xian talisman. If you are hit by Xian talisman, you will also be injured. You should pay attention to it. Ling Yan'er warned. So do I still have 3 Tao cores now? Qin Yan couldn't understand his own situation. Your heavenly lion Xian body is equivalent to a powerful defensive Tao core. 2 Tao cores are equivalent to a fusion with the Xian body, it is 1. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, when you cultivate in the future, you still need to cultivate the weight of 3 Tao cores. Ling Yan'er said. Qin Yan also understood a lot. His vibration Tao core and thunder and fire Tao core integrated into his body and turned into heavenly lion Xian body. In this way, the heavenly lion Xian body is a great Tao core and the whole body is a carrier of energy. Qin Yan also felt that his whole body is full of energy. With just a thought, he can condense powerful primordial Tao power. He changed into a set of clean black saber hall clothes and went to the lobby outside. From an old man, he learned that Tian Roling and Yu Wulan followed Jian Lang and Chu Binyu to the gate of the Immortal Weapon Palace. 542 Chapter 542 Temporary Disciple Special Temporary Disciple is a temporary representative of Immortal Weapon City to do something. Xianxia remembered that Mu Feng said before that the 5 immortal sects and the Divine Inscription Palace discovered a heavenly beast desolate domain. Because this heavenly beast desolate domain is protected by the 9 suns, only martial Dao 9th level can enter. If it exceeds this cultivation level, it is impossible to enter inside. Among the outer sect disciples of the 5 immortal sects, there are also many excellent martial Dao 9th level disciples. Because there are many good seedlings, the 5 immortal sects are not willing to let 2 good disciples go to the heavenly beast desolate domain. And they want to get the things inside, so they recruit some temporary disciples. If these disciples can have an outstanding performance in the heavenly beast desolate domain, they can become real immortal sect disciples. As a result, many martial Dao 9th level who want to enter the immortal sect have come to take the assessment. The children of the 5 clans and the top 10 families have come from all over the world. Other immortal sects are also following the example of Immortal Weapon City and are also recruiting disciples to join. Xianxia also quickly went to the gate of Immortal Weapon Palace. Immortal Weapon Palace, spacious and located in the middle of Immortal Weapon City. This is also the core of Immortal Weapon City, one of the super sects of the 5 immortal sects. There are many tall buildings in Immortal Weapon City, but there are no buildings in this Immortal Weapon Palace, but there are many mountains inside. It looks like a small mountain group. To enter this Immortal Weapon Palace, it is very strict. Therefore, the recruitment of disciples is only held in front of the gate. This is an opportunity to become a disciple of Immortal Weapon City. Also, the attraction of the heavenly beast desolate domain is very great. Xianxia wants to seize this opportunity and become a disciple of Immortal Sect. He soon came to the gate of Immortal Weapon Palace. There are a lot of people here, all of them are young masters of aristocratic families with status, and there are also some disciples of second and third-rate sections. They may be very arrogant in their own territory, but when they come here, they can only lower their proud heads. Because they dare not be arrogant in front of the disciples of Immortal Sect. Especially when they just learned that Lu Jingmeng is a heaven-defying existence, they are even more afraid of this kind of Immortal Sect. In the Immortal Sect, there are many kinds of geniuses. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he saw Mu Feng. Mu Feng is a fat man and his clothes are more ostentatious, very easy to recognize. Jian Lang and Chu Binyu were also watching over there. Xianxia walked over and realized that Chu Binyu and the Divine Inscription Palace were responsible for the recruitment of temporary disciples. In the Immortal Weapon City, the Eastern Inscription Palace, the Southern Inscription Palace and the Western Inscription Palace all have a good relationship with the Immortal Weapon City. Only the Northern Inscription Palace is a force of the Medicine Immortal Valley. Only when the Immortal Weapon City was opened did the Medicine Immortal Valley place a spy here. But now, the Northern Inscription Palace was going to be closed for 5 years and the 2 Inscription Palaces in the Southwest and Southwest could both open branch palaces. In 5 years, the Northern Inscription Palace would definitely collapse. And all of this was caused by Xianxia. Medicine Immortal Valley lost so much power here, they will definitely remember Xianxia. Xianxia, how do you feel about obtaining the dragon bloodline? Chu Binyu asked with a smile. This Chu Binyu looks like an amiable old man, but Xianxia knows very well that this villa master is definitely not someone who is easy to deal with. Jian Lang has been cheated before. It's alright. I have to find someone to practice with to know the effect. Xianxia said with a smile. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling are also here. Xianxia quickly greeted them and asked, Big sister, second sister, do you also want to become temporary disciples? Well, we are the first in the saber sword attack and defense battle, so we can directly become temporary disciples without assessment. Yu Wulan laughed. This is great, I don't want to take any boring assessment. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you work hard, you can become an outer sect disciple of the Immortal Weapon City from a temporary disciple. You can rest assured that even if you become a disciple of the Immortal Weapon City, you can go back to the saber sword villa in the future. Many of us who entered the Immortal Sect are also like this. Chu Binyu laughed. This kind of thing, the Immortal Sect does not care much about it, instead they strongly support it. Because in this way, those small sects will become the subsidiary sects of the Immortal Sects over time. Temporary disciples, to put it bluntly, are used to fight for their lives. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. If you want to enter the immortal sect, you have to pay some price. Jian Lang said, if I were 9th level Martial Dao realm, I would also want to join in the fun now. The time to accept the registration assessment is 1 month, Jian Meng also came. Although he had to take the assessment, it was easy to pass. Soon, the assessment was over and finally more than 200 people passed the assessment. There were tens of thousands of people who took the assessment, but only 200 people could pass. In addition to the requirements of various aspects, there is also an age limit, no more than 30 years old. And on the last day, there is even a martial spirit and Dao core test. This seems to be a sudden requirement, that is, people with dual martial spirit and dual Dao core are not allowed to enter, the specific reason is not said. Mu Feng frowned and looked at Qin Yun. He said, Qin Yun, you have dual martial spirit, I am afraid you can't go in, you withdraw yourself. So as not to be announced when the time comes is not good. It's okay. Qin Yun secretly rejoiced, his vibration martial spirit and thunder fire martial spirit are integrated into his body. Dao core is also compatible with the Xian body and coexist in another way. In this case, he does not belong to dual Dao core and dual martial spirit. However, Qin Yun still went to line up for the test. To his surprise, there are actually several people with dual Dao core. Although they can't enter the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, they also get attention. After all, they are young people with dual martial spirit and dual Dao core. When Qin Yan lined up for the test, he passed very smoothly. This made Mu Feng dumbfounded. He knew very well that the crystal ball is very powerful and it is absolutely impossible to deceive, but Qin Yan can pass. Chu Bingyu and Jian Lang also felt a little surprised. They knew that Qin Yan released the power of thunder and fire attributes and they are very terrible. They thought that Qin Yan has dual martial spirit. Qin Yan wore a straw hat and after a simple disguise, as long as he does not say his name, he will not attract attention. You know, after he won against Long Quan and Long Yuetao, he received a lot of attention. After all, his inscription technique is very strong, but he did not ask for a badge, so people think that he is really a beginner. After selecting the temporary disciple, a huge ship flew out of the Immortal Weapon Palace. Jian Lang did not follow the ship, he wanted to return to Saber Sword Villa. As a result, Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan, Qin Yun and Jian Meng formed a 4-person team. All 4 of them are extremely strong 9th level martial Dao realm. Chu Bingyu wants to send the 4 of them to the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain and wait for them to come out, so he has to follow. Because Chu Bingyu's status is very high, they have a luxurious suite on the flying ship. I guess Long Wuchen and Yang Mutian will definitely come. I just don't know which immortal sect will they be temporary disciples. Although Jian Meng can't see, his hearing is excellent and he knows a lot of things. Chu Bingyu smiled and said, not only the immortal sects have temporary disciples, the 5-star sects and the 3-moon sects will also send disciples. This kind of big event, they must get involved. The good things in the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, even the immortal sects value them, let alone these sects. Why restrict people with dual Dao core to enter? Tian Rolling asked with some doubts. Because the guy with dual Dao core is too strong, once he enters, he will break the balance. Chu Binyu's face became slightly dignified and looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you have too many Dao tools, I hope you won't be restricted by them. My Dao tools have not been sacrificially refined, what are they afraid of? Qin Yun curled his lips. Just when Chu Binyu was worried about this, someone came up and knocked on the door. Someone came up and knocked on the door. The person who knocked on the door was a middle-aged man dressed in blue. Old Chu, there is something I want to talk to you about. The middle-aged man came in and looked at Qin Yun. You say it. Chu Binyu quickly asked the middle-aged man to sit down. I won't sit down, I will simply say it. The middle-aged man in blue said, this is because of Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not take the assessment and can become a temporary disciple, which makes many temporary disciples dissatisfied and there are conflicts outside. Chu Binyu said, a group of temporary disciples, so what if they are dissatisfied? Let them make trouble. Old Chu, this group of disciples is inciting trouble. If we don't appease them, they may not enter the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain. When we have so few temporary disciples, it will be hard to explain to the higher-ups. The middle-aged man in blue said with a face full of embarrassment. Who incited them? Chu Binyu's always kind face suddenly became gloomy and terrible. I don't know, but I guess it may be the Long family or the Yang family in Immortal Weapon City. There are also people from these two families in our Immortal Weapon City. The middle-aged man in blue looked at Qin Yan and said, if you want to appease them, you can only let Qin Yan go for an assessment. This is no problem. Qin Yan smiled and said, I thought I didn't have to bother, I didn't expect that I still can't escape. Later, they came to a spacious hall in the cabin. The more than 200 temporary disciples who made trouble are here. The assessment you have taken, Qin Yan will also go through it again, so that you are convinced. After Chu Binyu came in, he smiled, but there was an invisible coldness in his eyes, which made this group of temporary disciples feel frightened. Qin Yan smiled and said, what is the content of the assessment? It should be very simple. A disciple snorted, arrogant guy, how can it be simple? More than 10,000 people took the assessment and only more than 200 people passed. It can be seen how difficult the assessment is. He is a guy who only knows how to use good weapons. Of course, he does not know the importance of his own strength. He will only use Xian tools and Dao tools. This guy has no strength at all. Qin Yan knew at a glance that these disciples were instigated by someone behind them. They did not want him to become a temporary disciple too easily. You say that I am so unbearable, then directly compete with me. I don't use weapons and I don't wear armor. 543 Chapter 543 Power of Xian Body. You are all temporary disciples who have passed the assessment. If Qin Yan can defeat you, it is equivalent to passing the assessment. You might have to fight together in the future, so you should take this opportunity to learn from each other. Chu Binyu patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with a smile. If I defeat you, do I have a Dao tool? If not, I won't bother to fight with a guy like you. A short-haired yellow-clothed youth coldly looked at Qin Yan with a disdainful expression. The people here are all young disciples. Usually, in their own families or sects, they are all very strong 9th-level martial Dao. They are all young and vigorous, each and every one of them is extremely arrogant. These people also have a rebellious mentality. Especially because Qin Yan is very famous, they are all unconvinced by Qin Yan. Even because they are jealous of Qin Yan's fame, they have a lot of prejudice against Qin Yan. Qin Yan has seen many people like this. For people like this, all he needed to do was beat them up. I can take out a Dao tool for you, what can you take out for me? Qin Yan found it funny and asked expressionlessly. I can fight with you, that's because I think highly of you. You still want me to give you that thing? Dream on. The yellow-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and sneered arrogantly. A young man standing not far away also sneered, if you don't use weapons, you should just take the assessment honestly. If you fight with us, you have no chance of winning. Your saber sword villa doesn't use sabers and swords, you are simply a weak chicken. How can you be our match? My Wild Fist Sect's Supreme Wild Fist is an existence that can rival Xian tools and Dao tools. Moreover, we have never liked trash who use weapons. The yellow-clothed youth's eyes are filled with disdain as he looked at Qin Yan and company. These words are very offensive because there are many people here who use weapons. All right then. Since you are giving me face, I will ask you for a few pointers. As long as you can defeat me, I will give you a Dao tool. Qin Yan said with a smile, you don't like to use weapons, I will give you a Dao armor. All right. If you go back on your word, you will be the enemy of our Wild Fist sect. Just wait for us to suppress you. The yellow-clothed youth's face is filled with pride as he rubbed his red fists. He has already begun to accumulate strength. Everyone hurriedly moved aside and the barrier in the middle opened. Huang Canyuan, don't cripple him. We still have to continue fighting and we have to obtain his Dao tool. Right, as long as we beat him to the ground. An arrogant guy like Qin Yan should be taught a lesson in turn. The Long family and the Yang family have a very good relationship with our sect. They are also enemies of our sect. Inside this guy's Dao tool, there is still the Yang family's martial monarch locked up. We must beat him until he releases the martial monarch. At this moment, a few young disciples shouted one after another. Then, they walked to a place and lined up, preparing to take turns attacking Qin Yan. Although Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were angry in their hearts, they did not say a word because they knew Qin Yun's strength. Qin Yun looked at Huang Canyuan and said, I let you attack first. Qin. Yun looked at Huang. Qin. Yun looked. Huang. Qin Huang Yun to Yun to of Huang, Yun Tian, Yun Qin Yun endured the anger in his heart and slowly took off his clothes. He guessed that among the 200 temporary disciples, there must be people from the Yang and Long families. Otherwise, Huang Canyuan would not be working so hard to get those two families. The reason he did this was to obtain the approval of the Long and Yang families and then build a good relationship with them. Because compared to the Saber Sword Villa, they felt that the Yang and Long families were stronger. Naturally, they hoped to obtain the appreciation of these two families. When Huang Canyuan saw that Qin Yun did not use any weapons or armor, he smiled proudly and said, You dog, I will definitely beat you to the ground. I want to avenge the dead Long and Yang family members. You are a dog from the Yang and Long families? Qin Yun asked with a sneer. Qin Yun, you dare to scold me? I will smash your mouth. As Huang Canyuan spoke, his fists suddenly overflowed with Dao power, producing a whistling sound. I'm not scolding you, I'm just speaking the truth. Qin Yun did not circulate his power. Instead, he looked at Huang Canyuan indifferently. Qin Yun, you are indeed a lowly dog. Huang Canyuan looked at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan and said with a laugh, You, a dog, accompany two bitches. You should be considered a rather capable dog. Tian Rolling was so angry that she wanted to rush over and kill Huang Canyuan. Qin Yun, you lowly dog, watch how I teach you a lesson. Huang Canyuan charged forward with an incomparably ferocious aura. Supreme Berserk Fist is a high-grade Earth-tier martial art. Huang Canyuan has mastered it to the large success stage, his punches are like violent thunder and astral winds. Qin Yun won't be able to take a punch. When Huang Canyuan saw that Qin Yun did not dodge and was full of openings, he was secretly delighted. He punched Qin Yun's abdomen. Boom! The fist landed on Qin Yun's abdomen, creating a violent wave of air. However, Qin Yun stood motionlessly on the spot, not even frowning. His upper body was bare and it could be seen that he was not wearing a Dao armor. However, Huang Canyuan's punch was unable to shake it. Is this the power of Supreme Berserk Fist? So powerful. Qin Yun's voice was flat, but to everyone, it was filled with endless sarcasm. You, die for me. Huang Canyuan punched again and again, constantly attacking Qin Yun's abdomen. Boom! 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 After a series of punches, Qin Yun actually stood there motionless. Qin Yun finally experienced the power of the heavenly lion Xian body. A martial artist at the 9th level martial Dao realm like this could not shake that powerful body with bare hands. One must know that his heavenly lion Xian body is a fusion of vibration martial spirit and thunder fire martial spirit as well as two Dao cores. The defense is incomparably strong, there is no need to use the power of vibration to defend himself. Qin Yun, I will castrate you. Huang Canyuan shouted furiously, took out a short knife and stabbed it between Qin Yun's legs. Qin Yun attacked like lightning and kicked Huang Canyuan's abdomen. That kick contained the power of vibration and thunder and fire. This is the power of Qin Yun's body. His body can casually attack and it can instantly and naturally release the power of vibration and thunder fire. Coupled with the power of the heavenly lion bloodline, it is terrifying to the extreme. After Huang Canyuan was kicked by Qin Yun, he hit the barrier and spat out a big mouthful of blood. Qin Yun arrived beside Huang Canyuan in a flash and stepped on his face. Didn't you just scold me very happily? Save me, I'm going to die. Huang Canyuan was immediately terrified to the extreme. He just experienced the terror of Qin Yun. The barrier suddenly opened and a burly young man in golden clothes walked in and said coldly, Qin Yun, I am a disciple of the Long family, let me teach you a lesson. With that, the young man from the Long family also rushed over and slapped. Although Qin Yun is not afraid of the palm, this is a slap to the face, so even if it is not painful, he cannot be hit, so he quickly avoided. Huang Canyuan's face was stepped on by Qin Yun just now and it is very painful. Because thunder fire power is constantly burning his face. Boss Long, thank you for saving me. I, Huang Canyuan, will be yours from now on. Huang Canyuan is so grateful that he cried bitter tears and promptly kowtowed to the young man from the Long family. Just this little bit. Qin Yan cannot help but find it funny. Huang Canyuan really did not expect that Qin Yan would be so dreadful. He originally thought that he would be killed by Qin Yan. And the Long family suddenly saved him. Naturally he is very grateful. Moreover, he originally wanted to curry favor with the Long family. Truly despicable. Yu Wulan coldly snorted. This kind of person can actually become a temporary disciple? Tian Rolling shook her head and sighed. The burly young man from the Long family said coldly, Qin Yan, it seems like you have cultivated the dragon bloodline. However, only our Long family knows how to use the dragon bloodline. A thing like you is simply not worthy of possessing the dragon bloodline inheritance. Today, I will let you know the terror of us dragon blood cultivators. After the barrier was opened, the youth from the Long family fiercely charged at Qin Yan. The aura on his body was like the roar of a dragon. He waved his palm and condensed golden primordial Tao power into a mighty dragon head. Dragon dancing in the heavenly sea. The young man from the Long family struck out with his palm, and a wild dragon roared angrily. His aura was like a giant dragon wreaking havoc in the sea, and it was extremely frightening. When the temporary disciples saw this, they suddenly let out a burst of exclamations, praises, and sighs. They all looked at the disciples of the Long family with incomparable admiration. This palm strike was meant to slap Qin Yan in the face. However, just as he was about to hit, his palm was suddenly grabbed by Qin Yan. The palm that was surging with primordial Tao energy was like a dragon claw. It seemed to contain a powerful might, but it was easily stopped by Qin Yan with a single grab. A dragon blood warrior? It's nothing more than this. Qin Yan swung his arm vigorously and shot out a violent thunder and fire power that poured into the arm. Crackle, a series of explosions rang out. It was as if firecrackers had gone off inside the young man's arm. Ah, the young man from the Long family also cried out in pain. Many holes had been blown up in his arm. The blue-clothed middle-aged man removed the barrier and hurriedly walked in. The next person who does not accept Qin Yan, please go in and compete. The blue-clothed middle-aged man looked at the group of people queuing up and said, are you all queuing up here to enter? At this moment, the 200 or so temporary disciples had no choice but to admit Qin Yan's formidable strength. The disciples of the Long family were already so terrifying, but they were taken care of by Qin Yan in a few moves. Qin Yan is even stronger. Jian Meng suddenly said. That's right, is it because of the dragon bloodline? Tian Rolling also nodded. This guy might be able to defeat the spirit martial realm with his bare hands. Chu Binyu said with a smile. The few youths who were originally queuing up to enter also had faces full of embarrassment and fear. They all returned to the side, not daring to approach the martial arena in the middle. Now, who else doesn't accept Qin Yan? Chu Binyu asked in a clear voice. No one made a sound. Twisted space. Everyone saw the defeat of the Long family disciples and Huang Canyuan and did not dare to say anything. The disciples of the Long family and the Yang family are the main instigators, and now they do not dare to look at Chu Binyu. Now, everyone has seen Qin Yan's strength with their own eyes and they dare not doubt it anymore, let alone underestimate it. After Qin Yan showed his powerful strength, it also made the temporary disciples here secretly worried that Qin Yan would remember them in the future. Chu Binyu took Qin Yan and they left, and the group of disciples dared to whisper about Qin Yan's horror. The ship flew for more than 10 days and entered the magical desolate. In the magical desolate, many areas are smoky and they don't know the reason. But there are also some good places. The flying ship of Immortal Weapon City is flying to an area with mountains and rivers and pleasant scenery. It was a very large ancient forest, and there were many magical beasts inside. As soon as the flying ship entered, it encountered several large birds and lizard dragons with a body length of tens of meters, all very powerful magical beasts. Fortunately, the flying ship has a strong enough defense, so it was not attacked by those magical beasts in the air. This is a famous area of the magical desolate, called the Ancient Demon Forest. There are many primitive magical beasts or ancient demons here. Chu Binyu looked at the scenery below from the window and said. No wonder the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain is here. Qin Yan said. We'll be there soon. Do you see that mountain? Chu Binyu pointed to an iceberg in the distance. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulon both nodded. The top of the iceberg is flat and there is a very spacious platform. In the air above the platform, there were many flying ships or giant flying magic treasures floating in the air. Many people from other sects have come here. The entrance is on the top of the mountain? Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. A long time ago, someone explored the desolate domain here. After many years of exploration and many attempts, a passage was opened during this time. Chu Binyu nodded. Not long after, the flying ship arrived at the top of the iceberg. Although it is cold here, for the martial artists of the 9th level martial Dao realm, this cold is nothing at all. Moreover, the top of the mountain is relatively calm and there is no wind or snow. The temporary disciples of the Immortal Weapon City also jumped down from the ship. After landing on the ground, many disciples from other immortal sects surrounded them. Chu Binyu also smiled and greeted the elders of other sections. Chu Binyu, how many outer sect disciples of the Immortal Weapon City have come? A red-clothed old man asked. I am not responsible for the outer sect disciples. Chu Binyu smiled. I forgot that you're just a guest elder. The old man in red said with a hint of mockery. How many disciples did your myriad star sect send in? Chu Binyu was still smiling. I can't tell you that. At this moment, many elders and disciples of the various sects had gathered around them. Qin Yin also saw some outer sect disciples of the immortal sections. Their auras were far stronger than the temporary disciples. Furthermore, they were even more arrogant. I heard that Qin Yin also came. Really? A gray-robed middle-aged man with slightly white hair looked at Qin Yun and the group of temporary disciples. Chu Binyu nodded. Are you looking for trouble with them? But now is not the time. Rest assured, we are not the people of the Long family and the Yang family. Even if it is them, I am afraid they will not dare to come. The middle-aged man in gray robe said, We have just discussed that Qin Yun is not allowed to go in because he has a Dao tool and will break the balance of power. Chu Binyu frowned and said, I will temporarily keep his Dao tool, how about that? That won't do. Who knows how many Dao tools he has? In short, he can't enter the Heavenly Beast desolate domain. The middle-aged man in gray robe said coldly, We Medicine Immortal Valley will try our best to stop you. Chu Binyu, you are just an elder. Do you want to provoke us on behalf of the Immortal Weapon City? Chu Binyu sighed slightly but his heart was full of anger. Qin Yun is a very strong 9th level martial Dao realm. If he enters the Heavenly Beast desolate domain, he will definitely be able to deal with many things. What did the elder of the Immortal Weapon City say? Chu Binyu asked. An old man in white robe slowly came. This is the official elder of the Immortal Weapon City. Chu Binyu couldn't help but frown because this old man is a member of the Tian family. Qin Yun has a Dao tool, even a martial master who just entered the spirit martial realm is not his opponent. Yes, if he goes in and kills us, what should we do? We can't beat him at all. We must not let him in. I heard that he is ruthless and killed a lot of people from the Long and Yang families. If we let him in, we will be in danger. The 9th level martial Dao realm disciples of other sects also protested. Although Qin Yun is a temporary disciple of our Immortal Weapon City, he will bring a great threat to people, so I also oppose him going in. The elder of the Immortal Weapon City said. Because of the matter of Tian Rolling, the Tian family was also questioned by the Long and Yang families every 2 or 3 days. And they did not dare to deal with Tian Rolling, worried that the patriarch of the Tian family would be wanted. I won't go in, are you relieved? Qin Yun suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately looked at him and remembered his appearance in their hearts. Even if you want to go in, it is impossible. We are responsible for guarding the gate to enter the Heavenly Beast desolate domain. An old man sneered. By the way, I used an ancient Dao tool to put a bounty on the heads of the 2 patriarchs of the Long and Yang families. Do you all know about this? Qin Yun said, took out a few Dao tools and said, This is an ancient Dao tool. If you kill the 2 patriarchs of the Long and Yang families, you can get it. With the guarantee of Demon Moon Island, I will never break my promise. There are also many people from the Long and Yang families here. At this time, their faces are very ugly. Also because of Qin Yun's bounty, the 2 patriarchs, when they go out, they are hiding. Even their own friends have to be wary of them. There are some martial kings here and even the old men who are stronger than the martial kings. Although they are expressionless, their hearts are also thinking about the heads of the two patriarchs. Qinyan knew that this matter must be driven by the Long and Yang families behind it and not let him in. So he also reminded the two families to let them know the situation at this time. Originally, Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan did not want to go in, but Qinyan let them go and first enter the Immortal Weapon Palace to become outer sect disciples. After you go in, as long as you can get heavenly beast eggs or bones, you can become outer sect disciples. The time is 3 months. Chu Binyu said. More than 200 temporary disciples nodded their heads in agreement. Qin Yun, you missed a chance to enter the immortal sect, ha ha ha. As long as I can enter the immortal sect, I will soon be able to step into the spirit martial realm. At that time, you can only look up to me. When Huang Canyuan passed by Qin Yun, he laughed proudly. The young man of the Long family is also proud and whispered, Qin Yun, you can rest assured that we will take good care of you Wulan and Tian Rolling. When Qin Yun heard this, he suddenly became angry. He wanted to fight but was stopped by Chu Binyu. Because here, there are also powerful elders of the Long family. If Qin Yun fights here, he will definitely be attacked. Soon, those temporary disciples walked towards a white light curtain and entered the Heavenly Beast desolate domain through the space channel. Qin Yun flew back to the big ship and Chu Binyu also came in with a face full of regret. Dilla Master, they deliberately restricted me from going in. Are they really afraid of my Dao tools? Qin Yun asked. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Beast desolate domain is not really restricted to the 9th level martial Dao realm. Martial masters who have just entered the spirit martial realm should also be able to go in. If you have a Dao tool, even a martial master who has just entered the spirit martial realm is not your opponent. Chu Binyu also just learned about this because he just sensed some aura of the spirit martial realm. In this way, the temporary disciples of the 9th level martial Dao realm will not be able to do odd jobs after entering? Qin Yun snorted. It should be like this. Chu Binyu sighed helplessly, you can't go in, it's a pity. At this time it is also evening and night is slowly falling. I'm going out to relax. Qin Yun said hello to Chu Binyu and flew out of the window. Chu Binyu just wanted to say something but he couldn't see Qin Yun's figure. The reason why Qin Yun suddenly left is that Ling Yuner told him that there are other ways to enter the Heavenly Beast desolate land. But this needs to be done secretly, so he left the big ship. Qin Yun came to the mountainside of the iceberg and according to Ling Yuner, he secretly dug a hole and entered the inside of the iceberg. Yuner, I came to the inside of the iceberg, what about now? Qin Yun thought that there was an entrance inside but there was nothing. Your Nether Sun martial spirit has the power of divine ability. If it is released to the limit, it should be able to distort the space and open an entrance to the desolate domain. Ling Yuner's words surprised Qin Yun. What should I do? If I release the divine ability, will I not be devoured? The divine ability released by the Nether Sun martial spirit is too powerful, I will lose control. Qin Yun said. Let me control it. Ling Yuner said, it may be a little painful. Good. Qin Yun nodded. Ling Yuner immediately began to control the Nether Sun martial spirit to release the powerful divine ability. Soon, Qin Yun felt the pain in his body and a large amount of violent power surged out from the Nether Sun Dao core. You know, he cultivated the heavenly lion Xian body and still can't withstand this terrible power. Just bear with it. Ling Yuner's voice just fell, suddenly there was a sharp pain, violently hit Qin Yun's whole body. The Nether Sun Dao core condensed a very terrible divine ability. Qin Yun also sensed that there are signs of space fluctuations around his body. Not long after, his body gradually integrated into the fluctuating space. Okay. Ling Yuner also breathed a sigh of relief, the place you just said is the weak point of the space, so you can succeed. Qin Yun entered the Heavenly Beast desolate domain, lying on the ground, looking at the stars and the night sky, he took a long sigh. The power released just now also consumed a lot of his energy. Little Heavenly Beast Qin Yun floated in the air, with the soft light of the stars and moon, overlooking the Heavenly Beast desolate domain. Here, like the outside, is a large ancient jungle, some areas are depressions. There was also a winding river that ran through this vast ancient forest. This desolate domain is really mysterious. I have to find a way to find a heavenly beast and get a heavenly beast bone or something. Qin doesn't know if he can find a heavenly beast. Little Yun, although the heavenly beasts here are all young, but the young heavenly beasts are very powerful. Ling Yin'er said, some young heavenly beasts have the strength of Martial King. What? How can it be so terrible? Why is Yang, the ninth heaven Xian sparrow, a very weak duckling? Qin was also scared by the strength of the heavenly beast. Yang is in the nascent stage. After the nascent stage, it is the juvenile stage. It may take hundreds of years or thousands of years. Ling Yin'er said. This duckling is really hard to raise. Qin sighed. Little Jade Rabbit is also a young heavenly beast, but I don't know what type it is. Ling Yin'er said again. Qin only knows that Little Jade Rabbit is a Xian beast level. The powerful thing is that it is very fast, eats a lot and can absorb toxins. Its combat ability seems to be very weak. This heavenly beast desolate domain can let a martial master who just entered the spirit martial realm come in, indicating that most of the strength of the heavenly beast is stronger than those martial masters. Ling Yin'er said this also let Qin pay more attention. Knowing that the heavenly beasts here are very strong, Qin also became cautious and quickly used the power of shadow. The power of shadow is also one of the power of Nether Sun that he is currently more proficient in. In the night, Qin flew carefully in the sky, looking at the ground, looking for heavenly beasts. Yun'er, what is the difference between these heavenly beasts and Xian beasts? Qin is very curious about this. Heavenly lion is a heavenly beast, there is a strong bloodline inheritance in its body. After growing up, it will be stronger than ordinary beasts in all aspects. Ling Yin'er said, but in this heavenly beast desolate domain, it is impossible to be full of heavenly beasts. There are also other spirit beasts and Xian beasts, be careful. Qin did not know how to find a heavenly beast, he could only fly randomly. How can I tell if it's a heavenly beast? Qin suddenly saw the thicket below moving, so he immediately flew down. If it's a heavenly beast, its body will have a faint trace of immortal qi. The most powerful thing about heavenly beasts is that they can absorb the immortal energy of the immortal desolate the moment they are born. Ling Yin'er warned, when you get close, look carefully before you attack. If you attack a powerful heavenly beast, it will be very dangerous. No wonder heavenly beasts are so powerful. Yun'er, I cultivated the heavenly lion Xian body, why can't I absorb that immortal energy? Qin asked. Only in the immortal weapon city would he be able to absorb very weak immortal energy. Even if you absorb it, it's useless. With your current situation, you are unable to refine the immortal qi. You can only gather it together and release it through the Nether Sun martial spirit. Only if you have an immortal body can you refine immortal energy and make yourself stronger. This is one of the reasons why Lu Jingmeng is so powerful. When Qin heard Ling Yin'er's words, he yearned for the immortal body even more. He entered the forest and soon found something. In the distance, there is a silver glow flowing quickly. It's a touch of immortal energy, the heavenly beast has appeared. Qin was excited and quickly chased after it. This heavenly beast is a bit strong, its strength should be equivalent to the spirit martial realm. Ling Yin'er said. Why is the heavenly beast so small? Qin couldn't help but think of Yang. It is obviously a divine beast, but it is like a duckling, it is not domineering at all. He felt that it should be as huge and majestic as a dragon. Qin used the power of the dragon resisting boots to barely catch up. He also saw what kind of heavenly beast it is a deer, the deer is very small, it looks like it has just been born and its whole body overflows with silver glow. The little antlers are golden, jumping and jumping, the speed is very fast. Hey, this kind of harmless heavenly beast, don't do it. Ling Yin'er said, you have the heavenly lion Xian body, you should deal with that kind of overbearing heavenly beast. Also, killing this little thing is not in line with my heavenly lion Xian body identity. Qin said to Ling Yin'er with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly spoke. That little stupid deer is in front, chase it. That is a living heavenly beast cub. If we catch it, we will have a big credit. Qin is very familiar with the voice. Qin used the power of shadow to hide and looked at the group of people who caught up and soon felt a familiar aura. It's Lu Chongsheng. Qin Yan was shocked. Sure enough, a guy who just entered the spirit martial realm can really enter this heavenly beast desolate domain. This group of people are the disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Woodstar Palace. There are more than 20 people in the spirit martial realm and 9th level martial Dao realm. The disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Star Sect are really powerful. Qin Yan feels that his speed is already good, but the disciples of Immortal Sects who just entered the spirit martial realm are faster than him. Not long after, several spirit martial realm early stage martial masters caught up with the little deer. Qin Yan and Lu Chongxing have hatred. He did not expect to meet him here. Lu Chongxing can become a spirit martial realm early stage martial master at a young age. His status in the immortal sects is also very high. He must have a powerful body protection treasure armor. Qin Yan is more surprised. He thought that the 5 great immortal sects and the 5 great star sects would not send outstanding disciples. Now, they sent a top genius like Lu Chongxing. Do those immortal sects think that a guy like Lu Chongxing is invincible in this place? Qin Yan chased, and he also had the idea of fighting several times in his heart. However, he was extremely cautious because none of these 20 people are weak. They are the top young disciples in the sect and they all have good body protection treasure armor. Especially those in the early stage spirit martial realm, their aura is very strong. After the little deer was surrounded, there was no place to run and it looked very pitiful. This kind person, save me. The little deer suddenly sent a sound transmission to Qin Yan. Qin Yan heard the sound transmission of the little deer and he was shocked. He used the power of shadow to hide, but he was still discovered by the little deer. You just chased me for a long time and did not attack me. You are a rare kind person, quickly save me. The voice of the little deer is filled with despair and pleading. Lu Chongxing suddenly laughed and said, catch this little thing alive and we will make a great contribution. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and quickly used the Heavenly Lion summoning technique to summon 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. As soon as the 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions appeared, they roared and the terrible Heavenly Lion roar shook the silent night sky. The birds and beasts in the forest were alarmed. It seems to be Heavenly Lions and there are 2 of them. Suddenly someone shouted, I heard the roar of the Heavenly Lion from the recording shell. Is it the legendary Dragon Slayer Heavenly Lion? That was great. Let's take this little thing and slaughter the Heavenly Lions. Lu Chongxing is not afraid at all. His proud handsome face is full of excitement. Qin Yan quickly let the 2 Heavenly Lions fly over and used the Heavenly Lion roar. At the same time, he used the sound wave attack and the lion claws fiercely attacked and used the Heavenly Lion fighting dragon claw. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion's mouth is also constantly spewing out a black flame. Stay away from the Heavenly Lions, carry out a long-range attack and properly arrange the formation. A man who looks a little older quickly commanded. Because the 2 Heavenly Lions suddenly rushed in, it also disrupted Lu Chongxing's team. The little deer was able to escape. Qin Yan did not want the Heavenly Lions to be injured too much. He just fought with Lu Chongxing for a while and quickly fled and returned to the Nether Realm. Nether Realm Heavenly Lions are less injured and the speed of growth will be much faster and you can also summon them faster. Ling Yin'er said, quickly chase the little deer. Qin Yan immediately chased after it. What he did not expect was that Lu Chongxing and others also continued to chase the little deer. This group of guys actually did not chase the Heavenly Lions. It is really not easy to deal with. Lu Chongxing and others are chasing very closely. After chasing for more than half an hour, the silver light spot in front suddenly stopped. The little deer actually stopped running. When he walked closer, he found that there are 7 women over there. There are 2 women who are very young and beautiful, wearing simple and neat white clothes. One of the women is elegant and smart, her face is as beautiful as a flower and her eyes are as tender as water. Even if she is wearing a simple dress, she has a kind of peerless temperament. This woman is Feng Honglan. The little deer is curled up at her feet. The other woman had her arms crossed in front of her chest. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. Her eyes were like stars, emitting a sharp cold aura and killing intent. It made her look slightly heroic and domineering at the same time. This is Qin Yan's wife, Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan and Honglan, they are here too. They are all 9th level martial Dao realm? Qin Yan was amazed. When Xiao Yuelan left, she was only at the 7th level martial Dao realm. The 5 women around Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan are all middle-aged women. Their appearance is relatively ordinary, but they all have the aura of the early-stage spirit martial realm. These are the people of the Nether Moon Palace. Yo, it's the girls of the Nether Moon Palace. Lu Chongqing looked back and forth at the beautiful faces of Feng Honglan and Xiao Yuelan. When these 2 women with different styles stand together, it makes people want to conquer them, especially for a top genius like Lu Chongqing. Qin Yin hid in the darkness and watched quietly. Let's go. Xiao Yuelan did not want to pay attention to this group of people and snorted coldly. Wait. You can go, but the little thing stays, we met at first. Lu Chongqing shouted with a cold face. So what if you met at first? But in the end, we got it. You have to blame yourself for not having the ability to catch the deer immediately. Xiao Yuelan sneered coldly. Lu Chongqing's face changed and he said coldly, I am the main sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley. Lu Chongqing, you little girl, give me some respect. What about Medicine Immortal Valley? When Xiao Yuelan heard the name Lu Chongqing, she immediately knew that this is Qin Yan's enemy and she hated him even more. 546 Chapter 546 Yuelan's anger. Feng Honglan and Xiao Yuelan are stunned. They don't understand why these sisters are so respectful to the arrogant guys of Medicine Immortal Valley. Why should I apologize? Xiao Yuelan is very dissatisfied. Sister Yuelan, he is a genius of Medicine Immortal Valley. He entered the spirit martial realm at a young age and became a martial master. He is also an excellent disciple of Woodstar Palace. Yes, he is a disciple of Immortal Sect, you can't be so rude to him. We are disciples of Nether Moon Palace, we have to be polite. Several middle-aged sisters have accused Xiao Yuelan. The slightly shorter middle-aged sister looked at Feng Honglan and shouted, Honglan, quickly catch the deer and give it to Lu Gongzi. Feng Honglan frowned and snorted, not giving. As she spoke, she used her power and gently sent the deer to the distance. The deer suddenly ran far away. You bitch. The middle-aged senior sister shouted angrily. She quickly walked over and fiercely slapped Feng Honglan's gentle and beautiful face. Seeing Feng Honglan being beaten, Qin Yan's heart suddenly rose in anger. You dare to hit Honglan? Xiao Yuelan also shouted. She abruptly took out a saber and slashed at the middle-aged senior sister's arm like a bolt of lightning. Lu Chongqing and others were also shocked by Xiao Yuelan's actions. They thought that Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan, these 2 girls were young and ignorant and they were not afraid of their Medicine Immortal Valley. But now it seems that they are not even afraid of their own sex sister. Xiao Yuelan, are you crazy? Several middle-aged sisters quickly surrounded Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan. You are the crazy ones. You actually hit Honglan, I am not finished with you. Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan have been together for so long, but they are like sisters. She also knows that Feng Honglan is gentle and kind, so she takes good care of Feng Honglan. Qin Yan was not surprised by Xiao Yuelan's actions. If Xiao Yuelan was humble, it would not be Xiao Yuelan. Lu Chongqing sneered, several sisters, do you need me to help you take down these 2 little girls? No need for the time being. Young Master Lu, please don't worry. We will definitely make them apologize to you. The middle-aged senior sister with a broken arm politely said to Lu Chongqing and then fiercely looked at Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan said angrily, apologize? No way. Unless you kill me. Feng Honglan was also very angry after being slapped. She shouted softly, I really didn't expect that in order to curry favor with the disciples of the Immortal Sect, you would treat us like this? Shut up. Being polite to the disciples of the Immortal Sect is what we should do. Now that you've let the little deer escape, it's a loss to young Master Lu. How are you going to compensate us? If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving. The middle-aged senior sister whose arm was chopped off said coldly. Lu Chongqing said with a wretched smile, let them be my concubines. You bastard, shut up. Xiao Yuelan immediately cursed. Xiao Yuelan, it is your good fortune that young Master Lu has taken a fancy to you. Why don't you hurry up and serve them obediently? The middle-aged senior sister sneered. Why are you so despicable? Xiao Yuelan glared at the middle-aged senior sisters. At the same time, several middle-aged senior sisters of the Nether Moon Palace quickly took out many flags and inserted them nearby. You can't run away, hurry to calm the anger of young Master Liu. A middle-aged senior sister, her face was full of a sinister smile. Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan, young and beautiful, and their qualifications are very high. They suddenly entered the Nether Moon Palace, but it caused the jealousy of some female disciples. These middle-aged senior sisters are very jealous. Moreover, they are the kind of people who are greedy for vanity, so they try to please Lu Chongqing, so that they have the opportunity to get close to the people in the immortal sect. Qin Yan quickly summoned 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. After the Nether Realm Heavenly Lions appeared, they roared, and after the aura rushed over, Lu Chongqing and others frowned. Xiao Yuelan was pleasantly surprised. She knew that it was Qin Yan's Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. After Qin Yan covered his face, he quickly flew over and threw a Thunder Xian talisman. Boom! After a loud noise, Lu Chongqing and others flew away. Qin Yan had to admit that these excellent disciples of Immortal Sect and Star Sect are very strong in all aspects. They can avoid the attack of the Thunder Xian talisman at once, and they can avoid being affected. Kill! Lu Chongqing shouted coldly and quickly took out a weapon, which is a very powerful Xian tool. Many spirit martial realm also attacked one after another and hit Qin Yan with various weapons and Xian talismans. Boom boom boom, Qin Yan did not expect this group of people to react so quickly, and they were also so willing to fight. All of a sudden he was hit by many Xian tools and Xian talismans. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned in an explosion. Xiao Yuelan hurriedly used her penetration divine ability and brought Feng Honglan through the barrier. It was also because of Qin Yan's appearance that Xiao Yuelan was able to run away from Lu Chongqing and others. Xiao Yun, there are more than 10 spirit martial realm here, they are all very strong, let's go. Xiao Yuelan quickly sent a voice transmission to Qin Yan. Qin Yan rushed out of the explosion. Although his body was cracked by the explosion, he can still use the power of shadow. After Xiao Yuelan ran out of the formation, she waved her saber and killed several disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Wood Star Palace. Qin Yan ran in front with Feng Honglan and Xiao Yuelan brought up the rear. Yuelan, should we fight it out with them? Qin Yan promptly asked with voice transmission. Don't. They still have people nearby. You were injured just now, let's go first. Although Xiao Yuelan is sometimes reckless, in the face of a dangerous situation, she is still relatively calm. She also used her shadow power and followed behind Qin Yan and company. Not long after they left, there were many auras of spirit martial realm, which can be seen as the reinforcement of Lu Chongqing. How many people have come from those immortal sects? Qin Yan ran with Feng Honglan while repairing the damaged Heavenly Lion Xian body. I heard that each immortal sect has more than a dozen martial masters in the early stage of spirit martial realm, divided into many teams. Xiao Yuelan said, even our Nether Moon Palace has almost 10 spirit martial realm. At dawn, they found a big hole in a tree and hid there. Qin Yan's injury seems to be more serious, but it is only the Heavenly Lion Xian body injury. The internal organs and Dao core in the body are fine. I am fine, I will be fine after a rest. Qin Yan is next to the tree hole, absorbing the 9 Sun spiritual energy. Feng Honglan walked over and delivered internal force to Qin Yan. She sighed, I didn't expect that there would be such a senior sister in the Nether Moon Palace. You know a person's face but you don't know his heart. I usually get along well with them. I really didn't expect that they would kneel and lick the disciples of immortal sects. Xiao Yuelan snorted. Feng Honglan was very happy to meet Qin Yan, but when she saw him injured, she was distressed. I am going to patrol outside. Honglan, you heal Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuelan said and left the tree hole. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I think you can leave the Nether Moon Palace. In the Nether Moon Palace, there should be many disciples who have the same virtue as those senior sisters. I don't know the specifics. Because we haven't been in the Nether Moon Palace for a long time. Feng Honglan was also a little worried. Just now, they wanted to give us to Lu Chongqing to play with. This is too vicious. The upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. In the Nether Moon Palace, there must be some high-level people who have such an attitude towards immortal sects. Qin Yan said, after you go back and discuss, leave the Nether Moon Palace quickly, I will arrange for you to enter Demon Moon Island. Demon Moon Island dared to issue a bounty for the two patriarchs of the Long and Yang families, which shows that they are fearless and certainly not afraid of those immortal sections. Okay. Feng Hanlan nodded. Yenying, Sister Lan, are they okay? Qin Yan asked. It's okay, they didn't come. When I go back, I will go to them to discuss and leave the Nether Moon Palace together. Feng Hanlan thought of those vicious senior sisters and she was very angry. Yuemei seems to have joined the Nether Moon Palace? Qin Yan missed this little troublemaker. She just promised verbally. As soon as she came to the Spirit Desolate, she ran away. Feng Hanlan smiled, the Nether Moon Palace can't restrain her. What about Sister Steamed Bun and Water Fairy? Are they also in the Nether Moon Palace? Qin Yan and Water Fairy agreed to let her be a follower. Although they all said that they wanted to join the Nether Moon Palace, when they came to the Spirit Desolate, they left with Sister Xianxia, saying that they wanted to travel the Spirit Desolate. Feng Hanlan said. Qin Yan sighed, they are quite free and unfettered. In this way, Feng Hanlan and Qin Yan chatted while healing. Lu Chongxing and dozens of others were searching the jungle. What is the background of the black-cloaked man who suddenly appeared? He was hit by 20 or 30 Xian talismans and nothing happened. Isn't it? Even if it is the late stage or peak spirit martial realm, it is impossible to run away so easily after being hit by so many Xian talismans. This guy must be a disciple of an immortal sect. Does he know those two bitches? We must investigate it clearly. Lu Chongxing and several disciples of the Medicine Immortal Valley discussed. That Xiao Yuelan killed the disciples of our Medicine Immortal Valley and we have issued a wanted order. When we first came in, there was an agreement that we can't kill each other. If there is a situation of killing each other, all the disciples of the sects must unite to hunt down the murderer. These disciples, thinking that Xiao Yuelan was very decisive to cut off the arm of her senior sister, they were secretly shocked. And the disciples of their Medicine Immortal Valley and Wood Star Palace were also killed by Xiao Yuelan. Of course, what they are most worried about is that the masked black-clothed man who suddenly appeared, carrying so many Xian talismans, is certainly not an ordinary person. Just as Lu Chongxing and others were searching, the sound transmission conch suddenly trembled. Someone found Xiao Yuelan. Lu Chongxing was pleasantly surprised, let's hurry over. Later, the people who were searching here rushed to the place where Xiao Yuelan appeared. Xiao Yuelan was outside and she did not expect so many people to catch her. Attack again. The captain of each team has a specially refined sound transmission conch. They only know the appearance of Xiao Yuelan and Yuelan through the description of the sound transmission. Xiao Yuelan's characteristics are more obvious, so it is easy to recognize. Xiao Yuelan is worried that someone will approach the area, so she is patrolling outside. If someone approaches and secretly sets up a formation to capture Qin Yan and the others, it will be troublesome. Xiao Yuelan thought that as long as it is not Lu Chongxing's group, nothing will happen. Now, the 10 or so people who had met her had surrounded her. Are you Xiao Yuelan? The captain is a young man in black, named Yang Hanqin, a child of the Yang family and also an outer sect disciple of Immortal Weapon City. There are more than a dozen people in this team, including Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. They all have enmity with the Yang family, so they do not want to follow this captain. After they came in, these temporary disciples were assigned. And they must obey orders. Furthermore, there were people guarding the exit. If you are restless inside, don't even think about going out. Of course, the people of the Yang family and the Long family dare not do anything. After all, the strength of Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan is still very strong. Xiao Yuelan glanced at the group of people and said coldly, what if I am not? If you are Xiao Yuelan, then hurry up and surrender. You killed the outer sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley, no one can save you. Yang Hanqin sneered. It is those guys who want to attack me. Do you also want to accompany those guys who were killed by me? Xiao Yuelan took out a long saber. Yang Hanqin was about to attack. Tian Rolling quickly shouted, Captain, wait. What? You want to go? Yang Hanqin said coldly, you want to steal the credit? No, she is very dangerous, we can't deal with her. You have already informed others, we just need to evacuate. Tian Rolling also felt the terror of Xiao Yuelan. As a member of this team, she naturally has to think about the entire team. Because she does not want to face Xiao Yuan. You are afraid of death, I am not afraid. Yang Hanqin sneered, looked at the other team members and said, these two women are not going, we are going, kill. With that said, Yang Hanqin quickly rushed over. Xiao Yuan laughed disdainfully, a bunch of trash. As she spoke, her mental power surged out, forming a gust of wind. This was the power of the spirit concentration kill. Yang Hanqin and the other 10 people were suddenly attacked by the violent spiritual force storm, their heads were dizzy and painful. Xiao Yuan used the power of her transparent martial spirit to make herself transparent and disappear into the dust. Following that, a series of screams could be heard. Yang Hanqin's group of more than 10 inexplicable saber wounds appeared on their bodies. Their bodies were covered in ghastly scars. When Tian Rolling saw this, she quickly retreated with Yu Wulan. The two of them felt that they were rather terrifying women, but this Xiao Yuan in front of them was even more powerful than them. Go. You don't have the intention to kill me, so I won't kill you. Xiao Yuan had also heard that Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan had a good relationship with Qin Yun, but she had never seen them before. Therefore, she did not know that the two beautiful women in front of her were Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. The people of Nether Moon Palace are here. After Xiao Yuan sensed them, she quickly made her body transparent. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan knew that Xiao Yuan was still nearby. Especially Yu Wulan, she has a strange sense that can sense the existence of Xiao Yuan. After Xiao Yuan became transparent, she leaned against a big tree and did not dare to move. Not long after, the middle-aged senior sisters of Nether Moon Palace came here. They saw the bodies on the ground and their faces suddenly changed. You too, how come nothing happened? The middle-aged senior sister with a broken arm looked at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan and asked coldly. The captain did not let us attack, so we hid in the distance. Yu Wulan quickly said. Xiao Yuan did it. A middle-aged senior sister went to check and said coldly. The middle-aged senior sister with a broken arm walked towards Yu Wulan and asked, quickly say, where did Xiao Yuan go? Went there. Yu Wulan quickly pointed in a direction. These middle-aged senior sisters of Nether Moon Palace were about to leave when they found something wrong. This girl lied to us. There is no aura of Xiao Yuan over there. Xiao Yuan should still be nearby. The middle-aged senior sister with a broken arm was meticulous and found something at once. Tie them up. As soon as she finished speaking, a few ropes were released. The ropes were like light, hitting the fleeing Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan and tying them up at once. Humph. You still want to run? The senior sister with a broken arm sneered. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were tied to a relatively thin big tree. Senior sister, these two women seem very familiar. A tall and thin middle-aged senior sister suddenly took out 2 pieces of paper. It's them. Great, it turned out to be Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling. These are 2 big treasures. If we hand them over to the Yang and Long families, we will definitely make a lot of money. We made a big profit. The senior sister with a broken arm shouted, you guys have no vision. These 2 women are very important to Qin Yun. If we use them to force Qin Yun out, that would be a big profit. Xiao Yuan, who was hiding, was secretly alarmed when she learned that it was Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. Stop dreaming. We would rather commit suicide than let you succeed. Tian Rolling said coldly. Her abdomen suddenly swelled up. Hurry up and stop her. The senior sister with a broken arm shouted and shot out a wave of energy that struck Tian Rolling's body. Tian Rolling's Dao core exploded normally, but the condensed power was scattered. At this moment, the 2 middle-aged senior sisters also quickly guarded Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan, not allowing them to act recklessly. Xiao Yuan secretly admired Tian Rolling's decisiveness. She said she would self-destruct without even blinking. Slut, don't even think about dying. Don't worry, when young Master Lu comes, I will let him enjoy the 2 of you. The senior sister with a broken arm laughed sinisterly. A middle-aged senior sister also fiercely slapped Tian Rolling in the face. Yu Wulan immediately became furious and spat at the senior sister with a broken arm, you ugly woman. Even if I strip you and throw you on the street, no one will touch you. You fox spirit, quickly strip her naked. The senior sister with a broken arm was so angry that her face twisted. Soon, a middle-aged senior sister walked over. Just as she was about to tear off Yu Wulan's clothes, a faint breeze suddenly blew over. Plop! The head of the middle-aged senior sister suddenly fell down. Xiao Yulan made her move. She quietly sneaked over and chopped off the head of the middle-aged senior sister with a saber strike. It's Xiao Yulan, she's here. The senior sister with a broken arm shouted. Just as she finished shouting, Xiao Yulan rushed towards the middle-aged senior sister who was guarding Tian Rolling and slashed with her saber. Because they were vigilant, they were able to guard against it. After all, they are all experienced spirit martial realm martial artists and they immediately became vigilant. The senior sister with a broken arm sprinkled a special kind of black-red light powder. Xiao Yulan's body was stained with the powder and also exposed her whereabouts. Surround and kill her. The senior sister with a broken arm shouted and quickly used her sword to stab. The 4 middle-aged senior sisters are all at the early stage of the spirit martial realm. They are extremely powerful and suddenly a fierce battle broke out. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan are also secretly shocked. Because Xiao Yulan is only at the 9th level martial Dao realm and she is actually able to fight against 4 martial artists at the early stage of the spirit martial realm, this kind of aptitude could be considered top-notch. As long as she steps into the spirit martial realm, she will definitely be a rare genius. Xiao Yulan, you run by yourself, don't worry about us. Yu Wulan quickly shouted, the captains of the entire Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain are chasing you everywhere and the people nearby will come soon. You can rest assured that they dare not do anything to us. The master of our saber sword villa is not a vegetarian. Tian Rolling quickly persuaded. Xiao Yulan can resist the 4 spirit martial realm but after a long time, others will come over. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan? How did you get tied up? Ha ha ha. The person who came suddenly turned out to be Long Yuetao of Medicine Immortal Valley, great. You are mine. Long Yuetao took more than a dozen people and rushed over. They heard movement here in the distance and knew that Xiao Yulan was here. Xiao Yulan was furious and shouted, you dare to touch them, I will let you die very miserably. Xiao Yulan, you can't protect yourself. Long Yuetao laughed. Xiao Yulan gritted her teeth and just wanted to summon the Nether Realm Mad Dragon. She heard the roar of the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. Qin Yan and Feng Honglan were in the tree hole and also heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Qin Yan quickly summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. Others did not know that the Heavenly Lion was summoned and only regarded it as a heavenly beast here, which could play a deterrent role. Also at this time, a few throwing knives flew over and the speed was very fast, stabbing the 4 middle-aged senior sisters. Seeing those throwing knives, Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan found it hard to believe that this is true. They are very familiar with it. It is the throwing knives used by Qin Yan. Qin Yan can't enter the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain but now, his throwing knives appeared here. Those throwing knives disturbed several middle-aged senior sisters, distracting them and Xiao Yulan also took advantage of this to display the Windslayer 6 style. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan are also very familiar with this Windslayer 6 style. They suddenly thought that Xiao Yulan and Qin Yan have a certain relationship, so she can display the Windslayer 6 style and use the same throwing knives as Qin Yan. They don't believe that Qin Yan can come in. Big Brother Long, the heavenly beast is coming. It seems to be a heavenly lion. A young man whispered. Mother, this heavenly lion is very strong. Long Yuetao whispered. He looked at Tian Rolling who was tied to the tree and was very unwilling to swing his knife because he originally wanted to play with Tian Rolling. Go to hell, Tian Rolling. When Long Yuetao's knife came down, suddenly a black knife appeared. 548 Chapter 548 Teen Goblin Long Yuetao saw the knife engraved with Dao runes and suddenly thought of Qin Yan. You are Qin Yan. Long Yuetao shouted and slashed at Qin Yan. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's other hand and fiercely smashed down. The impact of the 9-Sun Divine Hammer smashed Long Yuetao's Shen Saber. The hammer's momentum was powerful. With a violent shock force, it fell on Long Yuetao's chest. Boom! After Long Yuetao was smashed, a big hole was opened in his back and a blood mist splashed out. Even if he was wearing armor, he still could not resist the attack of the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Qin Yan to be here. Qin Yan, how could you be here? You can't kill me. Long Yuetao looked at the big hole in his back and said in horror and unwillingness. why is it not possible? Qin Yan's voice appeared and he also appeared. He held a knife in one hand and a hammer in the other. The knife in his hand slashed across and Long Yuetao's head was cut off. The middle-aged senior sisters were all terrified. Long Yuetao is one of the top geniuses of medicine Immortal Valley and also a Xian inscription master, but now he was killed by Qin Yun. The sudden appearance of Feng Honglan also freed Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling. The disciples who followed Long Yuetao are also temporary disciples and outer sect disciples, only 9th level martial Dao realm cultivation. They all immediately fled. Tian Rolling held the Cold Cloud saber and Yu Wulan also took out the Willow Moon saber and rushed over together. The flying people were also stopped by 2 fierce Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. Nether Realm Heavenly Lions can kill a person with 1 claw. Qin Yun, who is at 9th level martial Dao realm, even during the day, can summon powerful Nether Realm Heavenly Lions and can also fight against early stage Spirit Martial Realm. 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions intercepted. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan and Feng Honglan pursued and killed more than a dozen disciples at once. Tian Rolling rushed to Xiao Yulan and used the power of ice to freeze the middle-aged sisters for a short time. Subsequently, Qin Yun and Xiao Yulan both used their strongest power to launch a crazy attack. Qin Yun can kill one with 1 hammer. After he killed 2, Xiao Yulan also killed 2. Qin Yun hurriedly extracted his martial spirits. They were all platinum and purple gold martial spirits. Although they were of high grade, they were rather ordinary. Clean up all the bodies, don't let people know that we killed Long Yuetao. Xiao Yulan said, that guy has 8 spirit vein, purple gold wind and fire martial spirit. If Medicine Immortal Valley knows about this, they will definitely go crazy. Qin Yun immediately controlled the 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions to randomly fight here and take out some other traces. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. Who knows how many people they will send. After Qin Yun was done, he quickly ran away. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were extremely happy to meet Qin Yun here. At the same time, he is also very curious about the relationship between Qin Yun and Xiao Yulan. He is curious about how Qin Yun entered. After half a day, Qin Yun and the 4 beautiful women finally stopped to rest. They hid in a hole in a big tree and hid very well. I'm finally safe. Xiao Yulan stretched her back. Big sister, second sister, you haven't been discovered, you are still safe for the time being. As long as you find a team from Immortal Weapon City, you can join them. Qin Yun said. 2 sisters, I almost implicated you, I am really sorry. Xiao Yulan smiled sweetly at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. Xiao Yulan usually looks ice cold, just like Tian Rolling. However, in private, she also has a charming and gentle side. Yulan is my wife. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yulan's face and laughed. Xiao Yulan opened Qin Yun's hand and said coquettishly. You really have a wife. I thought you were lying to me. Yu Wulan now knows that Xiao Yulan is from Nethermoon Palace. She is very curious about how Qin Yun hooked up with the disciples of Nethermoon Palace. Tian Rolling said, Xiao Yun, how did you come in? I opened a space channel. It's complicated and dangerous. Qin Yun said, in short, I came in safely. This kid, as long as he wants to go, there is nothing that can't stop him. Xiao Yulan smiled. Big sister, second sister, you are temporary disciples of Immortal Weapon City. Whether you can become outer sect disciples of Immortal Weapon City depends on whether you can get Heavenly Beast bones. Qin Yun said. That's simple. Can't we find 2 Heavenly Beast bones? Xiao Yulan smiled. Xiao Yun, do you also plan to enter Immortal Weapon City? I'm not sure about this. Qin Yun sighed. Yulan, it will be very hard for you. You should have your own mission when you come in. Tian Rolling smiled lightly. I plan to find a team from Immortal Weapon City with Wulan and join them. It's best to find Jian Meng, this guy is more reliable. Qin Yun said. Those senior sisters of Nether Moon Palace are dead. They will definitely think that Honglan and I did it. We won't go back to Nether Moon Palace. Xiao Yulan sighed. Xiao Yun, didn't you say that you can recommend us to enter Demon Moon Island? How about this, big sister and second sister, go to Demon Moon Island together. Xiao Yulan thought that she could not return to Nether Moon Palace and felt a little sad. Because she met many good friends there. Yu Wulan said, if we can enter Demon Moon Island, it will also be very good. The premise is that they are willing to accept us. So let's find some heavenly beast bones. This way, we can go in righteously and convince the people inside. Xiao Yuan said. When she entered Nether Moon Palace, it aroused the jealousy of many disciples and was criticized by many people, so she was very unhappy in her heart. Alright, let's go find the people of Demon Moon Island and see what their attitude is. Qin Yan said, I don't know if the demon team of Demon Moon Island recognizes me. Among the demons of Demon Moon Island, I only know that Fox Elder. Our aptitude is so good, Demon Moon Island will definitely accept us. Xiao Yuan said, don't be careful, there will always be a way out. Rest well, your injuries are not completely healed yet. They rested for a day and began their journey to find the people of Demon Moon Island. In Demon Moon Island, there are mainly demon beasts and fairies in human form. And the number of humans is relatively small. However, for humans with good aptitude, Demon Moon Island has never refused. Qin Yan took out a talisman and according to the guidance of the talisman, he looked for the female disciples of Demon Moon Island. This talisman was given to him by Hu Jingxian. When he needed help, he could use this talisman to find the nearby disciples of Demon Moon Island. The number of heavenly beasts in the jungle is pitiful. They have been traveling here for 2 or 3 days and they haven't even seen a hair of a heavenly beast. It was very rare to see a small deer before. They couldn't find a heavenly beast but they found the people of Demon Moon Island. It is a hot noon by the river under a waterfall. The disciples of Demon Moon Island are all women. There are only 5 of them and they are resting by the river. The captain is a fat ant. It is hard to tell whether she is a human or a demon. 2 of the 4 women following her have tails, a leopard tail and a wolf tail. The other 2 are completely in human form. Tian Rolling, Qin Yan, Yu Wulan? The fat ant quickly took out a few wanted posters, so she recognized them immediately but she did not mean to attack. Greetings, 5 big sisters. Do you know Hu Jingxian and Elder Hu? Qin Yan asked with a smile but he is secretly vigilant. Of course I know her. She is one of the best elders of our Demon Moon Island. The fat ant asked with some doubt, what's wrong? Qin Yan took out the talisman and said, this was given to me by Elder Hu. She told me to look for you if I have any difficulties. The fat ant took it and looked at it. She said in surprise, this talisman is also Elder Hu's fox. Immortal token. Seeing this talisman is like seeing her herself. So it's like that. It seems like it's really precious. Qin Yan sighed slightly. Isn't that so? It seems like Elder Hu trusts you very much. The fat ant looked at Qin Yan with a strange expression. The 4 female disciples beside her also had strange expressions in their eyes. If you have any difficulties, just say it. We will definitely do our best to help you. The fat ant is also very easy to talk to. She is a martial master at the early stage of the spirit martial realm and she is also very strong. Big sister, this is Xiao Yuan and Feng Honglan. Qin Yan said. Greetings big sister, greetings big sisters. Xiao Yuan and Feng Honglan quickly greeted the people of Demon Moon Island. The people of Demon Moon Island suddenly froze. They really didn't expect that Xiao Yuan and Feng Honglan of the Nether Moon Palace would actually mix with Qin Yan. You betrayed the Nether Moon Palace? The leopard-tailed woman asked in a low voice. Also, Qin Yan should not be able to come in but why is he here? The wolf-tailed woman also asked curiously. There are a few evil women in the Nether Moon Palace who want to offer me and Honglan to Lu Chongxing as playthings, so we resisted. Xiao Yuan was very angry when she talked about this. Feng Honglan asked, we want to join Demon Moon Island now but we are being chased by many people. I don't know if you will accept us? Of course, your qualifications are not bad and you are recommended by Elder Hu. The fat ant looked at Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan and asked, 2 little girls, do you also want to enter Demon Moon Island? Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan also nodded. Don't worry, our Demon Moon Island is very harmonious internally, unlike other sects who fight to the death. The fat ant smiled happily. Following that, Xiao Yuan and Feng Honglan changed their appearances, making it impossible for others to see their original appearances. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan also carried out simple makeup and were not recognized. The fat aunt's name is Yao Min and she is actually a bear demon. She took out a sound transmission conch and said, "There has been a sound transmission in the past few days, saying that a large mansion has been found, let's go and see. Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, no one has come in before. There is actually a mansion here? Then let's go and see," Qin Yun said. Although Demon Moon Island agreed to allow Xiao Yuelan and the other 4 women to join, they also want to make some contributions. The killing of Long Yuetao and others also caused a great shock. Mysterious Immortal Mansion Chapter 549 Mysterious Immortal Mansion. Qin Yun learned from the female disciple of Demon Moon Island that some people entered the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain very early. Those people are the main sect disciples of various sections. After they came in, they also found some things, but they could not find any powerful heavenly beast. Other beasts can be found, but those beasts have no effect on them. The people who first entered this place from the major sects are also responsible for passing on a lot of news. Therefore, after they found a mansion, they also spread the news and let many people go over. As for what is in that mansion, there is no detail. Gathering more people was just to get a share of the spoils. After you go over, don't make a sound, so as not to be recognized, Yao Min told Qin Yun and the others. They walked through the jungle and rushed through the night. It took 2 days and finally came to the outside of the mansion. The mansion is not very big, it looks a bit dilapidated and the walls are entangled with all kinds of dense grass vines. But the inside is very clean. The grass vines can't enter the mansion because there is a strong barrier outside. Looking down from the air, it can be seen that there are no grass vines and other messy things in the yard. The door of the mansion is closed and it has been cleaned by many people, but there are many roots of grass vines on the ground. Many people stood at the gate. They were discussing the matter of this mansion. Qin Yun just arrived and heard someone make a puzzled voice. Wasn't the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain discovered? How can there be a mansion here? The person who built the mansion must be very strong. That barrier is terrible. We have been attacking it for several days and we can't break it. We can only wait for more people to come and then attack together to see what is inside. This powerful defense of the mansion seemed to be hiding something good inside, causing many people to become restless. Qin Yun looked at the barrier of the mansion and wanted to try to use the mysterious penetration divine ability to go in, but there are too many people here, so he can only wait until night. However, just as Qin Yun explored the barrier with his mental force, the door suddenly opened. Qin Yun was shocked. He just seemed to feel that the door was touched by his mental force and opened. The tightly shut gate suddenly opened, causing many of the teens to let out startled cries. Qin Yun looked at these teens and did not see anyone he was familiar with. Lu Chongxing is also not here, he may still be on the way. Why did the door suddenly open? Quick, go in and take a look. A middle-aged man suddenly flew over. However, when he was 2 to 3 meters away from the gate, he was blocked by a spirit formation. The middle-aged man was furious. He slapped the barrier with his palm, creating a shockwave. What was even more frightening was that the middle-aged man was also sent flying by a force. This caused the crowd to let out a series of cries of terror. You know, the people who come to the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, only those temporary disciples are under the age of 30 and are at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm. The others were all outstanding disciples of the various sections. There were martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm and the spirit realm. As for that middle-aged man, he was a very strong early-stage martial master. However, he was injured by the barrier. What a strange mansion. I can't even get in. The middle-aged man cursed. Everyone thought that after the gate was opened, the barrier would also disappear. But now, the barrier had become even stronger, and it could even reflect power. The ancient mansion seemed to be empty, but there was a powerful barrier around it. It is even more doubtful that there is something good inside. This matter has been told to the elders in the sect. What did they say? A young man asked the middle-aged man beside him. They don't know what's going on. They just want us to find a way to go in and explore. The middle-aged man replied. Qin Yun carefully looked at the plaque above the gate. Because of the age, the words on the plaque have fallen off a lot, but some details can still be seen. Heavenly Lion Immortal Mansion. Ling Yin'er's surprised voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Are you sure? Qin Yun could barely see the two words Immortal Mansion. Very sure. Ling Yin'er said, go in and see, maybe because you have the heavenly lion Xian body, the door will open automatically. Qin Yun also heard Ling Yin'er's words and walked over unconsciously. Everyone also looked at him. Everyone thought that he would be blocked by the barrier. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Yun passed through the barrier and walked into the gate. Who is the bearded man? Come out quickly. The things inside are ours. A middle-aged man, after seeing it, quickly shouted. He followed the people of Demon Moon Island. Everyone looked at Yao Min fiercely. Yao Min did not expect that Qin Yun could pass through the barrier. We met him on the road, he is a temporary disciple of Immortal Weapon City. Yao Min said quickly. Temporary disciple? Get out of here quickly. You are not allowed to go in and take the things inside. A young man saw Qin Yun walk in and shouted. Qin Yun himself also felt strange. He did not use the mysterious penetration divine ability and actually passed through the barrier. He thought about it and consciously walked out of the door. How did you get in? A middle-aged man asked loudly. When everyone saw him come out, they were also relieved. I don't know, I just walked in. Qin Yun said with a smile on his face. He changed his appearance and pasted a mustache and a goatee. His hair is also messy. Even people who are familiar with him can hardly recognize him at a glance. Really? You go in and try again. The middle-aged man said again. Qin Yun walked over again and still easily passed through the barrier. Evil bearded man. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Why can this barrier let you enter and not let us in? Do you have any treasures on you? As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out a mirror and looked at Qin Yun. He frowned and said, you don't have a spirit tool on you? Don't you have a storage bag? No. Qin Yun scratched his head and said. Then why can you go in? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yun strangely as if he saw a ghost. I don't know either. Qin Yun thought about it and said, there was a fortune teller who said that I am special and can go back and forth between the human world and the ghost world. Is this mansion a ghost world? This made everyone feel a chill. No matter where it is, you are not allowed to enter. The middle-aged man warned loudly, if you rush in, you will be finished. Suddenly someone shouted, tie him up, he is just a temporary disciple of Immortal Weapon City anyway. Yes, tie him up. Don't let him go in quietly. There must be a lot of treasures inside, we can't let him swallow them all. The middle-aged man also agreed, took out a special rope and walked towards Qin Yun. Bearded man, you have to be honest. As long as we can go in, we will naturally let you go. The middle-aged man sneered, stretch out your hand. Qin Yun slowly stretched out his hand. Just as the rope was about to tie his hands, his palm slammed. Pa, Qin Yun slapped the middle-aged man hard. Yao Min was also stunned. She thought that Qin Yun was willing to be tied up, so she did not make a move. The audience suddenly looked at Qin Yun quietly. You hit me? The middle-aged man was also stunned by this slap. I am the main sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley. You are just a temporary disciple and you dare to hit me? Big brother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, there is some power controlling me. Qin Yun pretended to be frightened and then slapped again. Pa, he hit again. Everyone also found that the speed of his palm was surprisingly fast, not the speed of a 9th-level martial Dao realm. The middle-aged man is a spirit martial realm martial master but he could not dodge it. You are talking nonsense. The middle-aged man said angrily and punched out. Qin Yun quickly attacked and used his palm knife to hit the middle-aged man's wrist. Gotcha! The middle-aged man's wrist was immediately fractured. The middle-aged man screamed in pain. Everyone was stunned again. The temporary disciple is only at the 9th-level martial Dao realm but he actually has such a terrifying power. Everyone had to wonder if there is some kind of power attached to this strange bearded man. I will kill you. The middle-aged man took out a long spear and stabbed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly dodged. The middle-aged man continued to stab, stabbing thousands of times in an instant, shooting out waves of energy. The most terrifying thing is that Qin Yun's body constantly swayed to dodge, creating many afterimages and actually dodged one by one. After Qin Yun cultivated the heavenly lion Xian body, his body's reaction speed is faster and his coordination is better. This kind of dodging is done by his body's natural reaction. Qin Yun dodged the middle-aged man's attack while retreating. Not long after, he retreated into the enchantment. Because the middle-aged man concentrated on his mental attack, he accidentally stabbed the enchantment 1,000 times. Shwa shwa shwa. The enchantment was attacked by a wave of energy and actually bounced back a lot of energy. The rebounded energy is also like the energy of the long spear. It instantly pierced the middle-aged man's body from top to bottom, turning him into a hornet's nest. Old Lu, a young man from the Medicine Immortal Valley, after a moment of shock, shouted angrily. Old Lu is dead. He died a horrible death and he was killed by himself. Looking at the bloody middle-aged man, everyone moved away from the enchantment of the mansion and did not dare to approach. The enchantment of the mansion seems to rebound after the door is opened. You bearded man, get out and die for me. The young man from the Medicine Immortal Valley looked at Qin Yun inside the enchantment and roared loudly. You want to kill me, I won't go out. Qin Yun said, turned his head and rushed into the door. Many people quickly floated in the air and watched him enter a big house inside the mansion. We must keep an eye on this mansion, we can't let him run out from other places. Once he comes out, we will catch him. He killed the main sect disciple of our Medicine Immortal Valley, he belongs to our Medicine Immortal Valley, don't rob him. The young man from the Medicine Immortal Valley looked at everyone with murderous intent. Why? We also had a share in the discovery of this mansion. If the bearded man comes out with treasures, we will also have a share. Yes, when the time comes, we will catch him together and we will divide it equally. Whether it is the Medicine Immortal Valley or the Immortal Weapon City, we cannot enjoy it alone. Lion Soul Inheritance Xiao Yuan and the others just watched and did not speak. She is not worried about Qin Yun at all. Even if Qin Yun can come out, he can escape alone. More and more people are coming. Some were even just sent in to study the enchantment of this mansion. After they learned that someone had entered, they also sent the news back. There are also other teams of Immortal Weapon City here. Because the person who entered is a temporary disciple of their Immortal Weapon City, Immortal Weapon City is very concerned. After Qin Yun entered the mansion, he quickly entered a big house. The big house is also the largest building in the entire mansion. When Qin Yun was outside, he made a very careful observation. The big house is made of special pale golden stone. Because of the long time, the color of the pale golden stone has disappeared. That was why it looked a little yellowish. Heavenly Lion Immortal Mansion, what the hell is inside? After Qin Yun entered the big house, he took out a glowing stone and illuminated the dark inside. After illuminating, there is an empty space all around. On the stone wall, there are many reliefs of heavenly lions. He is also familiar with these reliefs, they all have the characteristics of heavenly lion totem. I don't know what this is. Ling Yan'er shook her head, it seems to be very old. Aren't you a nether sun elf? Qin Yun curled his lips. What kind of immortal mansion is this? I have never heard of it. Ling Yan'er snorted, let's go in and see what is inside. There was only an empty hall in the big house. There was nothing inside. After Qin Yun walked to the middle, he suddenly felt a slight tremor. Then, the pitch-black lobby was immediately lit up. The surrounding walls lit up with a faint golden light, illuminating the entire lobby. It's been a long time, finally someone is here. Suddenly an old voice appeared. Who? Are you? Qin Yun was shocked and quickly looked around. Then, in the middle position, a faint golden heavenly lion virtual image appeared. The illusory image of this heavenly lion actually gave off a very gentle and kind feeling, just like a benevolent elder. Especially the eyes of the heavenly lion, they are full of a kind light, the eyes are full of vicissitudes and affinity. The heavenly lion virtual image is not very big, its body length is only 5 or 6 meters. Overall, it looked very powerful. However, when he saw the heavenly lion's eyes, he felt very at ease. It was as if he was with a kind old man. Chu Bingyu also looked very kind and amiable, but there was a different kind of light in his eyes. It was not the kind of natural kindness. And the virtual image of this heavenly lion seemed to be born very kind. You are. Are you human? Xianxia saw a heavenly lion, but he felt that it was a person. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that we can communicate peacefully. The heavenly lion's aged voice laughed heartily. Then I'll call you Senior. Xianxia said with a smile, Senior, what exactly is this heavenly lion immortal mansion? Was it built by humans? I built it back then. The heavenly lion said, I built this immortal mansion to wait for the younger generation to come here. But I'm a human, not your junior. Xianxia also heard that heavenly lions are very rare, almost extinct. I'm also very curious, why do you have the heavenly lion's bloodline inheritance? Logically speaking, this kind of bloodline should not appear in humans. What's even stranger is that you actually cultivated the heavenly lion's Xian body. The heavenly lion's voice is also filled with incomparable curiosity. Xianxia simply told the old heavenly lion about how he obtained the heavenly lion's bloodline. After the heavenly lion finished listening, it was also amazed. Then I can only say that this is a rare opportunity. The old heavenly lion let out a long sigh. Senior, did the heavenly lions encounter a disaster? Xianxia asked curiously, why are there so few of them? It's not a disaster, it's just that our luck was too good and it led to the extinction of our clan. The old heavenly lion sighed when he talked about this matter. Good luck? Clan annihilation? Xianxia was baffled. The old heavenly lion said, let's put it this way. Our heavenly lions were very strong in the past, almost invincible in the Nine Desolate, intimidating other beasts. Later, we were named the Divine Beast Clan and I was invited to enter the Divine Desolate. Originally, all of this seemed very good, but later I learned that after I went to the Divine Desolate, the heavenly lions in the Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate were all killed. And I was also sealed in a sun and became a sun-suppressing divine beast. Sun-suppressing divine beast? Xianxia thought of the ninth heaven Xian Sparrow. Senior, is the ninth heaven Xian Sparrow a sun-suppressing divine beast? Xianxia asked. No, the ninth heaven Xian Sparrow is a sun soul. My duty was to guard the sun soul and not let the sun soul escape, but in the end, I still couldn't guard it, so I was also punished and sealed in the sun forever. The old heavenly lion sighed helplessly. Many years have passed, I didn't expect that the remnant soul I left here would be awakened by someone. The old heavenly lion was only a heavenly beast back then. He turned into a human here and then built this mansion. He also set up a very strong barrier and then rushed all the way into the Divine Desolate. It can be seen that this has happened for a very long time. Xianxia feels that it is a miracle that this mansion still exists. You, a human, can cultivate the heavenly lion bloodline and heavenly lion Xian body. It can be considered the only bloodline of our heavenly lion clan in the Nine Desolate. Since that's the case, I will give this remnant soul to you. The old heavenly lion said. Remnant soul? Xianxia doesn't know what use the remnant soul has. This remnant soul only has a trace of my spirit and it will soon be obliterated. Then you can use the remnant soul as a beast soul and it also has some of my cultivation experience, maybe it will be useful to you. The old heavenly lion said, if you need it, you can also temporarily borrow the heavenly lion saint power, which can improve your strength a lot. However, your body will also suffer great pain and it will take a period of time before you can use it again. After the old heavenly lion finished speaking, the virtual image gradually became smaller and finally turned into a very small heavenly lion beast soul. Xianxia quickly caught the heavenly lion beast soul and absorbed it into his body through the soul refining technique. Xiaoyun, it's best to use this as your bone spirit. Ling Yuner suddenly said, you have the heavenly lion bloodline, heavenly lion totem and heavenly lion Xian body. If the bone spirit is the heavenly lion bone spirit, it would be perfect. When attacking the spirit martial realm, after the bone spirit opens, it needs to integrate a powerful beast soul to strengthen the bone spirit and at the same time, it can also obtain the power of the beast soul. But now, Xianxia has not reached the stage of spirit opening. He can only temporarily keep the heavenly lion beast soul in the nether sun Dao core. As long as I open the spirit successfully, I can immediately integrate the heavenly lion beast soul and condense the bone spirit. Xianxia can't wait to refine more bone spirit Xian pills now, but the herbs are not enough. What he didn't expect is that the enchantment of the Heavenly Lion Immortal Mansion suddenly disappeared. After the people outside felt it, they rushed in. They first rushed into the big house. As soon as they entered, they saw that it was empty and the four walls are Heavenly Lion reliefs. In the middle, only Qin stood there. "Bearded man, you actually emptied everything here." Someone shouted angrily, "Quickly hand over the things." "I didn't get anything, I don't have a spirit tool on me, if you don't believe me, you can check it. I just accidentally touched a mechanism and the enchantment closed." Qin also felt a headache and thought of a way to get out. A middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and said, "I am the main sect disciple of Immortal Weapon City, Kumingjiang. You can rest assured that I will protect you. Whether you get anything or not, our Immortal Weapon City will not take anything from you." "Immortal Weapon City, what you said is really nice. Ha ha ha, maybe after you go back, you will use torture to force him to hand over those treasures." Someone sneered. Kumingjiang was not angry and calmly said, "Our Immortal Weapon City is not as dirty and sinister as you. There is really nothing in it. If you don't believe me, I can let you search." Qin only got the Heavenly Lion Beast soul. "This is what you said. Kumingjiang, you go to the side." A young man quickly came over, took out a piece of jade and patted Qin back and forth. Then there were several young people who used their equipment to check Qin's body. If Qin's body has a spirit tool or something, it will definitely be found. The middle-aged man who died in the Medicine Immortal Valley checked that Qin did not even have a storage spirit tool. After checking several times, those people really did not find anything on Qin's body. "It's really evil." A middle-aged man frowned. "They just saw that Qin entered this big house not long ago. If the big house is full of good things, it is really impossible to take them all away in a short time. Everyone, there seems to be some big houses in this mansion, don't you want to take a look?" Qin suddenly said. "Yes, let's hurry and take a look." Someone shouted and quickly walked out of the big house. Everyone did not want their things to be taken away and immediately went to other houses. Even the people of the Medicine Immortal Valley did not pursue the middle-aged man who was killed by Qin at this time and hurriedly ran out of the big house. After going out, someone suddenly shouted, "Beast bones, I found beast bones, ha ha ha." The houses in the mansion are all large stone houses, there are more than a dozen, like a large warehouse. After someone found the beast bones, everyone suddenly became fanatical and went to open the doors of those huge stone houses. Almost every stone house has a heavenly beast bone. Because of this, some fierce battles took place. Originally, after coming in, they could not fight with each other, but now who cares so much? The people who are fighting with each other are the disciples of the 5 great immortal sects and 5 great star sections. Qin remained calm and collected. During the battle, he secretly used his powerful mental energy to collect quite a number of beast bones. He has been following Kumingjiang and also saw Kumingjiang from a stone house. Kumingjiang is very strong and he led the disciples of Immortal Weapon City and got the most heavenly beast bones. At this time, Kumingjiang is in a large warehouse and got the heavenly beast crystal nucleus. This was also seen by the disciples of the Medicine Immortal Valley who just rushed in. Heavenly beast bones. Qin is a little worried about Xiaoyuan and they hope that they can be safe. He only got about a few thousand genes of heavenly beast bones and Kumingjiang got hundreds of thousands of genes. Who would have thought that the stone houses of this mansion would be filled with the skeletons of various heavenly beasts? Only Qin knows that this is the Heavenly Lion Immortal Mansion, built by the former Heavenly Lion Overlord. At the beginning, the Heavenly Lion must have killed a lot of heavenly beasts, so the bones were stored. Only in the middle of the big house, there are no heavenly beast bones. There are no heavenly beasts in the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, maybe they have been killed by the Heavenly Lion. Ling Yin'er said, "Only those vegetarian heavenly beasts can survive." The little deer that Qin encountered before is a living heavenly beast. The disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley are very arrogant, even Kumingjiang of Immortal Weapon City wants to rob them. Your Medicine Immortal Valley must understand that if you rob us here, it means that your Medicine Immortal Valley declares war on our Immortal Weapon City. Does your Medicine Immortal Valley have the confidence to defeat our Immortal Weapon City? Kumingjiang is not afraid of the people of Medicine Immortal Valley. Another disciple of Immortal Weapon City also said coldly, Medicine Immortal Valley, you are too arrogant, you actually rob us. You rob the 5-star sects and 3 moon sects. We are not soft persimmons. Ha ha ha, your Medicine Immortal Valley should not have the least heavenly beast bones, right? Kumingjiang laughed, you are a group of idiots, just thinking that there is something on the bearded man, wasting so much time and missing the opportunity to go out first. Now, everyone is very sure that there is really nothing in that big house. Because if there is something, there must be the aura of heavenly beast bones. Your Immortal Weapon City has emptied 3 warehouses. You have the most heavenly beast bones, shouldn't you take out some and share them equally? The disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley said coldly. The main reason is that the people of Medicine Immortal Valley went to other warehouses are small and they also had some disputes with the people of other sects and delayed a lot of time. The 3 squads of the Immortal Weapon City used the fastest time to empty the 3 warehouses. This is also because they have storage magic tools with large space. Qinyan followed Kumingjiang and also got some things. He is also very satisfied. Get out of the way. If you want our heavenly beast bones, you'll have to step over our corpses. Kumingjiang coldly smiled and then walked to the warehouse door. In front of the gate, many disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley saw the murderous Kumingjiang and could only grit their teeth and make way. If they were to fight, they could win, but this matter would definitely be known by others. When it reaches the Immortal Weapon City, it will definitely be a war between the 2 immortal sections. If Medicine Immortal Valley does not want war, then they can only punish them for causing trouble. Now, Qinyan also saw how advantageous the main sect disciples of the immortal sects were. The other immortal sects would not dare to act recklessly. Qinyan followed Kumingjiang and came outside and saw Xiao Yuelan and the others. Yuelan, did you get the beast bone? I got some, if you don't have them, I can give them to you. Qinyan said. Don't worry, we all have them. Xiao Yuelan said, you can go back with the people of Immortal Weapon City in peace. We will contact each other in the future. They are now hiding their identities and can only communicate in secret. It didn't take long for more than a dozen warehouses in this mansion to be emptied. Immortal Weapon City, you got the 3 largest warehouses of heavenly beast bones, quickly take out some and share them equally. The person who spoke is the main sect disciple of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. The largest warehouse of heavenly beast bones is also the best. The heavenly beast bones you got are of higher quality than ours, quickly take them out and share them equally. The disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley also shouted. Only Demon Immortal Cave and Sword Immortal Pavilion did not participate. These 2 immortal sects have a good relationship with Immortal Weapon City. Especially Sword Immortal Pavilion, the weapons are provided by Immortal Weapon City. Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain have always had contradictions with Immortal Weapon City, so at this time they are very impolite. Finally, many people came one after another. Lu Chongsheng finally arrived. His status in Medicine Immortal Valley is extremely high. When he arrived, the people of Medicine Immortal Valley seemed to be very confident. Finally, several teams from the Immortal Weapon City arrived, including Jian Meng. Jian Meng, who was blind, sensed Qinyan's aura as soon as he arrived. He was surprised but did not say anything. As a result, the disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain joined forces and asked Immortal Weapon City for heavenly beast bones. The other 8-star and moon sects are watching from the sidelines and entering the state of watching the show. By the way, the bearded man just killed one of our brothers, what do you say about this? A young man of Medicine Immortal Valley pointed at Qinyan and said angrily. Qinyan hurriedly recounted the events that transpired. That guy was killed by the enchantment, no one can be blamed. Kumingjiang smiled and said, we all have to thank this little brother because he can enter the mansion and remove the enchantment, so that we can get so many heavenly beast bones, he is our #1 hero. The onlookers nodded one after another. Lu Chongsheng did not recognize it. He came later and learned that Immortal Weapon City obtained 3 large warehouses of heavenly beast bones and his teeth itched with jealousy. Kumingjiang, today, no matter what, you must hand over a part of the heavenly beast bones, otherwise this bearded man must die. Lu Chongsheng took out a sword and pointed it at Qinyan. He killed one of our brothers. You want to kill him, can you? Go kill him, but the premise is that you have to kill me first. As long as I, Kumingjiang, am still alive, you can't touch him. Kumingjiang looks like a powerful middle-aged man. When he released his Dao power, it is like the momentum of a rushing river. It is very scary. Kumingjiang's martial spirit is the Great River martial spirit. This is a legendary martial spirit. Let's take a step back. Lu Chongsheng thought about it and said, how about fighting? If you win, we will not pursue the matter of the bearded man. If you lose, you have two choices, either kill the bearded man or give us a warehouse of heavenly beast bones. Dream on. Kumingjiang smiled coldly, if you have guts, come and attack us. Our immortal weapon city has long wanted to find a justifiable opportunity to kill your medicine immortal valley. You have guts. Lu Chongsheng gritted his teeth angrily and said, how about this, we bet on heavenly beast bones. One fight, 20,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. That's good. Kumingjiang smiled, anyway, since I entered the heavenly beast desolate domain, I haven't had a good fight. Our spirit martial realm martial artists will not fight, let the martial Dao realm juniors fight. Lu Chongsheng looked at a senior brother and the senior brother also agreed. Kumingjiang said, Jianming, you fight. If you win, you will get 10,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. Jianming slowly walked out, his eyes are scarred, tightly squinted, he is wearing white clothes, tall and thin. He gave off a threatening aura from head to toe. This is the disciple of the Jian family. Many people can recognize him from this aura. Jianming, why don't you come to our Sword Immortal Pavilion? That is your best choice. A middle-aged man from the Sword Immortal Pavilion asked. I am not fated with the Sword Immortal Pavilion, I have always decided by fate. Jianming lightly said, I entered the Saber Sword Villa and then got the opportunity to become a temporary disciple from the Saber Sword Villa. This is my fate with the Immortal Weapon City. Kumingjiang smiled and said, yes, there is an opportunity for you to get the Heavenly Beast bones. Once you defeat the opponent, you will be an outer sect disciple of the Immortal Weapon City. A blind man, what's so great about him? Lu Chongsheng sneered, a Qing, go up and kill him. Kumingjiang took out a Xian sword and was about to hand it to Jianming. But he heard Lu Chongsheng shout, no weapons. The rules of the fight are to beat the opponent until they have no power to fight back, death and injury are allowed, no weapons, hidden weapons and poisons can be used. Everyone immediately gave way to a large area. There is no barrier martial field here. If they fight, the aftermath will also destroy the mansion. Everyone floated in the air and looked at the two people below. A Qing is an outer sect disciple of the Medicine Immortal Valley, 9th level martial Dao realm, tall and sturdy, his face is full of muscles, under the developed muscles, there is hot lava squirming, this is a martial artist who cultivates the power of fire. Before it started, a Qing's whole body is steaming hot. A Qing has 6 spiritual veins, purple gold fire martial spirit, 25 this year, from the Xia family. Lu Chongsheng proudly said, the disciples of the Jian family, without a sword, are trash, a Qing will win. Start. Lu Chongsheng shouted. At the beginning, a heat wave surged in all directions, that is a Qing's aura. And Jianming's aura is even more terrifying, only to see his palm suddenly appear a virtual image of a sword. The moment a Qing punched, he saw the virtual image of this sword, he was shocked and strengthened his primordial Dao power. His fist overflowed with a fierce purple gold flame and hit the virtual sword. As soon as this flame came out, the strong heat made the surrounding 100 meters sultry. Jianming still steadily stabbed out with his sword and did not avoid a Qing's fist. The fist collided with the virtual sword and a purple gold flame spewed out. Ah! A Qing screamed. His fist was pierced by the virtual sword and came out from the back. Jianming's virtual sword is really as sharp as a sword. It penetrated a Qing's entire arm and broke the terrible primordial purple gold fire. The terrible thing is that the virtual sword suddenly exploded and a Qing's arm exploded. After a Qing's arm was gone, he screamed loudly. Subsequently, Jianming condensed a virtual image of a long sword and stabbed at a Qing. In an instant, he stabbed 10 times and the sword pierced into a Qing's vital parts. He has no power to fight back. After Jianming stabbed, he calmly retreated. The strength of this Jianming, even the martial artists of the spirit martial realm are frightened. We won. Kumingjiang looked at the people of Medicine Immortal Valley and laughed. Lu Chongqing looked at the seriously injured Qing and said, "This guy is a sword cultivator." Arm wrestling Jian Meng is a sword cultivator, which makes many people feel surprised. Everyone is very curious. This kind of sword cultivator should be able to enter the 5 major star sects. Why did he go to the Saber Sword Villa? Jian Meng went to the Saber Sword Villa just to get some sword techniques. He seems to have gotten it now. Kumingjiang looked at Lu Chongqing's ugly face and said with a smile, "Lu Chongqing, do you want to act shamelessly?" This is indeed medicine Immortal Valley lost and everyone saw it. Lu Chongqing asked a middle-aged man to take out 20,000 genes of heavenly beast bones and handed them to Kumingjiang. Kumingjiang also gave 10,000 genes of heavenly beast bones to Jian Meng, but Jian Meng did not have a large enough storage magic tool, so he temporarily kept it with Kumingjiang. "Are you still willing to compete?" Lu Chongqing lost 20,000 genes of heavenly beast bones and he is very dissatisfied. This time, he must win back, otherwise his prestige in medicine Immortal Valley will also be damaged. Kumingjiang is of course happy to compete. On the one hand, he has more heavenly beast bones and on the other hand, there are many excellent disciples in Immortal Weapon City. This kind of competition can also see the strength of Immortal Weapon City and medicine Immortal Valley. Now it is not just to compete for heavenly beast bones. Also, in order to win face for their own immortal sect. Medicine Immortal Valley lost once before to Immortal Weapon City, they need to win back twice to offset the negative impact. The second competition began. It is still a martial arts competition. Kumingjiang let a thin young man go up. On the side of medicine Immortal Valley, a slightly fat man was sent. After the start of the martial arts competition, the two sides immediately entered into a fierce battle. The two men fought evenly, it didn't take long for the winner to be decided. Immortal Weapon City lost, this made Lu Chongqing's mood a lot better. Kumingjiang did not blame the thin young man who lost, but very politely helped to deal with the injury. And Lu Chongqing, always had a high and mighty appearance, won the heavenly beast bones and did not share. In contrast, Kumingjiang gave a better impression. "Let's continue. When everyone else is tired, I will compete with you again and play a big game." Lu Chongqing sneered. "Okay, let's compete at the end." Kumingjiang is also looking forward to it. Lu Chongqing looked at a long-faced youth and said, "Xianxia, you go up. You are a disciple of the Yang family, don't lose face for the Yang family, and even more so for our medicine Immortal Valley. You must win." When Kumingjiang saw the Yang family disciple sent by the other party, he immediately frowned. He looked at Jian Meng and asked, "Are you going?" "No, he is from the Yang family, I am afraid of killing him by mistake," Jian Meng said. This made Xianxia furious. Jian Meng's words seemed to be telling everyone that he could casually kill the Yang clan's disciples, but he was afraid of offending the Yang clan. The disciples of the Jian family did not like to make enemies. This was a well-known fact. "Bearded man. What is your name?" Kumingjiang looked at Qin Yan and asked. "Yun Darren." Qin Yan said, "Great benevolence and great righteousness." "So Yun Darren, are you willing to fight with this Yang family?" Kumingjiang felt that the name was more deceptive and secretly despised it. Hearing this name, Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan almost laughed out loud. They also thought of that wretched Murong Darren. "I am willing." Qin Yan nodded. Qin Yan likes to deal with the people of the Yang family. He quickly walked up. During the competition, weapons and armor cannot be used. The people on both sides will also use a special mirror to illuminate, which can see whether the other side has armor. Xianxia looked at Qin Yan and his heart was a little nervous because he had seen Qin Yan's skills before. He also slapped a middle-aged martial artist twice and his speed of evasion was extremely fast. "If you are sensible, you should be like Jian Meng, don't provoke our Yang family," Xianxia said with a proud face. "If you hurt me, our Yang family will never let you go. You are just a temporary disciple. If you lose to me, you don't have to pay for the lost heavenly beast bones, so you have to be smart." This made everyone feel a little funny. This Xianxia actually threatened others. "If I offend your Yang family, what about it?" Qin Yan asked. He did not mean to retreat. "Even if you become a disciple of Immortal Weapon City, as long as you are alone outside and found by us, the consequences will be very miserable." Xianxia sneered. Very miserable. How miserable is it? Qin asked. That is. Xianxia suddenly became furious. Are you playing with me? You idiot, you have to think clearly, don't let yourself be chased by us for the rest of your life for the sake of a heavenly beast bone. I heard that your Yang family's patriarch has a bounty on his head. I don't know if his head is still there. Qin said, your Yang family's patriarch's head can't be kept. Why is the Yang family still chasing me? Shouldn't you protect your patriarch? Many people laughed out loud. The situation of the Yang family and the Long family is really funny. The patriarch could only live like a cowardly tortoise. Bastard, are you mocking our Yang family? Xianxia is infuriated and punched at Qin. After Qin dodged, he said, you think so? Your Yang family has been ridiculed because of this matter and you deserve it. Xianxia said and punched Qin again. But Qin just dodged. Bastard, haha, you only dare to dodge, you don't dare to hit me. Because you are afraid of offending our Yang family. Xianxia laughed proudly and then kept attacking. Qin did not attack because he did not want to expose his aura. At the beginning, he desperately slapped Lu Chongqing, and at that time, he released a very strong aura. With Lu Chongqing's memory, he can definitely remember it. Why don't I dare to hit you? I just haven't found your flaws for the time being. Qin is also serious. He now only intends to use the power of his heavenly lion Xian body to defeat the other party. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped fighting. He stood in the same place, raised his head and shouted, if you are really not afraid of our Yang family's revenge, come and try to hit me. Everyone also saw that Qin's movement technique is very clever and not so easy to deal with. Therefore, Xianxia used the entire Yang family to suppress others, which is also despised. Xianxia is an outer sect disciple of our medicine Immortal Valley. You are a temporary disciple, if you hurt him, you will offend the Yang family and medicine Immortal Valley. Lu Chongqing also smiled coldly. Xianxia laughed and said, he is just a temporary disciple. If he causes a big trouble, Immortal Weapon City will kick him away and let him bear it himself. This idiot, does he really think that Immortal Weapon City will want him? Qin quickly walked over and punched Xianxia's nose. His fist is like a stiff hammer, with the power of Heavenly Lion Xian body, it is comparable to the power of 9th level Martial Dao realm. Gotcha, everyone saw that Xianxia's nose was flattened and his face was full of blood. What if I hit you? Qin said and punched Xianxia's abdomen again. The powerful impact produced a burst of energy that cracked the Dao core inside. Idiot, this is a fight, to decide the winner and loser. How can you stand there and let me hit you? Qin spoke and punched Xianxia's face again. Xianxia rolled on the ground and screamed in pain, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Kumingjiang laughed and said, this guy is stupid, naive to think that others do not dare to hit him. Lu Chongqing's face is very ugly, he did not expect a nameless pawn to really dare to offend the Long family and medicine Immortal Valley. We won, next time you send someone with a brain, there is nothing to see. Kumingjiang looked at Lu Chongqing with a sneer on his face and sneered. Lu Chongqing's face is cold, he gave the 20,000 genes of heavenly beast bones to Kumingjiang. Qin also got 10,000 genes, in order not to expose that he has a storage spirit tool, he also stored it with Kumingjiang. This time, let's let the spirit martial realm fight, 50,000 genes, how about it? Lu Chongqing suddenly said. Yes. Kumingjiang smiled and said, are you going to play? Lu Chongqing looked at a tall and strong young man with a scar on his face and said, Lu, you go. After Lu went to the open place, he tore the white clothes on his body and saw that half of his body was tattooed with many patterns. Taking a closer look, it is a tiger totem. Totem Martial Master. This made the onlookers exclaim. Lu is not only a totem martial master, he also has a tiger bloodline inheritance. Lu Chongqing proudly smiled, he is my good brother. Immortal Weapon City, who will you send to fight? Kumingjiang suddenly frowned, his face also became serious, looking at the disciples on their side. Qin said, Captain Ku, it is better not to compete in martial arts, how about arm wrestling? I am born with great strength, I will go in arm wrestling with him. Yundarin, this is a bet of 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones, can you really do it? Kumingjiang is very worried, after all, Qin Yun is only 9th level martial Dao realm. If it is just arm wrestling, then how to say it is also a spirit martial realm martial master? Lu Chongqing smiled and said, this is a good idea. It is too easy to get injured in martial arts, let's use a more gentle way to compete in strength. Kumingjiang did not let Qin Yun go, but called a middle-aged spirit martial realm. Kumingjiang took out a large head of a heavenly beast and used it as a table, and then the two put their hands on the table. Start! Kumingjiang shouted. Everyone also found it very interesting, they all wanted to see in this way of competition, whose explosive power and endurance is stronger. It lasted for a long time, when both sides released their power madly, their bodies also gushed out a wave of air from time to time, setting off a burst of wind and waves. Alu, just a little bit more and you would have won. Lu Chongqing is also a little excited and shouted. The totem runes on Ali's body fiercely lit up, issued a tiger roar and pressed down the hand of the middle-aged man from Immortal Weapon City. 1. Lu Chongqing proudly laughed. Kumingjiang was a little upset and gave 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones to Lu Chongqing. He also saw that Ali's power is really terrible, even he may not win so easily. Again. Lu Chongqing is also addicted to gambling because he has now earned 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones in one go. Captain, this requires some skills, I know better in this area. Qin Yun also said apologetically, I will definitely win him. If I win, I don't want half of the 50,000 heavenly beast bones, it will be considered as the loss just now. Well, Yundarin, I will believe you this time. Kumingjiang also felt that the bearded man in front of him is a bit strange and agreed. The greatest strength Kumingjiang believes that Qin Yun has a certain strength. Because only he could enter the mansion before, and he also slapped the martial artist of Medicine Immortal Valley twice. When the main sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley fought back, he was always unable to hit. Therefore, Kumingjiang feels that this bearded man named Yundarin must be hiding a strong strength. Qin Yun walked over and looked at Alu and asked, do you want to take a break? You just used a lot of strength. No, for trash like you, I can easily beat you with 20% of my power. Let's start now. Alu said and then stretched out his hand. After Qin Yun stood firm, he also put his hand on the large heavenly beast skull. The heavenly beast skull is a huge top of the beast head and it is very strong. They used this beast head as a table for arm wrestling. After the start, both of them began to exert their strength. After Alu slightly exerted his strength, he found that it was not so easy to press down Qin Yun's hand and then increased it. Lu Chongqing looked at Kumingjiang and found it very interesting. He smiled and said, Kumingjiang, you really have a lot of heavenly beast bones. You actually dare to make trouble like this and let a martial Dao level temporary disciple come out to compete. You will lose this competition. After all, the strength is there, the martial Dao level 9th level is definitely a lot worse than the martial artist of the early stage spirit martial realm. Lu Chongqing, who was originally smiling, saw that Alu did not press down Qin Yun, frowned slightly and shouted, Alu, what are you doing? Hurry up and press him down. Qin Yun and Ali's hands have been there to maintain the starting state, no one can press down the other. After Alu felt a certain amount of pressure, he roared, the tiger totem on his body roared and overflowed with the real violent tiger Dao power. A gust of wind, along with the roar of Alu, rushed out in all directions. The reason why Qin Yun proposed the idea of arm wrestling is that he did not want to expose his aura during the battle. If it is just arm wrestling, he is confident that with the power of Heavenly Lion Xian body, he can also suppress the martial artist of the early stage spirit martial realm. After Alu roared loudly, his strength really increased a lot, he was able to turn Qin Yun's hand a little bit, but only a little bit. Brother, is this 20% of your power? You are truly awesome. Qin Yun's expression is like a smile yet not a smile, it is filled with ridicule. How could this be 20% of Ali's power? Everyone could see that he had used all his strength, however, it was unable to overwhelm Qin Yun. Arm wrestling was different from a martial arts competition. During a martial arts competition, martial techniques were used to make one's strength stronger and more violent. As for arm wrestling, one could only rely on one's pure strength. Qin Yan has 3 Dao cores and Heavenly Lion Xian body. In addition, he is using 9 Extinction Dao power. That power is extremely terrifying. Facing a martial master who had just entered the spirit martial realm, it was a piece of cake. Hee, I'm waiting for you to use your full strength. Qin Yan looked relaxed. Originally, he was worried that Lu Chongqing would recognize him. However, Lu Chongqing did not seem to recognize Qin Yan. Maybe he has not seen Qin Yan for a long time. Furthermore, he did not believe that Qin Yan would appear here. Ah Lu, what are you doing? You can easily push him over. Lu Chongqing is anxious. If Lu loses, he will have to return the 50,000 pounds of heavenly beast bones. The people who did not think highly of Qin Yan were now astonished. They really did not expect that a temporary 9th level martial Dao realm disciple could actually suppress the main sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley. Xiao Yuelan and the others are also watching. Only they know the strength of Qin Yan, so they are not worried at all. Lu, you are going to lose. Qin Yan said, suddenly increased his strength and pressed Ali's wrist a little bit. Ali's face is red, he gritted his teeth, blue veins appeared on his forehead, his eyes widened and he is unwilling to look at his wrist that was pressed a little bit. He really did not expect that this temporary 9th level martial Dao realm disciple would be so powerful. The most terrifying thing is that Qin Yan still has a smile on his face. Finally, the back of Ali's hand touched the table. I won. Qin Yan laughed. Yun Darren, awesome. Kumingjiang loudly praised and then laughed heartily. Lu Chongqing's face was gloomy and he handed the 50,000 pounds of heavenly beast bones to Kumingjiang. Kumingjiang saw Lu Chongqing's ugly face and laughed even more happily. Do you still dare to come? Kumingjiang laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? Old Anai, you go and teach the bearded man a lesson. Lu Chongqing originally wanted to do it himself but he felt that his status was relatively high and he would fight against Kumingjiang. Old Anai is a middle-aged man, very strong, his arm is longer than many people's thighs, his outstretched palm is much bigger than Qin Yan's. Everyone looked at his bare, thick arms, and they were all secretly shocked. Qin Yan's arm also has strong muscles, the kind of uniform and healthy, it looks very pleasing to the eye. Old Anai is different, his arm is 2 or 3 times bigger than Qin Yan's. His muscles were like lumps of rock, looking extremely malevolent and frightening. Qin Yan saw this Old Anai and he felt great pressure. Your Medicine Immortal Valley, when did you accept devil cultivators? I really didn't expect it. Kumingjiang is also a little worried about Qin Yan at this time. Everyone knows that the power of devil cultivator is the most terrible. This old knee's monster-like body is cultivated in a very extreme way. You don't have to worry about this. When Lu Chongqing saw old knee's behemoth-like arm, he was very relieved and shouted, start. Qin Yan's wrist compared with old knee's is like comparing a branch to a tree trunk. From the visual point of view, there is a strong impact. There is a big disparity in the size of the wrists of the two people. What's more, Old Anai is a spirit martial realm martial master. This time everyone thinks that Qin Yan can't win. At the beginning, Old Knee's body exuded a strong devil aura and his muscles swelled up. Under the muscles, a very terrible huge black tendon burst out. Inside those black tendons, there is a powerful evil power. At this time Old Anai is more like a monster. Qin Yan is also relatively tall and strong but in front of Old Anai, it is like a child facing a furry giant bear. Get down. Old Anai roared and wanted to break Qin Yan's wrist. That fierce demonic aura also caused everyone to secretly frown. What was most alarming was that Qin Yan did not lose too much of his strength. Big guy, don't think that big is strong. Qin Yan's forehead oozed a little sweat and then he broke back a little bit. After breaking back, he even pressed down the thick and incomparably strong arm a little bit. When Lu Chongqing saw this scene, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Old Knee's palm is relatively thick, so the back of his hand quickly touched the beast bone table. I won. Qin Yan smiled slightly. Old Anai saw that he lost and roared angrily, you little grasshopper, what kind of method did you use? I am not convinced. Kumingjiang quickly shouted, get down. A wave of air rushed over and shook the huge Old Anai back more than 10 steps. After losing another 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones, Lu Chongqing's face turned green. Now, everyone looked at Qin Yun as if they were looking at the monster old Ni, because this nobody, Yun Darren, was the real monster. This time I will come. Lu Chongqing came over and looked at Qin Yun with killing intent in his eyes. Young Master Lu, those heavenly beast bones don't seem to be obtained by you. You have lost a lot. Ku Mingjiang laughed, you have to leave some for your fellow disciples. Other disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley, although dissatisfied in their hearts, will certainly not show it. They don't want to offend Lu Chongqing. Junior brother Lu, you can rest assured to compete, we believe that you will be able to turn the tables. A middle-aged disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley, his voice is full of encouragement. Of course, he is not willing at all. If he does not express his position, Lu Chongqing may also hate him. Qin Yun did not expect that Lu Chongqing actually has such a high status in Medicine Immortal Valley. This must also be related to Lu Chongqing's background. Lu Chongqing's own qualifications and talent are not bad, so in Medicine Immortal Valley, he is regarded as a very good disciple and received key training. Everyone can see that Lu Chongqing is the strongest disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley. He personally came out to recover a little loss. Otherwise, if he continues to lose, not only will the number of heavenly beast bones be reduced a lot, morale will also decline. Lu Chongqing is very confident, after all, he is the youngest main sect disciple of Medicine Immortal Valley. His martial arts talent is also extremely high, which is the capital he has arrogance. He looked at Qin Yun and sneered, you are called Yun Darren, right? When we arm wrestle, how about we add a game? Tell me what kind of game it is, if it's not fun, I won't play. Qin Yun laughed. That is, we arm wrestle while slapping each other's face. You slap me, you slap me. Lu Chongqing smiled and said, how about it? Isn't it very interesting? It's quite interesting, but who will fight first? Qin Yun asked. Let's play rock paper scissors, the winner will fight first. Lu Chongqing took out his hand and prepared to play rock paper scissors. Qin Yun thought about it and also agreed. The two of them played rock paper scissors like children. The result came out quickly, Qin Yun used scissors and Lu Chongqing used hammer. Qin Yun lost the rock paper scissors game, Lu Chongqing played first. Lu Chongqing said with a very happy smile, okay, let's start now, first arm wrestle, then I count to 10 and then start hitting you. For this kind of game everyone is also very happy to see. Lu Chongqing proposed this kind of game, obviously very confident that he will not be hit. Yu Wulan, Tian Rolling and Feng Honglan are also secretly worried about Qin Yun. On the other hand, Xia Yulan is not worried at all. She is Qin Yun's wife and knows Qin Yun's strength best. Ku Mingjiang also felt that Qin Yun was a bit reckless and should not have won so easily. Soon, arm wrestling began. The strength of the two people is equal, no one can break the other, they are firmly maintained there. Losing all face, Qin Yun quickly condensed the power of Nether Sun on his face. Even if he exposed his aura, he must not be slapped by Lu Chongqing, this is too shameful. 7, 8, 9, 10. Lu Chongqing was a little excited and laughed, look at my palm. Boom, Lu Chongqing used his other hand to slap Qin Yun's cheek. A large flame emerged and Lu Chongqing's flaming palm suddenly stopped a few inches away from Qin Yun's cheek. I will count to 10, if you can't hit me, this palm will be invalid and then I will hit you. After Qin Yun finished, he began to count, 1, 2, 3, Lu Chongqing gritted his teeth, he could not beat Qin Yun in arm wrestling. When he was about to hit Qin Yun, he was blocked by a force, which made him feel extremely aggrieved in his heart. 8, 9, 10, I finished counting, it's my turn to hit you. Qin Yun smiled slightly. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at Qin Yun's terrible strength. Not only is his strength very great, he can even block Lu Chongqing's slap. Everyone looked at Qin Yun and Lu Chongqing without blinking. They all wanted to see if Qin Yun could successfully slap Lu Chongqing. This kind of competition looks like a child's play, but it is a test of one's own strength. When arm wrestling, one cannot spare too much power to break the opponent's defense, otherwise one will be suppressed. And when defending, one cannot use too much power to resist, if the power is not enough, one will lose. This is extremely demanding on the use of power and the distribution of Dao power. Everyone thought about it carefully, if they were to play this kind of game, they might not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, when Qin Yan blocked Lu Chongqing's slap, everyone was shocked. I will count to 10, I will start to hit you, you are ready. Qin Yan began to count. After counting to 10, he released a vibration power and hit Lu Chongqing's face. Lu Chongqing also quickly used a powerful Dao power to protect his cheeks. When Qin Yan's palm hit, it also released a vibration power and scattered Lu Chongqing's power. His palm, like thunder, fell on Lu Chongqing's cheek. Boom, the sound of this slap was not crisp at all. It produced a dull and loud sound. It was clear that this slap was very powerful. On Lu Chongqing's fair and handsome face, 5 black fingerprints suddenly appeared, his face was black and bruised badly. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. They felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Lu Chongqing is the top genius of medicine Immortal Valley. He is aloof and arrogant and usually looks down on everyone, arrogant. But now, he had been slapped in the face by a nobody. What Lu Chongqing doesn't know is that the person who beat him is Qin Yun. This is the second time Qin Yun slapped Lu Chongqing's face. However, Lu Chongqing himself did not know. If he knew, he would definitely vomit blood. You have guts. Lu Chong was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he did not dare to relax, because if he lost in arm wrestling, he would lose 50,000 gene of heavenly beast bones. He is the strongest in the Medicine Immortal Valley team. If he loses, they have no hope of winning back those who lost. Lu Chongqing was beaten, but he can't say anything because this is the game he proposed and he is the one who asked for it. It's my turn to hit you, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. After Lu Chongqing finished, his palm quickly slapped Qin Yun's cheek. This palm was still a few inches away from Qin Yun's cheek when it was intercepted by a force. Qin Yun also began to count. After 10 counts, Lu Chongqing still could not break his defense. Hee, it's my turn to hit you. Qin Yun smiled proudly and then quickly counted. He counted very quickly and after counting, he slapped Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing just let the swelling and pain on his face disappear and he was slapped again. The terrible thing is that the power of this slap is even greater. Lu Chongqing's mouth was crooked. Lu Chongqing slanted his mouth, squinted his eyes and looked at Qin Yun with anger in his eyes. Now he is still arm wrestling and he can't do anything. Xiao Yuelan and the other girls covered their mouths and snickered. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Lu Chongqing, you admit defeat. If this goes on, you will be beaten to the point that even your mother can't recognize you. Ku Mingjiang is not afraid of Lu Chongqing and laughed loudly. Shut up. Lu Chongqing roared, he was slapped twice and he can't let it go so easily. Qin Yun's heavenly lion Xian body fused with vibration Dao core and thunder and fire Dao core. The power that erupted in an instant is very overbearing and even the spirit martial realm would find it difficult to resist. Lu Chongqing quickly counted and he also counted faster. After counting, he immediately went to hit Qin Yun. The third time, he still did not hit Qin Yun. Now, he thoroughly felt the power of the 9th level martial Dao realm in front of him, how deep and bottomless it is. It is also because of this condition that Lu Chongqing's power is also greatly limited and he can't exert his full strength. In fact, this is also a matter of level. Qin Yun can exert his own strength as he wishes. It's my turn. It is Qin Yun's turn again. Lu Chongqing knows very well that he is about to be slapped. So he wants to quickly admit defeat and deliberately weaken the strength of his wrist to let Qin Yun win. Qin Yun also felt the strength of Lu Chongqing's wrist weakening and he quickly retracted his strength and did not press Lu Chongqing's wrist down. In this way, he can still slap Lu Chongqing. Boom, Qin Yun's third slap came down. This time, Lu Chongqing was not only beaten crooked, half of his face was swollen with his eyes and his eyes were so dazed that he could not open them. You deliberately did not win me, just to hit me. Lu Chongqing suddenly flew into a rage and took his hand back. He doesn't want to play anymore. If he continues to play, he will really be beaten badly. Everyone really admired this Yundarin, he actually dared to tease Lu Chongqing like this. Lu Chongqing, you suddenly quit, this is admitting defeat, take out 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. Ku Mingjiang laughed and admired Qin Yun even more in his heart, he actually let Lu Chongqing eat such a big loss. Lu Chongsheng was slapped 3 times in front of so many people. This will definitely be very shameful. Why, you don't want to give it? Kumingjiang's face sank and said coldly. If I don't give it to you, what can you do? Lu Chongsheng covered his face and glared at Qin Yun and Kumingjiang. If you don't give it, don't blame us for being impolite. Kumingjiang took out his weapon and his well-defined face is full of killing intent. Seeing that Kumingjiang is serious, everyone also retreated. This kind of battle between the experts of the early-stage spirit martial realm is definitely not small. Immortal Weapon City is in the right, so the disciples are all full of confidence and are ready to fight. On the side of Medicine Immortal Valley, several disciples were injured. The overall number is not as good as that of Immortal Weapon City. Especially the 9th level Martial Dao Realm disciples, they are even worse than Immortal Weapon City. Immortal Weapon City's Jianming is very terrible. If they fight, Medicine Immortal Valley will definitely suffer a big loss. If they go out and investigate, it is also Immortal Weapon City who is in the right. Lu Chongsheng suffered such a big loss and was slapped a few times, he is simply going to explode. Fortunately, he can also see the situation clearly, knowing that they can't beat Immortal Weapon City, so he can only hand over 50,000 genes of Heavenly Beast bones. As a result, Medicine Immortal Valley lost a lot of Heavenly Beast bones and there are not many left. Junior brother Lu, we don't have many Heavenly Beast bones. A middle-aged man whispered. Let's go. Lu Chongsheng glared at Qin Yun and Kumingjiang. Then with a group of Medicine Immortal Valley disciples, he hurriedly left this place. Kumingjiang looked at the disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and smiled. Friends of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, you seem to be unwilling to accept us, do you want to play with us? The people of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain have just witnessed the whole process of Medicine Immortal Valley suffering a big loss. They are sick in the head to play with Immortal Weapon City. Everyone got some Heavenly Beast bones, you can go back and report. Kumingjiang shouted to the onlookers of the sect disciples, when you go back, don't say that we bullied Medicine Immortal Valley, we are very fair with them. Everyone has also dispersed, keeping the bearded man Yundaran in mind, because this person is too evil. Junior brother Yun, you have a total of 60,000 genes of Heavenly Beast bones here. Kumingjiang said, after going back, Immortal Weapon City will give you a certain reward according to the weight of these Heavenly Beast bones. Captain Ku, what is the use of these Heavenly Beast bones? Qin Yun only thought of refining. It should be a good material for refining. Maybe it can also be ground into powder for alchemy? I don't know, in short, it can refine good Xian tools and Dao tools, this is for sure. Kumingjiang said. Qin Yun is now following Kumingjiang. When they go out together, he doesn't want to use that kind of space distortion method to go out, there is a certain risk. Lu Chongsheng suffered a big loss and this matter quickly spread to many teams. The captains have a sound transmission conch to communicate with each other. After this matter spread out, it also made Lu Chongsheng lose a lot of face. The team that entered the Heavenly Lion Immortal Mansion, after obtaining the Heavenly Beast bones, also quickly went out to report. This is also their main task, especially those temporary disciples, this is also an important opportunity for them to become outer sect disciples. Kumingjiang did not go back and continued to wander around in the Heavenly Beast desolate domain with the team. Are the powerful Heavenly Beasts here all dead? Kumingjiang led the team to search for a few days and then rested next to a big river. This team has more than 20 people, Jianming is also here, he did not make a sound along the way. Qin Yun also knew that he was recognized by Jianming but he did not say anything. There are still Heavenly Beasts in the Heavenly Beast desolate domain, maybe they are all hiding. Qin Yun said, Captain, did the elders tell you how big this Heavenly Beast desolate domain is? I don't know, in short, it is not too big, we can fly to the edge in 2 or 3 days. Kumingjiang frowned, there should be powerful Heavenly Beasts here. Why not? Qin Yun knows the reason, because they were all killed by Heavenly Lions. Even if there are Heavenly Beasts, they are the kind of Heavenly Beasts that eat grass and leaves, they are small and well hidden. Roar! Heavenly Fire Python, did the Heavenly Beast appear? Kumingjiang suddenly became excited. That kind of beast roar, Qin Yun also felt quite strange. Yuner, what kind of beast roar is that? Qin Yun quickly asked Ling Yuner, this little demon. Ling Yun'er is flapping her wings and flying around in the sea of flowers in Qin Yun's illusory space. After hearing Qin Yun's question, she frowned and said, "It seems to be Qilin? I'm not sure." Kumingjiang also quickly took the team and rushed in the direction of the beast roar. Qin Yun heard that it is Qilin beast and secretly worried, it is also a very strong heavenly beast. Kumingjiang rushed over excitedly, he has many heavenly beast bones but he wants to compete with the living heavenly beast. Qin Yun can only follow. Not only Kumingjiang led the team, many sect captains led their teams and rushed in the direction of the beast roar. Everyone wants to kill a powerful heavenly beast. The direction of the beast roar is far away from everyone. Everyone rushed through the night and at dawn, they came to a place where the aura of the heavenly beast is very strong. This place is also a mess. There were many trees that were flattened by the scorching power. Keep chasing. Kumingjiang was the first to arrive. After he sensed the aura, he quickly chased after it. Qin Yun is very vigilant behind Kumingjiang. Kumingjiang doesn't seem to be afraid of the powerful heavenly beast at all. Especially after sensing the aura of the heavenly beast, he became even more excited. Does Captain Ku have a Dao tool in his hand? Qin Yun secretly guessed. On the way to chase the heavenly beast, Qin Yun sent a voice transmission to Jianmeng, "Brother Jianmeng, you have to look after me later, the heavenly beast may be very strong." Qin Yun, I really don't know how you got in. Jianmeng heard Qin Yun's voice transmission and responded. I will always have a way. Qin Yun said with a smile, after we enter the immortal weapon city, we will be brothers and we can take care of each other. Your strength is not weaker than me, you don't need me to take care of you. Jianmeng said. I am also afraid of what if you use a sword, your reaction will definitely be faster. Qin Yun smiled. After chasing for a while, they saw a sea of fire in front of them. It's a fire attribute heavenly beast, great. Kumingjiang was very excited and quickly rushed in. Then, several spirit martial realm martial artists followed Kumingjiang and rushed into the sea of fire. We will also go in and protect Kumingjiang. If he dies, the heavenly beast bones we stored in him will also be gone. Jianmeng said to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded before entering the sea of fire. After entering, they saw a flaming python with a body several meters wide. This huge fire python's scales were fiery red. It constantly emitted flames and swept through the trees in the forest. It's a skyfire python. Great! It should not be an adult yet, the flame is not a powerful heavenly fire. Kumingjiang seems to know a lot and shouted, everyone be careful of those flames. Captain, skyfire pythons don't roar like that, do they? Qin Yun asked. Ling Yun'er told Qin Yun that the roar might have come from Qilin. Qin Yun and Jianmeng floated in the air, following the huge body of the heavenly fire python and flying forward. They are going to see the head area of the heavenly fire python, where there must be a powerful beast fighting fiercely with the heavenly fire python. After they went over, they saw a Qilin beast with purple gold scales rushing towards the heavenly fire python. As Ling Yun'er said, it is really a Qilin beast. The body of the heavenly fire python suddenly moved flexibly, releasing a burst of flames and wrapping around the purple gold Qilin. Kumingjiang also floated in the air and looked at this scene in shock. The heavenly fire python is going to take down the purple gold Qilin. Kumingjiang said, suddenly took out a broadsword, swooped down and stabbed the eyes of the heavenly fire python. The heavenly fire python suddenly became furious and its throat made a gurgling sound. Because Kumingjiang is too small and very flexible, it is difficult for the heavenly fire python to attack, it can only constantly release a terrible flame. The purple gold Qilin also seized the opportunity and spat out a purple gold bead from its mouth and hit the mouth of the heavenly fire python. Boom, after a loud explosion, the mouth of the heavenly fire python was blown up and a lot of fiery red blood spilled out like lava. When the purple gold Qilin saw that someone came, it was also frightened and quickly flew away. Kumingjiang saw that the heavenly fire python was not lightly injured, he took out a large ring and put it on the head of the heavenly fire python and tied up the exploded mouth. This is a beast ring and the grade is extremely high, is it a Dao tool? Qin Yun was shocked. Sure enough, after Kumingjiang succeeded, he took out a small golden pagoda. He made the small pagoda bigger, after the small pagoda became bigger, it produced a suction force and the huge heavenly fire python was taken in. He has all kinds of tools to subdue the heavenly beasts and they are all Dao tools. Qin Yan was even more surprised and he could guess that Kumingjiang must have a very strong background in Immortal Weapon City. There is also a Qilin beast, that is the most powerful heavenly beast, we must get it. Kumingjiang quickly chased up. Qin Yan was surprised in his heart and quickly flew forward with Jianming. It didn't take long for it to get dark and the aura of the purple gold Qilin is getting weaker and weaker. Let's search separately. If we are separated, wait for me at the entrance and exit. Kumingjiang's voice was dignified and said, once you find the purple gold Qilin, just make a big movement, try to delay time and wait for me to arrive. Also, you must remember to beware of the disciples of other sects. After Kumingjiang finished, he rushed in one direction. More than 20 disciples also formed several small teams, 3 or 2 people in a group, separated for Qin Yan to look for the purple gold Qilin. Qin Yan and Jianming are together and they are the last to act. The purple gold Qilin is very strong and very smart. Jianming said, I think if we encounter that thing, we are definitely not its opponent. Well, Kumingjiang is different, he has a very strong beast catching Dao tool. Qin Yan nodded, he also felt the same way. You don't know, Kumingjiang's father is a martial king of Immortal Weapon Palace and his grandfather is a very powerful elder. Jianming said. Brother Blind, it is better to do this, let's just look around. Qin Yan said. Exactly what I want. Jianming nodded and smiled. After that, the two of them casually ran around in this jungle. All the way until daybreak, there was still no movement. Qin Yan and Jianming did not plan to look for the purple gold Qilin, they also know that the strength of the purple gold Qilin is very strong. That is a Xian beast level, much stronger than a spirit martial realm martial master. Only a complete set of beast catching Xian tool or Dao tool can capture the purple gold Qilin. Although Qin Yan and Jianming are very strong, it is still very dangerous to face the purple gold Qilin. They feel that there is no need to take this kind of risk, if they are not careful, they will even lose their lives. If they really face the purple gold Qilin, after being injured and then encounter the disciples of other sects, it will be dangerous. In this kind of environment, it is also very necessary to be wary of humans. Although Qin Yan and Jianming are not familiar with each other, they are the kind of people who can trust each other and have their own principles of doing things. Not long after dawn, a few beast roars suddenly broke the silence of the morning. Did Captain Ke find it? Qin Yan frowned and said, should we go and see? Let's go and see. If the captain is really in trouble, we still have to take action, our heavenly beast bones are all with him. As Jianming spoke, he hurriedly flew in the direction of the sound. Qin Yan also has tens of thousands of genes of heavenly beast bones, which are reserved for his own refining and alchemy. If possible, he also wants to take the tens of thousands of genes of heavenly beast bones from Kumingjiang, but this is impossible, he must be forced to hand it over to the sect. Then the beast roars came out and many teams in the vicinity also rushed over. After approaching, there was a heat wave. That is the purple gold Qilin, the purple gold flame released is also very overbearing. After Qin Yan and Jianming passed through the flame, they came to a place that was burned and empty. Kumingjiang is also here and he is injured. What surprised Qin Yan is that there is a huge damaged beast ring on the ground. The beast ring is specially used to catch powerful beasts and is also specially refined, very strong and difficult to destroy. And now, the beast ring has been destroyed. Captain Ku, come back. Jianming suddenly shouted, called out his origin sword and flew over. At the same time, a spear flew from a distance and stabbed at Kumingjiang. Jianming's sword cut the spear, boom, the spear exploded and the power of inscription gushed out. The pale golden inscription is like a net, covering Kumingjiang and Jianming. It's a talisman tool. Qin Yan shouted and hurriedly released a few throwing knives, letting the throwing knives fly over and cut the inscription net into pieces. Otherwise, Kumingjiang and Jianming's body will be branded with some special inscription. Kumingjiang angrily shouted, which grandson attacked me? Don't let me find out, let's retreat. With that, Jianming also flew away with him. You go first, I want to see who is sneaking up on us. Qin Yan sent a sound transmission to Jianming and Jianming. Jian Meng can only take Kumingjiang away first. Qin used the transparent pearl to hide himself and floated in the air, looking at the sea of fire below. Not long after, a group of people appeared. It turned out to be the disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Qin knows this group of disciples. When he was at the gate of the mansion, he was embarrassed by this group of people. This team of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain should be like Captain Ku, specialized in killing powerful heavenly beasts. He can't help but remember that Kumingjiang's beast-catching Dao tool is specially refined. The captain of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, the same strength as Kumingjiang and Lu Chongxing, is a very strong early-stage spirit martial realm martial master. After he came over, he saw the fragments on the ground and said coldly, "Let Kumingjiang run away." Trading with Heavenly Beast, this elite team of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, everyone is in the early-stage spirit martial realm. Jian Meng obviously sensed this aura and left in a hurry. It's Jian Meng. The people of Jian family are all incredible. A middle-aged man coldly snorted, "Sooner or later, we will destroy them. Not only Jian Meng, but also that Yundarin." Another young man said, "Just now in the air, I only saw Jian Meng and Kumingjiang leave, that Yundarin is still here. No matter, let's catch up with the purple gold Qilin first. Kumingjiang got a heavenly fire python, we can't fall behind." The middle-aged captain said, "If there is a chance, we must capture Kumingjiang and that Yundarin. Kumingjiang has a lot of heavenly beast bones in his hands, that Yundarin offended Lu Chongxing, we can give it to Lu Chongxing." After Qin heard it, he felt angry and funny at the same time. The team of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain followed the aura of the purple gold Qilin and chased after it. When they chased after it, they did not forget to be vigilant in all directions. They were all flying in the air, looking behind them from time to time or on the ground. However, they could not find Qin behind them. Qin just heard that this group of people wanted to deal with him and wanted to capture him and give him to Lu Chongxing. He can't tolerate this kind of thing. Want to catch me? Then don't blame me. Qin was secretly angry in his heart and carefully followed. The purple gold Qilin fought with the heavenly fire python and then was attacked by Kumingjiang. It seems that it was also hit by a Dao talisman and the injuries on its body are not light. When it escaped, it left behind a lot of residual aura. Originally, there were many traces of trees being burned along the way. But later, those traces suddenly disappeared. The team of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain also quickly swooped down from the air. Did it fly away? Impossible, there is no aura of the purple gold Qilin in the air. Then there is only one possibility, it turned into a human form. It is said that some powerful heavenly beasts can turn into humans when they are born. Split up and search. The captain said, "We have a total of 10 people, divided into 5 teams. Don't go alone. If you encounter any attacks, use sound transmission talisman to send us a sound transmission talisman and let us know your location." After the captain finished speaking, he quickly divided into 5 small teams and expanded their search. Qin carefully floated in the forest. He had also heard the captain's words and secretly admired this team. Not only were they well prepared, they were also very cautious. In this kind of jungle, it was indeed dangerous to move alone. If you were ambushed by something, you wouldn't even know if you died. If there were 2 of them, even if they were ambushed, they wouldn't be killed so easily. They could still send out a signal or something. Qin chose 2 people and very carefully followed them. In his heart, he was also thinking about how to quickly kill those 2 people. After following them for more than an hour, he came up with a plan. It was to first use a few body-securing talismans to freeze the 2 people, and then control the flying dagger to attack. After the flying dagger shot out, he used the 9 Sun Divine Hammer to quickly kill them, not giving them a chance to send out their signal talismans. However, Qin was conflicted over a problem. If these 2 people's armor could withstand the body-securing talisman, then they would have failed. One must know that a spirit martial realm martial master's reaction was very fast. Should I use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to instantly suck them in? Just as Qin was pondering over the plan. Suddenly, a red shadow flew out. The speed of the red shadow is very fast, like a ghost. Before Qin could clearly see what it is, a spirit martial realm martial master's body was cut into several pieces. Junior brother Wang. Not far away, a middle-aged man suddenly shouted and quickly threw out a signal talisman. The signal released is very strong and a violent sound exploded in the air. The nearby disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain all rushed over. Xianxia secretly cursed the red shadow in his heart for ruining his plans. Because he had a better sneak attack plan, this would ensure that he could kill 2 people without being discovered. He didn't know where the red shadow ran to, but he couldn't just run away like this. After throwing out the signal talisman, Xianxia controlled the flying daggers to fly over. A few flying daggers silently pierced into the middle-aged man's body. It has to be said that the middle-aged man's armor is very strong. Xianxia's flying daggers can only penetrate halfway, barely able to injure the middle-aged man. Explode. Xianxia is also depressed in his heart. These disciples of immortal sex are not as easy to sneak attack as he imagined. He can only quickly control a flying dagger to explode the middle-aged man, so that he can succeed and leave no trace. Grandson of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, you want to catch me and hand me over to Lu Chongsheng? No way. Xianxia also quickly hid. The first to arrive is the captain. He saw his team members die and he is very angry. The other team members were secretly frightened in their hearts. The reason for that was because the 2 disciples who had died were pretty strong. In such a short period of time, they were killed by a sneak attack. Xianxia is also secretly on guard against the red shadow. He doesn't know what it is because the speed is too fast to see clearly. And the strength is certainly not weak, otherwise it would be impossible to split the body of the disciple in an instant. The middle-aged captain frowned, looked in one direction and said, "Over there. That guy just exposed his aura." Xianxia did not sense any aura. "Go." The middle-aged captain shouted coldly and quickly chased. Xianxia can't help but wonder if this captain is a dog. His nose is actually so sharp. Kumingjiang is the same, he was the first to find the purple gold qilin. This made Xianxia more cautious, keeping a distance of several kilometers and following the team. After the captain passed, he let the other 7 team members take out a big flag. Flag array? Xianxia looked at the flags of different colors and was secretly surprised. The 7 team members waved the flag and suddenly released a special power. A light shield suddenly fell and covered a large area in front of them. After the light shield covered, a strong flame aura erupted in the area. It is the aura of the purple gold qilin. This beast can really turn into a human. The captain laughed, "We got it." He spread a black net and shrouded the front. The big net slowly tightened and soon a red figure appeared. It is an old woman wearing fiery red armor. A living purple gold qilin, and it can also turn into a human form. The captain is very excited. The heavenly beast caught by our Azure Flame Immortal Mountain is much more powerful than the heavenly fire python of Immortal Weapon City. Xianxia sighed in his heart, "I have no chance to destroy this team, I can only be on guard against them in the future." The team of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain is indeed very strong and they have many powerful Xian tools and Dao tools. It is difficult for him to deal with them alone. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a white light flying over. "It's the little deer." "Little thing, what are you doing here? Hurry up, it's very dangerous here." Xianxia quickly released his mental force and locked on the little deer. "Good man, you help Grandma Qilin. If you save her, we will give you a reward." The delicate voice of the little deer pleaded. "This is not easy to save. Those guys are too strong." Xianxia responded quickly and was surprised that this little deer actually knew the qilin. "You can summon the nether realm heavenly lion, as long as you disturb them and distract their attention, then go over and find a way to break the net." The little deer said, "Then Grandma Qilin can escape. If you run away, how can you give me a reward?" Xianxia secretly curled his lips and said, "Also, why should I believe you? Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain has been getting less and less medicinal herbs over the years. The few Xian medicines have been collected by me. If you are willing to save Grandma Qilin, I am willing to give you some." The little deer said. Its antlers flashed slightly and a fruit appeared. When Xianxia saw the fruit, he knew that it was a Xian fruit, a Xian-level medicinal herb. "This is for you, you eat it," the little deer said. Xianxia walked over, took the fruit and took a bite. It is indeed a Xian fruit. He suddenly felt that if this little deer has the medicinal herbs to refine the bone spirit Xian pill, then he will step into the spirit martial realm soon. Well, I will believe you this time. Qin Yan is ready to fight for those Xian medicines. As long as he does not expose his face, it will be fine. Good man, if you succeed, I can find you too. The little deer said, you can rest assured about this. Qin Yan chewed the sweet Xian fruit, thinking of getting a batch of Xian medicines. His heart is also secretly excited. Many Xian medicines are controlled by immortal sects. Even if there is a large number of purple crystal coins, it is difficult to buy. Well, I will give it a try. If it doesn't succeed, don't blame me, after all, my strength is limited. Qin Yan immediately thought of a plan. The people of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, after catching the purple gold Qilin, also surrounded and watched. I thought it was a young Qilin, I didn't expect it to be this old guy. The middle-aged captain looked disgusted and then took out a big beast bag, ready to put the Qilin grandmother inside. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, there was an earthquake, and it was a very strong earthquake. The earth undulated up and down and many cracks appeared. The people of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain also fiercely floated in the air. They just arrived in the air. Qin Yan continued to use the earthquake divine ability, covering the air with the power of vibration. Moreover, the earth also spewed out a shock wave, hitting the 8 people in the air. Qilin grandmother is still in the same place, covered by a big net. Qin Yan saw that the opportunity has come and quickly rushed over. Don't even think about succeeding. The captain was shaken in the air and felt uncomfortable and some pain, but he could sense that there is an aura approaching. He hurriedly took out a large cage. 9 extinction primordial force. After Qin Yan was covered by a cage, he cursed in his heart. He did not expect the other party to have this skill. How can the Dao tools in the hands of these bastards be so powerful? Are they all sacrificial refined? He attacked the cage with all his might, but it was useless. Are you also a Qilin beast? The captain came over and laughed. The people of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain all gathered around. They all felt a very terrible shock power just now, so they did not think that it was the power that a human should have. Qin Yan wore a mask and black clothes, so he was not recognized. It seems that I can only use the mysterious penetration divine ability. Qin Yan quickly came to the side of the Qilin old grandma and took off the net on her. He wanted to use the mysterious penetration divine ability to leave but found that it was blocked. His mysterious penetration divine ability could not penetrate this cage. Great, are you going to pass through this cage? The captain was slightly surprised and then laughed, ha ha ha, this cage is specially made to prevent heavenly beasts from using the power of divine ability. You can't use the power of divine ability just now. With that, the captain controlled the cage and shot out a violent thunder. Boom boom boom, several thunder and lightning hit Qin Yan's body and opened his mask. Fortunately, he only opened the mask, the beard on his face is still there. It's you? Yundarin. The people of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain were surprised. Qin Yan said coldly, originally, it was our Captain Ke who first encountered this Qilin beast, but you suddenly intervened and shot out a talisman tool. You bunch of despicable guys. That talisman tool was shot out by me, ha ha ha, so what? Since it was discovered by you, then don't think about living. The captain laughed and said, I didn't expect that you really have guts, dare to rob things from Gu Qingfeng's hand. This Gu Qingfeng looks relatively young but he is relatively old. Qin Yan guessed that Gu Qingfeng specially spent a long time to sacrificial refine those Dao tools, so he can use them so smoothly. He even believes that the major immortal sects have arranged for their disciples to sacrificial refine Dao tools long ago. In order to prepare to enter the heavenly beast desolate domain to catch heavenly beasts. Ku Mingjiang should be injured badly, right? He can't even protect himself, let alone you. Gu Qingfeng proudly smiled and said, you this guy, beating Lu Chongxing is so enjoyable, he must hate you. Take a guess, if I were to sell you to him, what kind of price would he give? Don't even think about succeeding. Qin Yan suddenly took out his weapon and crazily hacked at the cage. The cage had a very strong barrier. Under the protection of this very strong barrier, Qin Yan could not even release the flying knives. You actually have a storage Dharma treasure. You hid it really well. Tell me, did you get something good in that big house? Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly became full of greed. I didn't get anything. Qin Yan. has encountered a thorny problem. Next, he could only try using the 9-sun divine hammer. Gu Qingfeng shouted, "You don't want to say it? Let's see how stubborn you can be." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a spear and stabbed it into the cage, piercing Qin Yan's body. "It's a Dao tool." Qin Yan looked at the Dao runes on the spear and shouted in a low voice. His powerful heavenly lion Xian body could not resist the sharp Dao tool piercing it this time. This cage is also very special. It can't be pierced from the inside, but it can be pierced from the outside. Good eyesight. Worthy of being the guy who can make Lu Chongxing eat a big loss. Gu Qingfeng smiled a few times. "Next, I will let you taste the most terrible." ZZ, a thunder and lightning power suddenly rushed out from Gu Qingfeng's arm and purple gold electric threads poured into Qin Yan's body from the spear. The violent purple gold thunder and lightning power in Qin Yan's body made Qin Yan twitch. "I clearly have the black thunder and fire martial spirit, but I am still so painful. This guy is really terrible." Although Qin Yan shouted, he can still hold on. He could still endure this kind of pain. This only makes him feel very painful and it can't cause him any harm. Gu Qingfeng also felt surprised because if it was an ordinary 9th level martial Dao realm cultivator, they would have already fainted from the electric shock, but Qin Yan can shout and look energetic. When Gu Qingfeng destroyed Qin Yan, he also took out a sound transmission conch and sent a sound transmission to Lu Chongxing. He just asked him to come over and said that he wanted to make a deal and did not say anything else. Qin Yan is constantly being electrocuted and he can't use the power in his body. Even if he takes out the 9-sun divine hammer, he is powerless to use it. "This can't go on, I will be destroyed." Qin Yan is also trying to find a way because he is trapped in this strange cage. He can't use his magical power to summon the heavenly lion. If he releases the bone dragon puppet, it will not be able to break through this cage. He needed a spacious place to release the bone dragon. "Yundarin, tell me, what did you get from that big house?" Gu Qingfeng believes that Qin Yan got a good thing because he now found that this Yundarin is very cunning. "Captain, this guy just released a strong vibration power, did he get a good Dao tool?" A middle-aged man asked. "Impossible, my Dao tool has been refined for a long time to be able to be used smoothly." Gu Qingfeng quickly shook his head. "When the heavenly beast desolate domain is closed, I have to return those Dao tools. This guy's endurance is very strong." A young man said and took out a long sword, which is a Xian tool. He stabbed his long sword and wanted to stab Qin Yan a few times but found that he could not stab through. "This guy has a Dao tool armor on his body?" The young man was shocked because his Xian tool could not pierce through. "My spear easily pierced his body, he does not have a Dao tool." Gu Qingfeng is very sure. Although Qin Yan is being tortured, his heavenly lion Xian body is still very strong. It is difficult to pierce his body with a Xian tool that is not completely refined. Just as Qin Yan was thinking about a way, he suddenly saw a silver-white shadow flying over. The little deer appeared. The speed of the little deer is very fast. After flying over, it hit Gu Qingfeng's body with its antlers. The armor on Gu Qingfeng's body is only a Xian tool treasure armor. The defense is slightly lacking, causing him to be directly hit and break his waist, making a cracking sound. This little thing is a heavenly beast cub. "Take her." Gu Qingfeng turned his head and shouted in anger. "Lu Chongxing has seen this little thing before, grab it." The little deer hurriedly ran away, but it was caught in an instant. The little deer in the net kept struggling and looked very pitiful. "Little bastard, you dare to break my waist." Gu Qingfeng said angrily, "Throw her over." The team members hurriedly brought the little deer over. Gu Qingfeng supported his broken waist, stepped on the head of the little deer, took out a whip and madly whipped it. After the Qilin grandmother saw the little deer, she was very sad and kept screaming in anger. Her body overflowed with a burst of purple gold flame. "Bastard, let her go." Qilin grandmother roared. "I won't let go, what can you do?" "Ha ha ha." Gu Qingfeng laughed fiercely. The little deer kept screaming, looked at Qin Yan in despair and sent a voice transmission to Qin Yan. "Good man, I am sorry, I hurt you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have caught it." Qin Yan's heart was very sad. His originally numb and painful body was suddenly rushed by a surge of anger. Gu Qingfeng kicked the little deer and gave Qin Yan a chance to breathe. he quickly broke free from the spear that pierced his body and took out the 9-sun divine hammer. Qin Yan hammered the spear and directly broke the Dao runes on it. After Gu Qingfeng heard a loud bang, he looked at Qin Yan fiercely. Qin Yan has already waved the 9-sun divine hammer and hit the cage a few times. The cage is a Dao tool level, but it was hit by the 9-sun divine hammer a few times. The Dao runes on it were also damaged and the entire cage was damaged. Qilin grandmother, quickly take the little deer away. Qin Yan quickly shouted and then summoned 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. Gu Qingfeng and others were shocked when they saw 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions suddenly appear. They did not expect that these 2 black lions were actually summoned by people, because Lu Chongxing had encountered these 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions before. He also told others. "You, who the hell are you?" Gu Qingfeng was furious and wanted to kill the little deer. However, Qilin grandmother fiercely broke the cage and blasted Gu Qingfeng to the distance. 2 black lions appeared and quickly entered the battle, fighting fiercely with several other team members. Gu Qingfeng was hit by Qilin. He was angry and quickly rushed to Qin Yan. "You bastards, you tortured me so painfully." Qin Yan, who was furious, held the 9-sun divine hammer and hit Gu Qingfeng. 6-style forging dragon was continuously displayed through the 9-sun divine hammer. The power is monstrous. A few hammers fell, as if the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, thunder roared and thunder surged. Endless primordial Dao power was like a raging storm as it continuously charged forward. The most powerful place of the 9-sun divine hammer is that it can turn Qin Yan's most ordinary Dao power into the strongest primordial Dao power. It allowed him to unleash the strongest form of power with a minimal consumption of energy. After he used the 9 extinction Dao power, the 9 extinction primordial power is even more terrifying. It is as if the monstrous power of life and death, one after another pressure. Gu Qingfeng's broken spear was hit a few times and was broken into several pieces. As for Gu Qingfeng, he was being attacked by the stacked 9 extinction primordial force wave after wave. At first, only the clothes on his body were broken, then the Xian armor and then the flesh on his body was torn. After Qin Yan hit more than 10 times, Gu Qingfeng turned into a bloody man, lying on the ground and unable to move. "Captain, let's run and report this to the higher-ups." A middle-aged man was also frightened and quickly flew into the sky. After Qin Yan saw it, he released the bone dragon. By Shalu, the 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions were even more terrifying. Heavenly Lion's Heavenly Roar and Heavenly Lion's Fighting Dragon Claw were used alternately and killed 2 middle-aged men. Qin Yan held the 9-sun divine hammer and chased after the fleeing middle-aged men. He swung his hammer from afar, and the shockwave from the smash was like a wave, directly smashing the person to the ground. The moment he was knocked over, Qin Yan rushed over and killed him with a hammer strike. Now, there are still 3 middle-aged spirit martial realm cultivators. They are entangled by 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions and Bone Dragon puppets. They can't get away at all. After Qin Yan arrived, he used the 9-sun divine hammer and killed it in 2 or 3 strikes. Boom boom boom, following a series of explosions that shook the sky, the main sect disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain were also killed by Qin Yan. Qin Yan removed their martial spirits and threw their corpses into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron to burn. What surprised him was that Gu Qingfeng actually has dual martial spirits, Thunder Martial Spirit and Fire Martial Spirit, both Purple Gold Martial Spirit. The others all had Purple Gold Fire Martial Spirit. Gu Qingfeng had 2 storage spirit tools, one was given by the sect and the other was his own. The one given by the sect didn't have a blood pact. Therefore, Qin Yan could directly take out the things inside. There was a total of more than 100,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. There should be something in Gu Qingfeng's storage bag, but Qin Yan could not get it and could only give up regretfully. Grandma Qilin looked at the young man and was shocked. Especially when she felt the aura of Heavenly Lion Xian body from Qin Yan, she thought that Qin Yan was a Heavenly Lion. Qin Yan let the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion return and put away the Bone Dragon puppet. He took out a light pattern spirit talisman and pasted it on Grandma Qilin. "This can help you heal, quickly take me to a safe place," Qin Yan said. Although he destroyed Gu Qingfeng's squad, he also consumed a lot of energy. If another equally powerful team appeared, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Although Grandma Qilin does not like human beings, she has to admit that she and the little deer were saved by Qin Yan. Now, she could only trust Qin Yun and bring him away from this place. Even though the Qilin heavenly beast was injured, it could still escape quickly. She carried the little deer and brought Qin Yun with her. She did not speak along the way as they left the intense battlefield. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the two Nether Realm heavenly lions. Just half an hour after Qin Yun and others left, Lu Chongxing arrived. Lu Chongxing led his team and looked at the mess here and then sensed the aura here. He frowned and said, "There is the aura of the two black heavenly lions. Could it be that Brother Gu met the heavenly lion and sent me a sound transmission? There was an intense battle here. I wonder what happened to them." A member of the team said. "Let's look around." Lu Chongxing became very alert. After searching for a while, they didn't find any other clues, but they did find the minced meat of a corpse. It was smashed into pieces by a very large object with an extremely strong impact. A middle-aged man looked at the dismembered corpses with a horrified expression. "It looks like the claws of a giant beast. There are still many heavenly beasts in the heavenly beast desolate domain. The elders said that there are not many heavenly beasts here and they are not strong." Lu Chongxing snorted and said, "Gu Chengfeng may have been annihilated, are they not strong? The heavenly beasts here are really not terrible." The purple gold Qilin was caught. Kumingjiang also caught a huge heavenly fire python. Qin Yan followed Grandma Qilin and after running for a few hours, he slowed down until it was dark. Then, he followed the silent old granny into a hole in the ground and went very deep underground. There is a very clean underground room. Grandma Qilin put the injured little deer on a small bed full of flowers. After the little deer overflowed with silver and white clouds, it gradually turned into a human form. Qin Yun was a little surprised. This is the first time he saw a heavenly beast turn into a human. After the white light on the little deer disappeared, he saw a girl in white with a haggard face lying on the flower bed. The girl is 16 or 17 years old and is close to maturity, but there is a hint of immaturity. Lying on the flower bed, her face gradually regained its ruddy color. This young girl had the appearance of a fairy. Her skin was like jade and her eyebrows were picturesque. She was quiet and pleasant. She was using a pair of watery eyes to size up Qin Yun with shyness and curiosity. "I saved your Grandma Qilin, you said you would give me some Xian medicine, now fulfill your promise," Qin Yun said. After Grandma Qilin heard it, she frowned. "Xiaolu, is this true?" The girl nodded, looked at Qin Yun and said, "I am Bai Xiaolu. Thank you for your help, I promised you things, I will definitely do it." "Grandma, he just saved you, he also took a lot of risks and suffered a lot of torture, you just saw it." Bai Xiaolu slowly walked out of bed, took the arm of Grandma Qilin and whispered. Okay. Grandma Qilin sighed. This Grandma Qilin does not like humans but now she has to thank Qin Yun and said, "Thank you, young man." "You are welcome, I also saw that there is a reward to help." Qin Yun smiled. "This young master, I will take you to get the Xian medicine now," Bai Xiaolu said and pushed open a door of the underground room. Qin Yun followed him and came to another relatively spacious underground stone room. There were some drafts scattered here and there, as well as a fruit tree. "These are all Xian medicine." Bai Xiaolu looked at the flowers and plants with love. "There are night lotus and moon spirit rose, and there are many." Qin Yun looked at it and saw the Xian medicine he wanted, there are 10 of them. "This can cultivate bone spirit," Bai Xiaolu whispered. "I want 8 of each, can I?" Qin Yun said, he urgently needs to use it for alchemy. Bai Xiaolu nodded, then carefully picked it for Qin Yun. Qin Yun took out a jade box to store. There are also some other Xian medicine. Qin Yun recognized a few of the more useful ones and asked for one. "Enough, I am not the kind of person who is particularly greedy." Qin Yun smiled with great satisfaction. Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, immortal energy is getting thinner and Xian medicine is getting less and less. This place is no longer suitable for us. Grandma Qilin sighed, but we don't have the strength to go out, we can only rely on these Xian medicine to grow. Bai Xiaolu nodded and whispered, "This young master, I thought you would take all the Xian medicine here, thank you for your mercy." "You want to leave here?" "I can show you the way, the premise is that you have to trust me." Qin Yun suddenly thought of an idea and said. "You want to take us out?" Grandma Qilin frowned. You seem to have a big enemy, can this work? You believe me, then there is no problem. Qin Yin smiled. What's your name? We don't know your name. Bai Xiaolu asked in a low voice. She was also a little shy when asking other people's names. Qin Yin. Qin Yin smiled slightly. Young Master Qin, did you enter the Heavenly Lion Immortal Mansion? Grandma Qilin asked very curiously. Yes. Qin Yin nodded. That is the mansion built by the Heavenly Lion Old Ancestor. He killed many evil heavenly beasts to make this place peaceful, so that everyone can grow up. Grandma Qilin said with some sadness, but since he left here, everything has changed. So are you willing to believe me? I will let you go to Spirit Desolate, there is also a place to go. Qin Yin said. Go. To Spirit Desolate? Grandma Qilin said with some worry, how is the situation there? It's still calm. Qin Yin said. Bai Xiaolu said, after we heavenly beasts cultivate to immortal, we leave here and go to the immortal road of Spirit Desolate and enter the immortal desolate. But it takes a long time. Especially now, there is no immortal energy here, it is more difficult to cultivate. It turned out to be like this. Qin Yin said, after going to Spirit Desolate, the situation should be better. Grandma Qilin and Bai Xiaolu also trusted Qin Yin. Bai Xiaolu's beast soul is very special, it can open up a special space and put those Xian medicines into her space. Qin Yin took out the Fox Immortal token and began to look for the disciples of Demon Moon Island. Young Master Qin, the two beautiful human sisters I met last time, do you know them? Are they all right? Bai Xiaolu asked with some worry. She met Feng Honglan last time and suddenly had a very close feeling with Feng Honglan. Qin Yin just saw that she likes flowers very much, so he can understand. Because Feng Honglan's martial spirit is Red Orchid martial spirit. Yes, she is very good now. I just intend to let you be with her. Qin Yin said, they are going to enter a new sect, there are also many demon beasts and fairies, it is very suitable for you. This made Grandma Qilin look forward to it. Not long after, Qin Yin met with Yao Min, the fat ant. Xiao Yuelan and Tian Rolling are also together. After Qin Yin brought Bai Xiaolu and Grandma Qilin, he briefly explained the situation. This made Yao Min excited. Qilin is a very powerful heavenly beast. If it joins their Demon Moon Island, it will definitely bring them a strong power. When Feng Honglan saw Bai Xiaolu, she recognized the little deer. Xiao Yun, your Captain Ku is injured and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain's Guqing Feng Tin was also destroyed. Xiao Yuelan asked here and probably guessed that Qin Yun did it. Well, I'm going back to find my captain. I still have tens of thousands of genes of heavenly beast bones with him. Qin Yin laughed and after saying goodbye to Xiao Yuelan, he left excitedly. He is now going to the entrance and exit of the heavenly beast desolate domain, which is the safest gathering place. Kumingjiang is healing there. The entrance and exit is a large light curtain and near this light curtain is a large grassland. There are many tents here, which are built by many teams of various sections. There are many injured people and they are all healing here. They did not go out immediately because they were worried that they could not come back after going out and miss the opportunity to make meritorious service. Therefore, they can only continue to catch heavenly beasts after healing in this safe place. After someone saw Qin Yun coming, he was surprised and whispered, this bearded man, isn't he Yundarin? The man who slapped Lu Chongxing 3 times. Still a man? After he goes out, he doesn't even know how he died. One person whispered, offended Lu Chongxing, the end is very worrying. Wave-catching Xian Palm as soon as Qin Yun came here, Lu Chongxing immediately learned and quickly ran out to sea. Not long after, Kumingjiang in another tent also came out with Jian Meng and many other disciples. In these days, Lu Chongxing has been laughed at by many people. This is the most intolerable thing for Lu Chongxing. If he loses to an opponent of the same level as Kumingjiang, his heart may feel much better. However, he had lost to a nobody at the 9th stage of the martial Dao and had even been slapped 3 times. Although the game of slapping was proposed by him first. But the one who suffered a big loss was also himself, so this made him take it to heart. Qin Yin looked at Lu Chongxing with a calm smile on his face. Kumingjiang was injured before and has not recovered. Everyone knows that Kumingjiang is injured and his strength is bound to drop. Therefore, some people suspect that Lu Chongqing may be here to avenge his great hatred. When he was at the gate of the mansion, Qin Yan was protected by Kumingjiang, so Lu Chongqing could not do anything. Now, Kumingjiang is seriously injured and he is definitely not Kumingjiang's opponent. Yun Darren, you have been in the limelight these days, there are rumors of your mighty deeds everywhere. Lu Chongqing put on a fake smile and his voice contained a murderous aura and coldness. This is all because Lu Gongzi let me win the competition. Qin Yan said with a smile. These words, in Lu Chongqing's ears, are so harsh, as if mocking him. Lu Chongqing, what do you want to do? You can go out from here, there are elders of various sects outside. Kumingjiang is also worried that Lu Chongqing will mess around. You know, Lu Chongqing is an arrogant and despotic disciple. After suffering such a great humiliation, he will not give up so easily. Lu Chongqing looked at the light curtain. If he goes out, he will miss his last chance. Because Qin Yun will definitely become an outer sect disciple of Immortal Weapon City, it will be hard for him to make a move. If he didn't get it back here, the fact that he had suffered a loss here would become a joke for a very long time. Qin Yan also saw a trace of killing intent and decisiveness in Lu Chongqing's eyes and quickly became vigilant. Right now, he was wearing a Dao artifact armor. Coupled with his powerful heavenly lion Xian body, even if he was attacked, he would not suffer too much damage. Yun Darren, let's go out together. Kumingjiang also saw something wrong and quickly pulled Qin Yun and rushed to the light curtain. Lu Chongqing suddenly flashed over and stopped Kumingjiang and Qin Yun. You are not allowed to go. Lu Chongqing said coldly. Why do you stop us? Kumingjiang's face sank and asked in a cold tone. When this bastard was fighting with me, he used some tricks. I just remembered it now, so I can't let him leave. Lu Chongqing fiercely took out a sword and pointed it at Qin Yun. He is a 9th level martial Dao realm guy. In arm wrestling, he won against 3 spirit martial realm martial artists. This is simply not in line with common sense. So, he must have used some kind of trick. This is cheating. I want the heavenly beast bones we lost. Lu Chongqing did not get the heavenly beast bones, they were all from other medicine Immortal Valley disciples. Now that he has lost so much, it has made many disciples dissatisfied, but they dare not say it. If he can't get back those heavenly beast bones, it will also make his prestige in medicine Immortal Valley decline. Lu Chongqing seems to be sure that the team of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain was destroyed. Although he lost a team of strong partners, he is still fearless because there are other disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain here. Kumingjiang was injured and some of the other teams of Immortal Weapon City did not come back. In this place, the strongest are the people of his medicine Immortal Valley. Kumingjiang sneered, Lu Chongqing, you are really a shameless thing. You said that Yun Darren cheated, you have to come up with evidence, just with your mouth, who will believe you? There are 3 people in our medicine Immortal Valley who have wrestled with him. At that time, because they smelled a fragrance, their whole body was weak, obviously he poisoned them. After Lu Chongqing finished, the other 2 people who had competed with Qin Yun stood up and proved that this is true. They are all your people, you have colluded with each other, this is not convincing at all. Kumingjiang sneered. I don't care, in short, we lost in confusion at that time, this must be Yun Darren's doing. Lu Chongqing said angrily, as long as you return 200,000 genes of heavenly beast bones to us, this matter will be over. Otherwise, if we go out and let the elders intervene, Yun Darren, who used poison, will die. Kumingjiang laughed, let's go out, who is afraid of who? Lu Chongqing did not let him go out, he still blocked them. Kumingjiang, we are all spirit martial realm martial masters. In arm wrestling, we lost to a 9th level martial Dao realm guy. This is not in line with common sense. At that time, I also lost inexplicably and I was slapped 3 times. My reputation was greatly affected because of this. In order to defend my honor, I basically put my life on the line to get it back. Lu Chongqing seems to have made a decision to fight. For my reputation, I am willing to fight you to the death. Lu Chongqing said coldly, are you going to solve this matter peacefully or use your life to solve it? Let's fight. Qin Yun was not afraid at all. Kumingjiang also knows what Lu Chongqing is planning. If they really fight, regardless of winning or losing, Kumingjiang will have a certain loss. If they win, it means that Lu Chongqing will die. After going out, they will also be held accountable by Medicine Immortal Valley. Even if Immortal Weapon City can protect them, they will definitely be punished when they return to Immortal Weapon City. Even if it is a peaceful solution, it can't be too much. Kumingjiang thought about it carefully and chose a more conservative way to solve this matter. Lu Chongqing's face showed a smile. My request is not too much. Let's do it again, 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. This time, we won't play arm wrestling, we will fight directly. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley went back and thought about it carefully. They felt that if they did not play arm wrestling, they would not lose so badly. They are very confident in their own combat effectiveness. Well, which one of you will fight? Kumingjiang's injury has not fully recovered, but he still accepted this way to solve the problem. Xinyan was secretly unhappy because if it was him, he would directly fight with Lu Chongqing and others. There is no need to be afraid of anything. However, Kumingjiang is injured and he has too many scruples. I will fight. Lu Chongqing smiled proudly. Kumingjiang, who will you send out from your side? The onlookers are looking forward to it. Because in a while, they will be able to see Lu Chongqing's battle. Xinyan feels that he still has hope to win against Lu Chongqing, provided that Lu Chongqing does not act shamelessly. I will fight. Kumingjiang is much older than Lu Chongqing and feels that even if he is injured, he can defeat Lu Chongqing, a young man. Can you use weapons? Xinyan asked. Of course not. Lu Chongqing snorted. If you compare weapons, your Immortal Weapon City will definitely have the advantage. Kumingjiang said, you don't have to worry, I will definitely win. Xinyan looked at Jian Meng. He felt that Jian Meng could defeat Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing laughed and said, as expected of Kumingjiang, he is confident. Everyone also gave way to a large open space. The nearby tents have also been put away. Xinyan floated in the air and looked around, looking for the whereabouts of the female disciples of Demon Moon Island and wanted to see if Xiao Yuan and the others were here. Those female disciples of Demon Moon Island, the overall strength is still very strong. If they are here, Xinyan will feel a lot more at ease. Xinyan looked for a while and did not see Xiao Yuan and the others, they may have already left. They took the two heavenly beasts, Grandma Qilin and Bai Xiaolu and quickly left to be safe. Start. After Lu Chongqing shouted, his body quickly floated towards Kumingjiang and a strong purple-gold flame gushed out of his body. What was surprising was that there were actually traces of lines in his flames, that is totem fire. This bastard, he has a fire totem. Ling Yan'er was slightly surprised, he really has some skills, maybe his physique is also good. It is very likely to be a fire Shen body. What about Kumingjiang? Xinyan asked. Kumingjiang's martial spirit should be the river martial spirit. This is also a very strong legendary martial spirit. If used well, it should be able to restrain the flames. Xinyan heard the words of Ling Yan'er and was relieved. Lu Chongqing went over and fire palm was released. Every single palm strike of flames brought along a scorching wave of air that spread into the surroundings, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Kumingjiang met the attack with his fists. Each of his punches carried a strong Dao power, like the impact of a river, there is a kind of stormy waves. In terms of momentum, Kumingjiang suppressed Lu Chongqing. However, Xinyan also saw something wrong. Kumingjiang's momentum looks strong, but it is slightly lacking in stamina. The injuries on his body are not good, it is the group of bastards from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Xinyan cursed in his heart. A moment later, from the fight between the two, although Lu Chongqing was suppressed, he dealt with it very calmly. When Kumingjiang punched, it seemed a bit messy. Kumingjiang, I know that your strength is not as strong as me, you will lose. Lu Chongqing smiled proudly and the flame overflowing from his palms suddenly became more intense. His palms suddenly transformed into two gigantic purple-gold fire palms. The flames of these two purple-gold fire palms are full of totem runes. Lu Chongqing has not been in Medicine Immortal Valley for long and he has learned this wave-capturing mysterious palm to this point. Wave-capturing mysterious palm is a good Xian technique. It can transform the martial spirit into a pair of giant palms. When attacking, the power will also increase. Kumingjiang's martial spirit should be the legendary Great River martial spirit. It is also a water attribute martial spirit. It should be able to release water and restrain Lu Chongxing's flame. Lu Chongxing's wave-capturing mysterious palm is specially used to restrain water. It is very unpredictable. Qin Yan heard the discussions of the people and was even more worried. The speed of Lu Chongxing's palm suddenly accelerated a lot. Hoo. Slander, with Lu Chongxing's wave-capturing mysterious palm, he immediately reversed the situation. The offensive was fierce and Kumingjiang was suppressed at once. Kumingjiang was beaten by the pair of large purple-gold flame palms and kept retreating. The terrible thing is that when Lu Chongxing shot out his palm, the violent waves swept out are like a scorching knife. It has to be said that this wave-capturing mysterious palm is really very powerful. After Kumingjiang's big wave was hit by the fire palm, it directly turned into steam and dissipated. Moreover, when the flame meets the water, it will continue to rise. It's like boiling oil meets water, hua. After a few rounds of fighting, Kumingjiang suddenly lost his hand and failed to attack. He had no time to avoid Lu Chongxing's quick palm sweep, causing his head to be directly hit. Boom, this palm burst into a large flame and swept Kumingjiang out. Lu Chongxing suddenly laughed and said, "I will win." He quickly chased after Kumingjiang, one palm after another, hit Kumingjiang's body. "Stop, we lost." Qin Yan quickly flew over and protected Kumingjiang. Jian Meng and two middle-aged spirit martial realm also rushed over. "It's good that you lost, give me 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones." Lu Chongxing looked proud and sneered, "Kumingjiang, are you just like this? You have been in the spirit martial realm for so long and you are still not as good as me." Kumingjiang lost and lost miserably, this caused many people to sigh. Qin Yan said coldly, "Lu Chongxing, don't be proud, who doesn't know that Captain Ku is injured? You are just taking advantage of people, what is there to show off?" Kumingjiang was treated by the two middle-aged spirit martial realm and his injuries improved a little. He could only hand over 50,000 heavenly beast bones to Lu Chongxing. Lu Chongxing looked at the pile of heavenly beast bones and then weighed them. He laughed and said, "Yun Daren, no matter what, I have defeated Kumingjiang fair and square. Yun Daren, you can only defeat me with tricks like arm wrestling. Now, everyone has seen it, right? I am not weak at all. The reason why I lost to this Lord Yun earlier was because he used despicable means." Lu Chongxing put away the 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bone and looked at the injured Kumingjiang. His mood was much better. Kumingjiang took a few deep breaths and said to Lu Chongxing, "This matter, let's end it here. How can we just let it go like this? Unless you take out 150,000 genes of heavenly beast bones, I will not let it go. We will compete again." Lu Chongxing said. "I'll do it. Send a 9th level martial Dao disciple to compete with me." Qin Yan said. "I'm sorry, our 9th level martial Dao disciples are all injured." Lu Chongxing smirked and said, "You are not worthy to compete with us spirit martial realm martial artists." Qin Yan was furious but was pulled by the injured Kumingjiang. "Jian Meng, you go." Kumingjiang coldly said. Lu Chongxing quickly said, "We will not fight with sword cultivators. This kind of guy can cultivate a very strong origin sword, it is equivalent to them cheating." Kumingjiang gritted his teeth and said, "Emosen, go up and meet him." Emosen is a middle-aged man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He usually doesn't talk much but he is a spirit martial realm martial artist. "Okay, I will defeat him." Emosen nodded. Qin Yan quickly helped Kumingjiang and floated in the air. The competition between Emosen and Lu Chongxing has already begun. Emosen's martial spirit is Purple Gold Thunder Ape martial spirit. At the beginning, he let the Purple Gold Thunder Ape martial spirit attach to his body, making him look like a half-human half-ape savage. Emosen, who looked silent and honest before, suddenly became very wild after entering this state. He issued a burst of roars and purple thunder continued to appear on his body. Lu Chongxing also felt a bit tricky and quickly avoided the purple thunder that gushed out of Emosen's mouth. After avoiding it, Lu Chongxing immediately moved quickly. While it was moving, bolts of purple lightning kept falling from the sky. Everyone has to be shocked by the strength of Lu Chongxing, he can actually have such a crazy speed to avoid the lightning attack. Emosen is also angry and quickly rushed to Lu Chongxing and fought in close combat. In close combat, Lu Chongxing is not afraid at all. He directly used his best wave capturing Xian Palm, boom boom boom. As soon as the two got close, their fists violently collided and thunder and fire fought fiercely. Thunder and fire burst fiercely in all directions, flashing bursts of light continuously, making people feel pain in their eyes. This guy really has a fire Xian body. Ling Yuner suddenly said, "Little Yun, did you see it? His body has a very special absorption power that can absorb most of the thunder and lightning." "I saw it, occasionally thunder and lightning hit him but he didn't feel any pain." Qin Yun himself has a Xian body and he knows that it is because the Xian body absorbs powerful attacks. Having a Xian body is equivalent to having a strong armor. "Little Yun, you have Heavenly Lion Xian body, don't worry. This guy's Xian body is the kind that has just been formed, it is still weak. You were able to beat his mouth crooked before and you didn't find out that he has cultivated a Xian body, it can be seen that his Xian body is not strong." Ling Yuner said. "His Xian body is not strong? Do you need to consume your own energy to play a certain role?" Qin Yun suddenly felt that this kind of Xian body also has strong and weak points. Of course. He is just a simple fire Xian body, you have Heavenly Lion Xian body, it is not comparable to you. Just like the Heavenly Lion bloodline, it is the same difference as ordinary beast bloodline. Ling Yuner smiled and said, "Little Yun, with your current strength, even if you don't expose your totem martial arts, you can defeat him." Lu Chongxing became more and more excited and his wave-capturing Xian Palm became more powerful. Emosen couldn't break Lu Chongxing's defense and the wave-capturing Xian Palm hit him, but it caused him a lot of damage. Kumingjiang saw that Emosen's body was beaten black and he also felt a little sad. "Lu Chongxing, we admit defeat." Kumingjiang also shouted, he secretly blamed himself, he should not have been injured. Otherwise, Lu Chongxing is not his opponent at all. Emosen lost and he was very unwilling, he bowed his head very guiltily. "Brother, you tried your best, don't be discouraged." Kumingjiang dragged his weak body and patted Emosen's shoulder. The crowd of onlookers suddenly burst into cheers and constantly praised Lu Chongxing. Lu Chongxing defeated Kumingjiang before, it can be said that because Kumingjiang was injured, he could take advantage of it. But now that he had defeated Emosen, it was the real deal. Here, everyone admires the strong. Lu Chongxing has won 2 battles in a row, which also made many people admire him. After all, the strongest people here are only at the early stage of spirit martial realm. As a result, Lu Chongxing is also the strongest spirit martial realm in the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain. Lu Chongxing's humiliation of being slapped a few times before seemed to have been swept away. Lu Gongzi is really strong, it seems that Yun Darren used dirty means before. We all saw the strength of Lu Gongzi just now. Yun Darren is just a 9th level martial Dao realm. He won against Lu Gongzi in arm wrestling and also slapped Lu Gongzi a few times. He must have used despicable means to succeed. That Yun Darren is too much. Support Lu Gongzi to seek justice. Lu Gongzi, teach that bastard a lesson. Many people began to shout, including many female disciples. Lu Chongxing enjoyed the feeling of being respected, which made him even more proud. He looked at Qin Yun with a proud face and shouted, "Yun Darren, did you see it? The eyes of the crowd are bright, what else do you have to say now?" "What else can I say? Let's fight." Qin Yun said coldly, "Since you said that I used means during arm wrestling, then we will now use the method of martial arts to compete again." The onlookers immediately shouted, "This guy uses poison, don't fight with him. This guy uses poison, it is impossible to guard against him, you can't win against him in martial arts. He is a 9th level martial Dao realm, he won against 3 people in an arm wrestling, this is indeed a big problem. Lu Gongzi, don't be tricked by him." The people who spoke are also spirit martial realm martial masters. They are now sure that Qin Yun used poison. Qin Yun was smeared by Lu Chongxing and he is also very angry. Lu Chongxing looked at Qin Yun very proudly and said with a smile, "Did you see it? A guy like you simply won by means, you are not worthy to compete with me. You want to compete with me? This is an insult to me." Qin Yun listened to Lu Chongxing's words and could not help but clench his teeth. He looked fiercely at a middle-aged onlooker and said coldly, "You just said that I used poison? Do you?" have evidence? If you don't have proof and slander me, the consequences will be very serious. You despicable guy, are you trying to scare me? The tall and thin middle-aged man floated in the air and said with a strange smile, do you have the guts to hit me? I want to see how you use poison. Also, I tell you, I am a disciple of Cold Star Valley, I am good at dealing with all kinds of poisons, your poison can't do anything to me. Shut up. Xianxia was furious and used 9 extinction steps, no one could see the trajectory of his movement just now. They only saw that he suddenly appeared in front of the tall and thin middle-aged man and punched out. His fist penetrated the middle-aged man's body. There are also many people around the tall and thin middle-aged man. At this time, they were terrified and quickly moved away from Xianxia. There is no evidence to say that I used poison, this is your end. After Xianxia retracted his fist, the tall and thin middle-aged man fell from the air with a face full of fear. Xianxia's attack just now, whether it is speed or strength, is shocking. The terrible thing is that the tall and thin middle-aged man is wearing a royal-grade spirit armor but he was still punched through, without a certain amount of strength. It is impossible to break that kind of spirit armor. The most incredible thing is that the middle-aged man is a spirit martial realm martial master but he was defeated in an instant. Xianxia looked fiercely at the middle-aged martial masters who said that he used poison. You just said that I used poison, this is slander me, quickly come out and admit your mistake. The angry Xianxia, the heavenly lion bloodline in his body is roaring. Fire Xian Body Chapter 561 Fire Xian Body. The strength that Xianxia showed at this time is indeed very strong, it is by no means the strength of ordinary 9th level martial Dao realm. When Lu Chongqing and Xianxia wrestled, he knew that Xianxia has no weak strength. But he would never admit such a fact and even slander Xianxia, so that others would not look down on him. And now, Xianxia had displayed extraordinary strength, allowing everyone to have a rough understanding of his strength. The person who just said that I used poison, if you have the guts, come out. Xianxia glanced coldly at the crowd. Come out. A middle-aged man with a big forehead sneered, your strength is really good, but if you want to defeat Spirit Martial Realm, you are still far from it. The middle-aged man with a big forehead looked at Xianxia with disdain and said loudly, I am Duan Yuan of Myriad Star Sect, Purple Gold Wind Martial Spirit. If you can't even beat me, don't talk about winning against Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing quickly said, Brother Du, you still have to forget it. If you fight with him, in case he uses poison and you have no evidence, he will say that you are slandering him again. He can just punch the disciple of Cold Star Valley, but that's just a sneak attack, it doesn't explain anything. Duan Yuan nodded, Lu Gongzi is right, if I fight with him and he suddenly uses poison, I really can't prove it. Xianxia saw at a glance that Lu Chongqing must insist that he used poison in any case. Only in this way, Lu Chongqing will not be laughed at because he lost in arm wrestling. For Lu Chongqing's means, Xianxia has to admire. Moreover, Lu Chongqing has scruples and does not dare to compete with Xianxia. As long as he insists that he used poison, there is no need to compete. In this way, Xianxia has no way to prove that he did not use poison. Xianxia clenched his fist and said coldly, Duan Yuan, I am 100 meters away from you. At this distance, I can't use poison on you, right? If I defeat you in an instant, I don't need to use poison at all and I can prove that I have strong strength. You and I are separated by 100 meters, yet you came over in an instant and defeated me. This is indeed a very strong power. Even a top genius like young Master Lu may not be able to do it. Duan Yuan smiled, if you can't do it, give me 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones, how about it? Hearing him mention the heavenly beast bone, everyone cursed in their hearts. This Duan Yuan jumped out to confront Xianxia, obviously for benefits. Alright, but if you lose, your cultivation will be crippled, so I don't want your heavenly beast bone. Xianxia clenched his fist and began gathering power. You're so far away from me, and you don't have a chance to poison me. You can't defeat me in an instant, let alone cripple me. No matter how Duan Yuan thought about it, he felt that Xianxia could never defeat him. Now, I will use my strength to prove that I don't use poison. Moreover, you will also be punished. Xianxia said expressionlessly. Lu Chongqing frowned, even he was not sure that he could defeat Duan Yuan in an instant. Duan Yuan has just stepped into the spirit martial realm for a few months, but he is not easy to deal with. I'll start. As soon as Duan Yuan finished, he shouted, "Start." As soon as the word "start" fell, Qin Yin disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Duan Yuan also quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, he ran a kilometer away. Unexpectedly, when Duan Yuan just flew a kilometer away, he was chased by Qin Yun, punched through his abdomen and fell to the ground. The power used by Qin Yun is the power of Heavenly Lion Xian body plus primordial Tao power. These two different types of power, perfectly integrated together, produced an incomparably powerful power. Even if Duan Yuan wore armor, his Tao core was smashed by Qin Yun's punch. Duan Yuan, who was lying on the ground, was kicked back by Qin Yun. This is the price he paid for losing. How can it be so easy to win 50,000 genes of heavenly beast bones? Qin Yun sneered. Before, when a disciple of Cold Star Valley was crippled, the people of Cold Star Valley did not dare to say anything. Now that the disciple of Myriad Star Sect was crippled, they dare not say anything. Behind Qin Yun is the Immortal Weapon City, which is a powerful immortal sect. Everyone looked at Duan Yuan, who was struggling on the ground, and secretly took a breath of cold air. Qin Yun's strength is indeed very terrifying. In a short period of time, he defeated a spirit martial realm martial master with his bare hands. Those who still question my use of poison, immediately stand up. I will let him be convinced. Qin Yun said coldly to the crowd. Now, no one dares to say anything anymore. Judging from the situation of Qin Yun's attack, there is no chance to use poison at all, and there is no need for that. He can defeat the spirit martial realm in an instant and then use poison. It is simply superfluous. Qin Yun looked at a round-faced middle-aged man with a thick neck and said coldly, "You just shouted that I used poison and your voice was very loud. Now, shouldn't you clarify for me? Slandering me for using poison, I will pursue it to the end." "Yun Darren, you are just bullying those small star sects. I am a disciple of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. I am not afraid of you." The thick-necked middle-aged man sneered loudly. "I just thought that you used poison. I just said it casually. I don't care if you really used poison or not." "Then you should apologize for this matter now," Qin Yun said. "Apologize? Who do you think you are? A temporary disciple who has not yet entered the Immortal Weapon City dares to be presumptuous in front of me? I am the main sect disciple of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. So what?" The moment Qin Yun said those words, it sounded like thunder. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he also appeared in front of the thick-necked middle-aged man. A punch blasted out in the air and the power of vibration came out mightily. Wave after wave of impact went out. Boom boom boom, the power of vibration made a rumbling sound and hit the middle-aged man one after another. The middle-aged man was hit 9 times in a row and was hit 9 times in a row. Then he lay on the ground, his whole body twitched and it seemed that he was seriously injured. Qin Yun just used a little bit of earthquake divine ability power, but it can directly cause vibration in other people's body. This is the most terrible. Several people from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain saw the scene and they were angry. Everyone saw Qin Yun once again defeated a powerful spirit martial realm martial artist and they all stayed away. "Senior brothers and junior brothers, quickly take him down." The middle-aged man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain shouted angrily. Kumingjiang saw that Qin Yun was about to be besieged and suddenly shouted, "You group of despicable guys, obviously that guy is weak and lost in the competition. And you are not willing to pay the price of failure." As he spoke, Jianmeng also flew over and stood beside Qin Yun. Jianmeng held a sharp long sword in his hand. The threatening sword power made those close to him feel incomparable fear. "People of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, you can step back. I don't want to offend you, but if you go too far, don't blame me for being impolite." Jianmeng's words are still very powerful. The origin sword in his hand is not a joke. Martial Dao 9th level sword cultivator, the cultivation of the origin sword, it is equivalent to a Xian tool, and it is the kind that is refined to the extreme perfection. This is also the terrible thing about sword cultivators. Although Kumingjiang is injured, with the strength of Jianmeng, he can still fight against several spirit martial realm martial artists. Lu Chongxing is not willing to compete with Jianmeng because he is afraid of Jianmeng's strength. The people of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain have just surrounded and after seeing Jianmeng, they can only grit their teeth and retreat. "Those who just said that I used poison, stand up and apologize to me." Qin Yun's voice is still calm. It can be seen that he does not want to continue fighting. Those who accused Qin Yun of using poison before have come out to apologize to Qin Yun. The reason why Lu Chongqing can make many people believe that Qin Yun used poison is also because Qin Yun is only at the 9th level martial Dao realm. Now, Qin Yun has used his powerful strength to prove that his strength does not lose to spirit martial realm, so that everyone can believe this matter. Lu Chongqing, and a few of you, are the culprits who slandered me. Qin Yun looked coldly at Lu Chongqing and a few people behind him and said with anger, "If you don't apologize to me, the consequences will be very serious. I admit that you have enough strength. We are also willing to compete with you. You have done so many things. Don't you want to compete with us and win back those heavenly beast bones?" Lu Chongqing will not apologize at all. In this situation, he can only use his own strength to defeat Qin Yun. If he continues to evade, then everyone will think that Lu Chongqing is afraid. Yun Darren, let's fight. 100,000 genes of heavenly beast bones, how about it? Lu Chongqing looked at Kumingjiang. Kumingjiang also saw the strength of Qin Yun just now and quickly said, "How can 100,000 genes be enough?" Lu Chongqing, we will bet 200,000 genes of heavenly beast bones, if you have the guts, just agree. Ha ha ha, this is great, since you are so generous to give me so many heavenly beast bones, I can only be grateful. Lu Chongqing is still very confident in his own strength. Kumingjiang lost 2 games before, a total of 100,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. If they lose another 200,000 genes, they still have a lot, so Kumingjiang is not afraid of losing. Lu Chongqing finally accepted the challenge, everyone also hid higher and farther. Yun Darren, you slapped me 3 times, I will slap you 300 times. After Lu Chongqing finished, his long hair suddenly fluttered. The original black hair suddenly turned purple gold and burned with flames. It is a fire totem, the totem is on the hair. Lu Chongqing is going to show his true strength. It is really rare to see such a young totem martial master like him. Wait, his body seems to have a strange aura? Did you feel it? After everyone heard it, they immediately sensed it seriously. It is Xian body. The legendary Xian body, that is Xian body Qi. Fire Xian body, no wonder he has such a high status in Medicine Immortal Valley, it turns out to be a terrible physique. Among the crowd, there was a sudden shout. Although everyone knows that each sect has Xian body disciples, they are usually very mysterious and will not easily show up. Rupee because Lu Chongqing has Xian body and fire totem, he was also told not to expose it at will. And now, he can't care so much. He wants to win 200,000 genes of heavenly beast bones and revenge. Only by defeating Yun Darren in front of him can he completely wash away the humiliation of the previous 3 slaps. Qin Yun was not surprised at all, he just wondered why the totem tattoo was on his hair. Yun Darren, you have to be careful. Kumingjiang saw the power of Lu Chongqing at this time and was secretly frightened and quickly reminded Qin Yun. As early as before, Ling Yun'er told Qin Yun that Lu Chongqing has fire Xian body and he was already prepared. Yun Darren, have you seen it? This is my true strength. When I was at the 9th level martial Dao realm, I could easily defeat many spirit martial realm martial artists. Dealing with you now is like playing a game for me. Lu Chongqing saw the envious and jealous eyes of everyone and he was even more proud. His eyes seemed to be on the top of his head. But you still lost to me in arm wrestling. Qin Yun said, and you were slapped by me 3 times. Since you have such a powerful force, why didn't you use it earlier? That's because I am a very low-key person. Lu Chongqing sneered, I admit that you have some strength but you are only a martial Dao 9th level martial artist. You have not even opened your bone spirit and you can't defeat me using the power of bone spirit. After opening the bone spirit, it can integrate a powerful beast soul or other souls, so that the bones can obtain a powerful bone spirit and become stronger. Qin Yun's bone spirit soul is ready, it is the heavenly lion beast soul. Now, he only needs to wait for the bone spirit to open and he can start the soul fusion. Look at the palm. After Lu Chongqing shot out a palm, he sneered. As soon as his voice fell, a flame illusory palm with a height of more than 10 meters rushed to Qin Yun. The speed was so fast that Qin Yun could not avoid it. Boom, the huge flame illusory palm suddenly submerged Qin Yun and made a whistling sound. The heat wave blew in all directions and rushed to the sky. While everyone felt the scorching heat, they also shivered slightly. This is Void Yuan Xian Palm. It is also a martial spirit mysterious technique. Didn't he have the wave-capturing Xian Palm before? Now, with the Void Yuan mysterious palm, he actually grasped two mysterious arts. This is too terrifying. Everyone looked at Qin Yun, who was enveloped in flames, and exclaimed. Lu Chongqing jumped into the air and shot a huge flame palm from the air. His palm pressed against the ground, creating a huge handprint. The flames became even more ferocious and roared continuously. Just as Lu Chongqing was about to launch the third palm strike, Qin Yun suddenly flew out of the flames. Qin Yun leaped out and charged straight into the sky like a fiery light. Boom! Qin Yun, who suddenly flew out, is also very fast. He hit Lu Chongqing's body and made a muffled sound. Lu Chongqing was hit and shouted, then quickly avoided Qin Yun in the air. The clothes on Qin Yun's body were burned to tatters, but he did not suffer any major injuries. During the martial arts competition, many people have checked and did not find Qin Yun and Lu Chongqing wearing armor or anything. However, Qin Yun was able to withstand Lu Chongqing's two powerful palm strikes. Burning Heaven Raging Flame Palm. After Lu Chongqing was hit, he screamed in anger and waved his palm in the distance. A strong Xian body aura, accompanied by a strong totem power, shrouded violently. In the sky, there were many flame palms. Those palms were like ferocious wolves as they pounced at Qin Yun. Hoo! Every palm that flew over collided with it, causing an explosion. Hundreds of palms flew over one after another, and at the same time, there was a burst of scorching wind. The people around quickly dodged, worried that they would be affected. This guy used totem martial arts. Qin Yun is very sure that this kind of totem power can only be released by totem martial arts. Don't be afraid, your heavenly lion Xian body totem is Xian totem and it is also fire. That guy's fire totem is just a spirit totem, far less than you. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun was bombarded by many fire totem power. Although he was hit a little painful, it was only this and could not affect the vital parts of his body. This must be totem martial arts. Lu Chongqing can comprehend totem martial arts, it's really amazing. Qin Yun was attacked by continuous fire palms and it turned into a ball of fire. The temperature in the center must be very high. Qin Yun should be burned to ashes, right? Even if he doesn't turn into ashes, he will turn into coke. Lu Chongqing constantly attacked with burning heaven raging flame palm, dense fire palm phantoms wrapped Qin Yun into a fireball. Just when Lu Chongqing was secretly proud, he suddenly heard Qin Yun let out a deafening roar. Qin Yun's heavenly lion Xian body vibrated with the power of earthquake and the flame wrapped around him was shaken away. Dragon Tiger Violent Scale Slash. Qin Yun also used totem martial arts and his palm was like a knife. I saw countless black shadows suddenly flashed out, looking carefully, it is like a dragon and a tiger flying and finally turned into a dragon scale broadsword, slashing at Lu Chongqing. The dragon scale broadsword flying in the sky issued a dragon tiger roar. Lu Chongqing wanted to avoid but found that the scale-like broadsword, like a giant net pressed down. Totem martial arts? Yun Darren, you actually have a totem. At the same time Lu Chongqing screamed, he could only keep using his palms to resist and his body was also cut by a burst of energy. Lu Chongqing was shocked and angry, his long hair flung and quickly released the fire totem. After the fire totem came out, it turned into a fire vine and quickly spread over to entangle Qin Yun. Qin Yun was not willing to show weakness and quickly condensed an illusory dragon tiger. Everyone also saw a mighty dragon tiger flying through the void and charging towards the fiery vines. Lu Chongqing was frightened and quickly used the burning heaven raging flame palm to attack, he wanted to destroy the black dragon tiger beast. The black dragon tiger beast went over, its body trembled and the scales on its body flew out, it is the dragon tiger violent scale slash. The sky full of purple gold fire palm and the sky full of black dragon scale broadsword collided with each other, it is like countless fireworks in the air. A series of explosions came crashing down on the ground, causing the earth to sink. You don't have the power of bone spirit, you will lose. Lu Chongqing's fire palm actually shook all the dragon scale broadsword and then fiercely pounced on the dragon tiger beast. Boom boom boom, the dragon tiger beast bombarded with countless fire palms, causing bursts of dazzling flashes and were scattered in an instant. Qin Yan also took advantage of this time and quickly attacked. He came to the front of Lu Chongqing, condensed the power of earthquake on his arm and punched. When the fist punched out, it stirred up a shock wave far away. Lu Chongqing wanted to punch back, but the power in his body was scattered by the shock wave. He quickly tried his best, condensed all the power to protect himself, and then fell to the ground, avoiding Qin Yan's terrible shock punch. Everyone knows that Qin Yan can release a terrible shock force that is impossible to guard against. At this time, everyone thinks that it is the power brought by the dragon tiger totem. Even Lu Chongqing thinks so. Yun Daren's martial spirit should be black. His totem power is black. Black martial spirit. If you have a black martial spirit at the first level of martial Dao, then when you step into the third level of martial Dao, you can cultivate a divine power. And after the 6th and 9th level of martial Dao, you can strengthen a certain kind of divine power. So, this guy used the power of divine power? No wonder he is so terrifying. He can easily hang up spirit martial realm. Black martial spirit and totem, is this a monster from a powerful family? Everyone saw Qin Yan chasing Lu Chongqing and they were shocked. Even Kumingjiang's eyes widened. Jian Mei knows that Yun Daren is Qin Yan, and he also knows that Qin Yan is very strong, but he did not expect him to hide so deep. Lu Chongqing has a purple gold martial spirit and fire totem, but compared with Yun Daren's black martial spirit and dragon tiger totem, it is much worse. If Lu Chongqing didn't have the power of fire Xian body, maybe he would have been defeated. Kumingjiang said. Lu Chongqing just entered the spirit martial realm and has the power of bone spirit, but now he is still suppressed. Jian Meng said. Kumingjiang thought of this and could not help but exclaim. Qin Yan's power is by no means so simple. Lu Chongqing, who fought with Qin Yan, directly felt the horror of the shock force, which made it impossible to gather the power in his body. Boom! Lu Chongqing dodged a few times and finally was hit by a heavy punch and was suddenly hit from the air. Lu Chongqing, who was knocked down, smashed a big pit on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone knows that Lu Chongqing is about to be defeated. Now everyone has seen Lu Chongqing being crushed by a powerful force. Qin Yan did not expect that his aura was revealed so much, but Lu Chongqing did not recognize him. It's over. Qin Yan fell down fiercely and stomped on the ground. The incomparably embarrassed Lu Chongqing roared, holding a long sword in his hand. He stabbed at Qin Yan, who was falling down. After Qin Yan saw it, he quickly avoided the long sword that stabbed at him. Lu Chongqing, you use a weapon. After Kumingjiang saw it, he was furious. You scoundrel. Son of a bitch, go to hell. Lu Chongqing looked at Kumingjiang and slammed a talisman. At the same time, Qin Yan also took out a hammer and hit Lu Chongqing with a strong 9 extinction primordial force. Lu Chongqing suddenly had a square shield in his hand. 9 Sun Divine Hammer hit the square shield and a strong flame burst out. The square shield was smashed and Lu Chongqing was also sent flying to the distance. Boom! At the same time that the square shield exploded, the talisman that Lu Chongqing threw also burst out with a terrible thunder. It's a Dao talisman. Qin Yan looked at Kumingjiang fiercely and shouted, Captain, Jian Meng. The furious thunder and lightning crazily bombarded the area. Qin Yan kept shouting, Captain, Jian Meng, and rushed in. The power of Dao talisman is very terrible. Even if Qin Yan has heavenly lion Xian body, he was hit by the lightning and felt severe pain all over his body. The violent thunder Dao talisman covers an area of only 20 or 30 meters and the power is more concentrated. 563 Chapter 563 Extinguishing Light. Although Jian Meng and Kumingjiang are very strong, they can't resist the attack of Dao talismans. The onlookers also felt that Lu Chongqing is too tasteless. He can't beat others. He actually used weapons and Dao talismans. Lu Chongqing is also desperate and quickly shouted, the disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, let's quickly join forces and take them down. As long as we take them down, we can get a lot of heavenly beast bones. We have a lot of heavenly beast bones and the elders of the sect will protect us. Qin Yan quickly rescued Jian Meng and Kumingjiang. Other disciples of Immortal Weapon City also rushed over to heal Kumingjiang and Jian Meng. Destroy them. A middle-aged man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain shouted and rushed over. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain saw Jian Meng and Kumingjiang injured and knew that there are not many people in Immortal Weapon City who can fight. Lu Chongqing, you are dead. Qin Yan looked at Lu Chongqing and shouted angrily. It is you who are dead. Lu Chongqing laughed. Our medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain joined forces. Your immortal weapon city can't do anything to us, haha. After Lu Chongqing threw caution to the wind, he also ignored the consequences. Because he felt that his talent is so good and he got a lot of heavenly beast bones for his sect, he will definitely be protected. There are dozens of disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. After they rushed over, they surrounded Qin Yan and more than a dozen people. The onlookers are just watching the excitement, they dare not offend Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Kumingjiang, are you still alive? Hand over all the heavenly beast bones in your hands. Lu Chongqing sneered. I will not give it to you even if I die. Kumingjiang was seriously injured and his skin was scorched black. Jian Meng is not much better. Qin Yan stood up and looked at Lu Chongqing and said coldly, Lu Chongqing, you lost to me in martial arts, you should have given me 200,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. And now, you not only did not give it but also used Dao talismans to hurt our people, you are really despicable. There are so many people watching here today, are you not afraid of losing face? You forced me to do that. You are obviously a small character in the 9th level martial Dao realm but you have repeatedly stepped on my head. Lu Chongqing was also angry, since you have repeatedly humiliated me, I will go all out. Now, what I can do is to obtain the greatest benefits for my sect and fellow disciples. If they pursue this matter, I will bear the responsibility alone. Lu Chongqing's words were so impassioned that the disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley were secretly moved. Bah! Robbery is robbery. Qin Yan said angrily. Everyone, capture them, torture them and force them to hand over the good things on them. Lu Chongqing also plans to do a big job. The square shield that he had just taken out was a Xian artifact. However, it was blasted apart by Qin Yan's hammer. Therefore, he knew that the hammer was not simple and wanted to obtain it. The group of people hurriedly flew over. Although the disciples of Immortal Weapon City are very angry, they are helpless and they did not abandon Kumingjiang and Jian Meng to escape. You are courting death. Qin Yan roared and released the bone dragon puppet. Suddenly, a huge bone dragon appeared in the air. The bone dragon roared and the dragon tail swept down and suddenly swept a group of people out. Yundarin, did you release this? Lu Chongqing was shocked and the bone dragon also made him envious. Yes, you are going to die. As soon as the bone dragon came out, under the control of Qin Yan, the disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Medicine Immortal Valley were scattered and most of them died. Even the Spirit Martial Realm Martial Masters were killed in 2 or 3 moves. Qin Yan clenched the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and quickly rushed to Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing gritted his teeth and quickly took out a talisman. He turned into a black shadow and fled. Shadow escaped Dao talisman. Qin Yan cursed a few times and could not see the trace of Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing ran away, which made Qin Yan extremely angry. Since you want to rob us, don't think about living. Qin Yan, who was furious, quickly flew behind a middle-aged man and hit him with a hammer. The 9 Sun Divine Hammer unleashed a ferocious primordial Dao power. It furiously released a flame that directly killed the middle-aged man. Yundarin, you want to kill us? A middle-aged man who fled was scared to death. Yes, I am going to kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for listening to Lu Chongqing. Don't worry, I will definitely kill Lu Chongqing. The bone dragon in the air, with a claw, slammed the middle-aged man to the ground. Qin Yan fell and smashed him with a hammer. Another Spirit Martial Realm Martial Master had died, the onlookers were dumbfounded. There was a burst of fear and amazement in their hearts. The Spirit Martial Realm of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are all main sect disciples. Although not the top kind, it is also very important for an immortal sect. Boom boom boom, whether it is a Spirit Martial Realm Martial Master or a 9th level Martial Dao realm, they were either killed by the Bone Dragon or killed by Qin Yan. Everyone is dumbfounded, watching Qin Yan and the Bone Dragon cooperate and kill the disciples of the 2 immortal sects one by one. Endless anger is burning in Qin Yan's body. This makes his 9 Sun Divine Hammer even more furious and the primordial Dao power is even more fierce. As long as you are hit by the hammer, you will be seriously injured even if you are not dead. If you are hit by the second hammer, even if you are blasted into slag, in less than a moment, the world became quiet. The bone dragon was taken back by Qin Yun and the ground is a mess, full of debris. Although there was a wave of scorching hot air, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Medicine Immortal Valley are almost all killed. This caused the onlookers to tremble inwardly. In the Proud Star State, this is a very sensational event. It has been a long time since so many disciples of Immortal Sects have been killed and they were killed in public. The disciples of Immortal Weapon City are also dumbfounded. Don't worry, I will not implicate Immortal Weapon City, I will not be a disciple of Immortal Weapon City. After Qin Yin flew back, he took out 2 light inscription talismans and attached them to Ku Mingjiang and Jian Meng. Although Ku Mingjiang is seriously injured, he can also see what has just happened and he is shocked to the extreme. Yun Darren, you can rest assured. I promise that our Immortal Weapon City will definitely accept you as a disciple. Lu Chongxing used Dao talismans to injure me and Jian Meng and also mobilized his disciples to rob us. This is his fault first. Our Immortal Weapon City is reasonable, naturally we are not afraid of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Ku Mingjiang patted Qin Yun's shoulder. If Medicine Immortal Valley covers up Lu Chongxing, then I, Jian Meng, will be absolutely irreconcilable with Medicine Immortal Valley in this life. I will not rest until I die. After Jian Meng recovered a little, he said in a low and hoarse voice. His voice was very low, but everyone heard it clearly. The murderous aura with sword power collided with the hearts of everyone. It can be seen how angry Jian Meng is at this time. Ku Mingjiang said, "Go, let's go out." Lu Chongxing should be outside. Jian Meng and Ku Mingjiang, with the support of each other, walked to the light curtain and came to the platform of the iceberg outside. There is a spacious square and the sky around is full of flying ships. As soon as Ku Mingjiang and the others came out, they saw a group of people outside. The sect elders of Immortal Weapon City, Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are all here. Mingjiang, how did you get hurt so badly? A one-eyed old man from Immortal Weapon City, with a cold face, quickly came over. Just now Chongxing said that your Immortal Weapon City is bullying him inside. An old man from Medicine Immortal Valley came over and said angrily. Where's Lu Chongxing? Jian Meng said weakly. The origin sword in his body also flew out fiercely, with a monstrous murderous aura sword power. It filled the square. The resentment shocked many of the older generation. Chu Binyu, the villa master of Saber Sword Villa, also quickly came over. As soon as he came over, he recognized Qin Yun and he was surprised but he did not immediately ask questions. Lu Chongxing, he is full of nonsense. Ku Mingjiang was furious, he attacked us with Dao talismans. Humph, did you attack him first? The old man from Medicine Immortal Valley sneered. Fart. Jian Meng, who was furious, quickly rushed to the old man from Medicine Immortal Valley with his sword but was quickly stopped by Chu Binyu. Subsequently, Ku Mingjiang told the whole story. The disciples of Sword Immortal Pavilion and Demon Immortal Cave who came out also nodded to testify. Let that bastard Lu Chongxing come out, he still owes us 200,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. Ku Mingjiang glared at the old man from Medicine Immortal Valley and roared. Several elders of the Immortal Weapon City have extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Because their disciples were actually besieged by 2 immortal sections. The elders of Medicine Immortal Valley were speechless at this time. You, the disciples who besieged you, how are they now? An old man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain asked quickly. They are all dead, I killed them. Qin Yin stood up, they besieged us, I had no choice but to do so. I am just a temporary disciple, one person does one thing, this has nothing to do with Immortal Weapon City. The one-eyed old man quickly shouted, how can this have nothing to do with our Immortal Weapon City? You alone killed that group of bastards, it is a meritorious deed. You killed them all? The old man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain said with a trembling voice. Yes, many people have seen it. Qin Yun's face is not afraid, he is always ready with Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. If they attack, he will also fight back. The elders of other sects are surprised and excited in their hearts, watching the big show. Because for many years, these major immortal sects have not had any collision. The elders of Medicine Immortal Valley are also ashen. Because the disciples they sent in are almost all dead, it can't be said that they are very good, but at least they have good talent. You medicine Immortal Valley, quickly call Lu Chongqing out. Jian Meng said angrily, I want to cut this bastard with my own hands. Lu Chongqing was injured and was taken back for treatment. The elder of medicine Immortal Valley, although angry in his heart, thought about it carefully. He also knew that this was their fault first. Then you will be punished on his behalf. As Jian Meng spoke, the origin sword in his hand stabbed at the elder of medicine Immortal Valley. Immortal sect conflict. Jian Meng usually does not like to cause trouble. At this time, he is so angry and took the initiative to attack the elder of medicine Immortal Valley because he was seriously injured by Lu Chongqing. The injured Jian Meng, although his sword speed is very fast, the person he attacked is a martial master in the middle and late stage spirit martial realm. Presumptuous Junior. The old man from medicine Immortal Valley also attacked quickly and sent Jian Meng flying with a palm. Medicine Immortal Valley bastards, I will fight with you. The one-eyed old man of Immortal Weapon City roared and slammed his palm across the air. The strength of the palm blade turned into a sharp air blade and directly killed the elder of medicine Immortal Valley. The one-eyed old man is a martial monarch of Xian martial realm and his strength is several streets away from spirit martial realm. It was very normal for him to kill his opponent in one move. This made the elders of other sects dumbfounded. People from other sects did not want to get involved in this dispute and quickly retreated from the platform. Immortal Weapon City, don't go too far. The old martial monarch of medicine Immortal Valley said angrily. At this time, only the people of Immortal Weapon City, Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are here. You hand over Lu Chongqing, otherwise I guarantee that more of you will die. The one-eyed old man said coldly. Lu Chongqing used Dao Talisman to seriously injure the disciples of our sect and also encouraged others to besiege and kill the people of our Immortal Weapon City. This is all his fault. The disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain were also killed when they besieged Qin Yun and others. This is the most painful thing for them. Therefore, they must get it back. At the moment, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Medicine Immortal Valley can no longer care about their mistakes. They all agreed that Immortal Weapon City must pay the price. As for Lu Chongqing, they can't hand him over. He is an excellent seedling with Fire Xian body and Fire Totem. Moreover, he also obtained more than 100,000 genes of Heavenly Beast bones, which is a great contribution. There are only a dozen elders in Immortal Weapon City. And Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain have a total of nearly 30 people. In number and strength, they are superior to Immortal Weapon City. Immortal Weapon City, you have to see the situation in front of you. The old man of Medicine Immortal Valley said coldly, in this world, strength speaks. Can you beat us? Since you can't beat us, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with us. The old man from the Medicine Immortal Valley is a martial king. His aura is so oppressive that Qin Yun and others can't breathe. Don't think that we're afraid just because you have more people. Even if I die, I will drag a few of them down with me. Although the one-eyed old man was in the profound martial realm, he wasn't afraid at all. Chu Binyu sighed and said, although I am a guest elder, I am also a part of the Immortal Weapon City. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Chu Binyu's strength is not weak at all. It seems that he has the cultivation of Martial King, but many people feel that he has surpassed Martial King. Then let's fight. The old man from Medicine Immortal Valley roared, took out a long spear and stabbed at the one-eyed old man. Kill. The one-eyed old man grabbed the long spear with his palm and shouted. In an instant, a group of martial lords and martial kings soared into the air and started a chaotic battle. Several spirit martial realm martial masters are still watching Ku Mingjiang and others on the ground. Ku Mingjiang and others are not afraid because there are two old men here to protect them. You are seriously injured, it should be very painful, right? It's better to die. A middle-aged martial master from Medicine Immortal Valley grinned and rushed to Ku Mingjiang and smashed down with a stick. A short old martial master quickly slashed out with a saber and blocked the long stick. Then he shouted to the old man next to him, Elder Zhang, quickly protect these juniors. Elder Zhang is a disciple of the Tian family with another surname. Although his surname is not Tian, he also has a high status in the Tian family. Elder Zhang just stood there and watched, he did not mean to make a move. I don't want to mess with you. Elder Zhang smiled coldly. The short old martial master also knows the character of Elder Zhang and can only grit his teeth and face the few martial masters. Quickly kill Jian Meng, this guy can cultivate the origin sword, his strength is the most terrifying. An old martial master of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain quickly shouted. At this time, there is also a martial master who stabbed Jian Meng with a sword. Jian Meng was hit by a palm just now and now he can't avoid it at all, let alone fight back. Qin Yan suddenly slashed out a saber and directly cut the long sword that was stabbed. Seeing Qin Yan's saber, Elder Zhang's eyes widened and he shouted, Dao Tool? And it is an ancient Dao rune, are you Qin Yan? The surrounding onlookers were instantly shocked, this Yundaran is actually Qin Yan, however, Qin Yan obviously can't enter the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain, so why did he come out from inside? Qin Yan, how did you enter the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain? Elder Zhang asked. I didn't go in from that entrance. As Qin Yan replied, he continued to slash a few times, resisting a martial master. Kumingjiang looked at Qin Yan with surprise, of course he has heard of Qin Yan's deeds. He previously learned that Qin Yan was restricted from entering the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain and felt very regretful. But unexpectedly, Qin Yan actually went in, Elder Zhang's face sank, he took out a long sword and suddenly stabbed Qin Yan. Qin Yan took out the Nine Sun Divine Hammer and seriously resisted the two martial masters of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Medicine Immortal Valley, he did not pay attention to the back. Elder Zhang's swift stab was very fast. Qin Yan, be careful. Kumingjiang shouted and used all his strength to fly over. Qin Yan turned around and found that Elder Zhang actually pierced Kumingjiang's body. Captain! Qin Yan's eyes were red and he suddenly roared loudly. His speed was as fast as lightning, he rushed over and hit Elder Zhang's head with a hammer. Boom, Elder Zhang's head was instantly smashed into pieces, and he was directly blasted to death. The crowd watching the battle in the air made a burst of exclamation, Qin Yan actually killed the elder of their sect. The martial masters of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain did not expect Elder Zhang to suddenly attack Qin Yan. Elder Zhang of Immortal Weapon City suddenly turned around and attacked Qin Yan. This matter is indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The most terrifying thing is that Qin Yan was actually able to kill that Elder Zhang. There are also many Tian family disciples among the onlookers. But they did not make a sound, otherwise they would have been involved. The people of their Tian family were killed by Qin Yan, this matter must be reported back. Qin Yan, who was angry, quickly mobilized all his strength. The iceberg suddenly trembled violently, Qin Yan released the power of Earthquake Divine ability and through the Nine Sun Divine Hammer, he used 6-style Forging Dragon, he faced a middle-aged man's long sword and smashed down with a hammer. The sword was smashed into pieces, and the martial master was forced to retreat a few steps. Qin Yan, go and protect Kumingjiang and Jian Meng. The short martial master, his combat power is also very terrible, he has repelled 2 enemies. Qin Yan quickly pushed behind Kumingjiang and Jian Meng. Above the distant sky, there is a constant rumbling sound. Martial Monarch and Martial King are fighting very fiercely over there, there is a feeling of collapsing mountains. Many of the mountains nearby had collapsed. Even for this iceberg, many layers of ice had shattered. Let's retreat. An old man from Medicine Immortal Valley, seeing that they are no match, flew to a blue flying giant ship. Kumingjiang was stabbed by a sword and his injury is even more serious. He saw the flying giant ship that is slowly moving and said in a low voice, Qin Yan, that is the flying magic tool of Medicine Immortal Valley, Lu Chongxing is most likely inside. Everyone also looked at the blue flying giant ship, at this time it suddenly moved, it is very likely that it is going to escape. Don't even think about running. Qin Yan shouted and then released the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared out, flying in the air, domineering and powerful, exuding a powerful dragon power, shocking everyone. Roar roar roar, the bone dragon roared a few times and flew to the blue flying giant ship, slammed into it and directly pierced a hole in the big ship. The huge bone dragon drilled into the body of the giant ship and raged inside. It was only a few moments and the giant ship was torn into many pieces. The sect disciples floating in the air were shocked and quickly moved away from the bone dragon, fearing that they would be affected. After the blue giant ship was torn apart, several figures also appeared. The bone dragon opened its big mouth and quickly bit an old man and bit him into 2 pieces. Lu Chongqing, don't even think about running. Xianxia saw Lu Chongqing and hurriedly controlled the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon is huge, it is very fast. It flies flexibly and its tail swept down like lightning, knocking down the fleeing Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing, who fell down, smashed a big hole in the square. Lu Chongqing fell and saw Qin Yun. Yun Darren, so you are Qin Yun? Lu Chongqing shouted with a hideous face. Yes, you cheated me of 100 million purple crystal coins, it's time to pay it back. Qin Yun flew over, his palm contains a vibration force and slapped Lu Chongqing's face. Boom, at the same time as the vibration, a large amount of lightning burst out. Lu Chongqing was sent flying dozens of meters, his face was crooked and his teeth fell on the ground. Qin Yun quickly chased after him and grabbed Lu Chongqing's hair. Vibration power roared out and he slapped Lu Chongqing again. Boom, this earth-shaking sound also shocked everyone. Lu Chongqing, the famous medicine Immortal Valley, was actually beaten by a spirit martial realm. Lu Chongqing, Qin Yun, just wanted to enter the medicine Immortal Valley to be a medicine farmer, but you secretly cheated, destroyed the assessment and embezzled 100 million purple crystal coins from me. Qin Yun said coldly as he delivered another slap. Lu Chongqing's face was covered with blood. Although he was afraid, he thought that Qin Yun would never dare to kill him. Qin Yun, I once cheated you, so what? You are just a lowly thing. Letting you enter the medicine Immortal Valley to be a medicine farmer is a shame to our medicine Immortal Valley. Star Monarch Lu Chongqing also knows that his strength is not as good as Qin Yun, but he is fearless and very confident that Qin Yun will not dare to kill him. Qin Yun, if you have the guts, kill me. As far as the current situation is concerned, the guys in Immortal Weapon City are not the opponents of our medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Lu Chongqing vomited blood and laughed. Qin Yun waved his palm and slapped him fiercely. Quickly take out 200,000 genes of Heavenly Beast Bone. Dream on. I have already given the Heavenly Beast Bone to the elders of the sect. Lu Chongqing was beaten to the point that he couldn't speak clearly. His heart is full of resentment and anger. Qin Yun, you wait for me. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The pain I suffered today, I will double it. Qin Yun smiled coldly. Lu Chongqing, you think too much. Do you think I will let you live? Why, do you really want to kill me? If you are a smart person, you should use me to threaten the medicine Immortal Valley and let them stop. Only in this way can the people of your Immortal Weapon City survive. Lu Chongqing said. You will die today, there will be no other variables. After Qin Yun finished, he beat Lu Chongqing back and forth. The talismans that Lu Chongqing could use have already been used up. After being injured by Qin Yun, he could not fight back and could only let himself be beaten. Qin Yun, you let Lu Chongqing go. It is nothing for you to offend the Long family and the Yang family. If you offend our medicine Immortal Valley, you will die. There is an old man in the distance. The angry and cold voice came from far away, the tone is full of threat. Lu Chongqing was grabbed by Qin Yun's collar and his face has been beaten out of shape, but he still smiled coldly. Qin Yun, did you hear that? Our medicine Immortal Valley has a half-immortal level expert. Lu Chongqing, you can't beat me in martial arts, you use weapons and also use talismans to injure the captain and Jianming. You owe me 200,000 genes of Heavenly Beast Bone and you still want to live? Also, you cheated me of 100 million purple crystal coins before and prevented me from entering the medicine Immortal Valley as a medicine farmer. This account is now settled. Qin Yun pinched Lu Chongqing's neck and sneered. You don't have purple crystal coins, and you don't have a Heavenly Beast Bone. If you refuse to apologize to Captain and Jianming, then you can only die. Qin Yun, you dare? Lu Chongqing saw the killing intent in Qin Yun's eyes and immediately shouted. The people in the air looked at Qin Yun quietly. They all thought that Qin Yun did not dare to kill Lu Chongqing. Qin Yun, stop. In the distance, an old man suddenly flew over. He is from the medicine Immortal Valley. At the same time, several elders of the Immortal Weapon City also flew over. Lu Chongqing, die. Qin Yun shouted coldly. The nine-sun divine hammer in his hand suddenly fell down, suppressing a vast and mighty flame. Boom, the flame poured into Lu Chongqing's body. Even if he had a very strong fire Xian body, at this moment, it disappeared without a trace along with the flashing flames. Just now, everyone thought that Qin Yun did not dare to kill Lu Chongqing, but now they are all wrong. Seeing Lu Chongqing die, everyone was stunned. A young spirit martial realm with fire Xian body and fire totem was killed. People with this kind of qualifications are rare and very important for immortal sections. But now, he has been destroyed. Qin Yun, you are dead. The old man from the Medicine Immortal Valley roared in the distance and rushed over like a thunder. Chu Bingyu also quickly rushed over and sent the old man from the Medicine Immortal Valley flying with one palm. Medicine Immortal Valley, this is also the result of your greed. If you honestly hand over Lu Chongqing's heavenly beast bone to us, then he will not die. As Qin Yun spoke, several old men from the Medicine Immortal Valley suddenly flew down. They are all Xian Martial Realm martial monarchs. After they landed, they immediately launched a fierce attack. Fortunately, Chu Bingyu's strength is very strong and he can resist the attacks of these people. The people in the Immortal Weapon City are relatively few and facing the people of the two immortal sects, they are also suppressed. It is very good that they can hold on until now. Suddenly, a few people flew in the air. Their aura is very strong and at a glance, they know that they are at least Martial King. Which sect's helpers are they? When everyone saw the Martial King appear, they all guessed. The people who came are not from any sect but the people of the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun knows one of them. That person used to be the great palace master of the Martial Desolate Divine Inscription Palace, named Han Fenghu. Han Fenghu is wearing a white robe and looks like a very spirited old man. When he arrived, he saw the chaos here and his face was very dignified. I am from the Divine Inscription Palace, stop. Han Fenghu shouted. Soon after, he and the few old men also entered several chaotic battlefields and separated the many martial monarchs and martial kings who were fighting with each other. After the chaos stopped, it finally calmed down. The people of the Medicine Immortal Valley glared at Qin Yun and said all kinds of threatening words to Qin Yun. At this time, all the old men of the Medicine Immortal Valley suddenly rushed to Qin Yun and launched a fierce attack together. Chu Bingyu and the others quickly blocked the powerful energy that was flying over. The people of the Divine Inscription Palace did not expect the people of the Medicine Immortal Valley to not give face. The chaos just stopped and immediately began again. Qin Yun and others were also shrouded by a tyrannical airflow. The people of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and the Medicine Immortal Valley. At this time, a dozen people of the Medicine Immortal Valley could not resist. Even Chu Bingyu was injured but he still could not stop the people of the Medicine Immortal Valley. After an old man of the Medicine Immortal Valley rushed in, he did not go to Qin Yun. Instead, he rushed to Jian Meng and Ke Mingjiang. Jian Meng and Ke Mingjiang were injured and it was very inconvenient for them to move. Although Qin Yun was next to them, he could not resist the fierce impact of a martial king. The martial king rushed over and did not attack. Instead, he used the fastest speed to grab Ke Mingjiang and then soared into the air. Qin Yun, hand over your 4 ancient Dao tools and I will let this guy go. The martial king of the Medicine Immortal Valley also went all out. The loss of the Medicine Immortal Valley is not small this time. So many disciples died. Now that they have a death feud with the Immortal Weapon City, he also wants to seek more benefits for the Medicine Immortal Valley. Qin Yun, don't give it to him. Ke Mingjiang shouted, if you let them get the ancient Dao tools, it will only make them stronger, don't give it. Qin Yun's ancient Dao tools were obtained from the disciples of the Nine Suns sect. They are not good things. They are just ancient Dao runes. The people of the Immortal Weapon City are very angry but they are few in number and can't do anything to the Medicine Immortal Valley. Qin Yun quickly took out 4 ancient Dao tools and looked at the people of the Divine Inscription Palace. He said to Han Fenghu, this senior, you are from the Divine Inscription Palace. I will give you the Dao tools first. When that bastard releases the people, you will give him the Dao tools. Han Fenghu thought about it and nodded, yes. Qin Yun is also worried that Ke Mingjiang will be killed, so he can only compromise. If the Dao tools are gone, they can be refined again. If Ke Mingjiang dies, he will feel very guilty. Lu Chongqing was killed and the people of the Medicine Immortal Valley also went crazy. They can kill Ke Mingjiang at any time. After Han Fenghu got the 4 ancient Dao tools, he looked at the old man of the Medicine Immortal Valley and said, "Our divine inscription palace has the responsibility to mediate the conflict between the major immortal sects. After you get these 4 Dao tools, you must leave here immediately. If there is anything to talk about, the sect masters of both sides must come out to talk." After the martial king of the Medicine Immortal Valley released Ke Mingjiang, he also took out the 4 Dao tools. He laughed and said, "Qin Yun, you don't have the ancient Dao tools. Let's see how you can put a bounty on our Long family's patriarch." This martial king is from the Long family, which made Qin Yun hate the Long family even more. "Medicine Immortal Valley, your biggest mistake is to take away my Dao tools. You will definitely regret this in the future." Qin Yun's voice contains killing intent and resentment. "Ha ha ha, you Qin Yun is just a little thing, you dare to come to our Medicine Immortal Valley to make trouble? Not to mention you, even the sect master of the Immortal Weapon City would not dare to come." The Medicine Immortal Valley obtained 4 ancient Dao tools, which also made the people of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain extremely envious. They have lost a lot of disciples, but they didn't get anything at all. The Medicine Immortal Valley obtained many heavenly beast bones from Lu Chongxing, and now they have 4 ancient Dao tools. The people of the Immortal Weapon City quickly protected Qin Yun, Ke Mingjiang, and Jian Meng. In order to prevent the fight from continuing, Han Fenghu also came to the Immortal Weapon City group. "Immortal Weapon City, if you want to talk to our Medicine Immortal Valley, you can only hand over Qin Yun, otherwise we will not rest until we die." An old man from the Medicine Immortal Valley, after leaving behind ruthless words, left with his people. The people of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are also very envious when they see Qin Yun's bone dragon. They also want to catch Ke Mingjiang and threaten Qin Yun to hand over the bone dragon. But they don't have this opportunity. "Immortal Weapon City, you listen. Most of the dead disciples of our Azure Flame Immortal Mountain were killed by Qin Yun. As long as you hand over Qin Yun to us, the grievances between us can be written off." The people of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain said, "If you think about it clearly, you can come to us and talk." The people of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain finished and quickly left. Jian Meng said angrily, "It is obviously their fault. If they had not besieged us inside, Qin Yun would not have killed them. It's all because of this bastard Lu Chongxing. If you can't afford to lose, don't gamble with others." Ke Mingjiang yelled, he is very unhappy in his heart because Qin Yun lost 4 ancient Dao tools. Chu Binyu smiled, "It's okay, at least everyone is alive now and they have lost a lot of people." The bastards of the Medicine Immortal Valley got Qin Yun's 4 ancient Dao tools. When Ke Mingjiang thought of this, he felt suffocated in his heart because Qin Yun gave away the Dao tools in order to save him. The one-eyed old man said, "Mingjiang, go back and heal." Chu Binyu looked at Han Fenghu, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for coming in time, otherwise we would be in big trouble. This is our duty." Han Fenghu waved his hand, then looked at Qin Yun and said, "Can I talk to Qin Yun alone? I want to figure out what happened, this can also give me an explanation when I go back." Chu Binyu nodded. Han Fenghu brought Qin Yun and flew far into the sky, far away from the iceberg. "Qin Yun, when you were in Martial Desolate, although you had a conflict with our Divine Inscription Palace, it was resolved later." Han Fenghu said. "N." Qin Yun nodded. "So, we are not enemies now." Han Fenghu smiled kindly. "Senior Han, if you have something to say, just say it." Qin Yun saw that Han Fenghu must have something important to say. Immortal Fire Pool Qin Yun has always been very worried about Yang Shuriwei. Now that he knows this news, he is relieved. Because those people can't catch Yang Shuriwei, they can only use this method. "Qin Yun, I don't know the people of Immortal Weapon City, so I don't know what kind of people are in power in Immortal Weapon City. But I know that they are also looking for Inscription Spirit. I tell you this now so that you can keep an eye on it. If there are people with bad intentions in Immortal Weapon City, maybe they will use you to threaten Yang Shuriwei." Han Fenghu has a certain understanding of Qin Yun and knows that Qin Yun has great potential, so he does not want to be enemies with Qin Yun. "I will be careful." Qin Yun nodded. "Also, if Immortal Weapon City gives up on you, you have to leave as soon as possible. Don't let Immortal Weapon City hand you over to Medicine Immortal Valley." Han Fenghu said. Immortal Weapon City should not be so weak, right? They are definitely not afraid of Medicine Immortal Valley. Even if they want to do something to me, they will only use me to threaten Sister Yang and will never hand me over to Medicine Immortal Valley. Qin Yan said. This is also true. In short, if there is any bad news for you, I will let Mu Feng inform you as soon as possible. You go back with the people of Immortal Weapon City now. If you want to live a better life in Immortal Weapon City, it is best to let them find your greatest value. Han Fenghu told Qin Yan. Qin Yan nodded and then flew with Han Fenghu. After Han Fenghu and the people of Immortal Weapon City exchanged a few words, they left with their people. Qin Yan and they also boarded the flying ship of Immortal Weapon City and left. Many disciples of other sects have to continue to explore the Heavenly Beast Desolate domain because they did not get any Heavenly Beast bones. Qin Yan is on the big ship and he is also being stared at. Because he made a big mistake and he is still a temporary disciple. If it is really necessary, Immortal Weapon City will also take him out to be the scapegoat. Now, Chu Bingyu and Qin Yan are in a secret room. Dilla Master, what will Immortal Weapon City do to me? Qin Yan looked at Chu Bingyu's kind face and asked in a low voice. I don't know. In short, you are a disciple of my Saber Sword Villa. No matter what, I will protect you. Chu Bingyu smiled. Immortal Weapon City should not give up on you directly. After all, you are an inscription master with great potential. Dilla Master, I heard Lu Chongqing say that there are half-immortals in Medicine Immortal Valley? Qin Yan whispered, is there any in Immortal Weapon City? Martial Monarch is above Martial King. Martial Emperors could be said to be the pinnacle of human strength. If you go any higher, you can become an immortal and head to the Immortal Desolate. Speaking of the Immortal Desolate, Chu Bingyu let out a long sigh. Although I am also a Martial Emperor, I don't know how to become an immortal. There is a special situation between humans and immortals, and that is the half-immortal realm. My current goal is to reach the half-immortal realm. That's why I want to enter the immortal sect. This way I can absorb even more immortal energy. At the same time, I can also ask the seniors who have entered the half-immortal realm for guidance. Are there many people in the half-immortal realm? Qin Yan asked. Not many but not few. These guys are always thinking about opening the gate of the Immortal Desolate and entering the Immortal Desolate. Chu Bingyu smiled, don't think so much now, step into the Spirit Martial realm first. There is still a long way to go in the future. Qin Yan felt that he was about to enter the Spirit Martial realm. He got a lot of herbs to refine Bone Spirit Xian pills. As long as he has time, he can refine them into pills. The flying ship flew very fast and it didn't take long to return to the sky above the Immortal Weapon City. Many temporary disciples, because they found some Heavenly Beast bones, were able to smoothly become outer sect disciples of the Immortal Weapon City. Qin Yan obtained 60,000 genes of Heavenly Beast bones, which is a lot. As for the role of Heavenly Beast bones, even Chu Bingyu is not very clear. It is said that in addition to refining Dao tools and alchemy, there are other great uses. The role of Heavenly Beast bones, it is said that only those in the half-immortal realm know. The interior of the Immortal Weapon Palace is very large, there are many large and small mountains, like a small mountain range. As long as you have not reached the Spirit Martial realm, you can only be an outer sect disciple. After breaking through to the Spirit Martial realm, you can become a main sect disciple and enter the center of the Immortal Weapon Palace too. Cultivate. Although it is the outer sect, the buildings of the outer sect are also very imposing and the immortal energy is also richer than outside the palace. Over the years, there have been many outer sect disciples. They are all excellent disciples absorbed from the 5-star sects or other second-rate sections. As long as they have not stepped into the Spirit Martial realm, they can only stay here. Many people are originally very good but they can't cross the chasm and can't enter the Spirit Martial realm, so they can only be an outer sect disciple. If they are old and become a main sect disciple again, they will be laughed at. After Qin Yan entered the Immortal Weapon Palace, Chu Bingyu has been watching. The matter of the Heavenly Beast Desolate domain quickly spread throughout the Immortal Weapon City and the disciples in the Immortal Weapon Palace also had various reactions after learning about it. Some people think that Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are too arrogant and need to be taught a lesson. They all think that Qin Yan and Ke Mingjiang did the right thing and killed when they should be killed. As for some people, they criticized Qin Yan for provoking such a huge matter. Most of the disciples felt that Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain were wrong and supported Qin Yan. Qin Yun has tens of thousands of genes of heavenly beast bones to contribute, but because of a series of major events, the immortal weapon city does not accept him as a disciple and also caused many elders in the palace to dispute. The elders are divided into two factions. One side wants to accept Qin Yun and affirm Qin Yun's rebellion against Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. In order to demonstrate to Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, the other faction thinks that Qin Yun is rejected and talks with Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. The two factions are arguing endlessly. Although there are more elders who want to accept Qin Yun, the elders who refuse to accept Qin Yun are not willing to be outdone. Qin Yun is in the outer sect disciple area of the palace and can only stay in a small house all day, watched by Chu Binyu. He can't leave here until the results come out. Chu Binyu is also worried that the Immortal Weapon City will hand over Qin Yun, so he is here to watch Qin Yun. If the Immortal Weapon City refuses to accept Qin Yun as a disciple, he can take Qin Yun away in time and make other arrangements. Qin Yun is in the room, lying on the bed. Yuner, what is the use of those heavenly beast bones? Qin Yun is very curious about this because he has nearly 300,000 genes of heavenly beast bones. There are tens of thousands of genes that he quietly took away when he entered the warehouse. The remaining 200,000 genes were obtained from the captain of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. The tens of thousands of genes of heavenly beast bones that he handed over to the Immortal Weapon City were won by him in various competitions and were stored in Kumingjiang. I really don't know. Ling Yanner has also been thinking about this issue. Don't you know everything? Qin Yun curled his lips. Well, I admit that I don't understand some things, but I understand most things better. Ling Yanner tenderly snorted, "You kid, don't look down on me." Chu Binyu suddenly knocked on the door and said, "Qin Yun, the results are out, come and listen." Qin Yun hurriedly walked out of the room and saw the one-eyed old man. This one-eyed old man has a good relationship with Kumingjiang and is also an elder in the palace. "Qin Yun, our sect master is back, he said to keep you as a disciple." The one-eyed old man said. N. Qin Yun smiled. He secretly guessed that the sect master of Immortal Weapon City had just returned from the remote Moon Mountain range and also went to compete for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. But, the people who opposed it did not agree and finally made a compromise, that is, let you accept the punishment. And there is no reward for handing over the heavenly beast bones. The one-eyed old man supported Qin Yun to stay, so he was very dissatisfied with the result, but there was no other way. What punishment do I have to accept? Qin Yun asked. You have to be hung on the immortal fire pool for 7 days and 7 nights. The one-eyed old man said. No. Chu Binyu slammed the table, not to mention Qin Yun, even if it is the people of Spirit Martial Realm, how many can bear this punishment? If Qin Yun can survive, there will be a weak period of 2 or 3 years, which will affect his foundation. The one-eyed old man whispered, it's all that group of bastards, the main Long family, Tian family, Yang family, and Yu family, these 4 clans united against Qin Yun. In the major sects, there are children of the 5 clans. Even the Immortal Weapon City is no exception. Of course, these family forces in the immortal sects only have half of the power, otherwise Qin Yun will be handed over by them. I am willing to accept the punishment. Although Qin Yun was dissatisfied with the result, he could only do so now. What he has to do now is not to let the family forces in the Immortal Weapon City find excuses. As long as he accepts the punishment, they can no longer say anything in the future. Rest assured, my ability to bear is stronger than many Spirit Martial Realm. Qin Yun smiled. Lu Chongxing has Fire Shan body and he is still in the Spirit Martial Realm, but he is not your match. Chu Binyu stared at Qin Yun and asked with a smile, Qin Yun, you tell me honestly, are you hiding something? Qin Yun, in the Immortal Weapon City, most of the elders support you. You don't have to worry about those family forces causing trouble. You can rest assured and say it. The one-eyed old man also said, this is a very realistic thing. As long as we know your value, we can do our best to protect you. Well, I will say it, don't spread it out. Qin Yun thought about it and said. The one-eyed old man and Chu Binyu nodded. Qin Yun felt that his matter in the Martial Desolate should be spread out soon, so it is okay to say some of his own things. I have Heavenly Lion bloodline and Heavenly Lion totem. Qin Yun said. Is this true? Although Chu Binyu was prepared, he was also shocked by this and found it hard to believe. As Qin Yin spoke, he took off his upper body clothes and then let the heavenly lion totem emerge. One must know that other people's totem runes can't be hidden. However, Qin Yin can control his totem freely. The one-eyed old man and Chu Binyu were shocked and opened their mouths wide. Family forces. The strength shown by Qin Yin, the one-eyed old man and Chu Binyu, while shocked, are also full of joy. If this is the case, then we will support you even more. The one-eyed old man laughed. In the Immortal Weapon City, there are two forces. One is those family forces, the other is our non-family groups. You should also know that those family members have very strong inheritance, some have bloodlines, some have totems or strong physiques. And the disciples who have just joined the Immortal Weapon City, as long as they are good seedlings of their family, they will tend to cultivate with various resources to strengthen their power in the sect. Qin Yin frowned. Does our Immortal Weapon City sect master not care about this kind of thing? As long as our Immortal Weapon City has powerful martial kings and martial emperors and excellent disciples continue to increase, the sect master will not care about these battles. In fact, in other sects, the situation is roughly the same. The competition is cruel and can also screen out more excellent experts. Now, you have Heavenly Lion bloodline and Heavenly Lion totem. Then you can represent our young talents to fight against the young disciples of family forces. The one-eyed old man said with some excitement. What about Lu Jingmeng? She is young and also a Xian inscription master. Which faction does she belong to? Qin Yin asked. She is from the Lawkeeper Hall. She does not belong to either faction. The Lawkeeper Hall is external and does not participate in internal affairs. It is managed by the sect master and the Great Elder. The one-eyed old man said, Lu Jingming's situation is quite special. Even in the Lawkeeper Hall, she is treated specially and has a very high status. Chu Binyu said, I also investigated Lu Jingming, but the Lawkeeper Hall is very mysterious and I can't find anything at all. Qin Yin did not feel surprised at all because Lu Jingming has an immortal body. This kind of transcendent talent must be the sect master and a group of super old guys are responsible for guiding. That Long Yuetao actually wanted to marry Lu Jingming before, he really did not die. Lu Jingming's immortal body talent must be concealed. This kind of thing is too shocking, so she will definitely be well protected. Ling Yin'er said, natural immortal body, even in the immortal desolate, there is such treatment. Qin Yin now has a general understanding of the Immortal Weapon City. When will my punishment begin? Asked Qin Yin. If you agree, we can start now. Chu Binyu said. After learning that Qin Yin has the Heavenly Lion bloodline, he and the one-eyed old man were relieved. Qin Yin, don't worry. I will inform the elders on our side about this. If everything goes well, we can get a few bone spirit Xian pills for you. The one-eyed old man said. Qin Yin was alarmed. He never expected to receive such good treatment. Of course, I'm not giving this to you for free. What you have to do in the future is to suppress the arrogance of the family forces. The one-eyed old man said. I have a great enmity with the Long and Yang families, and they wish they could get rid of me. In that case, I will definitely find opportunities to suppress them in the future. Qin Yin nodded and said. After the discussion, Qin Yin followed the one-eyed old man and Chu Binyu and left the small house for the southern district of the Immortal Weapon Palace. The southern district of the Immortal Weapon Palace is a small town with many ancient buildings and streets. Many outer sect disciples come and go here. The outer sect disciples are mostly 9th level martial Dao realm. Although there are also spirit martial realm, it is because they are too old to enter the main gate and can only serve as a small steward outside. This vast Immortal Weapon Palace is also a city in the city of Immortal Weapon City. Although it is called a palace, it does not look like a palace. It is said that a long time ago it was called Immortal Weapon Sect. Later I don't know how it was changed to a palace. There must be other reasons for this. In the middle of the outer sect area, there is a huge pool with a width of 200 or 300 meters. This pool is burning with flames, which are used by outer sect disciples to burn weapons and make weapons stronger. The flame of the immortal fire pool absorbs immortal energy through the formation, so the flame is also very special and the weapons that have been burned will become stronger. Also, it can be used by outer sect disciples for cultivation. The immortal fire pool is located in the middle of a huge square, burning with a white-yellow flame. In the open space dozens of meters away from the edge of the immortal fire pool, there are many outer sect disciples sitting cross-legged, absorbing the hot air released for cultivation. When Xianxia came here, he saw many outer sect disciples, who were seriously cultivating. He secretly felt it and could also absorb a little hot immortal energy. If he absorbs it into his body for cultivation, it can indeed enhance the strength of his body. The 9th level martial Dao realm is the stage of cultivating the bone spirit. It requires various methods of stimulation to successfully open the spirit. Cultivating next to the immortal fire pool, there have been many examples of successful opening of the spirit, so many disciples will come here for a few days as long as they have time. When they saw Xianxia coming, they all whispered, "Is this Xianxia? You have to be hung in the center of the immortal fire pool for 7 days and 7 nights to become an outer sect disciple. He is a troublemaker. If he wants to become a disciple of our immortal weapon city, naturally we have to warn him and let him not mess around in the future." Where did he cause trouble? It is clear that Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are wrong first. When I was outside, the disciples of those 2 sects didn't stop yelling at us. That's right, Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are asking for a lesson. Xianxia taught them a lesson. This is very beautiful. Who told him to offend the Long family and the Yang family? In our immortal weapon city, these family forces are very strong. I hope he can get through it. If our immortal weapon city does not accept him as a disciple, we will definitely be laughed at by Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain for being weak. After accepting Xianxia, it means that our immortal weapon city is not afraid of them. Xianxia walked on the road and heard many disciples talking. He probably knew that many outer sect disciples did not like those family forces and they did not like Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. They were bullied by the disciples of the family forces inside the immortal weapon city. When they were outside, they were bullied by the disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Xianxia, however, dared to confront these forces head-on. So he is also supported by many people. In the middle of the immortal fire pool, there is a pillar. Xianxia's hands are tied and he hangs on the stone pillar and his back is attached to the burning pillar. This looks like torture. Xianxia also felt a little uncomfortable and now he can only endure it. Chu Binyu also watched from the outside to prevent other people from making trouble. Little Yun, the immortal fire of this immortal fire pool should be used well. Ling Yuner suddenly said. How to use it? Xianxia asked quickly. Of course, it is to stabilize your current Heavenly Lion Xian body. Ling Yuner said, your Heavenly Lion Xian body has just been formed. If you temper it well, the effect will definitely be better. How to temper it? Xianxia felt that the Heavenly Lion Xian body is not strong enough. Later, Ling Yuner controlled Xianxia's Nether Sun martial spirit and carefully introduced the flame of the immortal fire pool into his body to temper the Heavenly Lion Xian body. In the future, you will have to integrate the Heavenly Lion Beast soul as a bone spirit soul. Now you will first temper the Heavenly Lion Xian body and then it will be easier to integrate the Heavenly Lion Beast soul. Xianxia was hung and roasted by fire for another 7 days. He also took advantage of this time to cultivate. Ling Yuner controlled the Nether Sun martial spirit and introduced the flame to temper the body and the effect was very good. Although Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable, he could feel that the Heavenly Lion Xian body seemed to be fully nourished, which could make his whole body stronger. 2 days passed and suddenly more than a dozen arrogant young people came. These dozen young people are all dressed in fine clothes. There are Spirit Martial Realm and there are Martial Dao 9th level. At first glance, you know that they are the children of those families. Although those families are very powerful, they can't just put their disciples in. If you want to enter the Immortal Weapon City, you have to pass the assessment. And it is the Lawkeeper Hall that is responsible for the assessment. Therefore, the disciples of those clans that seemed very arrogant were actually very capable. The outer sect disciples who were cultivating here saw the arrival of this group of family disciples and they all left to make way for them. You are a group of garbage, cultivating in this place all day, it's no use at all, it's very annoying. A proud man in blue clothes, holding a folding fan, sneered contemptuously. Many outer sect disciples are very angry but they dare not say anything. When Chu Binyu saw these family disciples coming, he also frowned and watched from the side. As long as they don't go in and attack Qin, he won't say anything. Isn't that Qin? Hanging like a dead pig, it's really satisfying. His 4 ancient Dao tools have been taken away, let's see how he can still put a bounty on our long family's patriarch. This arrogant guy, offended Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and gave us trouble. This bastard has been roasted for 7 days and 7 nights, even if he doesn't become a roasted pig, he will have to lie in bed for a few years. This group of family disciples mocked and ridiculed Qin. They came here to provoke Qin. Do you have people from the Yang family and the Long family? Qin suddenly asked. I am from the Long family. I am from the Yang family. Someone answered immediately. Everyone was also secretly surprised. Qin looks very energetic, you know that he was hung there and roasted for 2 days. Go back and tell your patriarch that I, Qin, will use the golden ape totem to put a bounty on their 2 dog heads. Qin laughed. You should know the value of the golden ape totem, right? Everyone suddenly burst into an uproar. That is a very good totem rune, the value is not lower than that of the ancient Dao tools, and even slightly better. Everyone knows that when Qin and Long Yuetao competed, he won by carving the golden ape totem. The golden ape totem is a garbage totem in the eyes of Qin and he is not distressed at all. The disciples of the Long family and the Yang family suddenly looked very ugly. Because their patriarch still has to continue to hide. Come, let's enhance the flame of the immortal fire pool together, we want to burn weapons. A disciple of the Long family took out a weapon, placed it in the immortal fire pool, and then injected energy into it to make the flame of the immortal fire pool more fierce. More than a dozen other family disciples also came over and injected energy into it. Soon, the flame of the immortal fire pool became fierce. The original flame was only half a meter high, but now it is more than 1 meter high. 568 Chapter 568 Flame Confrontation. After Chu Binyu saw it, he quickly came over and shouted, Are you deliberately stirring up trouble? The flame of the immortal fire pool is relatively mild in ordinary times. If needed, it can be injected with energy to make the flame of the immortal fire pool more fierce. These family children, more than a dozen people injected energy together. It is obvious that they deliberately enhanced the flame in the immortal fire pool. Originally, the normal immortal fire pool flame is not too terrible, it can be endured. Now that it has been enhanced so much, it is even more difficult to endure. Don't you see that we are using the flame of the immortal fire pool? Is there a rule that we are not allowed to use the immortal fire pool? Isn't it just punishing a person? Because of this reason, we are forbidden to use the immortal fire pool, this is too inhumane. Chu Binyu heard the words of these disciples and the kind face became serious and angry. What the hell do you want? He clenched his fist and wanted to slap all these family disciples in front of him to death. We are refining weapons. A young man laughed. He did put the weapon into the immortal fire pool. Chu Binyu, you are just a guest elder. Aren't you meddling too much in this matter? A man in luxurious red clothes sneered and said, You just obediently watch from the side and prepare to collect Qin's corpse. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The guest elder really has no status, but it is relatively free. However, Chu Binyu's strength is still very strong. You stop quickly. Chu Binyu said coldly. Why? Is there any rule? You have the guts to stop us. A young man sneered. Chu Binyu suddenly waved his hand and hit a wave of air, which swept all the dozen family disciples out. The flame in the immortal fire pool suddenly weakened a lot. This made those family disciples angry. Chu Binyu just gently took them away and did not hurt them. This is in the immortal weapon city, if they are injured, Chu Binyu will also be attacked by the elders of those family forces. At this time, several old men arrived. They were all elders of the family forces. There were elders of both the outer sect and the main sect, and they had more power and influence. Subsequently, more than a dozen young disciples came, all of them are the disciples of those families. Continue. A blue-clothed elder from a family force said coldly. Although the strength of these elders is not as good as Chu Binyu, they are not afraid at all. Elder Chu, please don't interfere with our disciples using the immortal fire pool. The elder in blue looked at Chu Binyu and said in a threatening tone. Why are you doing this? Is it not enough to punish Qin Yan for 7 days? Chu Bingyu asked with a trace of anger in his voice. None of the clan elders answered. Now, nearly 30 family disciples are constantly injecting energy into the immortal fire pool to enhance the flame. The flames burned very high in an instant, reaching a height of several meters. Qin Yan's lower body was completely covered in flames from his shoulders up. The flames were very strong. At that moment, Qin Yan found them extremely hot. He could only mobilize all the power in his body to protect himself from being burned by the flames. Chu Bingyu looked at Qin Yan, who was hung. He was anxious and angry and wanted to fly over. If you save Qin Yan, he will not be able to complete this punishment and he will not be able to enter the immortal weapon city. The blue-clothed elder said coldly. Chu Bingyu also seems to understand the intention of these people, which is to prevent Qin Yan from entering the immortal weapon city. Qin Yan, who was burned by the flames, finally couldn't bear it and screamed in pain. Qin Yan, can you hold on? Or don't enter the immortal weapon city first, wait for the opportunity later. Chu Bingyu looked at Qin Yan in pain and asked quickly. I can persist. Qin Yan gritted his teeth. I will not let the plan of this group of traitors succeed. Chu Bingyu's eyes also showed a look of admiration and nodded. Good. You must persist. The disciples here are also cursing the family disciples in their hearts. They actually want to torture Qin Yan like this. When they saw Qin Yan's strong and unyielding spirit, they were deeply infected and secretly admired him. Under such a fierce flame, Qin Yan can actually bear it. This kind of strength is also shocking. The elders of those family forces thought that Qin Yan was wearing a Dao tool armor, but now it can be seen that Qin Yan's upper body clothes were burned. His whole body is wrapped in flames. At this time, some people also found that the surface of Qin Yan's body was wrapped in a layer of black things. It's a black flame. Is it a black fire martial spirit? It should be true. This mysterious black fire is really powerful. It can actually resist such a fierce flame burning. After everyone saw it, they all marveled. The black flames released by Qin Yan are like cloves, wrapping around his body. This is the strongest Nether Sun fire released by Ling Yuner through the 9 life marks under the control of the Nether Sun Marshal. Spirit. Chu Bingyu also felt very surprised and said, Qin Yan, if you survive, you will be an outer sect disciple. With your strength, you will definitely be able to win a lot of resources. Stepping into the spirit martial realm is just around the corner. After the elders of the family forces heard this, their faces changed and then quickly walked over. They also injected energy into the immortal fire pool. After several martial kings injected energy, the flame of the immortal fire pool rose sharply and was more than 10 meters high. Now, Qin Yan can't be seen at all. You bunch of bastards, just you wait. Qin Yan roared loudly, Villa Master, which family do those elders come from? Yang family, Long family, and Tian family. Chu Bingyu saw that the flame is so strong and he could not help but worry. Qin Yan, why don't you give up? The other disciples all felt that it was a pity. They also know that those family forces are determined to prevent Qin Yan from entering the immortal weapon city. Dilla Master, help me contact Immortal Fox Elder Hu Jingxian of Demon Moon Island. I want her to reissue the bounty. I want to use the Golden Ape Totem to place a bounty on the heads of the 3 families in the Proud Star State. Qin Yan's angry voice shook from the sea of fire. The square was shrouded in a hot air and everyone took a breath of cold air. Qin Yan really wants to use the Golden Ape Totem to place a bounty on the heads of the 3 families. You know, the demand for totems is greater for those powerful inscription masters. Even the Dao inscription masters want to collect more totem runes. This Golden Ape Totem is also relatively good. There must be Dao inscription masters who want it. The faces of the disciples and elders of the family forces changed. Qin Yan, don't worry, I will definitely help you contact Elder Fox. Chu Bingyu wanted Qin Yan to give up the punishment and temporarily not enter the Immortal Weapon City. However, Qin Yan is very persistent. The more those family forces don't want him to enter, the more he wants to enter. Qin Yan, you should give up entering the Immortal Weapon City. A guy like you is not worthy of being with us. A family disciple shouted. You are the enemy of our Long family, we must not let you enter the Immortal Weapon City. Many of our Yang family members have been killed by you. If you enter the Immortal Weapon City, you will definitely pose a threat to us. Qin Yun, you will be burned for 7 days like this. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured and you will not be able to recover for decades. The people of those family forces are threatening Qin Yun to give up entering the Immortal Weapon City. You bastards, don't even think about succeeding. Qin Yun's angry roar came out, Dilla Master, help me write down the names of these old fellows. Writing down their names is obviously going to put a bounty on them. If they use the Golden Ape Totem as a bounty, they will definitely be in great danger. This forced the elders to withdraw their power, and if they continue, Qin Yun will be burned to death. If they do too much, the other party will definitely use this matter to deal with them. The flame suddenly weakened a lot. Qin Yun also revealed his upper body, but the flame is still very fierce. Only those family disciples are still injecting energy to strengthen the flame. At that instant, an adorable young lady with a slender figure and an elegant beauty walked toward them with a bottle in her hand. Seeing the girl coming, many young men are excited. Isn't this Lu Jingming? What is she doing here? So beautiful and cute, I really want to touch her face. She is really beautiful like a fairy, and she is also a Xian inscription master of the spirit martial realm. She is talented. Seeing Lu Jingming coming, everyone was amazed. Those family disciples also smiled and looked at Lu Jingming, who was walking over. Junior sister, why are you frowning? What happened? Senior brother will help you solve it. What's the matter? Tell me, I will help you. Junior sister, don't be unhappy, if you need help, just say it. The group of family disciples also know that Lu Jingming is very simple and naive, so they all show hypocritical smiles and say hypocritical words. They all want to capture Lu Jingming's heart, because as long as they marry such a talented girl, they can struggle for many years. Really? Can you help me? Lu Jingming hugged the bottle and asked quickly with a smile on her face. You say, what can I do? Asked a young man. The flame here is too strong, can you make the flame a little smaller? Lu Jingming pointed to the immortal fire pool, frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. The group of family disciples suddenly became dumbfounded. Lu Jingming suddenly came here and actually wanted to help Qin Yun. We are refining weapons, it is more important, so we can't do it. A young man, seeing the elder's face, said quickly. Other family disciples also could not do it, because it is very important to prevent Qin Yun from entering the Immortal Weapon City. Lu Jingming snorted softly and whispered angrily, a group of liars. You said you can help me, but you can't do it. As long as you don't refine weapons, isn't it all right? She did not know that this group of people was targeting Qin Yun and really thought that they were refining weapons. You are all liars, I will never pay attention to you again. Lu Jingming snorted softly, then leaped lightly and swept to the immortal fire pool. Warm immortal dew. When he was in the divine inscription palace, Qin Yun helped Lu Jingming and her grandfather to defeat Long Yuetao and his son. Everyone had heard of this matter. Lu Jingming is so simple, now that she knows that Qin Yun is being punished here, it is normal to care about him. What people didn't expect is that Lu Jingming is not afraid of the flame and flew in directly. You stop quickly, Lu Jingming is in the Lawkeeper Hall. If anything happens to her, even if you die 10 times, you will not be able to quell the anger of the Lawkeeper Hall. Chu Binyu said coldly. The elders of the family forces also quickly told the disciples to stop. They are all very clear about the importance of Lu Jingming to the Lawkeeper Hall. Lu Jingming saw that the flame inside weakened and also showed a happy smile. Qin Yun, who was hung, suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. The black flame wrapped around his body gradually faded and he was still wearing a pair of ragged pants. Young Master Qin. Lu Jingming saw Qin Yun like this and shouted with a distressed face. Miss Lu, what are you doing here? It's very hot here, you should go out quickly. Qin Yun did not expect this silly girl to come to see him. I'll get you some water to drink. I made some juice, it's very sweet. Lu Jingming quickly took out a cup and poured a cup of juice from the bottle in her hand. But as soon as the juice was poured out, it evaporated into mist. Where is the juice? Lu Jingming said and continued to pour. Several times in a row, the small bottle of juice was evaporated. Qin Yun laughed involuntarily. It's too hot here, the juice disappeared as soon as it came out. Lu Jingming is very annoyed, her cute little face is full of guilt and said, "Young Master Qin, I'm sorry, I'm too stupid to protect the juice." "It's okay, I appreciate your kindness, thank you." Qin Yan smiled. Lu Jingming is not afraid of the immortal fire here, she doesn't feel hot, so she didn't expect the juice to evaporate. Many people are secretly jealous of Qin Yan, he can actually let Lu Jingming personally deliver the juice. "Young Master Qin, you are hurt." Lu Jingming frowned in distress. Qin Yan's dry upper body, the skin is cracking and falling, it is very scary. "I'll be fine soon." "You should go back." Qin Yan did not want Lu Jingming to stay in this environment. Lu Jingming did not go back. Instead, she took out a bottle of black ointment and applied it on Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan did not know what kind of ointment it was, but he suddenly felt his body become very cool. This silly girl, she actually wasted a bottle of profound level ointment. A clan elder's eyebrows twitched. "That's the black yuan profound ointment that can heal injuries very quickly." Lu Jingming had a cheerful smile on her face. She used her small and delicate hands to apply the ointment on Qin Yan's body. She giggled and said, "It's as fun as mud." Soon, Qin Yan's body is covered with the black ointment. The pain on Qin Yan's body also gradually disappeared. He felt that his injuries are recovering very quickly. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the clans were extremely jealous. Because Lu Jingming is very gentle and considerate to Qin Yan. Soon after, Lu Jingming took out a bottle of water and pointed it at Qin Yan's mouth. She said, "Young Master Qin, it's so hot here. Quickly drink some water. This is the immortal dew I collected. It's so precious, I won't drink it. I'll leave it for you to drink." Qin Yan is very grateful to this innocent little girl. This reminded him of Qi Milan, a girl who was almost the same. "This is useless to me. Quickly drink it." Lu Jingming pouted and said with some sadness, "Am I very annoying? When I was a child, others always found me annoying and didn't play with me." "Of course not." Qin Yan smiled and said, "You are so concerned about me, I am very grateful to you. Last time you helped me and my grandfather out of trouble and even gave my grandfather great benefits. I also want to thank you. Quickly drink the immortal dew, I will be very happy like this." Lu Jingming saw that Qin Yan is very grateful to her and is very happy. Qin Yan remembered that Lu Jingming has an immortal body. The immortal dew is indeed useless to her. He opened his mouth and drank the refreshing and delicious immortal dew. When everyone saw Qin Yan drinking the immortal dew in big gulps, they secretly swallowed their saliva. Immortal dew, she actually has a big bottle. Where did she get so much immortal dew? This kind of immortal dew is a good thing to refine earth-level pills. She actually gave it to Qin Yan to drink. This prodigal girl, the lawkeeper hall is too biased, why do they give her so many good things? Qin Yan, this bastard, I must cripple him. The eyes of the disciples of the clans turned red with jealousy. They clenched their teeth and wished they could snatch the bottle away. Not long after, Lu Jingming sighed with hidden bitterness, "There is too little immortal dew, it's all gone. I will collect more next time and make juice for young Master Lu to drink enough." After drinking a large jar of immortal dew, Qin Yan felt very comfortable and his Xian body seemed to have been tempered better. "Jingming, thank you," Qin Yan said with a smile. "You're welcome. We are friends now, I still have things to do, I have to go back. Also, congratulations on becoming a disciple of Immortal Weapon City, I will be your senior sister in the future." Lu Jingming smiled sweetly and happily. "Senior sister, take care." Qin Yan smiled. Lu Jingming flew out of the immortal fire pool and then rolled her eyes at the family disciples. She snorted and said, "You know that young Master Qin is being punished and you deliberately strengthened the flame to make him uncomfortable. You are all bad guys, I hate you." The group of family disciples wanted to say something but they couldn't speak. After Lu Jingming left, the family disciples looked at Qin Yan with anger and jealousy. "Continue to burn." The elders of the family forces saw Lu Jingming go away and quickly shouted. The flame rose again and drowned Qin Yan in it. Chu Binyu saw that Qin Yan still had black plaster on his body and was relieved. Qin Yan drank the immortal dew and was wrapped in plaster, so he was not so afraid of the flame. Xiao Yun, Lu Jingmeng has an immortal body, so she can collect a lot of immortal dew. The so-called immortal dew is just dew with immortal energy, which will help you to a certain extent. Ling Yin'er said, "This is really a lovely silly girl." Well, the same as little Malian. I don't know how little Malian is now. Qin Yin sighed in his heart and missed Qi Malian very much. Don't worry, she will be fine. She has the protection of the immortal graveyard diagram and I suspect that she also has an immortal body. Her martial spirit is also very strange. Ling Yin'er said. Qi Malian is young and her cultivation is very high. Obviously, because of the immortal graveyard diagram, she had a fortuitous encounter. The same is true for Xiao Yuan. Continue to temper your Xian body and consolidate your tender Xian body. Ling Yun'er continued to guide the immortal fire into Qin Yun's body through the nether sun martial spirit. Under the control of Ling Yun'er, the immortal fire cooperated with Qin Yun to circulate the Star Sun Heart Sutra to temper his body, and the heavenly lion Xian body was also a little stable. Yun'er, what is the difference between the immortal fire here and the one I condensed last time? Qin Yun asked curiously. The immortal fire here is relatively weak. It just carries a little immortal energy and most of it is still absorbing 9 sun spirit energy to burn. Ling Yin'er said, the immortal fire I helped you condense last time was condensed with pure immortal energy. It is very different. In order to prevent Qin Yun from entering the immortal weapon city, those family forces are also fighting hard. Because they are very clear that with Qin Yun's talent, once he enters the immortal sect, it will not take long for him to step into the spirit martial realm. If he becomes a Xian inscription master, it is not something they can shake. At present, the Lawkeeper Hall has not personally come out to receive Qin Yun. Obviously, they also feel that Qin Yun's talent is not enough to become a disciple of the Lawkeeper Hall. If Qin Yun steps into the spirit martial realm, it is hard to say. At that time, even if Qin Yun can't enter the Lawkeeper Hall, he can get a lot of resources. On the side of the family forces, although there are many disciples with good qualifications, but compared to Qin Yun, they are much worse. According to various sources, they can determine that Qin Yun has a black martial spirit and totem rune. The only shortcoming is that he only has one spirit vein. However, one spirit vein does not seem to have any effect on Qin Yun, which is also very strange. A few days passed and the family disciples kept injecting energy into the immortal fire pool every day to strengthen the flame to burn Qin Yun. Now, the 7 days were about to pass. However, Qin Yun does not seem to retreat and can still persist. No matter how the flame is enhanced, Qin Yun is unmoved and does not give up the idea of entering the immortal weapon city. Qin Yun, 7 days have passed. In these 7 days, your body must have been ravaged. Even if you enter the immortal weapon city, you can't recover to the peak in a few years. An old man of the Long family sneered, "You are such a scum, you can't set off any big waves in the immortal weapon city." Many people are regretful. Qin Yun was burned by this level of flame for a few days. Even if he could survive, his body would definitely be greatly damaged and he would certainly be no different from a mummy. Lu Jingmeng has not been here in the past few days. She should know that you have no future, so she did not come. Ha ha ha, Qin Yun, even Lu Jingmeng, this stupid girl, knows that you are hopeless. Qin Yun, you look like a mummy at this time, it will definitely scare her. Really, Lu Jingmeng is really a fool, she actually wasted black yuan xian ointment and a bottle of immortal dew on him. The disciples of the various families couldn't help but laugh out loud as they watched the raging flames. Time is up. After Chu Binyu calculated the time, he quickly flew in and brought out Qin Yun, who was hung in the middle. After Qin Yun was brought out, his entire body was emitting hot air. His upper body was covered in curvaceous and well-built muscles. Steam was surging out of him. The outer sect disciples watching in the distance saw that Qin Yun still maintained a beautiful and strong muscle and were shocked. The family disciples who thought that Qin Yun had become a mummy were speechless, as if they had been slapped in the face. Sorry to let you down. Qin Yun smiled. Chu Binyu also entered the middle of the immortal fire pool and put away the chain. 570 Chapter 570 Martial Arts Struggle. Qin Yun also knows that in the immortal weapon city, there are strict laws. As long as it is violated, the consequences are very serious. At this time, the family disciples suddenly attacked him, obviously violating the rules of the Immortal Weapon City. Those few disciples' attacks are all very fierce. They attacked Qin Yun's vital points. Qin Yun's heart has long been very angry, now being attacked like this, he also fought back fiercely. Boom boom boom, many palms hit the attacking family disciples, all of them vomited blood. The disciple who was hit by Qin Yun, the internal body of the body burst into a crackling sound and all the bones were broken by Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you are so ruthless. Later, there were several spirit martial realm disciples who attacked Qin Yun fiercely. You attacked me first. Qin Yun was angry and anxious, he was obviously attacked ferociously but he was said to be ruthless. Chu Binyu also quickly turned back. Qin Yun and the two spirit martial realm disciples also exchanged a few blows and were separated by Chu Binyu. At the same time, suddenly two black-robed middle-aged men flew over. They looked at the injured family disciples and their faces were gloomy. Inside the Immortal Weapon Palace, it is not allowed to fight. You have all violated the rules. A middle-aged man looked at Qin Yun coldly and said. These two black-robed men are the people of the Lawkeeper Hall. Two brothers, our disciples just want to compare notes with Qin Yun. I didn't know that he was so ruthless and directly shattered their bones. A family elder also quickly came out and explained. Don't argue, what happened here, we can see it through the spirit eye. A black-robed man said, fighting in the palace, you will be imprisoned for 3 years. Two seniors, I am just defending myself. Qin Yun said quickly. With your strength, you can escape and don't need to fight back. A big man said with a cold face, if you run away, don't do any counterattack, don't fight, then you will have nothing to do. Qin Yun glanced at the elders of the family forces and cursed a few words in his heart. Even Chu Binyu did not dare to confront the Lawkeeper Hall and could only watch Qin Yun being taken away. Everyone sighed. Qin Yun had been burned at the stake for 7 days. Originally, he was fine but he had violated the sex rules and was imprisoned for 3 years. Being locked up for 3 years was equivalent to wasting 3 years of time. Qin Yun, a few spirit martial realm family disciples and more than a dozen 9th-level martial Dao disciples were taken to a dungeon. Everyone had their own cage. Opposite Qin Yun was the prison cell of the two family clan disciples. The cell was very narrow. It was a narrow square room that was only 2 meters wide. A special iron fence was the cell door, allowing people to clearly see the situation inside. You're really willing to sacrifice a few disciples to keep me locked up for 3 years? Qin Yun looked at the azure-clothed man opposite him and said with a sneer, you are all at the spirit martial realm. You have been locked up for 3 years and have missed a lot of time. Is it worth it? Qin Yun, after we leave, the clan will compensate us. But you're different? Who will make it up to you? The saber sword villa behind you? Qin Yun said with sneer, I don't need others to compensate me. I can also cultivate here. With just your spirit vein? You can absorb the spiritual energy from above? What a joke. The azure-clothed man sneered, Qin Yun, wasting 3 years of your time can make you miss the martial arts tournament. You don't know how powerful this martial arts tournament is. It is the grandest martial arts competition in the Proud Star State. It will gather many outstanding spirit martial realm and 9th-level martial Dao to compete. Once you get a good ranking, you can obtain a divine ability inheritance or a Tian-tier martial art. This is the responsibility of the Divine Inscription Palace. You must not participate. When Qin Yun heard the words of the two disciples, he became even more furious. It should not be difficult for him to escape from this cage. He was afraid that after he escaped, he would not be able to enter the Immortal Weapon City again. He could only blame his bad luck for encountering such a thing. Qin Yun, who was in prison, was not idle. He took out a saber and practiced the common saber technique in a narrow place. He wanted to spend 3 years here, so he planned to practice the common saber technique and master the essence of the common saber technique. For Qin Yun, 3 years is still relatively long. His original plan has also been disrupted. What he can do now is to stabilize his foundation so that when he breaks through to the spirit martial realm, it will be more smooth. After Qin Yun was imprisoned for 2 or 3 days, everyone in the Immortal Weapon City knew about it. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain originally wanted to find trouble with Qin Yun. However, after learning about this, they could only wait for 3 years before going. The martial arts tournament will also be held in 10 months. Qin Yun did not have time to participate in the martial arts tournament, which made many people relieved. Because with Qin Yun's strength, he can dominate the 9th level martial Dao realm. Many sects and families do not want a monster like Qin Yun to participate. Today, in front of the gate of the Immortal Weapon Palace, the spacious square is very lively. Because today is a very special day. Legend has it that a long time ago, a sect master of the Immortal Weapon City, because his disciple lost to his junior brother's disciple, he also resigned from the position of sect master and let his junior brother take over. However, he was very dissatisfied, so every 1,000 years, he would come back. And he brought a few outstanding young disciples that he had cultivated to challenge the young disciples of the Immortal Weapon City. It is said that in addition to the martial arts competition, there will also be an inscription competition. The Immortal Weapon City will fight every time and they will win. Because once the Immortal Weapon City loses, they have to hand over the mysterious immortal tool of the Immortal Weapon City to the sect master. Now, the former sect master, very punctually brought his disciples to the entrance of the Immortal Weapon Palace. As long as the elders are familiar with the Immortal Weapon City, they are very clear about this matter. Therefore, every time at this time, they will also come here in advance to watch the battle. In this way, they can also see the level of the disciples of the Immortal Weapon City. At the entrance of the Immortal Weapon Palace, there are several old men in black robes. Everyone knows that in the Immortal Weapon Palace, the old men in black robes are from the Lawkeeper Hall. However, Lu Jingming is an exception. She is wearing a simple white dress and hiding behind an old lady with some shyness. Because around this huge square, there are many people watching. Here, most of them are strangers that Lu Jingming is not familiar with. Lu Jingming is just afraid of strangers. In the Immortal Weapon Palace, she often sees her fellow brothers and sisters. After a long time, she is not afraid. Many of the new young generation also saw the former sect master of the Immortal Weapon City. It is a burly old man, wearing a coarse grey robe, grey disheveled hair, fluttering in the wind. His deep old eyes projected a sharp light as he stared at Lu Jingming. He looked at Lu Jingming with a smile on his face and said, "This is the talented Lu Jingming? By the way, why didn't your sect master come out?" "The sect master is in seclusion, it is not convenient to come out." "Yingqingyu, another 1,000 years have passed, I didn't expect you to still be alive." The old lady smiled. "I can't die if I don't win you once." Yingqingyu's hearty laughter echoed in the air, full of energy, faintly revealing a very fierce power. "It's a pity that I can't see your sect master. I really want to see his expression when he loses." Yingqingyu laughed, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't come, as long as I win, you give me that immortal tool." "Yingqingyu, there is one thing to tell you. Our old sect master is dead, the current new sect master doesn't like to participate in this matter, so he went into seclusion in advance." The old lady's words caused an uproar among the people present. Among the people who came to watch the battle today, there are also people from other immortal sects or Star Palace. They are all old guys and they are very familiar with the old sect master of Immortal Weapon City. They did not expect that the powerful old sect master is actually dead. How did he die? Yingqingyu's face suddenly became a little sad, his eyes are full of melancholy. "He died naturally." The old lady sighed softly. There are also many old people who have lived for many years, they heard these words and trembled, an inexplicable fear welled up in their hearts. Because even the powerful old sect master of Immortal Weapon City could not escape the fate of the end of his lifespan. Many people practiced martial arts not only for the sake of the strongest power, but more importantly, to pursue eternal life. Yingqingyu looked up to the sky and sighed, "Well, since he is dead, this is the last time I challenge Immortal Weapon City." It can be seen that Yingqingyu does not have much resentment towards Immortal Weapon City, he is just holding his breath. And for many years, the young disciples he has cultivated have been unable to defeat the disciples of Immortal Weapon City. But this time, he is very confident in his disciples, they can defeat the young disciples of Immortal Weapon City. "Yingqingyu, is it still the old rules?" the old lady asked. "I brought 3 disciples with me, and they're experts in 3 different domains: talisman making, tool refining, totem carving. Yu put away his sad mood and looked at the 3 tall, thin and quite handsome young men behind him. These 3 young men, because they are young geniuses, the arrogance in their hearts is not concealed, it is all written on their faces. Carve totem runes? The old lady of Immortal Weapon City frowned. Yes. We haven't competed before, this time let's compete. Why, you don't dare? Yu's old face flashed a hint of pride. Of course we dare. The old lady smiled, let's start now. We will only send 1 person here for the time being. Yu looked at Lu Jingming and said with a smile, I have investigated your situation, it seems that only this little girl can be taken out. By the way, the guy named Qin Yun, he carves totem runes very well, don't you let him out? He violated our sect rules and was imprisoned for 3 years. The old lady said coldly. Qin Yun's imprisonment is also well known. 571 Chapter 571 Granny Meng Qingyu took out some materials and said, the first game is to compete in talisman making. The talisman paper is refined from animal skin and the production is Xian Thunder Talisman. After the production, use the Thunder Storage Pearl to absorb the energy of the Thunder Talisman and then weigh it, you can know who produced a high-grade Thunder Talisman. 3 games, best of 3. Qingyu smiled confidently, this time we will win. The apprentice behind him is not only confident but also full of cold arrogance. The instruments used in the competition are uniform. Lu Jingming saw the tools of talisman making and did not seem to be nervous. 2 hours of time. Qingyu said. Immortal Weapon City also has no opinion, they just check the various instruments to prevent the other party from cheating. The competition began. As soon as Lu Jingming entered the state, she became very serious and not affected by the outside world. This state also made Qingyu nod and praise. The old sect master died, why is it so mysterious? Is it because the new sect master is too weak and worried that others will retaliate? Qingyu looked at the black-robed people and asked. No. The black-robed old granny said. If your new sect master is not good, I can go back and take over. Qingyu laughed, with my current strength, I am definitely in the top 3 of the 5 great immortal sects. Don't bother you. A black-robed old man said solemnly. Whatever you want, anyway, Immortal Weapon City should be dying soon. Qingyu laughed, the disciple you sent this time is only a little girl. If it was before, there would be several. Meng Meng alone can beat your 3 apprentices. The old granny said very confidently. Don't be so absolute. Qingyu laughed, my 3 apprentices are only 30 years old and they are spirit martial realm and they are all Xian inscription master level. After the tens of thousands of people in the square heard this, there was a sudden commotion full of shock. Spirit martial realm Xian inscription master around 30 years old is indeed very rare. It is no wonder that Qingyu is so confident. Soon, 4 hours had passed. Lu Jingming completed it ahead of time. The violent thunder Xian talisman that she refined is extremely powerful. After throwing it out, a large electric snake was shot out and poured into a thunder storage pearl. Although the violent thunder Xian talisman refined by Qingyu's apprentice is also very strong, it does not look as powerful as Lu Jingming's. Finally, he weighed the 2 lightning storing pearls. Lu Jingming's thunder accumulation bead was half a kilogram heavier than her opponent's. It could be said that she was in the lead. Qingyu lost, his face is a bit ugly, but in order to ensure fairness, he also let Lu Jingming rest, and then the second game. I have to say, this little girl is really amazing. She's not even 20 years old, but she already has this level of skill. Many old Xian inscription masters are not even as good as her, I guess they are very ashamed. Qingyu sighed. Mu Feng, West Wind Baldi and Chu Binyu were also watching. They all felt that they were not as good as Lu Jingming. It's nothing, talents are coming out in large numbers. This is a good thing for our inscription palace. Mu Feng did not mind at all. He said with a smile, a young and promising Xian inscription master like him is the gospel of the inscription world. Many of the old Xian inscription masters present also agreed with what Mu Feng said. Qingyu snorted. After Lu Jingming rested, the second game began. This second game is about refining tools. Refining a low-grade Xian tool. They all refine a saber and then use a tool to test the strength of the blade. If the strength is high enough, they will be the winner. It takes a long time to refine a Xian tool. It takes more than half a day. For some of the more general Xian inscription masters, it takes more than half a day to refine a Xian saber. It can't be used at all. It's not even as good as a royal grade spirit tool. Refining this kind of thing is not something that can be rushed. However, for some genius Xian inscription masters, in a very short period of time, they can also refine a very good Xian tool. The competition went on until late at night and it was almost over. Under the control of several old men, several large luminous stones floated in the air, illuminating the square. The onlookers are also waiting patiently. They all want to see if Immortal Weapon City will lose their most precious immortal tool in the end. Time is up. Lu Jingmeng and Ying Qingyu's disciple can successfully complete. Then began to test the strength. Through the instrument test, Lu Jingmeng refined a saber, the strength is 18. And Ying Qingyu's disciple refined a saber, the strength is 19. Haha, we won a game. As long as we can win the next game, Immortal Weapon City will lose to me. Ying Qingyu is very happy and laughed. It seems that the final victory is in front of him. Lu Jingmeng lost the competition by a small gap. She is very guilty and lowered her head, not daring to look at the black-robed old lady behind her. Meng, don't worry, just win the next game. Your totem rune carving is also very good, you will definitely win. Although the old lady said so, she is also a little anxious. If Lu Jingmeng still loses, then their most powerful immortal tool will be handed over to Ying Qingyu. Granny Ma, can you let Qin Gongzi come out for the last game? His totem rune carving is very good, he will definitely win. Lu Jingmeng whispered. Next to her, Chu Bingyu also saw the opportunity and quickly walked over and said, Granny Ma, Qin Yin defeated Long Yuetao when he was carving totem rune. This is an indisputable fact and the precision of his totem rune carving is extremely high. Ying Qingyu quickly said, we are not competing on the precision of the totem rune, but to carve the totem rune on the puppet and then let the two puppets fight. Only when the puppets win can they win. Granny Ma, Qin Yin has mastered the golden ape totem, it is very suitable to make a puppet. Chu Bingyu said again. At this time, the bald old man also came over and said, Granny Ma, Meng is my granddaughter and I often guide her on inscription knowledge, so I am very clear that she is far inferior to Qin Yin in totem rune. Ying Qingyu is obviously prepared, with Meng's level, I am afraid it will be difficult to win. The bald old man is also because of Qin Yun, so he can open a branch in the northern district, let him get a lot of benefits, naturally he wants to help Qin Yun. Well, I will go find him now. In order to win, Granny Ma can only make an exception and let Qin Yun leave the cage. Qin Yun in the cage, very diligently practiced chopping saber, those are the moves of the common saber technique. Qin Yun, are you annoying? Practicing this kind of three-legged cat saber technique all day long. Yes, what is the use of this broken saber technique? It is full of flaws. Stop, I'm getting annoyed just looking at you. The disciples of the various families scolded loudly. Qin Yin ignored them. He continued to practice the various saber techniques of the common saber technique. At this time, Granny Ma came in with a few people. Seeing Granny Ma, everyone got up and slightly bowed their heads to salute. Granny Ma is here, she is one of the 5 great protectors of the Law Keeper Hall, Vermilion Bird Protector. An old man whispered to Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly put away his saber and looked at Granny Ma. Granny Ma came to Qin Yun with a cold face and said, Qin Yun, there is one thing I need you to do. If you complete it well, I will reduce your sentence by 1 year. What is it? Qin Yun was happy and quickly asked, tell me first. After others heard it, they couldn't believe it. This kind of reduction of sentence, in the Law Keeper Hall, had never happened before. The punishment of the Law Keeper Hall has always been ruthless and merciless. 3 years of detention will not be reduced in any case. And now, in order to get Qin Yun's help, she can actually reduce her sentence by 1 year. The family disciples were all shocked and looked at Granny Ma. Our Immortal Weapon City is facing a competition and we need a master who can carve totem runes. If you can win, you can reduce your sentence by 1 year. Granny Ma's voice was cold and ruthless. Oh. Qin Yun said lightly. What do you mean? Do you agree or not? Granny Ma was slightly angry. If I win, you will let me go and I will promise you. Qin Yun said. A disciple of the Long family, in the cage, shouted, Qin Yun, you have to respect the Vermilion Bird Protector. Giving you a 1-year exemption is already unprecedented. Qin Yun said with a smile, it turned out to be an exception to reduce my sentence? Forget it, let me continue to be imprisoned for 3 years, don't break the rules of the Law Keeper Hall. The inhumane Law Keeper Hall, in order to invite Qin Yun out to compete, made an exception to reduce the sentence. It is obviously a very important competition. Qin Yun knew that if he lost the competition, it would be a great loss to the Immortal Weapon City. Now that the Law Keeper Hall is asking him for help, it is too stingy to reduce the sentence by 1 year. If you win, reduce the sentence by 2 years. Granny Ma endured her anger and said again. Qin Yun sat on the ground and did not speak. He said with a smile, although this cage is a little small, I feel very comfortable. I have met many enemies outside and it seems good to hide here for 3 years. Qin Yun, you have made a mistake, our Law Keeper Hall must punish you appropriately. If we do nothing, then where is the dignity of our Law Keeper Hall? Granny Ma said with a cold face. The family disciples originally wanted to say a few words but when they saw how terrible Granny Ma was, they did not dare to say anything. They just looked at Qin Yun with schadenfreude. The people in this dungeon also felt that Qin Yun was finished, he dared to provoke Granny Ma. Yes. No one is an exception, so I am willing to go to prison for 3 years. Qin Yun said with a smile, Granny Ma, you still have to find someone else. Granny Ma did not expect that Qin Yun would actually bargain with her. You know, it is very rare for the Law Keeper Hall to make such a concession and reduce the sentence by 2 years. What do you want? Reduce the sentence by 3 years? Granny Ma said coldly. I didn't say to reduce the sentence by 3 years. Qin Yun spread his hands, I really don't want to break the rules of the Law Keeper Hall, so you don't need to make an exception for me. Commutation of sentence. Granny Ma shouted at the cage behind her, shut up. That family disciple was also scared witless by this shout, his face pale with fright. Granny Ma looked at the calm and composed Qin Yun and asked coldly, what do you want? 3 years reduction? That was impossible. Since you're involved in a private fight, then. Don't talk anymore, I want to sleep. Qin Yun lied on the ground, turned over and fell asleep. Granny Ma is very angry, she wants to grab Qin Yun and beat him up. Qin Yun is now certain that the competition that Granny Ma came to find him for is extremely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here while suppressing his anger, and he wouldn't have made an exception to reduce his sentence. Qin Yun, don't be too complacent. Granny Ma shouted, half a year. Only half a year, that should be fine, right? After all, she was from the Law Keeper Hall. She had to respect the rules, because it was very rare to get an exception to reduce the sentence. If Qin Yun was acquitted, it would be a complete violation of the sex rules. Those old fogies in the Law Keeper Hall would never accept such a thing. Qin Yun continued lying on the ground without making a sound. He didn't want to stay here for another day, let alone half a year. Granny Ma, please find someone else. Because I suddenly found that I like this dungeon. Lying here for 3 years is nothing. Qin Yun lay on the ground with his legs crossed and chuckled. How could Granny Ma not see that Qin Yun did it on purpose? It was all for the sake of fighting for the greatest benefit. She secretly blamed herself for not being tactful enough and not being steady enough. She let Qin Yun see that this matter was very important, so she was led along. If she had behaved calmly from the beginning, she might have succeeded long ago. Of course, Qin Yun's Tao spirit demonitioner is not to be trifled with. Now, Ling Yun'er taught Qin Yun how to control himself. Because in the present situation, as long as he could endure it, Qin Yun could set any conditions he wanted. Granny Ma looked at Qin Yun with an extremely gloomy expression. She has long heard of Qin Yun's deeds. Now, after interacting with Qin Yun, she finally understood. Why was Qin Yun able to live until now after causing so much trouble? You want to be exempted from punishment, right? Granny Ma said coldly, all right, then I will reduce your punishment. I will only lock you up for 2 days. You've been locked up here for a few days, haven't you? In this way, he still received a certain amount of punishment. But the prerequisite is that you must win this competition in order to receive a reduced sentence. Seeing Granny Ma submit, the family disciples were all surprised and jealous. They didn't understand how important that competition was. He actually made Granny Ma make such a big concession. The family faction had sacrificed their disciples to accompany Qin Yun in prison because they did not want Qin Yun to participate in the martial arts tournament. But now, this plan was about to fail. All the family disciples here want to cry but have no tears because Qin Yun will be able to leave very soon. I agree to participate in the competition, but whether I win or lose, you must exempt me from punishment. Qin Yun said, if you don't agree, then next time we talk, I will increase my requirements. Delusion. Granny Ma said. Then forget it, please go back. If you still want me to go out and compete, I will state my conditions. Qin Yun smiled with a proud look on his face. Those family disciples wanted to fan the flames and let Granny Ma teach Qin Yun a lesson, but they did not dare to speak. Granny Ma is temperamental, this is also a well-known matter. But now in front of Qin Yun, she seems so weak. Granny Ma gritted her teeth and it seems that she can't suppress the anger in her heart. Okay, then you will stay here for 3 years. She snorted angrily and turned to leave. Granny Ma really left. The dungeon also returned to silence. The Long family disciple laughed and said, Qin Yun, you are finished. You have angered Granny Ma, don't think about staying in Immortal Weapon City in the future. Qin Yun, you son of a bitch, you are really stupid, you actually gave up such a good opportunity and even provoked Granny Ma, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Another family disciple sneered and said, you will definitely be watched by the Law Keeper Hall in the future. As long as you cause any trouble, you will definitely be arrested. Just as those disciples were making irresponsible remarks to Qin Yun, Granny Ma came back again. The people in the dungeon saw Granny Ma come back and they were all dumbfounded. Granny Ma just left in anger and now she came back, obviously to compromise with Qin Yun. That competition is really very important. Because among the disciples of the entire Immortal Weapon City, only Qin Yun can go out and defeating Qin Yu's disciple. If the Immortal Weapon City loses in this competition, it means that they have to give up the Immortal Tool. How precious is the Immortal Tool, so no matter what, they must keep the Immortal Tool. Qin Yun, as long as you participate in the competition, regardless of winning or losing, I will immediately let you go. Granny Ma's tone is very flat, not as aggressive as before. I want to make a condition. Qin Yun smiled and got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. You say, don't go too far. Granny Ma said. Those family disciples are bleeding with jealousy in their hearts. They now understand the importance of strong inscription talent, even Granny Ma of the Law Keeper Hall is so humble. I want to beat them up. Qin Yun pointed to the family disciples in the cages opposite, they are all Spirit Martial Realm martial masters. Qin Yun, you bastard, don't be delusional, Granny Ma is fair and will never agree to this kind of thing. Granny Ma, don't agree to such a despicable person as Qin Yun. Shameless guy, you are forcing Granny Ma to do unjust things. Granny Ma is perceptive and selfless, don't give in to Qin Yun, this despicable and shameless villain. Those family disciples suddenly shouted and screamed like a dog whose tail was stepped on. Granny Ma said coldly, Qin Yun, don't kill them. Hearing Granny Ma's words, those family disciples, one by one, their faces turned ashen and they screamed. Granny Ma opened the door of Qin Yun's cell. Qin Yun rubbed his hands and walked out with a smile on his face. Then, Granny Ma opened the door of a family disciple's cell and said to the family disciple with a cold face, don't resist, let Qin Yun beat. If you dare to resist, you will be locked up for another 10 years. Granny Ma, you can't do this. The disciple screamed. This is my territory, I can do whatever I want and this is also a punishment for you. You deliberately provoked Qin Yun, it was premeditated and your behavior is very bad, that's why I increased your punishment. Granny Ma smiled coldly, this reason of mine should be enough, right? Qin Yun walked into the cage and punched the Long family disciple in the face. He said with a smile, Granny Ma is really wise. I will punish them well. Boom boom boom. Pa pa pa, Qin Yun's fists and palms alternated as he madly beat the disciple back and forth, causing the Long family disciple to scream like a pig being slaughtered. The other family disciples nearby trembled in fear when they heard the blood-curdling screams. Qin Yun, have some sense of propriety. Don't cripple them, otherwise I won't be able to explain. Granny Ma slightly frowned. Rest assured, I have the most experience in this kind of thing. Qin Yun said with a smile and continued to beat the disciple. After a while, the disciple was beaten until he looked like a pig's head, lying on the ground and crying. Qin Yun looked at the next cage and said with a smile, "Is it fun to watch?" "It's your turn." The disciple in the cage is from the Yang family. When he saw Granny Ma open the cell door, he immediately cried and begged Qin Yun, "Brother Qin Yun, Uncle Qin Yun, don't beat me, spare me this time." Qin Yun did not buy this trick, he was just scolded by this group of guys. "When I was hung in the immortal fire pool, you set fire to me and burned me so happily. Of course, I have to repay this kindness." Qin Yun said with a smile and beat the man. They did not dare to fight back. If they did, they would be imprisoned for 10 years. One must know that in this dungeon, except for the people of the Lawkeeper Hall, no one can visit. Therefore, it is difficult to spread what happened here. Only those disciples who have been imprisoned for 3 years can talk to their elders about this matter. Half an hour later, the family disciples in the cages were all beaten by Qin Yun and suffered a lot. When they saw Qin Yun smile at this time, there was a fear in their hearts. "You guys originally wanted to trap me for 3 years, but now, I am free and you have to continue to be imprisoned, haha." Qin Yun laughed loudly and followed Granny Ma out of the dungeon. After Qin Yun was taken out by Granny Ma, he was stuffed into a car and then threw a set of clothes to him. "Put it on, this is the clothes of our immortal weapon city." It is a set of beautiful blue clothes with good workmanship. After Qin Yun put it on, after some combing, he became very spirited and full of vitality, making him look more handsome and unrestrained. "This is your identity card." Granny Ma handed Qin Yun a jade card, "Drip blood." After Qin Yun dripped blood, he smiled and said, "From today on, I am a part of Immortal Weapon City." Humph. Granny Ma snorted, she did not know what kind of trouble this Immortal Weapon Palace will be caused by this kid in the future. Qin Yun whistled cheerfully and followed Granny Ma and flew outside the Immortal Weapon Palace. Chu Binyu and others saw Qin Yun with a cheerful smile on his face and were completely relieved. The elders of the family forces are gnashing their teeth. "Granny Ma, Qin Yun violated the rules of the sect because of a private fight and will be imprisoned for 3 years. After the competition, let him go back to the dungeon." An old man came over and said, "Qin Yun has mastered the supreme inscription technique. He came out to protect the honor of our immortal weapon city. It is also considered as a meritorious service, so I reduced his sentence and only detained him for 2 days." Granny Ma said coldly. Everyone knows that Qin Yun stayed in the dungeon for 2 or 3 days, which means that after the competition, he will be free. "Granny Ma, the rules can't be broken." An old man is very dissatisfied and quickly shouted. 573 Chapter 573 An important contest. After the elders of the family forces heard this, they were all shocked. As long as Qin Yun's sentence is reduced, he is willing to compete. "If you want to continue to imprison him, go and find me a good young disciple to carve totem runes. If the disciple you find can't win and lose the immortal tool, you will break your own arm. If you can't do it, get out of my way and shut your stinky mouth." Granny Ma's eyes emitted a cold light and her voice was slightly angry. The elders of the family forces did not dare to speak and could only obediently retreat. Qin Yun knows that this competition is very important, but it is much more important than he imagined. Because if he loses, not only will he lose an immortal tool, but he will also let the Lawkeeper Hall people break their own arm. His mother, if I knew it, I would have opened my mouth like a lion and mercilessly drained them. Ling Yun'er shouted very painfully. Qin Yun also felt the same way. If he knew that the consequences of losing were so serious, he should have set a very excessive condition. Yingqingyu saw Qin Yun coming and smiled slightly. Interesting, interesting. You are only marshal down 9th level and you dare to come out to participate in this kind of competition, you really have confidence. I know the rules of the competition, when can we start? Qin Yun asked calmly. We can start right away. Yingqingyu said and took out more than a dozen puppets, some humanoid and some beast-shaped puppets. Although Yingqingyu's apprentice looks tall and thin, his aura is very strong. After all, he is a spirit martial realm martial master and his body exudes a relatively pure aura of flame energy. Qin Yan sensed the flame aura and his heart was secretly shocked. Peng Wang, you choose a puppet to carve totem runes on. Yingqingyu let his apprentice choose first. Granny Ma suddenly shouted, wait, I want to check. When checking, she asked Mu Feng, the bald man and Chu Binyu to come over and check the blank puppets together. At this time, the blank puppets are all refined, as long as the totem runes are carved on it, it can be used. Qin Yan looked at the material and knew that it is a Xian-level material. He felt that with his own strength, it is not difficult to carve totem runes. The difficult thing is whether he can win in the end. This was because the test of the totem carvings did not only look at the fineness of the totem carvings, but also the puppet's strength. These puppets are all about the same. The only difference is that there are two types of puppets, human and beast. Mu Feng said to Qin Yan after inspecting them. Chu Binyu and the bald man also nodded. Young Master Qin, what kind of puppet do you want to refine? Lu Jingming came behind Qin Yan and asked softly. I don't know yet. Qin Yan is also considering. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be imprisoned any longer. However, he also wanted to win the competition. This was a great opportunity for him to display his strength. These puppets were prepared by Yingqingyu. As his apprentice, Peng Wang must be very clear about puppets. He must have practiced it repeatedly before. Peng Wang immediately chose the beast-shaped puppet. Qin Yan thought for a moment and also chose a beast-shaped puppet. It looked like a tiger-shaped puppet. Its entire body was black and it was refined using a lot of Xianyuan steel. Qin Yan, I heard that your totem is the golden ape totem. It is better to use it to refine a humanoid puppet. Yingqingyu said with some surprise. Senior, I am going to use the golden ape totem to reward the heads of the three patriarchs of the proud star state, Yang family and Long family. If the senior wants to get the golden ape totem, just take their heads and send them to me. Qin Yan laughed. This matter has been spread long ago. Qin Yan was in the immortal fire pool, but he was bullied by those family forces, so he used this way to retaliate. Now, when they heard Qin Yan personally say it, everyone was surprised to talk about it. The people of the family forces present are full of anger. Qin Yan's ancient Dao tool was taken away by the people of Medicine Immortal Valley. Everyone thought that he could no longer put up a bounty for those patriarchs. Now, the golden ape totem he threw out is even more attractive. Golden ape totem, it is a good totem. If there is no totem Xian inscription master, they should find a way to get it. Yingqingyu smiled. The patriarchs of the Long family, Yang family, and Tian family have to be very careful when they go out. Qin Yan was taken away by the Medicine Immortal Valley, which has always made him upset. Although those Dao tools are not very important to him, they are very precious things. It is equivalent to having a large amount of wealth taken away by the Medicine Immortal Valley. He will definitely settle this account with the Medicine Immortal Valley. Qin Yan also wants to put up a bounty for the head of the Medicine Immortal Valley, but the golden ape totem is far from enough, he needs better things. He also has no suitable things, so he can only give up for the time being. Are you all sure about the puppet embryos? Then get ready to start. Now it is afternoon, tomorrow morning when the sun rises. Yingqingyu said. When carving the totem rune, only carving knife is needed. The carving knife used is a unified low-grade Xian tool carving knife. It is even more difficult to use a carving knife that you are not familiar with. Peng Wang picked up the carving knife and very quickly carved on the puppet embryo. At first glance, it can be seen that he is very skilled and has practiced many times. Yingqingyu, you are well prepared. Granny Ma said coldly. If you want to succeed, you must be fully prepared. Yingqingyu smiled and said, Little brother Qin Yan, don't worry, your strength is still very strong, even if you lose, no one will laugh at you, after all, you are only 9th level martial Dao realm. Although Qin Yan can't use the mental resonance Xian pen, the pen is integrated with him, so he can also use the Beast King inscription spirit inside the pen. Qin Yan is expressionless, he clenched the carving knife that is not easy to use, then condensed the power of the blood spirit and began to carve. It takes a very special skill to carve totem rune on this kind of puppet. Embryo. Because the totem rune is carved inside the puppet embryo and cannot appear on the surface. It can also be carved on the surface, but if the totem rune on the surface is damaged, the puppet will be damaged. Little brother Qin, are you sure you want to carve the golden ape totem on this tiger puppet embryo? Qingyu cannot see what totem Qin is carving. I didn't say I want to carve the golden ape totem, Qin said. There was a burst of exclamation in the square. The totem rune that Qin has mastered is not only the golden ape totem. Granny Ma is secretly happy. She feels that the odds of winning are a bit better. She quickly shouted at Qingyu, "Don't disturb Qin, let him carve the totem rune in peace." Qin has the dragon tiger totem for a long time and has long been familiar with it. Moreover, it has also been evolved by Momo, the high priestess of the elves. His dragon tiger totem rune is a Xian totem. Xian totem is much more complex and powerful than spirit totem. Absorbing the same level of energy, the power released by the spirit totem is not as good as the Xian totem. Hee, interesting. Qingyu is still very confident and calm. He said to Granny Ma, "Such an excellent disciple, you have to train him well. I heard that he was bullied by many people in your immortal weapon city." Qingyu, you want to poach him, right? Granny Ma asked coldly. I don't have that idea, I just want to remind you to treat excellent disciples well. Qingyu has such an idea, he just wants to poach Qin. Immortal Weapon City has a very powerful immortal tool. If they lose here, it means that the strength of Immortal Weapon City will decline and the overall strength is definitely the most backward among the 5 immortal sections. Therefore, Granny Ma and others must not let such a thing happen. Many of the people watching the battle here are from other immortal sections. Among them, the people of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are eager for Immortal Weapon City to lose. In this way, they will no longer have to be afraid of Immortal Weapon City. Although the major immortal sects have their own immortal tools, Immortal Weapon City is the strongest. The onlookers want to see what the result is. If Immortal Weapon City loses, they can witness the beginning of the decline of a super immortal sect. Watching the engraving of the totem runes is very boring because nothing can be seen. When Qin and Peng Wang engraved the totem runes, they penetrated the power of the blood soul into the puppet embryo and did not reveal the totem runes at all. Even many old Xian inscription masters can't see anything. The people waiting are talking about all kinds of things, which are also recent events. What everyone was looking forward to the most was the upcoming martial arts tournament. It is said that divine power will be sent, which is also provided by the Divine Inscription Palace. The reason why the Divine Inscription Palace wants to hold this martial arts competition is also because the Divine Inscription Palace is established by various sects and has earned a lot of benefits over the years. Therefore, the Divine Inscription Palace will often hold some grand events to issue generous rewards to outstanding martial arts geniuses. Under the patient waiting of everyone, the night passed quickly and the sky was about to dawn. At this time, Peng Wang was the first to finish. Seeing that Qin is going to lose, the people of the family forces are also very anxious. If the immortal tool is lost to Qingyu here, their family forces will not be able to get as many resources as before. The strength of Immortal Weapon City will decline and in the Proud Star State, they will definitely not be able to compete for any resources. What is Qin doing? It's actually so slow. Can he finish? Granny Ma, if I knew earlier, I would have let Lu Jingming go. You see, he has not finished yet. The people of those family forces. All of them are very anxious. Many of the mines and industries in Immortal Weapon City are under their control. If there is no immortal tool to deter other immortal sects, their resources will be invaded. All of you shut up. Granny Ma shouted at the old men who were making noises. She was also nervous and her palms were sweaty and her heart was flustered. Although Qin is slow, he is very stable. He has the assistance of the Beast King Inscription Spirit. Carving beast totems is not a problem. The reason why he is so slow is to make the totem runes stronger. When carving, the more blood soul power is injected, the thicker the totem runes can be and the more violent the flowing energy can be. I'm done. 574 Chapter, Huakuang seeing Qin complete, the people of Immortal Weapon City all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Granny Ma, she was just nervous to the extreme. If Qin can't complete it, there is no hope of winning. Now, as long as the two people refining the puppet beast, see who is stronger, who wins. Everyone has been looking forward to it for so long, finally waiting for the most exciting moment. Xianxia's puppet beast is black, Peng Wang's is gray, the size is the same. Well, the two puppet beasts will fight under your control. Xianxia is also a little excited. He feels that his apprentice will be able to defeat Xianxia's puppet beast and win. Start! Xianxia shouted. The battle between the two puppet beasts began immediately. At the beginning, it was very fierce. They were all pouncing and tearing. The puppet beast is made of Xianyuan steel. When colliding, it also splashed a group of violent shock waves. Just a moment later, there are many damaged places on the bodies of the two puppet beasts, big pits and other scratches. What a strong puppet beast! It can completely defeat the martial Dao 9th level martial artist, even if it is the spirit martial realm martial artist. Encounter this level of puppet beast, may not be able to defeat. Xianxia is only martial Dao 9th level, how can he refine such a powerful puppet beast? This guy is really a genius. His own strength is very strong and his talent in the Tao of inscription is even more terrible. The totem rune he carved is not a golden ape totem but a beast totem similar to a tiger beast. What is the origin of Xianxia? He has this kind of inscription ability, certainly not self-taught, right? Where did his two totems come from? As the crowd was surprised, Xianxia's black puppet beast suddenly opened its mouth and bit the other's neck. Gotcha, this crisp sound came out. Peng Wang's gray puppet beast's neck was bitten off a large piece. This is impossible. The refining materials of the two puppet beasts are the same, so the strength is the same, it is impossible to bite each other. The most surprised is Xianxia. He quickly shook his head and said. The puppet beasts were all created by him. In his opinion, the strength of these two puppet beasts were about the same. If they were to fight, it would only be a matter of who could last until the end. When the two puppet beasts were full of energy, it was impossible for them to crush one side. But now, Xianxia's puppet beast had bitten off the neck of Peng Wang's puppet beast. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and shouted in alarm, Xianxia, your totem is Xian totem? When everyone heard this, waves of exclamations instantly erupted, and they didn't dare believe this was true. Mystic totems were rare, especially the totems used to make puppets, most of them were spirit-level totems. It was extremely rare for someone to possess a Xian-level totem and also be an inscription master. When everyone obtained a totem, it was the most basic spirit totem. It needed to evolve into a Xian totem later. Xianxia's puppet beast became more and more ferocious as it fought. It flew over and bit the other party's neck. Gotcha! With a bang, the puppet beast's head rolled onto the ground. Granny Ma's cold face was suddenly filled with a smile. Immortal Weapon City 1, everyone started shouting as well. Xianxia, a young man of 9th level martial Dao realm, actually defeated a spirit martial realm Xian inscription master, and it is the most profound totem carving victory. This kind of talent is as outstanding as Lu Jingmeng. Several old men of the Law Keeper Hall all showed a happy smile. Their immortal tools do not have to be given to Xianxia. Although the people from the various families and forces were relieved, they still felt very upset in their hearts. Because Xianxia is their enemy and Xianxia hates them bitterly. Senior sister, I won. Xianxia looked at Lu Jingmeng behind him and said with a smile. He regretted that he did not ask Granny Ma for more things, otherwise he would have a big harvest now. Xianxia lost and his mood is very bad. He has been preparing for this for many years but still can't win. Xianxia, you said before that this is the last time with our Immortal Weapon City and there will be no more in the future, right? Granny Ma asked. This, I am somewhat dissatisfied. Because my disciple Peng Wang is best at alchemy. Xianxia sighed slightly and patted Peng Wang's shoulder. He spent most of his time studying alchemy and now he can refine royal-grade spirit pills. Oh? That's very powerful. Granny Ma looked at Peng Wang in surprise and said, you have such a good disciple, I am really happy for you. Granny Ma, let's compete again. Let's compete in alchemy, you send an alchemy disciple, Immortal Weapon City should also have young alchemist, right? Xianxia said, his face is not reconciled. Because after this, he can no longer find Immortal Weapon City to compete and there is no chance to get that immortal tool. Xianxia, we have no young alchemist to compete with you. Granny Ma smiled, you give up. How about this, if you win, I will give you the inscription spirit wildfire. Xianxia gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. That is the inscription spirit I just got. As long as I get the wildfire inscription spirit, inscription master can get twice the result with half the effort when carving fire attribute runes. Inscription spirit is a good thing and it is a very rare wildfire. Wildfire inscription spirit is very practical. That's because fire attribute runes and totems are very common and can be used in many places. The inscription masters present all exclaimed in an instant. Xianxia, how about the disciple of my Medicine Immortal Valley compete with you? An old man from Medicine Immortal Valley quickly shouted. If I win you, what can you give me? Your Medicine Immortal Valley's immortal tool? I don't like that piece of junk. Xianxia curled his lips. An old man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain also shouted anxiously, Xianxia, our Azure Flame Immortal Mountain also wants to compete with you, what do you want? Our Azure Flame Immortal Mountain can afford it, we will definitely give it to you. As long as I win, you give me the immortal tool of Immortal Weapon City and I will compete with you. Xianxia smiled, I don't want anything except the immortal tool of Immortal Weapon City. Azure Flame Immortal Mountain mainly cultivates fire and Medicine Immortal Valley is the same. They often use fire. If they have wildfire inscription spirit, they can carve better and stronger fire attribute runes, which is of great help to them. Inscription spirit is very rare. The Star-Lord inscription spirit that appeared before made the sect masters of the major sects go crazy. The elders of those sects saw that Xianxia is so persistent and shook their heads. Granny Ma, you also saw how precious the wildfire inscription spirit is. In order to let Granny Ma agree, Xianxia took out a big bead. Inside the bead in his palm, there is a cluster of flame. Inside the beading flame, there are many strange lines, burning and spewing flames, like a variety of fire runes. Xianxia is very excited. Xianxia, you go back. Granny Ma, of course, knows the preciousness of the wildfire inscription spirit but she does not dare to take risks. They finally got through the tribulation and now they can't take risks again. Xianxia sighed and just turned around. Xianxia walked up and said, Senior, how is this thing? Is it a good thing? Xianxia took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron was made very small by Xianxia. Only by approaching can you see the runes on the body of the cauldron. Xianxia frowned and found that there are 9 groups of Heavenly Lion totem runes on it. He suddenly trembled. Good thing. Xianxia exclaimed. I and your disciple compete in alchemy, I win, this thing is yours. You win, the wildfire inscription spirit is mine. Xianxia quickly put away the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Everyone was curious and wanted to know what Xianxia had just taken out. It actually made Xianxia so excited. Xianxia has several ancient Dao tools and also mastered Xian level totem. The things he took out made Xianxia so excited, which made people even more curious about his origin. The most incredible thing is that Xianxia actually knows alchemy. Good. Can you refine pills? Xianxia nodded and agreed, but he couldn't believe that Xianxia could refine pills. Refine royal grade spirit pill? No problem, I also know a little about alchemy. Xianxia smiled. It is not surprising that inscription masters know alchemy, after all, the Tao of inscription is much more difficult than refining pills. Moreover, the tools needed to refine pills need to be refined by inscription masters. Granny Ma and others really did not expect that Xianxia actually hid so deep. Mufeng just saw Xianxia's small cauldron and also knew that it is Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, a very precious thing. Well, if Peng Wang loses to you again, I will be convinced. Xianxia smiled, he knows the value of Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and even thinks that Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron is better than the immortal tools of Immortal Weapon City. Ling Yun'er also told Xianxia that Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron is a Dao tool that knows how to evolve. Because the totem runes on it are very strong, it can evolve into an immortal tool in the future. This guy is a person who knows what's good. Xiao Yun, don't lose Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, that's a very good thing. Ling Yun'er said. Rest assured, I don't refine many pills but my level is not low. Xianxia feels that through the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, He can absorb 9 sun spiritual energy and improve the quality of pills during alchemy. Also, the medicinal pills and equipment he refined were all very good. They are refined according to the blueprints on the mysterious pill scripture, using star rune and moon rune refining. In the competition to refine pills, the tools used are generally used. Refine a more commonly used royal grade spirit pill, myriad poison purging pill. You have to refine it within an hour, whoever has higher quality wins. Xianxia said. Good. Qin heard of this kind of pill for the first time and did not know how to refine it. He said, I don't have medicinal herbs. Rest assured, I will provide the medicinal herbs. Xianxia smiled and then took out some medicinal herbs. There are white jade-like ginseng, black snake gall fruit, purple leaves and a green mud-like rhizome. Immortal Fire Alchemy. Qin took out his own alchemy equipment, which is the Xian level alchemy equipment that he used to refine Bone Spirit Xian pill. Although it is specifically used to refine Bone Spirit Xian pill, it can also be used to refine other spirit level pills. The main purpose of that set of equipment is to optimize the medicinal materials needed for Bone Spirit Xian pill, which can better support the medicinal materials of Bone Spirit Xian pill. Very good. Xianxia looked at it and did not find any storage space inside and was relieved. He did not see the star rune and moon rune inside. Because when Qin was refining, they were hidden inside and most of them are dark lines. Xianxia's apprentice is very good at refining and alchemy. However, Xianxia himself is not very proficient in these two aspects, he is only responsible for guiding. It is not him who guides his apprentice to learn Tao of inscription. It is someone else. It is Xianxia who went to find various old Tao inscription masters to help guide. Qin casually took a set of medicinal materials and looked at these medicinal materials. He also has some headache. Because he does not know which to refine into powder and which to refine into liquid. Qin and Peng Wang both took the medicinal materials. Senior, I also want to check Peng Wang's alchemy equipment. Qin suddenly said, if the other party cheats, he will lose Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Yes. Xianxia smiled very confidently. Qin quickly walked over and picked up Peng Wang's golden round pill furnace. Just one? Qin asked. Oh, you don't know, now the alchemy equipment is integrated. Your method of refining medicinal liquid and medicinal powder separately is a very ancient technique. Xianxia said. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley also laughed. Qin, who did you learn alchemy from? It is still so old and backward. 2 alchemy equipment are separated, this requires you to take care of 2 equipment at the same time, not only energy consumption, but also divert attention to take care of them, then take them out and put them into the pill furnace to refine pills, this requires a 3rd equipment. This process is very cumbersome and during the conversion back and forth, there may be more energy poured in. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley have pointed Qin, they are indeed experts in this regard. Of course, the ancient method that Qin was using was still being used by a number of people. When Qin heard the words of the Medicine Immortal Valley people, he also felt that what they said was reasonable. That was because he also felt that if he only used one tool, he would be able to turn the medicinal ingredients into pills in one go. Qin returned to his position and took out a pill furnace. This pill furnace was also refined by him according to the blueprints of the mysterious pill scripture. Seeing him take out the pill furnace, Xianxia also walked over to inspect it. After checking, Xianxia took out an hourglass and said, the time is 2 hours, start now. After the hourglass turned over, Peng Wang put 4 kinds of medicinal herbs into the furnace. Qin was somewhat dumbfounded. He had planned on seeing what herbs Peng Wang refined into medicinal powder and what herbs he refined into medicinal liquid. Qin, aren't you going to begin? Granny Ma shouted softly from behind. This? I need to prepare my mood. Qin looked at the medicinal herbs in a daze. Qin, have you not refined the myriad poison cleansing pill? Xianxia frowned and asked, this is a very commonly used royal grade spirit pill. If you learn alchemy, you should know. I really haven't refined it. Qin smiled bitterly. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley once again burst into laughter, the others also followed suit. Xianxia is very happy, shook his head and smiled, you have not refined the myriad poison cleansing pill and you are so confident that you can compete with Peng Wang? Do you think that alchemy is as easy as carving totems? Of course not. Qin Yun snorted. Ying Qingyu felt that Peng Wang would win this time because Qin Yun is not so proficient in alchemy. Granny Ma secretly rejoiced that Qin Yun did not represent a mortal weapon city to compete, otherwise they would have suffered heavy losses. Everyone is also looking at Qin Yun's joke. They also feel strange. Where does Qin Yun's confidence come from? He actually used very precious things to compete. This time I am in trouble. Qin Yun said in his heart, Yuner, you give me some ideas. White jade ginseng, green mud roots are used to refine medicinal powder, black fruit and purple leaves are used to refine medicinal liquid. Ling Yuner said. Are you sure? Qin Yun asked in his heart. What can I do if I am not sure? Anyway, the medicinal herbs are transformed into medicinal liquid powder and the medicinal power is still there. Wait for me to use immortal fire to help you burn the pill, the quality should be guaranteed. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and then removed the dirt on the medicinal herbs and did as Ling Yuner said. After he put the medicinal herbs in the 2 boxes, he injected the flame and let the 2 boxes release a special power to transform the medicinal herbs in the box into medicinal powder and medicinal liquid. After seeing Qin Yun start, the people of Medicine Immortal Valley laughed loudly. Qin Yun, you will lose. You are messing around, all your medicinal herbs can only be refined into medicinal liquid. An old man of Medicine Immortal Valley said loudly. Ying Qingyu also smiled and said nothing, he is more confident. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley know these medicinal herbs better and they all know which should be refined into medicinal powder and which should be refined into medicinal liquid. Seeing Qin Yun tossing and turning, they know that Qin Yun has no level. Qin Yun cursed a few words in his heart but did not stop. Don't worry about them. They are not necessarily right. Ling Yuner said, medicinal powder and medicinal liquid are the root of medicinal herbs. If they are mixed together, they can eventually form a pill. Maybe it is just the quality, but don't forget, your refining tools, coupled with my control and release of immortal fire, the quality is definitely very high. Ling Yuner is also worried that Qin Yun will let his imagination run wild and lose his sense of propriety. Qin Yun certainly believes in Ling Yuner, so no matter what the people of Medicine Immortal Valley say, he will refine with peace of mind. Mu Feng is very worried that Qin Yun will lose the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, which is a very precious thing. Qin Yun proceeded steadily. After 2 hours, he finished refining the medicinal powder and medicinal liquid. Then, he put the medicinal powder and medicinal liquid into the pill furnace, used his mental power to knead it into a ball and then released the flame to refine. When releasing the flame, Ling Yuner will absorb the immortal energy and condense the immortal fire. Yuner, you control it well, don't burn those materials. Qin Yun is a little worried and told Ling Yuner. You can rest assured, I don't know how rich my experience is. Ling Yuner smiled very confidently, I will definitely win his wildfire inscription spirit. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley are waiting to see Qin Yun make a fool of himself. It has to be said that Ying Qingyu's disciple Peng Wang, when refining, went very smoothly. He finished refining half an hour in advance. And Qin Yun is still there, with a sad look on his face. Master, we will win this time. Peng Wang wiped his sweat and smiled happily. That is. Qin Yun, this kid, he has talent but he has not studied hard, so he is like this. Ying Qingyu smiled and tidied up his messy hair. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley think that Qin Yun has no chance. Because when Qin Yun refined the myriad detoxification pill, he did not strictly deal with the medicinal herbs, which is a taboo in alchemy. The difficulty of myriad detoxification pill is to use all the medicinal liquid to refine the pill, so the pill will be relatively small. If you refine some of the medicinal herbs into medicinal powder, although it can also condense the pill, the quality will drop a lot. Qin Yun is so reckless, it is not bad to be able to refine a pill, don't expect to win against a professional alchemist. For Qin Yun's inscription technique, everyone is quite admirable. But alchemy is not good. Medicine Immortal Valley is the authority in this regard, so many people believe in their words. Finally, 2 hours passed. Qin Yun took out a gray pill from the pill furnace. This kind of pill is originally gray, but the quality is high and low. It is difficult to judge directly from the appearance. However, Xianxia's pill also has a pill fragrance and it smells very good. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley saw Xianxia's pill and their faces were also surprised. Because according to their experience, this is a qualified myriad detoxification pill. However, according to Xianxia's method of refining just now, it is impossible to refine a qualified pill. The most puzzling thing is that the pill refined by Xianxia is relatively big. The reason why it can be so big is also because Xianxia used medicinal powder. In contrast, the myriad detoxification pill refined by Peng Wang is much smaller. Yingqingyu, who has been smiling, also put away his smile at this time. The myriad poison cleansing pill refined by Xianxia looked like it was up to standard. It was just too abnormal. Let's start testing the quality. Yingqingyu took out a tool, which is specially used to test the quality of the pill. This tool is more common. People who often go to buy pills will have such a tool. It is mainly used to test the quality when buying medicinal herbs, to avoid being cheated. The testing tool is a box. After the lid is closed, there is a transparent place on the lid, like a crystal, which will show the value. Yingqingyu first tested Peng Wang. 72 quality. Very good. Yingqingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Granny Ma also came to test. Although Xianxia is not representing Immortal Weapon City in the competition, she also has to show that she cares about Xianxia. 72. Granny Ma nodded. The old man from Medicine Immortal Valley said, 50 quality is qualified, 72 quality is in the upper quality. It's my turn. Xianxia is also a little nervous. If he loses, Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron will be gone. Yingqingyu took it and after testing, his face changed. 78. Granny Ma shouted in surprise when she saw it. I won. Xianxia's suspended heart finally relaxed as he revealed a smile. Senior, the wildfire inscription spirit is mine. The people of Medicine Immortal Valley shouted that it is impossible. Because Xianxia's refining method is not right at all, but he can refine a good quality. Here you go. Although Yingqingyu is very sad, he still took out the bead and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia got the inscription spirit and it is a very good violent fire, which made many people sigh with emotion. A person in his 20s, not even in the spirit martial realm, got this kind of thing that even martial emperors want. 576 Chapter 576 Bone Dragon is mine. Xianxia took the wildfire inscription spirit and was very happy. After looking at it, he put it away. Thank you, Senior. Xianxia smiled. You are welcome, this is what you deserve. Yingqingyu sighed, perhaps, this is my destiny. I want to pursue a good weapon but I can't get it. This is just your opportunity has not arrived. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia, you must live well, I will come to you again. Yingqingyu looked at Xianxia and said with a serious face, you must keep that thing for me. Let's go. Yingqingyu, with a sense of loss, quickly left the square with his 3 apprentices. This time, Yingqingyu's biggest harvest is Xianxia, he got the wildfire inscription spirit. Those family powers are the most jealous. A long family old man with martial king strength came out and said, Granny Ma, Xianxia got the inscription spirit, it should be handed over to our Immortal Weapon City. If it were not for our Immortal Weapon City, he would not have this opportunity. After Xianxia heard this, he said angrily, dream on. If you dare to be so arrogant, believe it or not, I will use this inscription spirit to reward the heads of all the martial kings in your Long family. You dare? The Long family old man was horrified and shouted angrily. You say I dare not? Xianxia sneered. The Long family old man did not dare to say anything. Granny Ma said, the inscription spirit is won by Xianxia himself, we have no right to interfere. At this time an elder of Immortal Weapon City said, Granny Ma, Xianxia got a very powerful bone dragon in the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain. Because according to the previous agreement, the temporary disciples who go in must hand over the things they get. You shut up. Xianxia said angrily, I entered the Heavenly Beast Desolate Domain with my own strength and did not enter through that door. Whatever I get in there, it belongs to me. If you don't want to, then expel me from Immortal Weapon City. Xianxia's inscription technique is so brilliant, his talent is so high and he mastered 2 totems, how could Immortal Weapon City expel him? Xianxia, don't be so selfish. We just want you to hand over the Bone Dragon to the Law Keeper Hall to enhance their strength. That kind of thing is best given to the Law Keeper Hall's Azure Dragon Law Protector. The elder sneered. They are jealous of the good things Xianxia has obtained, so they want Xianxia to hand them over. Even if they could not obtain it, all they needed to do was watch Xianxia lose it. Bastard, I'll give you the Bone Dragon, can you afford it? As Xianxia spoke, he released the Bone Dragon. As soon as the Bone Dragon appeared, it let out a heaven-shaking roar and floated in the air. The huge body of the dragon coiled in the air, and the mighty dragon head looked down. Looking at this mighty and huge bone dragon, everyone exclaimed again and again, feeling incomparably shocked. Many people were secretly envious of Xianxia for having such a good item. The elders of the family forces shouted one after another, asking the Law Keeper Hall to take back the bone dragon. The bone dragon was Xianxia's and he had refined it into a bone dragon puppet. He would never hand it over. Why can't I afford it? The elder laughed twice, watch how I take the bone dragon. The elder was very confident, he flew into the air and took out a storage shan tool. Xianxia smiled coldly and quickly controlled the bone dragon to attack. The huge body of the bone dragon danced flexibly and roared fiercely. The tail quickly swung out and slammed on the old man. Bang, when the tail hit, there was a terrible explosion. That's because the speed of the tail sweep is too fast, it can directly explode the air. Ah! After the elder was swept by the tail, he fell heavily to the ground. The floor tiles of the square were smashed and a pit appeared. The elder was also swept by the tail and his body was covered with blood and the bones in his body were broken. A spirit martial realm martial master actually dares to subdue my bone dragon? Xianxia sneered. When everyone saw the elder who was seriously injured, they all took a deep breath. Xianxia is only at the 9th level martial Dao realm, but the bone dragon he controls has such a powerful strength. This is obviously not a puppet. If it is a puppet beast, its strength will also be limited because of its master. What they did not know is that this bone dragon puppet was refined by Xianxia and the puppet's strength is closely related to the control of mental power. Xianxia's mental power is stronger than most spirit martial realm martial masters, so the bone dragon puppet he controls is also very strong. An elder of a family power quickly stood up and angrily rebuked Xianxia, "You bastard, you actually injured an elder of our sect. You should be punished for offending your superiors." Xianxia said coldly, "He wants to subdue my bone dragon and my bone dragon will resist. His strength is weak and he can't dodge in time. Who can he blame? Alright, then I'll subdue it." The elder is a Xian martial realm martial monarch, he quickly flew up. The bone dragon quickly attacked the old man. Although the attack speed is very fast, it was still dodged. After the old man went up, he took out his storage magic tool and wanted to keep the bone dragon inside, but he did not succeed. At this time, the powerful puppet beast is not that easy to be taken in. Granny Ma shouted, "Enough! The bone dragon belongs to Xianxia, we have no right to deal with it." Xianxia seized tens of thousands of genes of heavenly beast bones for our immortal weapon city, the sharing is also very big. Seeing Granny Ma speak and her face is not good, those family powers can only give up. They just let Xianxia give the bone dragon to the Law Keeper Hall, so Granny Ma can't say anything. It's over, let's go back. Chu Binyu came over, patted Xianxia on the shoulder and smiled. Granny Ma took Lu Jingming into the Immortal Weapon Palace and other disciples of Immortal Weapon City also dispersed. The people of various sects also left the square in front of the Immortal Weapon Palace with surprise. Xianxia followed Chu Binyu and came to the outer sect area of the Immortal Weapon Palace, a relatively quiet garden. In this beautiful garden, there are not many buildings, only a dozen houses. Dilla Master, will I live here in the future? Xianxia felt that the environment is very good and smiled. This is the residence of our outer sect elders and instructors. I just let you stay here for the time being, I will arrange for you and Jian Meng to be together. Chu Binyu smiled, "You kid, you are almost a Xian inscription master, right?" Dilla Master, you cheated Jian Lang Hall Master, his flying eagle puppet is a very bad thing. Xianxia said very disdainfully. Well, I had no other way at the time. I will compensate him in the future. Chu Bingyu laughed. Don't be prejudiced against me because of this. Of course not, I will at most be on guard against you, so as not to be cheated by you. Qin Yan laughed. Jian Langhao Master is a good example. Chu Bingyu can become a villa master and a guest elder of the Divine Inscription Palace. He can also mix in the outer sect area of the Immortal Weapon City. He must be a cunning old fox. It's a pity, if you had more spirit veins, the Lawkeeper Hall might accept you. Chu Bingyu sighed. I don't think this has anything to do with spirit veins. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, the Lawkeeper Hall abides by the rules. It would be strange if the Lawkeeper Hall wants me. Also, I have to say that the Lawkeeper Hall is so old-fashioned, they actually made an exception to exempt you from punishment. Chu Bingyu laughed. I thought they would exempt you from punishment for 1 or 2 years. Qin Yan laughed and said, Villa Master, I didn't just exempt her from punishment. Oh? What other requests did you make? Chu Bingyu asked quickly. When I was in the dungeon, I saw those family disciples were not pleasing to the eye, so I asked Granny Ma to let me beat up those guys. Qin Yan laughed. She really agreed. What a pity. If you know the importance of that competition, you can raise the price and let the Lawkeeper Hall bleed. Chu Bingyu sighed very sadly. A great opportunity is missed. I also saw the importance of that competition, but I didn't know it was so important. Qin Yan thought of this and felt very regretful. Don't say, you have a good rest, I will arrange for you to go to Jianmeng tomorrow. Chu Bingyu said. The next morning, Qin Yan was woken up by Chu Bingyu and left the beautiful garden. The residence of the outer sect disciples is relatively ordinary, especially the disciples who have just entered the sect. When I was in the Saber Sword Villa, I originally intended to become a royal-grade saber courtyard. I really didn't expect that I would enter the Immortal Weapon City so quickly and become an outer sect disciple. Qin Yan followed behind Chu Bingyu and muttered, I don't know how old Fan is doing, I miss him. Qin Yan, if you seize the opportunity, you can smoothly enter the Immortal Sect. This kind of opportunity will appear from time to time. Without enough strength, you can't grasp it. Chu Bingyu smiled. Jianmeng's residence was a very old house made of green bricks. There were a few relatively low houses in the house. The courtyard was covered with dry and hard soil and was overgrown with grass. Jianmeng was injured before, but under treatment, he has recovered very well. He is wearing a black suit, his hair is cut very short, his eyes are full of scars, his eyes cannot be seen but his aura is very scary. Jianmeng, are you really blind? Qin Yan walked over and waved his hand in front of Jianmeng's eyes. Although I don't have eyes, I see things more clearly than you. The cold Jianmeng smiled. Because he had fought alongside Qin Yan, Jianmeng knew Qin Yan quite well. Well, you will be in a group from now on. In a few days, I will arrange for you to enter the fantasy field and hurry up to fight in the martial Dao list. Chu Bingyu said, as long as you enter the top 10 of the Immortal Weapon City's martial Dao list, you can represent our Immortal Weapon City to participate in the martial arts competition. What is the fantasy field and where is it? Qin Yan asked curiously. Chapter 577 Fantasy Field. After Chu Bingyu arranged Qin Yan, he left in a hurry. Qin Yan looked at Jianmeng and asked curiously, what is the fantasy field like? Is it similar to the Desolate Domain? Qin Yan, you want to enter the Immortal Weapon City and you didn't even investigate this kind of thing? Jianmeng curled his lips and said, the fantasy field is something left behind by the group of immortal soldiers from the Immortal Desolate. Over the years, it has been continuously improved by the Immortal Weapon City and become more and more useful. Qin Yan found it even more interesting. He thought it was just a place, but he didn't expect it to be a thing. Let's put it this way, the fantasy field is an illusion. It is said that some outer sect disciples and main sect disciples will get a special bed. The bed is a bit like a coffin. As long as you lie in it, you can go to an illusion. Jianmeng paused and continued, however, our bodies are still on that bed and only our consciousness has entered the illusion. That illusory realm can link everyone's thoughts together and create a virtual illusory realm. In this fantasy field, although everything is virtual, the strength is also very real. In short, it is a very mysterious place. In the fantasy field, you can carry out all kinds of battles. Even if you are injured and die, it's fine. At most, you will only feel pain. In this way, you can do whatever you want in the fantasy field and carry out all kinds of crazy battles. After Qin Yan heard this, he was very interested. He wanted to quickly feel the magic of the fantasy field. Jian Meng said again, the fantasy field is something unique to the Immortal Weapon City. The most powerful thing is that you can temper your body in the fantasy field and become stronger in reality. I don't know the specifics. In short, we will have the opportunity to explore the magic in the future. Qin Yan chose a room and not long after, Chu Binyu came again. This time, he brought a man in a black robe and a conical bamboo hat with him. He was acting very mysterious. The black-robed person came and took off the bamboo hat, revealing a beautiful and seductive face. The person who came is Demon Moon Island's Hu Jingxian. Hello, Elder Hu. Qin Yan said with a smile. You guys talk slowly. After Chu Binyu left, Qin Yan brought Hu Jingxian to the room he had just tidied up. Hu Jingxian smiled coquettishly. Qin Yan, congratulations on becoming an outer sect disciple of the Immortal Weapon City. What's there to congratulate? Qin Yan looked at Hu Jingxian's enchanting eyes and laughed. I didn't expect you to let Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan join our Demon Moon Island so quickly. I have to thank you properly. They are both very outstanding disciples. Also, that Qilin Grandma and Bai Xiaolu are also very good heavenly beasts. Hu Jingxian had a gentle and charming smile on her face as her beautiful eyes flickered. She was truly grateful to Qin Yan. Elder Fox, Big Sister and Second Sister are from the Tian and Yu families. I'm worried that the people from these two families will find trouble with them. Qin Yan said. Our Demon Moon Island isn't even afraid of those immortal sects, let alone the 5 great clans. Hu Jingxian smiled gently. Yuelan and Honglan have joined our Demon Moon Island. The Nether Moon Palace doesn't know yet. Don't talk about it. Wait until they dig up more people. Elder Fox, is it okay for your Demon Moon Island to go against the Nether Moon Palace? Qin Yan was a little worried. What are you afraid of? The strength of the Nether Moon Palace is not as good as our Demon Moon Island, otherwise they would not have to secretly get close to the Medicine Immortal Valley. Hu Jingxian snorted. There are many disciples of the Nether Moon Palace who are complaining in their hearts because they hate those immortal sects very much. Elder Fox, I want to use the Golden Ape Totem to reward the heads of the 3 patriarchs of the Yang family, Tian family, and Long family. Well, there is also the head of the Long family elder in the Medicine Immortal Valley, the guy who took away our 4 ancient Dao tools. Qin Yan said. No problem, I will help you issue a reward as soon as possible. Your reward this time is more attractive than the ancient Dao tool from before. Hu Jingxian said with a smile. Qin Yan saw that Hu Jingxian agreed and was relieved. This was a method he had used to deter those great aristocratic families. Qin Yan, someone asked me to tell you something. Hu Jingxian's jade face, which was filled with a charming smile, suddenly turned serious and her voice lowered a little. What is it? Qin Yan asked. Be careful of the new sect master of Immortal Weapon City. Hu Jingxian whispered, who is the new sect master of Immortal Weapon City? We are currently investigating but there is no information. We only know that the new sect master is very strong. I will pay attention to this. I also have many enemies in this Immortal Weapon Palace. I am always very cautious. Qin Yan nodded and then asked, who asked you to tell me? That person doesn't allow me to say it. And it's not to let you be wary of being killed by the new sect master, but to let you keep a distance from the sect master. You can't get too close to avoid other things happening. Hu Jingxian is only responsible for passing the message and does not understand the reason. She said with a puzzled face, this new sect master does not seem to be a bad person but he just wants you to keep a distance. Don't worry, I will remember it in my heart. Qin Yan also found it strange. Then we'll meet again next time. I'm busy arranging other things. Hu Jingxian smiled, I'm running around outside now. I'm very busy. Elder Hu, when you are free in the future, you have to take me on a tour of the Spirit Desolate. Qin Yan chuckled. No problem. Hu Jingxian squinted her charming eyes and chuckled. Right, Elder Hu, can you do me a favor? I'm looking for someone, her name is Qi Malian. Qin Yan told Hu Jingxian about Qi Malian and asked her to help pay attention. Not only did he entrust Hu Jingxian, he also entrusted Mu Feng to inquire through the divine inscription palace. After Hu Jingxian agreed to Qin Yun, she left the immortal weapon city. Because she is doing business and has a good relationship with the immortal weapon city, she has a special access token and can often come here. Not long after Hu Jingxian left, Chu Binyu arrived. After Chu Binyu arrived, he took out 2 beds and placed them in the yard. The middle of the 2 beds is concave and there is a lid, it is a bit like a coffin. However, the material used to make the bed looks very strong and special. This is what you need to enter the fantasy field. You put it in your room. As long as you leave the immortal weapon palace, you will not be able to connect to the fantasy field. Chu Binyu said, I thought it would take a few days to prepare it for you. I didn't expect the efficiency of the Lawkeeper Hall to be so fast. It's done all at once. Qin Yun and Jian Meng, after dripping blood on the 2 beds, took them back to their rooms. Then they came out and listened to Chu Binyu talk about the rules of the fantasy field. In the fantasy field, everything is virtual, only power is real. So when you are inside, you can use your powerful strength to go on a killing spree. If you kill a fellow, you can get 2 points. If you are at the 9th level of the martial Dao, killing a martial master of the spirit martial realm will give you 4 points. The more points, the higher the ranking. Points can be exchanged for cultivation techniques, weapons, talismans, armors, mounts and various magic weapons, so you must use your points carefully because it will affect your ranking. The martial Dao list of our immortal weapon city is based on the points of the fantasy field. There is only 1 martial Dao list in total. The main sect disciples of the spirit martial realm and the outer sect disciples of the 9th level martial Dao realm are all in the same martial Dao list. So, you 9th level martial Dao realm, when you meet those spirit martial realm martial masters, it is best to hide far away. Because they have a lot of points and a lot of equipment, after you go in, you have no weapons, even the origin sword can't be released. When Chu Binyu said this, he looked at Jian Meng. Dilla master, after we go in, can we only be barehanded? Qin Yun thought that after going in, he could rely on his own weapons. Yes. It is an illusory world. After you go in, you can only bring your strength in. Chu Binyu smiled, sometimes there will be some elders inside. If you can successfully kill the elders, you will get more points. After you go in, you have to pay more attention to the core inside. It is also very strong. If you can also join a core. Unfortunately, if Ku Mingjiang is not seriously injured, it would be best for you to join his core. You can't cheat inside, that is to say, you can't be willing to be killed by others. Otherwise, the killer and the killed, deliberately cheating to earn points, will be deducted 1,000 points as a punishment. Well, you can try now and try to rush into the top 10. Only by entering the top 10 can you represent our immortal weapon city in the Proud Star State Martial Arts Tournament. Chu Binyu felt that it would be difficult for Qin Yun and Jian Meng to enter the top 10 but he did not say it, worried that it would make Qin Yun and Jian Meng feel disappointed. Qin Yun and Jian Meng went back to their rooms and then lay in the coffin. After lying in, Qin Yun had a very comfortable feeling and then his consciousness gradually became blurred, as if entering a dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was in the middle of a beautiful prairie and there was only one sun in the sky. Xiao Yun, this is just an illusory space, but it enhances the sense of reality. Moreover, it connects many people's consciousness together, allowing many people to enter the same dream, and then fight in this dream. This kind of actual combat can improve the use of martial skills, as well as increase the rich combat experience. Ling Yun'er also felt that it was very magical and exclaimed. In this dreamland, I am restricted, I can't imagine the weapon I want. Qin Yun tried but was unable to produce the 9-sun divine hammer. Yes, this is the power of the immortal weapon fantasy field. It can build an illusory world that is close to the real consciousness. The advantage is that when there is a cruel competition here, there will be no deaths and injuries and it can also improve the strength of the disciples. Ling Yun'er smiled and said, this is a good thing, you have to use it well. Qin Yun nodded and then swept to a place. Just after he ran for half an hour, he met a group of people riding horses, men and women. From the strength point of view, they are all spirit martial realm martial masters. Fantasy field refining Qin Yun was surrounded and there was no weapon in his hand. He could only flee in a hurry. After all, there are dozens of spirit martial realm martial artists. Without the dragon-resisting boots, my speed is a lot slower. Xianxia just escaped not far, he felt that his body was pierced by a spear. Then, a group of people flew over and fiercely slashed at him. In just a few moments, he was cut into pieces and then gradually disappeared. Xianxia, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and woke up, his body was in pain. I died in the fantasy field. Xianxia could not help but curse, that is a core, I remember them. In the fantasy field, your heavenly lion Xian body and bloodline are useless, everyone's body is the same. Ling Yan'er said, this means that your strength is greatly weakened in the fantasy field. Xianxia now also realized that without the heavenly lion bloodline and Xian body, his strength will be weakened so much. My totem martial arts should still be able to be used, right? Xianxia frowned, it seems that even the martial spirit can't be released inside. Jian Meng can't use the origin sword, life is not good. Yes, you can only use martial arts inside, the power of the martial spirit should still be able to be used, but it can't be released outside the body. Ling Yan'er said, you wait for the pain in your body to subside and then go in. After Xianxia waited for the pain in his body to weaken, he lay down again and soon entered the fantasy field. This time, he appeared in another part of the grassland and he immediately lay down and hid. In the fantasy field, as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw that his score is -1 point, ranking first from the bottom. Jian Meng 2 points? This guy killed a person, amazing. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He was killed by a spirit martial realm martial artist and only 1 point was deducted. If he was killed by someone of the same level, 2 points would be deducted. He looked at the top 10 people and he did not know them. Ranked 20th is Ke Mingjiang, his strength is also very good. The higher the people in the front, the stronger they are. They have a lot of points and can exchange for a lot of equipment. Xianxia thought about it and whispered, I want to rush to the top 10, it is easier said than done. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked around. It was still the grassland, the place where he had died. He looked at the traces on the grassland and knew where that group of people had gone. However, he did not chase after him. Otherwise, he would just be giving away points. Let's focus on our development first. Xianxia closed his eyes and saw a map. He wanted to go to a safe place and see if he could join a core. He tried using the shadow power and was actually able to use it successfully. I wonder if I can summon the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion? He tried but did not succeed. However, he could use the power of Earthquake Divine Art. He could also use his psychic power to control things to fly around. It's daytime now, it's useless for me to use shadow power. I'll use it when it's dark. Xianxia feels that he can still get a lot of points with shadow power. The immortal weapon fantasy field is still very large. There are rivers, mountains, oceans, lakes, volcanic swamps, jungles and ancient forests. There are also many beasts. Killing beasts can't be exchanged for points. However, you can use the things on the beasts to make simple defensive equipment, such as bone spears, bone shields, and so on. Beast skin and scale armor can also be worn as clothes, which can increase some defense. People who enter the immortal weapon fantasy field, I don't know if there are any inscription masters? Xianxia is suddenly very curious if he can forge talismans here. I think it should be possible. Because there are also various weapons and talismans for sale. Ling Yan'er said, after getting the materials, give it a try. In the afternoon, Xianxia carefully flew on the grassland and there is a jungle in front of him. Suddenly, he felt an aura behind him, it is the aura of the spirit martial realm. There's someone there. He quickly looked behind him and discovered that it was an old man dressed in black. The old man's speed is very fast. He was only a few kilometers away from Xianxia but now he is catching up. Xianxia sensed the murderous aura of the old man and sped up. He used mysterious star steps and rushed to the jungle. This old guy, a spirit martial realm martial master, what's the point of killing me? Xianxia saw that the old man is fully equipped and he will definitely lose if he fights. If he has the power of heavenly lion Xian body, he is not afraid of the other party. Brat, don't run. Hurry up and give it to me. The black-clothed old man shouted with a grin. You wish. Xianxia has a negative score. If he is killed again, he doesn't know when he can increase his ranking. The black-clothed old man's speed is very fast, but Qin Yun is not slow. He quickly rushed into the jungle. After entering the jungle, it is not so easy to catch up. As long as Qin Yun holds on until night, he can use the shadow force to hide and he doesn't have to worry about it. The black-clothed old man used to easily catch up with the 9th level Martial Dao Realm kid and then he was killed. But this time, he chased for more than an hour and did not catch up. It's dark inside the jungle. Qin Yun also used the shadow force to hide in the darkness. This old guy has 4 points. Qin Yun hid in a tree and looked at the confused old man below. He is very excited. He doesn't have the power of Heavenly Lion Xian body and it is not easy to deal with the spirit martial realm. Fortunately, he still has the power of 3 Dao cores. The power in this area has not been weakened. Qin Yun is on the tree, carefully tracking the old man, thinking about how to quickly kill the other party. The black-clothed old man is also very cautious. Just when the old man was about to give up, Qin Yun suddenly fell from the sky and activated the earthquake divine ability power and then controlled the divine ability power to flow in his body. Then, he used the power of this divine ability and punched the ground vigorously. The terrifying vibration power rushed down from the sky. The black-clothed old man is also extremely shocked in his heart. He was instantly shocked to the point of pain in his body. After Qin Yun succeeded, he used the 6-style forging dragon, used the 9 extinction vibration Dao power and punched the old man. Little bastard, how dare you sneak attack your grandfather? The old man shouted angrily. You old bastard, you are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Qin Yun snorted coldly, his fists are even more fierce, constantly bombarding the old man's body, causing him severe pain. Although this is an illusory space, the pain is very real. The old man was beaten and screamed, he has no power to resist. At the beginning, Qin Yun shattered his bones and meridians and then he was hit by Qin Yun's ferocious fists, causing severe pain all over his body. You go to hell, thank you for giving me points. Qin Yun said and vigorously blasted the old man into pieces. The old man is a spirit martial realm martial artist, a main sect disciple. He was actually killed by an outer sect disciple who just entered the sect. Qin Yun now has 3 points, finally it is no longer a negative point. It's night now, I should take the opportunity to find more people. Qin Yun secretly rejoiced that his shadow power has a very good use. Xiao Yun, your nether sun martial spirit can also release a kind of gravity. It is a very strange power, you condense that power into a ball of air and shroud others, it makes others feel that their body is suddenly very heavy. Ling Yin'er said, you can't control this power now, I can. Is it a lot of consumption? Qin Yun asked. Not too much. If you deal with a spirit martial realm martial artist, you can use gravity to press on him and then slow down his speed. Ling Yin'er laughed and said, it will be more convenient for sneak attack. Unfortunately, after killing people, the equipment will also disappear. Qin Yun thought that snatching a weapon would make it more convenient for him. His current goal is to get a good weapon. Only in this way can he go to the large core and kill them one by one. At night, Qin Yun shuttled through the jungle and encountered several fierce beasts, all of which were killed by his sneak attack. At daybreak, he dug a hole in the ground and hid. He wants to start using the skin and bones of those fierce beasts to refine talismans. Although there is no tool, after he used the flame light fist, he can make his fist become hot. He can use his fist as a hammer and use the 6-style forging dragon to forge the soft bones. Without all kinds of steel, it is possible to use beast bones to refine tools but it is not that good. The first thing Qin Yun wants to refine is a furnace and then a forging hammer. When carving, he used his fingers to force out the power of the blood soul to carve. With his mastery of the inscription, this is not difficult at all. In here, I can also refine talismans, great. Qin Yun was very happy and said with a smile, I can refine some body-securing talismans or something, can't I kill? Qin Yun felt that he did not need to join any core at all and could do it alone. He quickly refined the furnace and forging hammer and then used the beast skin to refine a storage bag. Although there is no such material as space spirit stone, as long as there is a high-grade space spirit rune, it can also refine a storage spirit tool. And Qin Yun has mastered the space star rune. Without special materials, he can refine a large storage spirit tool. The beast bones of several fierce beasts were used by him very well. He refined 5 throwing knives and a broadsword, all of which are only high-grade spirit tools, but it is enough for the time being. Then there are high-grade body-securing talismans, a total of 5. They may only be able to freeze a spirit martial realm martial artist for half a second, but it is enough for him to use urgently. During the day, Xianxia also woke up and left the fantasy field. He waited for the night to go in. Now, he wants to fuse with the violent fire inscription spirit, which will allow him to carve fire attribute runes faster. With the guidance of Ling Yuner, he smoothly fused with the violent fire inscription spirit. After dark, Xianxia once again lay on the bed and entered the fantasy field. Many of the disciples who enter the fantasy field know that Xianxia has come in. Especially those family disciples, they are looking for Xianxia everywhere. Their goal is to prevent Xianxia from getting points and prevent Xianxia from entering the top 10. The old man he had killed earlier had also spread the news that Xianxia was in the forest. Deep in the tiger's den, Xianxia didn't know about this, but he was still very careful in the jungle. "Little Yun, as long as you are careful, you won't be killed," Ling Yuner said. "Whether you can enter the top 10 depends on whether you can find more people. This immortal weapon fantasy field is still very big. How can I find more people?" Xianxia slowly advanced through the forest. In the fantasy field, there is a safe city. You just go outside the city. Ling Yuner smiled and said, "Kill whoever you catch. Anyway, this is not real." The purpose of entering the fantasy field was to go on a killing spree. There will be no consequences for killing people here. Now, Xianxia is on the way to that city. He walked carefully for 2 days and encountered 3 fierce beasts, all of which were easily killed by him. It's going to be dark. As long as it's dark, I can walk faster. Xianxia floated in the air and looked at the setting sun in the sky. During the day, he walked slowly in the jungle. Only when it was dark did he dare to fly in the air. With his current strength, if he encountered a large core, he would definitely be killed. "Jianming, this guy is quite fast." Xianxia closed his eyes and checked the scoreboard. Jianming got 4 points. He only got 3 points. Of course, his 3 points are also surprising. Previously, some people saw that he had -1 point and now he has 3 points. Obviously, he killed a spirit martial realm. Those who have just entered the fantasy field are all poor and will be weakened in all aspects. It is very difficult to deal with a spirit martial realm martial master. Someone is here. Xianxia suddenly sensed an aura and quickly rushed into the jungle below. In the air, several people flew over. "I didn't see wrong, there was indeed someone floating here just now," a middle-aged man said. "I'm alone, is it Xianxia?" "It's very likely, let's find him quickly. If we kill him, we can also show off, haha, these people are all spirit martial realm martial masters and they are a small team. News travels really fast, they know that we are here so quickly." Xianxia secretly curled his lips, he is not worried at all. Because after dark, this was his world. As night fell, the earth suddenly trembled slightly, and a muffled rumbling sound came from afar. "What's this commotion?" Xianxia immediately stopped in his tracks. "Horses," Ling Yuner said. "There should be a large group of people riding horses rushing in. Could it be that army from before? Are they here for me too? What's there to kill? Even if those spirit martial realm cultivators kill me, they would only get 1 point. Xianxia is very unhappy, could it be that they want to show off?" Xianxia was only at the 9th level of the martial Dao. It was not worth it to go through so much trouble to kill him. They had wasted so much time and manpower to find him. Even if they succeeded in killing him, they would only get 1 point. It was meaningless. The army that flew over was indeed looking for him. The sky darkened. Xianxia hid in the darkness and carefully flew on top of the tree. The group of people riding on strong horses slowed down their pace after they came in. This should be the edge of the jungle. I will be able to get out soon. Xianxia looked at the direction of the horses rushing and was secretly happy. Then he carefully flew over. There are a total of dozens of people riding horses. They are the core that killed Xianxia before. Our Balong Corps should be the first corps to come here. We must catch Qin Yun. As long as we catch him and torture him a little bit, we don't have to kill him, he will never be able to earn points. This trick is really ruthless, but I like it. We take Qin Yun back and just keep him in the cage. If we don't let him go out to earn points, he won't be able to enter the top 10. Those people whispered, their aura is not weak, they are all very strong spirit martial realm martial artists. After Qin Yun heard it, he was also very angry. If he was caught and locked in the cage, he would not be able to leave the fantasy field and would need to sleep for a long time. In the fantasy field, if you want to go out, no one can be nearby. If you suddenly leave the fantasy field in the battle or in the case of other people, that person will be deducted 1,000 points as a punishment. This is to prevent people from escaping the battle in the fantasy field. If you are caught and locked in the cage and someone is watching, you can't wake up and can't leave the fantasy field. You need to sleep in the coffin bed. If you wake up, you will be deducted 1,000 points, therefore, being arrested was a very vicious punishment. Balong Corps should be formed by the Long family. Do they want to retaliate against me in this way? It's really vicious. Qin Yun cursed in his heart and then came up with a plan. He quickly appeared and pretended to run away. The middle-aged men also immediately found him and quickly chased after him. Not long after, Qin Yun was surrounded. Are you Qin Yun? Haha, you are caught by us. A middle-aged man took out a rope and tied Qin Yun up. Then several other middle-aged men also took out ropes and tied Qin Yun up like a dumpling. Qin Yun tried it before, he can also use the mysterious penetration divine ability, so these things can't tie him up at all. Big brother, we caught Qin Yun. A middle-aged man took out a sound transmission conch and shouted happily. Good, bring him back quickly. A very happy laughter came from the sound transmission conch. In this way, he was tied up and taken away. After dawn, he was taken under a big mountain. There is a cave here, obviously the headquarters of the Balong Corps. Qin Yun was escorted into a stone chamber in the deepest part of the palace. In that stone room, there is a cage made of beast bones. Qin Yun is locked in the cage. Outside the cage, there are several people guarding. The guards are only 9th level martial Dao realm. They are watching here to prevent Qin Yun from leaving the fantasy field. The Balong Corps caught Qin Yun and also publicized this matter. Qin Yun was locked in the cage for a few days. He also saw many leaders of the Balong Corps, all of them are spirit martial realm. And there are people from other corps who also came here to see Qin Yun. Qin Yun, I am a disciple of the Yang family. I didn't expect you to be here today. Haha. You will be trapped here forever. If you don't mind being deducted 1,000 points, quickly leave the fantasy field. The Balong Corps really has a bit of skill, they actually caught Qin Yun alive. If you kill him, you just get a point, it's not a fart. Yes, this is the best way to lock him up, so that he can't enter the top 10, can't get the cultivation method through points. The most powerful thing in our immortal weapon city is this fantasy field. We all get powerful strength through this fantasy field. He is locked up and can't become stronger through the fantasy field. The commanders of a few regiments were laughing heartily here. They are all people of family power. Being able to make Qin Yun fall into such dire straits was something they were very happy about. Go, let's go out and kill people and rush into the top 10 as soon as possible. A middle-aged man laughed. Although they are the heads of large corps, none of them entered the top 10. It's really not easy to enter the top 10. After they left, there are still a few people looking at Qin Yun. Qin Yun released his mental force and sensed that there are more and more people outside. He also felt that it was time to take action. After dark, many people of the Balong Corps gathered here. The people who guard Qin Yun also take turns to guard him. They have to maintain full energy. Everyone knows that Qin Yun entered the fantasy field not long ago. When they caught him, they didn't see anything on him. Qin Yun originally had a storage bag, but after he refined it, it could be hidden inside his body and it would not be discovered. So they didn't guard against him. At night, Qin Yun took advantage of the 5 guards not paying attention to release a few throwing knives and then used Imperial Spirit technique to control the throwing knives to fly out. Shwa shwa shwa. The throwing knives flew out and penetrated the heads of the 5 people, killing them instantly. he used the mysterious penetration divine ability and left the cage. In just a short while, he got 10 points. Those dead guys will soon enter the fantasy field. At that time, they won't appear here. While they haven't leaked information, I want to kill as many people as possible. Xianxia passed through the stone door and left the stone room. After going out, he came to a very spacious lobby. Many people gathered here, listening to a middle-aged man explain some martial Dao knowledge. After Xianxia came in, he immediately controlled the throwing knives to fly over. He also held a knife and used the 6th-style Wind Slayer to kill those 9th-level martial Dao disciples. In this lobby, there are nearly 100 9th-level martial Dao disciples. Xianxia rushed in and waved the 6th-style Wind Slayer. That terrible saber energy, like a wave, one wave after another, rushed to those 9th-level martial Dao disciples. The saber energy is like a raging wave, overlapping and rushing out, killing a large number of people at once. And the 5 throwing knives controlled by Xianxia also penetrated many people's heads and killed many people. The middle-aged man who was lecturing was a spirit martial realm. He just wanted to resist, but 2 throwing knives penetrated his head and throat and he was instantly killed. In this lobby, nearly 100 9th-level martial Dao disciples were killed by Xianxia and their bodies gradually disappeared. The disciples who were killed would wake up on that bed, and they would feel pain and fear. The people of the Balong Corps did not expect that Xianxia, whom they caught, could actually run out and destroy their group. The movement inside is so big that it also alarmed the dozens of spirit martial realm martial masters. They all rushed over one after another. Xianxia sensed those powerful auras and was very nervous. He is very calm. He now has a weapon and is not so weak. 580 Chapter 580 Annihilation. Before the martial masters arrived, Xianxia left the cave abode. When he left, he did not forget to kill all the horses. Those horses are mounts that they exchanged points for. They cost 200 points each, which is quite expensive. He doesn't want them and he can't take them away, so he can only kill them. This will also make the Balong Corps sad. After Xianxia came outside, the 20 martial masters of the Balong Corps also rushed out. Xianxia, don't run if you have guts. The person who spoke is the commander of the Balong Corps. He looks very young, in his early 20s, wearing a black armor and holding a heavy sword. If I don't run, do I wait to be caught by you? Xianxia laughed and continued to run. I am Long Ziming, a child of the Long family. Don't you hate us the most? Long Ziming sneered, I will give you a chance now, let's have a good fight, how about it? You are a spirit martial realm martial master, equipped and have so many companions, I will not fight with you. Xianxia coldly snorted and still ran. You can rest assured that they will never attack, only I and you will have a fair fight. Long Ziming said, I also want to see your strength. Long Ziming also knows that his corps has been destroyed by Xianxia more than half. He didn't suffer any losses, but Xianxia benefited from it, allowing him to obtain more than 200 points. Xianxia just entered the fantasy field not long ago and he got more than 200 points, which is very powerful. Okay, I will fight with you. Xianxia suddenly stopped. If he is killed, he will only lose 1 point, which is not painful for him. He wants to fight with Long Ziming to see how his strength is. That's right. Long Ziming smiled proudly and the heavy sword in his hand slashed at Xianxia. The speed of his sword is not fast, but it has a very strange power. That strange power has a kind of suction force. Xianxia originally wanted to avoid the sword, but because of the suction force, his body became a lot slower. In desperation, he can only use his saber to block. Boom, Xianxia's saber hit to block and a shock force burst out. Long Ziming's heavy sword also used a violent impact. The energy that erupted from the collision caused Xianxia's arm to feel a slight pain. Damn, without the heavenly lion Xian body, it's not easy to use. After Xianxia sheathed his saber, he immediately slashed out a few more times. This time, he used the 6th-style Wind Slayer. You are not so good. Long Ziming waved his sword to resist and blocked several swords in a row and repelled Xianxia. Xianxia had to admit that he did not have the power of a Xian body or bloodline. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against a martial artist of the spirit realm. Yuner, use that power. Xianxia suddenly said to Ling Yuner. At this time, Long Ziming also rushed over, roared, and stabbed with his sword. Thunder Flash Sword Art, this is a high-grade Earthrealm martial art. The commander is getting more and more proficient. A middle-aged man who was watching the battle from afar laughed. When the sword stabbed over, it produced a strange suction force, making it difficult for Qin Yun to even move half a step. Rumble, Qin Yun had no time to dodge, even if he waved his arm to block, it was very difficult and slow, causing his chest to be hit by a sword. Long Ziming used the Thunder Flash Sword Art and rushed over like thunder, sending Qin Yun flying dozens of meters. Qin Yun was lying on the ground, there was a big hole in his chest and he was in great pain. Qin Yun, you will lose. Long Ziming jumped over and fell from the air, his heavy sword pointed at the ground, his body suddenly rotated and stabbed the ground. This is still the Thunder Flash Sword Art and it is even more terrifying. At this moment, Ling Yuner released the power of the Nether Sun Dao Core, which produced a very heavy force and rushed to the sky. Long Ziming fell down, his heavy sword rotated and stabbed down, hitting the gravity. Rumble, the violent collision sent out a wave of berserk energy. Suddenly the wind roared, rolling up a large amount of fallen leaves and dust. Long Ziming was shaken out, his arms trembled and when he landed on the ground, he was a little unstable. Although Qin Yun blocked Long Ziming's terrible sword, he was also shocked and felt severe pain all over his body. Not bad, really worthy of the reputation, you have a bit of strength. Long Ziming sneered and attacked again. Qin Yun didn't know what kind of power Long Ziming used, it always produced a strong suction force, causing him to move slowly and even difficult to move. As soon as Long Ziming came over, Qin Yun jumped away quickly. He didn't dare to approach Long Ziming at all. Long Ziming saw Qin Yun hiding from him and suddenly said angrily, Qin Yun, don't you want to compete with me? Why are you hiding? Hurry up and get over here. Long Ziming, you may not know, your core killed me once before. Qin Yun smiled coldly and suddenly flashed over. Haha, if that's the case, then it's great. Long Ziming laughed and quickly slashed his sword. The suction force appeared again and after Qin Yun sensed it, he quickly retreated more than 10 steps. He found that as long as he kept a distance from Long Ziming, he could avoid the suction force. Little Yun, I'm ready to start. You see the opportunity to attack. Ling Yuner suddenly said, just now she suddenly released the gravity of Nether Sun Dao Core to block the terrible blow of Long Ziming. Long Ziming attacked several times in a row and failed to hit Qin Yun. He was very angry and shouted, Qin Yun, you coward. If I catch you, I'll definitely torture you ruthlessly and make you wish you were dead. Qin Yun also rushed over, catch me? You don't have that chance. After Qin Yun passed by, Ling Yuner quickly released the gravity force and pressed on Long Ziming's body. Long Ziming only felt that his body suddenly became heavy and it was difficult to move, but Qin Yun came to him. Save me! Long Ziming suddenly screamed. Qin Yun waved his saber and cut off Long Ziming's head, he sneered, you said before that they would not attack, what about now? Long Ziming was killed and Qin Yun also got 4 points. The 20 martial masters of the spirit martial realm also rushed over and surrounded Qin Yun. Then, they attacked together. Qin Yun jumped to the sky, then released the power of shadow, hid in the darkness and disappeared. The martial masters below were all astonished. Although it is night, their eyesight is very good. Even if there are very small things in the air, they can see it clearly. But Qin Yun, such a big person, suddenly disappeared in the air. Qin Yun hid in the darkness and quietly landed on the ground, controlling the throwing knives, shio. After 5 throwing knives flew out, they instantly penetrated the heads of 5 martial masters. People in the fantasy field don't have good armor. And Qin Yun's mental power is very strong, the throwing knives he controls are also very sharp, flying quickly and piercing the heads of those martial masters. Hidden in the darkness, he suddenly drew his saber without a sound. 6-style Wind Slayer. With 6 consecutive strikes, he had killed 6 martial masters. The throwing knives also caught up with the first few martial masters who fled and killed 5. The last few remaining martial masters were also injured by Qin Yun's throwing knives. They did not escape far and were killed by Qin Yun's flying knife. Are they wiped out? Qin Yun looked at the gradually disappearing bodies and smiled slightly. The strength of the Balong Core is also relatively strong. But now it was wiped out by Qin alone. After all, it was rare for a regiment to be annihilated, let alone annihilated by a single person. Qin points suddenly became 323, all of a sudden, he ranked more than 200. This made many people who always pay attention to the ranking of points suddenly shocked. In less than an hour, Qin got more than 300 points. It is obvious that he wiped out a corps. Not all disciples are in the fantasy field all day long. Those who are ranked in the top 10 will only enter the fantasy field when they are about to be overtaken to increase their points and maintain their ranking. At this time, the top 10 people also heard that Qin suddenly increased a lot of points. Chu Binyu was also very happy to learn the news. The one-eyed old man frowned and said, "Half of the top 10 disciples are disciples of family forces. I don't know what they will do. I am also very worried. If they catch Qin in the fantasy field, it will be troublesome." Chu Binyu thought of this and was secretly worried. Being caught in the fantasy field is the most troublesome. Especially being captured and constantly tortured, that's the most unbearable. There were disciples in the past who were caught and tortured. Then they couldn't stand the pain and left the fantasy field and were deducted 1,000 points. There are too many disciples of the family forces. If they unite, Qin will definitely be in danger. The one-eyed old man sighed, "I hope Qin can successfully enter the top 10. Chu Binyu was originally happy, but when he thought that Qin would be attacked by the disciples of the family forces, he was secretly worried. On the side of the family forces, 4 men and 1 woman were invited to a luxurious hall. These 4 men and 1 woman are the top 10 disciples in the martial Dao list, and they are all disciples of the family forces. An old man looked at the 5 disciples and said, "Qin destroyed the Balong Corps. You should have heard about this, right?" "I heard about it." A dark-faced youth with big ears sneered, "Qin is really capable. He has only been in the fantasy field for a few days and he has already gotten so many points. The mission of the 5 of you is to capture Qin. Don't kill him, just don't let him have any action inside and stop his points from increasing." The old man said, "Alas, our vacation is coming to an end and we have to lie in that coffin again." A short man said with an unhappy face, "Qin, this bastard, disturbed my vacation. I caught him and I must torture him severely. Don't underestimate the enemy. Although Qin is a martial artist at the 9th level martial Dao realm, he is very difficult to deal with. I heard that he has a weapon but I don't know how he got it." The old man warned sternly. Sun and Moon Immortal Bed Chapter 581 Sun and Moon Immortal Bed. The fact that Qin got a weapon indeed made many people feel strange. Could it be that Qin is refining inside? Someone exclaimed. Fantasy field is just an illusory world, how can it be possible to refine inside? Someone retorted. How do you know if you don't try? In the city, you can use points to exchange for weapons and talismans. How did those weapons and talismans appear? Can Qin really refine inside? Then isn't he invincible? It seems that there are no young inscription masters in the fantasy field. After all, inscription masters are in the Law Keeper Hall and rarely participate in this kind of thing. The elders of several families were discussing in low voices. The fantasy field was originally managed by the Law Keeper Hall, so many people don't know much about the fantasy field. In any case, you have to catch Qin, you can't let him enter the top 10 of the martial Dao list. You must not let him participate in the martial arts competition. An elder said. Yes. The disciples nodded in agreement. After Qin found a place where no one was around, he left the fantasy field. He got up from the bed and walked around the room. Although I have been lying for a long time, the function of my body is very flexible. My consciousness is active in the fantasy field and my body is also affected? Qin was secretly shocked. During the day, if it is not for refining talismans, he does not want to stay in the fantasy field. Only at night, he is the safest to enter the fantasy field. I now have more than 300 points and the 10th ranked guy has more than 3,000 points. Qin is also planning his next move. He only has 8 or 9 months. It is not easy to get 3,000 points in this period of time. Qin came to the yard and did not see Chu Binyu. He could only go back to his room. Although the Immortal Weapon Palace is very large and there are many outer sect disciples, many disciples usually fight in the fantasy field. Qin Yun, who was in the room, took out the Immortal Graveyard Diagram. He dripped blood on the Immortal Graveyard Diagram mountain range and contacted Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru's soul is too strong and her body is too weak, causing her to be out of balance, causing her to be in a state of suppressing her soul all year round. If he wants to contact her, he can only wait until she suddenly stabilizes. As long as Qin Yun had time, he would take out the Immortal Graveyard Diagram and drip blood on it to try to contact Xiaqiru. Today, after he dripped his blood, Xiaqiru's sweet and gentle voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Xiao Yun, you entered the Immortal Sect?" Xiaqiru asked. "I have entered the Immortal Weapon City. But I'm still just an outer sect disciple." Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised and quickly responded. "Immortal Weapon City? Is it the place where the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal Desolate once gathered?" Xiaqiru was somewhat surprised and gently smiled. "It wasn't easy to get in, right?" "It's not too difficult." Qin Yun said, "Big Sister Grand Preceptor, why did you want me to enter an immortal sect?" "There are many immortal sects in the Spirit Desolate. These immortal sects all have an immortal origin that can absorb the immortal energy of the immortal world. You have to think of a way to go to the side of the immortal origin and then use the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to absorb the 9 strands of immortal power from the immortal origin and refine an immortal body." Xiaqiru said, "With an immortal body, I can guide you in some other matters." Qin Yun had always wanted to cultivate an immortal body but he did not have any clues. With Xiaqiru's words, he also had a direction. "Big Sister Grand Preceptor, as long as I find the immortal origin, will I be able to cultivate an immortal body?" Qin Yun couldn't believe it because he learned from Ling Yuner that cultivating an immortal body is extremely difficult. "You just need to find the immortal origin. I will teach you when the time comes." Xiaqiru said softly, "Xiao Yun, you have to be more careful and don't be anxious. You can even use a few hundred years." "A few hundred years?" Qin Yun curled his lips. He couldn't wait that long. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Xiaqiru chuckled and said, "Listen to Big Sister and take your time." "All right." Qin Yun sighed and asked, "Big Sister Grand Preceptor, I lost contact with little Malian. I can't find her. She is also in the Spirit Desolate. She is very safe and living a good life. I contacted her before. I will contact her next time and ask her to find you." Xiaqiru said. "Big Sister Grand Preceptor, have you contacted Yuelan?" Qin Yun learned that Xiaqiru often communicated with Qi Malian and felt much more at ease. "Of course I have. You 3 little guys are the children of my good sister." Xiaqiru smiled. "Yuelan didn't say anything bad about me, right?" Qin Yun said with a silly smile. When Xiaqiru heard this, she only giggled a few times. "Xiao Yun, I remember that the Immortal Weapon City you joined has a very powerful immortal tool called the Sun Moon Immortal Bed." Xiaqiru said, "Of course, this is definitely a treasure of the Immortal Weapon City. Only the sect master can use it. It will definitely be protected to the death." "What's the use of this Sun Moon Immortal Bed?" Qin Yun immediately became curious. "Lying on it, you can absorb the power of the sun and moon. Moreover, you can also enter a strange illusory spacetime world. Your consciousness will stay in the illusory spacetime world for 10 days and only 1 day will pass where your body is." Xiaqiru said, "If your cultivation is strong, you can sleep on that bed for a day and your consciousness will experience a year." Qin Yun asked doubtfully, "If I sleep for a few days, what's the use of that consciousness staying in the illusory world for a few years?" Xiaqiru smiled and said, "It's very useful. For example, if you learn some martial arts or inscriptions, it will take a long time. If your consciousness cultivates for a few years and your body is in the real world, only 5 days have passed, what do you think it means?" "It means that I can quickly master many martial arts and profound inscriptions and my cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds." Qin Yun said. Yes, when many people cultivate, most of their time is wasted on comprehending cultivation techniques and inscriptions. If there is this thing, they can save a lot of time. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yan recalled the competition from before. Yingqingyu came every 1,000 years to win the Sun and Moon Immortal Bed. Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, in the Immortal Weapon City, there is a very strange fantasy field. Qinyan simply told Xiaqiru about the fantasy field. After Xiaqiru finished listening, she was pleasantly surprised. The structure of this fantasy field is obviously imitated by the Sun-Moon Immortal Bed. In the Immortal Desolate, there are many sects that use this kind of thing to train their soldiers. Xiaoyun, this fantasy field should be connected to the immortal origin. As long as you look for it, maybe you can sense the power of the immortal origin from it. At that time, you can also absorb the power of the immortal origin to temper your immortal body. Really? Qinyan also understood why Xiaqiru is so happy. In the Immortal Desolate, this kind of thing can only be activated with the immortal origin. Xiaqiru said, "You go look for it, maybe you can find something." Alright. Qinyan is also pleasantly surprised. Well, after you find it, try to contact me. I will guide you in cultivating the immortal body. Xiaqiru said. Goodbye. Qinyan quickly put away the immortal graveyard diagram, then lay on the bed and entered the fantasy field. After entering the fantasy field, Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, I suspect that Elder Sister Grand Preceptor often contacts little Malian and Yulan to guide them in cultivation, so that they can advance by leaps and bounds. Ah? Then why didn't she guide me? Qinyan said with some jealousy. Maybe it's easier for her to contact little Malian and Yulan. Your immortal graveyard diagram is different from their too. Ling Yuner said. Qinyan did not know how to find the immortal origin in the fantasy field. He closed his eyes and looked at the map. He found that his location is very close to the safe city. In the safe city, there can be no conflict, otherwise 1,000 points will be deducted. The safe city is also a place where the corps recruits and buys horses. One of the biggest benefits of joining a corps is that you can get cultivation techniques from the corps leader. Moreover, there are many old martial artists in the corps. If you can get their guidance or practice, you can quickly improve your strength. When going out, they attack together with the corps and surround a few people who are alone. Capture them and let the corps leader kill them, so that the corps leader can get points to rush to the rankings. The accumulated points of the corps leader can be exchanged for cultivation techniques and then given to the corps members to learn. Many outer sect disciples want to join the corps because they can quickly improve their strength in the corps. Qinyan came to the safe city. The safe city is empty, there are only a few buildings in the middle, and then there are many animal skin tents, those tents are corps. Those buildings specialize in selling cultivation techniques, talismans, weapons, and horses and other things. As soon as Qinyan came in, many people saw him. In this fantasy field, he did not hide himself and swaggered on the road. Many people have seen him compete in front of the Immortal Weapon Palace gate and recognized him. There are many people from the Balong Corps here, right? This is also a very strong corps, but it was actually destroyed by Qinyan. Haha, I don't know how the people of the Balong Corps feel at this time. Entering the fantasy field, the strength will be weakened a lot, but Qinyan still killed a corps. It's terrible. How did he do it? I really want to pull him into our corps, but I am worried that it will cause big trouble. Many people whispered to each other behind Qinyan. The disciples of the Balong Corps learned that Qinyan had arrived and rushed over. Qinyan also saw Long Ziming. Qinyan, you killed me once, I will kill you 10 times. Long Ziming shouted angrily. Wait for me to buy something, we will fight again outside the safe city, how about it? Qinyan said with a smile, when I fought with you last time, I clearly said that I would fight alone, but the rest of your corps suddenly attacked. But even if you are shameless, I am not afraid of you. Long Ziming is furious, his entire corps was destroyed, this is a great shame. If he can't take down Qinyan, he will definitely be laughed at. Let's fight. Long Ziming did not flinch, when do we start? Whirlpool Power, that building sells talismans. After Qinyan went in, he asked and then used 200 points to exchange for a beast-attracting talisman. It can be used 100 times in total. If he is lucky, he can attract dozens of beasts. He wants a lot of beast corpses for refining talismans. Qinyan's battle with Long Ziming made many people in the corps look forward to it. Before Long Ziming was wiped out, everyone was very curious about how he was defeated. Now, they can finally see the battle between Qinyan and Long Ziming with their own eyes. Qin Yan came out of the building and saw Long Ziming and a large group of people waiting outside. Let's go out of the city. Long Ziming is aggressive. He is now the object of ridicule. If he doesn't kill Qin Yan once, there will definitely be more people laughing at him. Qin Yan said, Long Ziming, your whole corps is here. Do you want to deal with me together? If that's the case, I have to prepare. I will fight with you alone. Long Ziming said angrily, I mean what I say. I don't trust you. Last time I was fighting with you, suddenly more than a dozen people came to besiege me. They are all people in your corps. If I didn't react quickly, I would have died. Qin Yan sneered, so, even if you want to besiege me this time, I am not afraid. The Balong corps was destroyed by Qin Yan once, which is incredible. Now, Qin Yan actually clamored to destroy the Balong corps for the second time. Qin Yan, we didn't expect you to have so many weapons and you killed us last time because of a sneak attack. Your own strength is only ordinary and you use tricks to succeed. Long Ziming does not admit that his strength is not as good as Qin Yan. Ha ha ha, are you people in the Balong corps a group of stupid pigs? So many people have fallen for my tricks? Qin Yan laughed, you nearly 20 people besieged me. What tricks did I use to kill them? Why don't you tell me? I fought with you alone, you suppressed me and called others for help. Now you say that I used tricks. You are really a shameless guy. Long Ziming roared, Qin Yan, less bullshit, quickly come out with me, I want you to see my strongest power. When everyone saw Long Ziming's angry look, they were all taken aback. Long Ziming is the head of a corps and a child of the Long family. He can become a martial master of the spirit martial realm and become a main sect disciple. He must have his own excellence. His strength was definitely not weaker than Qin Yan's, because in the fantasy field, Qin Yan's Dao artifacts and other aspects of power are greatly restricted. Even a person with a Xian body would turn into an ordinary body after entering the fantasy field. It could be said that almost everyone had the same starting line. Only by mastering totem martial arts or dual Dao corps would they have a relatively strong power. Previously, Qin Yan had undergone a Dao corps test. There was only one Dao corps. The only thing powerful about it was the totem martial arts. However, without the power of the totem martial arts would not be very strong. It would not even be as strong as the Earth-class high-grade martial arts. Also, in this place, the martial spirit Xian technique could not be very good. Qin Yan is a 9th-level martial Dao realm. Long Ziming is a martial master of the spirit martial realm. Although he is an early-stage martial master, he has rich experience and powerful Dao power. He is not weaker than a 9th-level martial Dao realm martial artist. Therefore, everyone feels that the destruction of the Balong corps is very bizarre. Long Ziming angrily ran out of the city gate. He stood outside the city gate, holding a heavy sword and shouted at Qin Yan in the city, "Coward, get out quickly." Qin Yan is also sensing the aura of other experts in the city. Here, there are many disciples of the spirit martial realm. If Qin Yan defeats Long Ziming, maybe someone will suddenly attack him. In the fantasy field, as long as you get points. Some people don't care about face at all in order to get points and are not afraid of being said sneak attack or something. Moreover, those family forces are Qin Yan's opponents. Among the top 10 of the martial Dao list, 5 disciples are from family forces. Qin Yan, get out quickly. Long Ziming laughed, did you see, Qin Yan is afraid. Qin Yan curled his lips and quickly walked out of the city gate. When everyone saw that Qin Yan really went out, they all cheered up. Qin Yan, a 9th-level martial Dao realm, dares to fight with Long Ziming. It is also very courageous. Even if he loses, it's nothing, after all, it's just a loss of 1 point. Long Ziming is a spirit martial realm martial master, in front of a 9th-level martial Dao realm, what is there to be arrogant? It's really strange, how did Qin Yan destroy a corps? With his strength, it is a miracle that he can defeat Long Ziming in the fantasy field. Qin Yan took out a saber, the disciples here, all the weapons are on their backs because they do not have storage spirit tools. Qin Yan did not carry a weapon before, now suddenly took it out, obviously there is a storage spirit tool. Storage spirit tool is very expensive and it takes hundreds of points to exchange. Even those who had plenty of points were reluctant to exchange for it. However, Qin Yun has only been here for a few days. He has a weapon and storage spirit tool and hundreds of points, which makes everyone feel difficult to understand. Qin Yun, where did you get storage spirit tool and weapon? Did someone in the Law-Keeper Hall secretly provide it to you? Among the crowd of onlookers on the city wall, someone asked loudly with jealousy. The Law-Keeper Hall does this, but it is unfair. We are not satisfied. Yes, you must give us an explanation. Many people have followed suit. Qin Yun just entered the fantasy field not long ago and there are so many good things, that is something that many people may not get in a year. Especially storage spirit tool, in this fantasy field, if you want to get good things, you have to keep fighting. Defeat more people to get points to exchange for things. And sometimes, you will be killed and lose points. Therefore, it takes a long time to accumulate enough points to exchange for things. Because of this, the fantasy field can ensure relative fairness. Only through strength can you get points to exchange for things. Most people find it difficult to get enough points to exchange for cultivation techniques, so they can only join the core. Qin Yun heard the people around him shouting and sighed softly. Qin Yun, there is indeed Law-Keeper Hall secretly helping you, no wonder you can destroy my Balong core. Long Ziming sneered, you are a weak chicken that relies on others to help, I must defeat you. My things are all refined by me. I only killed a dozen beasts. Qin Yun said loudly, if you don't believe me, you can try refining talisman. In the fantasy field, you are allowed to refine talisman. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment before they started cursing loudly. They can't refine tools but Qin Yun can. Everyone thought about it and felt that for many years, people who can refine tools will not come here. Inscription masters in the Immortal Weapon City will have special care and basically will not enter the fantasy field. Qin Yun, this strange flower, was not taken away by the Law-Keeper Hall, so he came in. You can't refine tools, who can blame? Qin Yun taunted, making many people angry and jealous. Qin Yun, you are cheating. Long Ziming is even more jealous, they fought many times to get points to exchange for weapons, talismans, and so on. And Qin Yun can refine a few beasts. If you think it is unfair, let the Law-Keeper Hall change the fantasy field and prohibit refining talismans. Qin Yun smiled and said, Long Ziming, let's start fighting. Everyone, I will let this cheating bastard know that in front of absolute strength, he is simply vulnerable. Long Ziming clenched the heavy sword in his hand, raised it high, then pointed at Qin Yun and said loudly, Qin Yun, you are a lowly bastard, you only use some small tricks, you are not worthy of being a martial artist. I, Long Ziming, today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and teach a villain like you a lesson. The disciples of the Balong Corps all cheered loudly. Wait until you win me. Qin Yun held the saber and said calmly. Start. Long Ziming has already condensed his strength and vigorously stabbed with his sword. When the sword stabbed, the suction rushed out. After Qin Yun was shrouded by the suction, it was like falling into the water. His movement became very inconvenient, but he still avoided the dangerous sword. Long Ziming's power cannot be used for intensive continuous attacks. Otherwise, if he stabbed hundreds of times at once, no one could dodge. Although it can't be used intensively, Long Ziming can attack again when Qin Yun dodged, releasing the strange suction and slashing with his sword. Long Ziming's martial spirit is Whirlpool martial spirit, the power of the whirlpool is really powerful. Qin Yun is also very powerful, in the power of the whirlpool, he can still be as sensitive as a monkey. But if this goes on, Qin Yun will not be able to support it for a long time. I fought with Long Ziming several times and every time I was killed, it was when I fought for the power of the whirlpool, the consumption was very big, and finally I couldn't support it and was killed. It seems that Long Ziming will win. When Qin Yun dodged, he had to use the strongest power to break free from the power of the whirlpool, the consumption is really big. And now, Ling Yuner is also looking for an opportunity to release that kind of gravity. Long Ziming was pressed by that kind of gravity once before, so he is also very cautious now. This guy can become the leader of a corps. It's not just a mouth blowing. Qin Yun was secretly shocked. After he was killed by me last time, he has made a lot of progress now, he is very cautious against me. It's not easy to start. Ling Yuner sighed, Little Yun, use other methods and finish it quickly. I can only try the common saber technique. Qin Yan said. The essence of the common saber technique is fast and ruthless. The saber is fast, smooth, plain, and ruthless. Every time Long Ziming attacks, the power of the whirlpool will pause for a moment. Huaxia Qin Yan took out his saber. The saber looked simple and casual, but the timing was very good and the position of the saber was also the best. Qin Yan's saber slashed down and originally wanted to cut off Long Ziming's wrist. But Long Ziming was able to react quickly, resulting in the saber only leaving a bloodstain on Long Ziming's hand. This also made Long Ziming give up his sword and quickly took a few steps back. It was really thrilling just now, just a little bit more and Qin Yan would have cut off his wrist. Just now, although it was only a flash of light, many people had clearly seen what had happened, and they all secretly exclaimed in admiration. What an exquisite saber! Just a little bit more and you can defeat Long Ziming. This Qin Yan, he still has real skills. What kind of saber technique is that? It looks like a very casual saber, but it almost took Long Ziming's life. Everyone was talking in surprise. Long Ziming also felt a chill on his back. The saber just now was too sudden and strange. The moment the saber slashed, it was like a beam of light that could turn, it turned in a very fast moment and cleverly slashed at his wrist. There are many saber moves on the common saber technique and Qin Yan has practiced those moves by heart. As long as he grasps the timing, he can make his saber move according to his heart and he can cut wherever he wants. However, because of his lack of experience, the saber just missed. Mainly because he rarely uses the common saber technique in actual combat. And now, he has more opportunities to use it. The common saber technique needs to be used more. Qin Yan also learned the mystery of the common saber technique just now. It is indeed a very ordinary attack, but it is very effective. Long Ziming didn't believe it, he flew over and released a whirlpool power, which produced a strong suction force and put Qin Yan in the whirlpool. He took advantage of the slow movement of the enemy and stabbed like lightning. Long Ziming's swordsmanship is also very superb. When he attacked with the sword, it was light and fast, but also with a very overbearing power. Qin Yan quickly ran the power of his whole body and tried to dodge Long Ziming's confident sword, which originally wanted to pierce Qin Yan's chest, now only stabbed Qin Yan's arm. Qin Yan's arm was stabbed but the wound is very shallow. As a result, Qin Yan, who wanted to retaliate, had no choice but to give up and quickly dodge. When Long Ziming saw that Qin Yan was hit, he was full of confidence. He smiled and attacked even more fiercely. This guy was almost hit by you just now. Now he has learned his lesson and is on guard against you, not giving you a chance to attack. Ling Yin'er said, he has no flaws. But that's only for you. After all, you are only at the 9th level of the martial Dao. If you were a spirit martial realm martial master, you would have killed him long ago. Qin Yan's cultivation is at the 9th level martial Dao realm. It is already very good to be able to fight evenly with Long Ziming. The spectators were also watching very seriously, learning all kinds of techniques from it. Qin Yan's body had already been stabbed 6 times. However, they were all very shallow wounds that did not affect him. This is also something that Long Ziming is very angry about, because every time he almost penetrated Qin Yan's body, he was always avoided. If this goes on, your strength will be consumed. Ling Yin'er said. I know, but he is not much better. I have 3 Dao cores and should be able to support for a period of time. When he shows a flaw, I will attack. Qin Yan also attacked many times but Long Ziming was always able to avoid it. Ling Yin'er also released the power of Nether Sun martial spirit, producing a gravity but it was quickly avoided by Long Ziming. After Long Ziming had the previous training, this time he played very steadily and cautiously, but when he attacked, he was fierce and ruthless. Qin Yan also secretly admired Long Ziming in his heart. After learning a lesson, he actually improved so fast. Long Ziming also felt that Qin Yan was extremely evil. If it was any other martial Dao 9th level martial artist, they would have died many times but Qin Yan could hold on for such a long time. Qin Yan now seems to be at a disadvantage but there is no sign of being defeated. Yun'er, prepare to release. Qin Yan said. After Ling Yun'er condensed the gravity, she quickly released it. Long Ziming also sensed a stream of air rushing out of Qin Yan's body and he quickly dodged as fast as he could. The gravity released by Ling Yun'er slammed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The dust rose and shrouded Qin Yun. Just when Long Ziming couldn't see Qin Yun used 9 extinction steps. His body was like lightning, dragging an electric light, very strangely flashed behind Long Ziming. Qin Yun came behind Long Ziming and Long Ziming still hadn't found it. He just felt a light flashing out of the sand. Hoochie, Qin Yun's ordinary saber slashed out and cut Long Ziming in half. Brush brush brush, Qin Yun slashed one saber after another, continuously and quickly chopped Long Ziming into 8 pieces at once. The terrible thing is that after Qin Yun killed Long Ziming still didn't know what was going on. He thought that Qin Yun was still in the sand. Qin Yun's 9 extinction steps with common saber technique is smooth and fast to the extreme. Almost in half a moment, Long Ziming was killed. 9 extinction steps has a total of 9 steps and Qin Yun has now mastered the first step, flowing light extinction shadow. The people watching the battle on the city wall can see that Qin Yun suddenly flashed behind Long Ziming. They all feel that this kind of movement technique is inconceivable. However, just a few seconds after Qin Yun killed Long Ziming, a figure suddenly flew over from the distance. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the person arrived in front of Qin Yun and punched. The flaming fist that emitted red light pierced Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun knew that someone would attack him, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Qin Yun, who has pierced his chest, looked up at the young man standing in front of him. This young man is wearing a set of blue clothes, his face is thin and long, his eyebrows are like swords and his eyes are full of cold arrogance, filled with anger and jealousy. Who are you? Qin Yun's body was pierced and there is a violent power flowing in his body, making him unable to move. I am Xianxia, from the Lawkeeper Hall. I warn you, stay away from junior sister Jingmeng, she belongs to me. Xianxia's voice is filled with monstrous might, it shook the air. I am only killing you in the fantasy field. If you don't listen to the warning, then you have to be careful in reality. Boom, as Xianxia spoke, he punched Qin Yun's abdomen again. The fist once again pierced through Qin Yun's body, injecting a tyrannical power into it. It is as if it wants to tear Qin Yun's body apart. Do you feel the pain? Do you feel the fear of death? If you feel it, then that's right. If you don't want to be killed by me, then stay away from junior sister Jingmeng. A lowly commoner like you wants to eat swan meat with just a bit of talent? Dream on. As Xianxia spoke, he punched Qin Yun's head. Boom, Qin Yun screamed and woke up from the bed. He was killed again, this is the second time he has been killed in the fantasy field. Motherfucker, I lost 1 point. Qin Yun clenched his fists and cursed, Xianxia? Lawkeeper Hall? Just you wait. He remembers that this Xianxia is ranked 8th. The Lawkeeper Hall specializes in absorbing talented disciples. For Xianxia to be able to enter the Lawkeeper Hall, it is obvious that he is very powerful. This bastard thinks I want to chase after Lu Jingmeng? What an idiot. With this kind of trash, he wants to get Lu Jingmeng? Pfft. Qin Yun became angry just thinking about it. He and Lu Jingmeng are only martial sisters and brothers. They can barely be considered friends. As for Xianxia, he became jealous because of this. In the fantasy field, at the city gate of the safe city, many people looked at Xianxia and sighed. As expected of someone in the top 10 of the martial Dao list. Dealing with Qin Yun is like beating a child. Qin Yun is really unlucky this time. He actually provoked someone from the Lawkeeper Hall. Xianxia seems to have dual martial spirits and dual Dao cores. He has a Xian body and has mastered a Tian tier martial art. I heard that he didn't have time, so he didn't go up. Otherwise, with his strength, entering the top 3 wouldn't be a problem. I wonder what Qin Yun is feeling now. He was killed in a few moves. Snatching a woman from Xianxia, Qin Yun is really bold. Everyone looked at Xianxia flying far away and sighed as they discussed. The disciples of the Lawkeeper Hall are all monsters. That Xianxia is also very terrifying. After the pain in Qin Yun's body weakened, he once again entered the fantasy field. As long as he entered the safe city once, he would be revived in the safe city. It was already dark. Qin Yun cast shadow power and hid himself. Then, he stood guard outside the city. There are also many people moving at night. Most of them went out to ambush, which also became Qin Yan's target. He doesn't know where Xianxia is, so he can only earn points first. Because Qin Yan exchanged for a talisman, he lost more than 200 points. He needed to quickly earn a large number of points and rush to the top 10. Only by doing so would Xianxia come to find him. That idiot Xianxia, a martial master of the spirit martial realm, how dare he be so arrogant? If he kills me, he will only get 1 point. When Qin Yan thought of this matter, he became extremely angry. Looks like I have time. I have to go play with Lu Jingmeng and anger that bastard Xianxia to death. The forest outside the safe city has also become a place for many people to ambush. Qin Yan is also in the forest. Many people go in and out, they pass through this forest. Qin Yan uses shadow power, it is as if he is transparent. Then, he controls the throwing knives. As long as he sees someone, he will control the throwing knives to kill them. He discovered that most of the people hiding in the forest are in a small team. Most of them are martial masters of the spirit martial realm. Qin Yan has 5 throwing knives. When he uses his mental power with all his might, he can kill 5 people in an instant. Many martial masters of the spirit martial realm were instantly killed. It is unknown who killed them. In just one night, Qin Yan killed more than 100 main sect disciples of the spirit martial realm and obtained more than 400 points. Now, he has a total of 500 points. End of chapter 583. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.